night, and welcome. It's the final. This is the final. Not yesterday. This is the final day of the Chinese DPC. We got yourself some tiebreakers, a full docket of them. 3 series today of fun Chinese Dota, separating $1,000 from these teams for some aspects and some points for some other teams, but it's a long Chinese Dota-filled day ahead of us. Lacoste, it's going to be fun, right? You think?
It should be. I mean, we had some upsets. We had a bunch of other stuff happening, and I feel like this is the last day. I don't think anything can happen. We only have 3 BO3s left, no infinite tiebreakers, no shenanigans.
Yep.
So it's just going to be this, and this is it. And we're going to go into Division 2. But we kind of lied yesterday or today, wherever you are, when we said that this is the last day of China.
Yeah. It was.
This is it. This is it.
This is definitely it. We're not lying this time. This is it. It's none of that Western Europe infinite tiebreakers we had in Tour 1. It is, this is it. We've got a fun slew of games, but we do have a recap of the previous day that got us here. And, let's take a quick look. We were on this series to start off, Azure Ray and Piggy Killer. Azure Ray needed this win to force a tiebreaker, and they did it pretty easily. A little 2-0 action over Piggy Killer.
Well, I wouldn't say it was an easy game by any means. Like, first 10-15 minutes of the game, Piggy Killer, they played extremely well. It's just that this aggression that they kept doing for first 10-15 minutes kind of stopped after that. And Azure, more experienced team, they know how to close out the game. They knew how to choose fights. And Somnus, this game popped off completely on Storm Spirit after being shut down in the laning stage. And I believe in the second game, something similar has been tried by Piggy Killers, going for this Pagana Storm that has been popular across all other regions. But Somnus Pango. And of course, this Slark that has been a menace to deal with. If he's like, even Slark that is not off to a good start, like, you can still do so many things with this hero. You only need like a little bit more time. You need basically one item. You get this Echo Saber, disassemble it. Suddenly you have Ags, and this is the Pango. I really love the build on Somnus this time around. It was, standard stuff. Get this Diffusal Blade going. Then he picked up Heaven's Halberd, which is a kind of an unusual one. Most of the time you want to be looking into Aghanim Scepter, but he understood that the status resistance is going to help him tremendously, especially against Muerta as well. He can survive the mischance, and then went for a Blade Mail as his third item, because he knows that there's a lot of uncontrollable damage. Gunslinger, Timber Saw, like even Storm Spirit, there's just a bunch of it, and it worked out in the end.
Yeah, you see this Muerta never really kind of getting off there. It felt like that was a little bit of a lackluster pick. And both games, I would say, Azure Ray, maybe the laning stage wasn't perfect, but they knew the objective. They knew what to do for Lou to get him some space, time, and ultimately allow him to kind of carry these games. So getting into the second series, it was one that basically decided who was guaranteed the major and who was going to a tiebreaker. And game 1 was all extreme gaming.
Yeah, definitely was. But I'm just thinking, like, IG as a team, like the surprises that they made. Like, I think we said it multiple times so far. Previous DPC tour started off really slow, 3 losses into 4 wins. This time around, they are gonna battle it out with Team Acer to get the second place in the Chinese DPC.
Yeah, and it's been a team of ups and downs for sure. Like, I think their first matchup when they played Bright, they lost the game. That's when you're looking shaky, but you still win that series. Then you lose to LGD straight up, but then you beat Piggy Killer, lose to Azure Ray, who are now fighting for major. Like, this team is going to potentially take second here in the region, but I don't know. There's always question marks surrounding this team, and no pun intended. But it always feels like there's something as up in the air.
Yeah,
for
you
them.
don't know like how they're gonna show up. Mostly, I would say Emo Dust. Emo on a good day like this player can match up against pretty much anyone. He's much more aggressive than others go for these like high risk, sometimes no reward type of a play. Sometimes they are very high reward, but most of the time they aren't. Like also in terms of itemization, he tends to go for different item build overall. And yeah, IG, I mean, last couple of series that they played, they managed to beat Aster, and now they beat Extreme Gaming, securing the spot, and also pushing Extreme Gaming to play tiebreakers against Azure Ray. So one of these two teams are going to miss out on a major, which is kind of a shame. Would definitely love to see them both, how they're going to perform. Because we've seen Extreme Gaming in the previous one. I feel like the team just needs a little bit more time to play against these international teams. And of course, Azure Ray, people want to see some of these big old school names, Somnus, they want to challenge. They want to see them back on the action against some top tier teams from the West in general, I would say.
Yeah, then we had LGD against Aster. This basically was the decider for the top of the region. So saw that they had themselves, what we thought might be a close matchup, but still pretty much all LGD in this one. And, it's not concerning. I think a lot of people gave Aster a lot of flack. Some people were just like, oh my God, they're free falling. They lost 2 matches in a row. They're crumbling. They're not good anymore.
Yeah, they should disband for sure. They lost 2 matches.
That was a lot of the comments I was reading. It was interesting.
Yeah, if it was the other way around, if PSG LGD won, you would just flip. Just flip the names, and the comments would still be the same. A second game was an interesting one, I would say, because a bit of an unorthodox picks coming out from PSG LGD. I mean, they do pick these like weird heroes, I would say. But Abba as carry, Shira really dominated. Love the build again. Pretty standard stuff, I would say, with this Radiance, but also because Abba's now universal hero, you don't go for Mystic Coil. You want to go just some extra damage, of course, so you go for stats instead. You benefit a lot from it. And also Wind Ranger, one of the few games where the hero actually gets a W.
Yeah. Well, right there, you see it dying. Maybe it's a W in spite of the fact that they have a Wind Ranger, but of course that hero not working with a high win percentage, especially in Europe. I think it was in the 20s. So, we see LGD kind of doing their thing, dominating top to bottom. It's just now what these teams are going to be doing in the major. What are we going to be seeing from these teams, and what they're going to bring, considering the previous majors haven't exactly been that great. But with all this recap, you got to end up talking about today, which, some might say, oh, there's not much bearing in it. But the second and third series, truthfully, they have a lot of stranglehold because, you take a look, LGD, they get themselves into the top, right? They take first place, and that pushes them into the top 12. Aster is 160 points behind Bet Boom, and taking a win over IG and putting them into the second spot is going to be very important for them to kind of slip into that top spot. And then Extreme, they want to go to the major. They've got 500 points just about, if they can make it close enough.
Yeah, like just going through the list of the teams that could potentially qualify, there's a lot read on Wikipedia. There are a lot of teams that could sneak in. IG, definitely the one. If they do really well at the major, if they secure themselves second spot in this tiebreaker scenario that they're going to play in a couple of hours, this is like a big boost of confidence, I would say, where you're like, well, we just got some extra 100 points, so good for us, I guess, because difference between the first place, of course, is a huge one, 500 DPC points. Second one gets 300, third 200, and the fourth gets 100.
Yeah, and you're looking at it and trying to figure out, if Talon don't qualify for the major, then that's a team that's not going to be gaining points anymore. If 9 Pandas don't qualify for the major, or TSM aren't qualifying for the major, it's like TSM, they're at 900, and that's it. That's all the points you've got on that team, and that might end up being the marker for 12th, right? And if you get a higher spot here, if IG end up winning or whoever gets those extra 100 points, it could be a big difference between, that and getting to the major.
It's like a lot of this is in your hands But yeah, we got to focus on this matchup. This is the matchup for last place. They already did secure themselves Division 2, both of these teams, but secured not in a good way, because that's not where you want to be.
Right.
I think I said it a couple of times already about Astro Aries, where this is the team that kind of floats between Division 1 and Division 2. They're not good enough to be able to compete with some of these big names, because the only win that they got so far in this DPC is against Team Bright. So they ended up the tour with 2-12, which is not really where you want to be. And Team Bright caused a huge upset, managing to beat Azure Ray, which kind of puts Azure Ray in a tiebreaker scenario now.
Yeah, they could have been into the major easily if they had just won. Hashtag just win. But, it ends up being the situation where now I'm kind of looking at the dress. I want to know how serious they're going to take a matchup like this.
It's an important one. The difference is $1,000. Let's say Org takes 20%. So there's 800 left. Divide that by 5. Maybe add in a coach. That's some big money on the line, and also pride. You don't want to end up last in the DPC tour, so we'll have to see. And let's check some of the picks. There's still some of these OP heroes that we want to call them available. Void Spirit has not been touched. Neither has been Medusa. Storm Spirit also available. Both teams kind of picking their 4 and 5. This Venomancer can be shifted to position 5, but Astro Aries, this is their 4 and 5 most definitely.
So we'll see. As like you said, Astro Aries, their only 2 victories are over Team Bright. Wonder if they're gonna be able to repeat that success. Could be interesting. Could be tough. Who knows? I'm going to take a look back. I kind of want to see because it was a recent matchup between the two of them. Yeah, Astro Aries went Shadow Demon both times. Actually picked Marcy, Pudge, Bane, Void Spirit, Shadow Demon in game number 1 against Team Bright.
They were already out, I believe, mathematically when they played against each other, so they could go for these different picks, maybe have a little bit more fun. And speaking of fun, a lot of these anti-fun heroes have been banned out. Anti-Mage, Morphling, Medusa as well. So it seems like both teams want to kind of run. We're going to run at you strat. Spirit Breaker, Venomancer, Naked Shadows, Demon. Not a single hero that does rely on cooldown. So we might see just 15 kills in 10 minutes or something.
Right. 15 kills, 10 minutes, hopefully. I feel like that's always that's always the prayer, right? That we get these high kill games.
When patch was dropped, I think we've seen a lot of these matches that become so chaotic where you're they need to slow down. I don't know what's going on. There's just constant kills. People remember when Twin Gates were introduced in just 7.33? How many times you've seen heroes go through the gates to get a kill on the side lane? Now you don't see it as much. Now people stick with 2-1-2 pretty much. Maybe they try to get a first blood with 3 heroes, go through the gates, but they understand how important it is to start off with a good laning stage, so they don't want to risk it. And speaking of some of these imbalanced heroes, Void Spirit has been picked up, even good against Disruptor. He can dodge Spirit Breaker stun, you can dodge Glimpse. Venomancer doesn't provide you with any kind of control. So still flexibility from Team Bright. They can play this Venomancer 5, Spirit Breaker offlane, Disruptor 4, Veno offlane if it's a good matchup for Veno. So you know that you're going to be playing against either Spirit Breaker or Veno, so you can take the hero here, I would say. And yeah, they take Void. This is an interesting one, yeah, because I think you shift this Veno now to position 4. To position 3, because the hero just does so much better. Usually you would pick Venomancer into Faceless Void because of the constant chip damage that you deal to Faceless Void, which he can time walk off. And Naga Siren, of course, one of the oldest counters to Faceless Void. He drops a Chrono. Song of the Siren, try to counter it. You also have ability, I would say, to fight inside the Roche pit, which is going to be super important. We've seen teams also going for these earlier Roche fights. And in terms of AoE damage, they don't really have much on Aster Ares, so want to see something being picked up. This is an interesting band, Pudge. We've seen a lot of Pudge in the previous patch, in the previous big patch, when he was played as a position 1, where you get the Aghanim Scepter. These Naga Siren illusions die almost instantly. There was a possibility to run it as a position 1, or shift this Faceless Void to position 3, or like there's a lot of flexibility to it. Not sure if Aster Ares would commit to it, but they need some kind of AoE that deals with Naga Siren. And that's going to be most likely coming out from the offlane.
Can you Astro Step across the chrono? It has to be like just right?
Yeah.
Has to have like, it has to be like right on the edge, if I'm recalling the cast range correctly.
There's still Magnus in the pool, which is pretty surprising. I think this would be a great pickup for Aster Ares. Have Empower, deal with the Naga Siren. Like, this is the hero that does extremely well in the lane when paired up with Shadow Demon. It's a lot of magical damage. You can get like relatively early mana boots on one of these heroes.
Underlord.
Okay, this is also a hero that can't stop Spirit Breaker from getting in. Soaks up a lot of damage. He's an aura buyer against Venomancer. Great against Naga Siren if you want to like go all in with auras. I feel like this might be the game for it. You get Crimson Pipe, Guardian Greaves, and then a lot of this damage is just going to be mitigated.
We saw a lot more Underlord before the change to the C patch. Felt like this hero was very popular, very strong. Then there was a little bit of changes on it, and they kind of went back on picking that hero as much, and we saw a lot more come out from the off lane in terms of like Beastmaster coming through. Puck is a hero that you ask for a lot.
Yeah, usually it gets banned, and we don't see too much of it being played. Even if there's like a good game for it, seems like teams do like to see some other options. Here, it's, I'd say, okay against Underlord, against Faceless Void, where you don't have that like one big save. Could cause you a lot of issues, but yeah, give me a sec to think about this draft. Yeah, I like Aster Ares. If He 2T doesn't explode on this Naga Siren, which we've seen these Chinese players are very good at, just finding the farm on Naga Siren, and you have like other 4 heroes that can easily keep them busy for a good 15, 20 minutes until Naga Siren gets 2 items. I feel like this is also the game where you do go for Orchid build against both Voids because you lack a little bit of control. Puck is there, which is going to help with that, but also Shadow Demon into Naga Siren. Like, this was the other way around, Naga into Shadow Demon. You will always have this Shadow Demon scaling because you can make illusions out of Naga, you can save people during the coil. So yeah, I kind of like what Aster Ares drafted for themselves. I feel like this is, in terms of numbers, 60-40.
Right. Aster Ares, obviously they did beat Team Bright the first time, and that was only a day ago, technically. We're still in that same day timeline, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it again. They're kind of like, I always feel like Aster Ares were a team that should have been better than their record stated. The fact that they had gone 0-12 to start it off before they got those first 2 victories was a little bit, with the players that they have, very shocking, truthfully. But we'll see what they could do here up against Team Bright.
Yeah, I feel like Ulu, TK, they have some good performances. Red Panda, he's been, I would say, on the same level for a long period of time. Does well. But, yeah, there's results are not there. That's the problem.
Yeah. So, take a look. Get into this one. I'm watching the Techie's POV of him just, minefield signing.
And canceling it.
What does weathermancery mean? Just like a necromancy, I guess you're bringing things back from the dead. Weathermancery, you can control the weather?
I guess so. Disruptor, big on weather, controlling the storms, thunders, storms. Is there anything else? Like glimpse? What the hell is glimpse?
Yeah, I guess in the sense of
weather, what is
pulling
glimpse?
people
You're
back. I don't know what glimpsing someone is. Like you taking a glimpse, you're taking a look. It doesn't exactly
taking a look into a future to see what the weather's going to be. Weather forecast. Yeah, there we go.
So we have the Farmer's Almanac for. You know about that?
No.
The Farmer's Almanac is like history of weather, at least in the United States, I believe, for hundreds of years back. And we use that to predict the weather and weather trends that should be coming up in certain areas of the country and all that. So it's basically just guessing
Sounds
weather
hype.
based
Man,
on,
you just got me hyped up so much. It's 3 a.m., 4 a.m. here, but this just woke me up. I'm not even kidding.
Unfortunately, it doesn't work when you've destroyed the planet so much that, it's just 91 degrees in the middle of November anyway. So, whatever. And for all you Europeans, 33, 35.
No. 35 in November?
In some areas, when you mess up the planet as much as you do.
Hey, you're saying it like other people's messed up the planet, like you didn't contribute to it.
I didn't. On a scale of relativity, I did nothing.
You're right, but let's check some of these lanes. Bottom lane, I see Void CSing nicely, Ulu doing a good job, and Irving's now hits level 2, puts the point in Poison Sting. You want to hit that level 3, put the second point in Poison Sting. Every single time Void gets close, you do just go on him. But Red Panda with Disruption, you also want to be going on Venomancer, use that Poison Sting against him, so that's going to be really good. Maybe they could even get a kill in this lane. Casual Bash. This is a 17% chance lane. Whoever gets those bashes in. Time lock is on a different number, but I'd say like 17% is the most random number in Dota.
Yeah. 17% usually equals 100%. It's either it equals 100 or 0. Rarely do I see it be anything in between. Like 17%. Imitator. And chased for a second. And Red Panda trying to use some of that shadow poison to back these heroes off, but only one stack right now. There's the charge. But Ulu just going to use that time walk. Nothing really coming of that. Not a lot of damage on Ulu. I'm a little bit surprised that he time walked.
Yeah, that was the shortest time walk I've seen. Like, didn't even do anything, just casted it in place. Mid lane's going really, really well here for XWY. He's causing a lot of problems for this puck. Like, I want to see some rotations as soon as puck hits level 6. And I know Astro Ares probably knows about it, so Red Panda needs to be ready with him being there, or TP rotate, use Disruption during this coil, because Spirit Breaker wants to charge in, Disruptor with the Glimpse, control this Void Spirit, but seems like XWY will hit level 6 faster than Puck will, Phoenix.
Right.
In terms of CS, 22-2 against 17-0, so we'll have some of that extra experience, and also Phoenix left the lane for a short period of time.
I mean, you just think about this there. It's like XWY should theoretically be the guy win this matchup. Mid charge coming through. Ulu sitting a little bit low, but look at that. Red Panda's got the stacks on the Shadow Poison, get that first blood on Irving. Eventually, they'll end up getting the trade as the Venomous Gale will run out on Ulu.
This is what we mentioned. Poison Sting. It's like buying Orb of Venom against Terrorblade. He uses Reflection on you. Same goes for Venomancer. So creating those illusions out of Venom does really hurt him a lot. Ulu needs to have some kind of help in this bottom lane. Needs his tangos. Needs some kind of a region. But for now, Red Panda will TP mid, refill bottle on Void Spirit. They understand that XWY is going to be that playmaker, as every Void Spirit is, because you have Underlord as your off lane. He's not really a hero that moves a lot. Sure, now with the like relatively introduction of the Fiend's Gate, I would say, he became much more mobile, so he can be anywhere on the map, which does benefit hero a lot.
Especially with Twin Gates just in the game. You can Twin Gate, Fiend Gate, move around, do your thing. Gleam's Thunder Strike, Sticky Bomb down. Undyne trying to chase TK. As blasting off, Firestorm, Undyne getting low, and a Blood Grenade. TK ends up surviving with 15 health.
That's massive. Like stats on techies, like if he goes for a different item build, he dies there, but because he has 3 branches and Circlet, it's a lot of HP. So sitting at 800, having 67 damage, being Universal Hero, like it's nuts what this hero can do. One of the reasons why this hero is the most picked hero across all regions. Division 1, Red Panda.
Stuck on this cliff.
How did he get there? He got
I
bashed
think he
or
got
something.
bumped up by the Spirit Breaker, if I had to guess, based on the tip.
Yeah, I'm just
didn't see
looking
it.
at the other heroes, and other heroes can't get in there unless there's a Spirit Breaker. Imitator going
Charging Red
for
Panda
that
as
charge,
he TP'd out.
but
Yeah.
this should also reveal the ward that they had on the high ground, so Red Panda should be able to de-ward. Void Spirit will get Glimpse back. Let's see. Shield Rune will get denied.
Yeah, very important one to deny, but Undyne's going to lose his life for that because they hit level 6 on the Void Spirit, have that Astral Step, and it's a lot of damage at all points in the game. Esther is, like, this is... I know it's Team Bright. I know it's a battle of 2 of these guys at the bottom, or 2 of these teams at the bottom of the bracket, but, like, overall, this is kind of the play I expect from Aster Aries, this confident play. Interesting time walk there.
You can dodge Spirit Breaker's charge if you time it correctly.
How precise does that need to be? Because that seemed to be right on the money.
You need to be e-gamer. You can't just do it on your own.
So it's not something I could do.
Certified e-gamer, yeah, you have to have.
Did you go to school for that certification? Like, is that like a 4-year degree?
It's a 5-year degree here in Europe.
Okay. Cool. Get advertised that a lot on my Instagram. They're like, would you like a degree in esports? I'm like, not really. So, I mean, they're looking to get Ulu. I'm not surprised. Right now, he's got 1 Healing Lotus if need be. But I could expect potentially with the Chronosphere, XWY TPing down here bottom and then helping out to get these kills.
Yeah, he's constantly low. I see that Irving's using Plague Ward, right-clicks him immediately, level 1 Plague Ward, but 3 points in Poison Sting. So he does not want to being full HP by any means. Undyne's here as well, 2 points in Glimpse.
And he's got that level 6, Chrono on 2. And they're going to TP in TK. They've got the disruption. It's onto the Venomancer, but they're going to glimpse TK out of this one. And Ulu, after that Chrono, well, he's just going to die. They get the kill on the Undyne. They look over at Irving. Red Panda trying to get something, but it does feel like XWY can come in here and clean up. Resonant Pulse gets the kill on Irving, and now they're going to look as Imitator drops too. And I feel like maybe XWY could have been here a bit earlier to help out, but instead here he is. And,
nah, this is precise. He's not late.
Experience.
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah, I know. I felt that. I'm like, all right, this is calculated by the greedy mid.
And Void giving his refilling bottle for his older brother, the wiser Void Spirit, and he's gonna go back to the mid lane. Void faces Void could have survived there if he popped the Healing Lotus immediately, would have mana to TP out. I think that could have been the play, because you know that you're already dead. Even with 3 points in Time Walk, you can't Time Walk all the damage. This constant harassment coming out from Venomancer.
Want to take the Twin Gate top. I think he's going to look for this Naga Siren, because he got his bottle refilled twice. That was interesting. All right, never mind. Doesn't find anybody. I thought maybe he'd find the Naga Siren if he was in and out of there really quickly, but he not only got his bottle filled by the Faceless Void, he also got it filled up by the Shadow Demon. And, oh,
they might find him.
Yeah, Naga Siren. That's a problem. They can set up an Aether Remnant. They're going to look to get this kill. Astral Step, back and forth. There's the kill on the Hidu T. And, I mean, that's exactly what they were looking for, and he kind of just showed up and did it easy.
He waited there for a long time He was there for like good 30 seconds, and this is going to secure them the tower. They will give it to XWY because he spent some time there wasted. Who got the last hit? It was Red Panda. But yeah, XWY, this is, I would say, so far his best performance. PK almost manages to survive there because of the build. Circlet, Magic Wand, 2 crowns for a king for each techies. Is there 3 of them or is it 2 of them?
It's usually 3. Charge in.
Needs another crown then.
They've got the silence. Astral Step, Imitator, not gonna die from that. It's got a haste rune to work with. I'm pretty sure there's one stuffed in like one of the barrels. There's one riding on the front, one on the, yeah. You see the second one or the third one? It's on the back of the backpack.
I don't see 2
Aether
of them,
Remnant.
but whatever.
Undyne, Glimpse, and Dead. It's that sticky bomb that gets the kill. And it's still a 1k lead here for Aster Ares.
I would
took
say
over
that they're
top.
in full control of this game because Underlord TP's bottom. He's going to be defending the tower, does have Fiend's Gate available. They can't really bring him down. He does have Vanguard going into mech. I said that I wanted to see all the auras being built on Underlord, where you get like Crimson, Pipe, Guardian Greaves, you're playing into Venomancer. Once he gets that Pipe online, damage from Bright is not going to be there. Pipe plus mech,
Right.
This is the big timing for Aster Ares.
So Aster Ares looking for some timings and see what they can grab and grasp in terms of it. Haven't really seen Phoenix move off the mid lane too much. He's looking for that Witchblade. Imitator's still sitting level 5 too. And so is this Disruptor. Actually, Disruptor's only level 4.
Shadow Demon's about to crack level 6. One of the better heroes to farm the jungle with, especially if you do manage to go for Arcane Boots, then you're good to go. Find maybe a neutral item, some Arcane Ring that gives you mana. Want to make a move here on Ulu. He needs some kind of a help.
And they've got it. Wow, that was very easy, it seemed, as they had the Dream Coil, the Nether Strike with the charge, the control came out, and well, he was unable to Time Walker do anything. Disruption and the Aether Remnant, that means they'll at least get a trade here on Undyne, but that's not really the one you want to be trading for your 1 position.
Might change his name to Dine, considering how things are going for him. 0, 5, and 1 on Disruptor. Just cracked level 5, so this Static Storm is not going to be available for a very long time. Charge on 2 of them. Look good. Red Panda, he was thinking about popping that Demonic
Blast
Purge.
off, and Imitator sitting low. Resonant Pulse, they've got the Fiend's Gate coming in. That's going to be help here from the Underlord, and look at that, he comes in, Pit of Malice on it too with the Firestorm on these heroes. Put the ult on the XWY, that Noxious Plague, and as those mines start to explode, kill off Undyne, Irving's in trouble. They might end up losing XWY here, but if they can kill off Phoenix, may all be worth it. That Sticky Bomb explodes, and Phoenix goes the other way with that Illusory Orb. He survives it all, but a trade that kind of ends up even.
Phoenix is getting a lot. Witchblade already done, so this is the timing when Puck is gonna shine. He does want these longer fights where he gets like 5, 6 of those Witchblade attacks, gets multiple round of spells as well. Problem is your Disruptor died again, so his team fight contribution is not gonna be there for a long time.
Yeah, he is just level 5. Really needs to pick up this Wisdom Rune. At least one would hope. That was a blast off bottom, but not landing. How's Ulu doing? Ulu's trying to get back into the game. He's got Mask of Madness. So we'll see how quickly he can start to figure his game out. But compared to the Naga Siren, he's 1,000 gold behind.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nah, his lane got sacked, I would say. Venomancer, not the easiest matchup for Faceless Void to play into. Red Panda. Ooh.
TK. Yeah, he's silenced. And now Pit of Malice. Mac Glimpse and the Dream Coil. And committed kind of a bit here to get the kill on a TK as Red Panda throws out that demonic purge. Not quite doing the damage. They need a little bit more help as the charge comes through and hits on a Red Panda. They've got a couple more heroes looking to dive in, but not exactly the most protection there as over mid, Static Storm is used, and Hiduti is trying to get a kill on the XWY. He's all by himself, and he'll end up dead.
That's a big one.
They killed him again.
This is where Disruptor gets level 6 and finally use it. Now pushes him to level 7. You don't expect Nagasiren to go for these like early kills. This is also pre-Manta. And now Hiduti, he's at a good spot. Manta style done. Pushes him even further away from this Faceless Void.
Look at the Shadow Demon low again. Red Panda trying to survive. Glimpse back towards the Illusory Orb, and that's just going to be another kill here onto Red Panda. And they were trying to get the kill onto the Spirit Breaker, but they weren't able to catch him. He's charging all the way through. Chrono used on both of them.
Chrono.
Firestorm hits them both. And this is going to be a kill on Imitator and Phoenix.
That was nicely done. Spirit Breaker charged like right through where Puck is standing. Faceless Void had Chrono available, was thinking about not even popping it for Puck because Time Dilation also does destroy this hero. This ability is so powerful. Just like, oh, well, you can't use your spells.
So, I mean, that really helps Ulu kind of recover his game a little bit. Gets him at least that Maelstrom that he was looking for, the Mask of Madness Maelstrom build. Mid lane, blast off lands, connects on Hiduti. Oh, I thought maybe they'd go for this, but they caught him post mirror image.
There's an item that I called during the draft that I want to see Hiduti go for. That's
First
Orchid, and he's going for it.
Fiend's Gate and Static Storm. Can they keep him alive? No. And now you've got your Underlord in a very bad way. He's going to try and Fiend's Gate out of there.
He's out.
And he will, but he'll end up snapping. They're going back in. The Spirit Vessel's on him. They're also charging this Underlord. And that Fiend's Gate's going to run out before he's able to get back through the gate while they're trying to search and go for the Disruptor.
Well, Underlord didn't.
Oh, Astral Step on 3. Undyne. Underlord dies. Urbing falls. And Phoenix going
He's
back
ready to
in.
clean
He
up.
got a kill on a TK. Now he's going to look over on the XWY, but no longer silenced. And that should be an Illusory Orb jaunt as he's got Hiduti coming back to potentially help. They have the vision. They'll stop the TP at the last second and get the kill on that XWY.
Oh, man. Phoenix, he had a bit of a slow start, but now popping off. Like those couple of kills that he got on the mid lane. And also Venomancer. Like we see this hero with Spirit Vessel. He gets the Noxious Plague off. It's going to spread around. A couple of Plague Wards fighting into it. The Bright wants to take these like longer engagements while Aster Ares, they want to commit with the Chronosphere, try to get a kill. Void Spirit, if he goes in, uses all of his toolkit, he's not going to be able to get out of the trouble, especially now that he kind of switched his item build. I think it's also good and bad at the same time, if that makes sense, because he was thinking about getting a Yasha, get that Manta style to dispel some of these things, but now also wants to pick up Aghanim Scepter to be able to control this Puck, cut into backlines, kill off Disruptor immediately. This is the build that we don't see. I think Emo was the one who played it maybe once or twice with it. Another Static Storm. Oh no.
Yeah, this is a problem again. Ulu's caught and the Dream Coil hits him. They'll go to the Glimpse. They've got the Pit of Malice. He's surviving for now, though. And Imitator's going to go down. Ulu able to survive it all. Gets the Chrono off. It's on a Phoenix. Now they have the control. They'll get the kill. They'll take out 3. The turnaround, it really looked like they were going to be able to kill off Ulu there.
They did not have enough damage. Disruption on Puck to keep him alive so he doesn't get the Silence and Coil off immediately. You could also try to save it until Faceless Void gets coiled and then you go for it. But one of the reasons like why Underlord was such a good pick we've seen a couple of times so far is Fiend's Gate join a fight when they do go for a hero, comes into a fight with Guardian Greaves, pops it, and then goes out.
Oh, game just going back and forth constantly as we're taking a look at this replay here. That Chrono on a Phoenix. Boom, boom, boom. Reactive Taser. Look at that. We're about to hit that 20-minute mark, so maybe we'll see one of these teams go for Tormentor. Imitator with that Bulwark, and wait a second, TK, he's got a Rod of Atos. And look at the kill on Imitator. I mean, that is not something you see from a techie's first item.
It's a good one. Great stats. Like usually we see it on Windranger from a mid lane. But in this one against Puck, against Spirit Breaker, and it's also a setup
Static
for your
Storm.
Underlord. Another Static Storm.
Spirit Vessel, Noxious Plague, and we'll pop that haste. Arvitos doesn't connect. They've got the glimpse. That'll send them over to the side, and that's pretty much it. They already used the Static Storm, so he's kind of free to go in. Aether Remnant lands. They have some control. There's another silence with the
haste.
Resonant Pulse, and with that haste, he's trying to get something done, but now the Dream Coil locked on to the Pit of Malice. Radavitos once again doesn't connect. Sticky Bomb, when he comes back out of that phase shift, won't connect, and he'll just blink out.
XWI. With that Aghanim Scepter, you can see that Puck is already like being much more timid coming into the fight. But his items, it looks weird. Now you have this Oblivion Staff when you disassembled Echo Saber, and you have Yasha Recipe.
Okay. I'm in for that. Yules for the techies. So up and locked is the attempt here. I kind of like it.
Yeah, it's a good build. Bit of
Universal
a
Heroes
different
can
one.
build anything they want, basically.
Gives you stats. Road of Atos, as we said. With Yules, you have ways to dispel things on your own.
Oh. Oh. Phoenix. Dives away. What does Underlord have now? Guardian Greaves Pipe. Aura's complete.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
This is it. I was thinking maybe he wants to go back for Crimson as well, since you play into this Naga Siren, but seems like Lotus Orb is going to be the item of a choice, which is good. Great against Orchid, Ensnare, Venomancer. Like even Spirit Breaker, when he charges in, he can't go for this Nether Strike. Good against Glimpse. Undyne, not the item build that we see. Like straight away, there's like one small item most of the time, maybe even a second one where you get like, well, I want to have Pavis, I want to have a Glimmer Cape. Going straight for the Ags, I mean, it does make sense in this game because you're playing with Naga Siren, and this could be a really good setup for it, so can't really blame him. Also didn't find the tier 2 neutral item yet. Token might find Philosopher's Stone, so this might be like 27 minutes, 28 minutes. Aghanim Scepter on him.
They found Undone. Not really going to be that quick of an Ags if he keeps dying like this.
He's like, yeah, I'm done, guys.
Yeah, I know I'm dead. It's fine. And one death away from hitting the double-digit mark. By the way, I had a B-Cop idea of the day find its way into my brain.
It's still the same day. You can't say it twice. It's the same day for you. When we started... But go ahead. Okay, this is the last day. I'll allow it.
So Lotus Orb, right? It exists.
Yes.
It's an item. And then there's the Lotuses in the pool, right? The Lotus pool.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think there should be an interaction to charge up your Lotus Orb to reflect spells at a higher damage by using X amount of Lotus Petals.
So you get like extra 10% per Lotus.
Yeah. You reflect the spell back with extra spell damage or duration.
Does it consume a charge on Lotus or not?
Yes.
What if it's a great healing Lotus, and then it just becomes
Then
2 charges of normal Lotus?
Yeah, or 3 charges or something like that. Charge in. Speaking of which, Fiend's Gate, Static Storm, in some trouble, now trying to survive, pops that pipe, running away, Guardian Greaves, here comes Ulu. He's into the Static Storm, there's the blast off, the Mind's down, the Aether Remnant, the Chrono. They still end up losing this Underlord. With an Noxious Plague on Ulu, he's going to focus Irving, they'll take out Red Panda, and they really want to get this kill, but the Force Staff away, the Time Walk, the Kinetic Field, it's up, Spirit Vessel on him, Ulu.
He does have a BKB.
Now, Dream Coil, BKB still running, gets a bash. Needs to just Get a right click here. Finally finds it. And there's the Rod of Atos, the Time Walk, the Bash, the kill on Undyne. He now hits 10 deaths.
Oh,
Charge late
Imitator
from
also in
Imitator.
trouble
There's
now.
a Yule's on TK. That means he's lined up for the Aether Remnant, the Sticky Bomb, and potentially another death. And that is exactly what it's going to be. XWY still never dying.
Really good fight for Astro Ares. Underlord survives long enough to be able to get his Firestorm off during that Chronosphere, and he just bought something. So yeah, Plate Mail for the next fight gonna be even tankier against Naga Siren and the Illusions. Like, you see the power of Naga Siren, even though she's not even 6 slotted yet. As soon as he got that heart, plus Orchid, he wants to join the fights. He feels relatively safe with 3000 HP, but Chronosphere lands, percentage-based damage from Firestorm does one hell of a lot of damage, and you can see Red Panda, he tried to buy some time in the backlines with the defensive disruption, did it, and Ulu does manage to get a couple of cleanup kills here. Had to use a BKB charge, but it's worth it. He got very annoyed by these misses coming out from Heaven's Halberd.
And what did he miss, like 2 or 3 times in a row? And this was interesting. Into the Yules. But it is what it is. They're trying to get the Roche here. No chrono. For 36 seconds, but this isn't a fast Roche. Do they know what's happening? Did they scan on this?
Shanxi knows something is up. Venomancer is in this area. Still no chrono. Song is available. 20 seconds. Ulu, he's smoked.
He's trying to get over there. 16, 15. It's going to be close. It's going to be very close in terms of getting here with the chrono.
He's going to go in with a BKB, try to steal it. Already made a slot.
Let's see what he can do. Kinetic Field. Undyne sees him, and now they're going to go to the song.
Didn't pop a BKB.
Oh, and that's going to be the Aegis. He needed to pop that BKB, but didn't do so, and that is just the difference maker. Clearly just the big difference maker. Noxious Plague, BKB, looking at Imitator. It's an early BKB now that they've got an Aegis in their hands. Noxious Plague going off, and they start to retreat on this one. They get the kill on the Imitator, but that's it. But maybe they could have more, especially with Chrono back up. But I guess the question is, who do you want to go for?
And in this situation, you gotta pop BKB. You scouted things out with the sticky bombs, see how low Roshan was. So BKB charge. Maybe he was like, 8-second BKB. Do I want to pop it? Might get hit by Spirit Breaker with Nether Strike, and I'm still not going to be able to pick it up while the rest of my team is asleep. Bound to Rune, there to be picked up. It's going to be picked up by Red Panda.
Gaining
Now
that
with the Blink Dagger,
wisdom.
Bottom tower is under attack.
He can keep the distance, especially while having Eye of the Vizier as well.
Like Eye of the Vizier. Been a very popular neutral item. I don't know about you, but Vizier is a fun word to say. Give it a
Yeah,
little
say
bit
it
of
one more
flair.
time. Let's hear it.
Vizier.
Okay.
Can you give me a roll? I know it's 3 a.m. for you. Give me a little
Okay.
roll of the tongue there on the Vizier.
Vizier.
Yeah. Yeah, there it is. All right. Awesome. So now, like, working with this Aegis for Team Bright, gotta figure, I don't really think Bright are exactly looking to play too aggressive. If maybe they're gonna want the Disruptor to just finish this Ags, which needs a second more of timing.
He did find Philosopher's Stone. Needs to kill like 1 or 2 creeps, and the gold will kick in.
Firestorm now self-targeting. Look at that. Inskating. The kill on Undyne. That's so rude. They really, really want to slow down this Disruptor. But he's already got the axe,
He's good
so
to go.
even
He
if
can
you
play-
kill him, that's fine.
If the game lasts for another 50 minutes, he's still gonna be okay with just Aghanim Scepter.
Yep.
Might pick up a Blink Dagger later down the line, but that's it. He's good to go. Doesn't need an extra item because the combo still gonna be there. You can't really itemize against it. Sleep into Naga Siren ulti, sorry, into Disruptor ulti. Imitator. Wow, that was really risky Chronosphere, but he lands it.
Has the bashes, Renovato still getting away. That's not what you're expecting when you're going for this. And, well, how can they turn this around? They're going to try with the help of the puck. Phoenix comes in, but the right clicks, the bashes being a bit of a problem here for Hideti. They've got the charge coming back onto Ulu. And how far do they commit for this?
Oof. Chronosphere for Spirit Breaker, this is position 4. If you don't have Chrono, you can't take a team fight, but you might try to take some seconds, like a minute away from Naga Siren with this Aghanim Scepter. I don't know if they can fight into it. Yeah,
Static
he's done
Storm,
so.
and that, yeah, probably means that XWY is dead here. Dream Coil committed onto Ulu. He'll pop that BKB so he can snap it. Snap it shut, and Imitator will lose his life to the Faceless Void, who no longer has that BKB available for him. So they're going around. They'll find the techies. Nobody getting that kill onto the Shadow Demon Courier while it flies over the fight, but TK surviving. They have the nets now onto the Underlord. Chang-Si has the Lotus Orb, but the rest of the team is not with him. So he'll try to survive for as long as possible, but it's basically just space created.
Naga Siren deals so much damage. Now with the Butterfly pickup, Vindicator's Axe as well, going into Bloodthorn next. Using this opportunity where there's no Chronosphere available, so they go in and just get the damage done. The game is pretty even. I don't think anybody had more than 2k gold lead so far in this game.
No, I don't think so either.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So, 28 to 18, but a lot of farm on this Naga Siren. The back end of this lineup still has a decent amount of farm as well. And Imitator, again, is in some trouble, and he's going to die once more.
Dire's bottom tower.
A lot of these deaths are on the support, so I don't... You know, Team Bright aren't exactly too upset about it.
These are unnecessary deaths. These are deaths where Astro Ares doesn't commit with anything. They do get the kill. They do get something else. Now they got the tower. And Faceless Void, he's a menace in late game. Got that level 20 talent, plus 95 attack speed during Chrono, going into MKB next as well. So we'll be able to deal with Naga Siren Illusions. You also have Mjolnir procs as well. So itemizing correctly, Red Panda, aggressive disruption.
Chrono.
Well, he's on top of it.
Blasting off
Guys.
again. Techies, hello. Back down to earth. Songs used. BKB, though, from Ulu makes this okay. So, XWY was able to use a BKB. Noxious Plague bouncing around a little bit. Getting that kill in the Naga Siren. Now with no buyback right by the tier 2 tower. That's at least going to be this. Maybe even on the high ground.
It's a lot of damage. Like, even with this Chrono and also no blast off that connected because of the Chronosphere, they still managed to get the kill. Faceless Void, I said, this level 20 talent is pretty nuts. You can go for solo kills. Maybe not against this farmed of a hero, but in general. And then you have percentage-based damage coming up from the Underlord. And a lot of control from XWY. I see Hex also being built as his next item. They understand that if they are the ones who are initiating on Naga Siren, landing that Chrono, there's not gonna be Disruptor ulti plus Naga Siren ulti combo. Imitator coming from a really good angle. Let's see if he can connect onto multiple targets.
Nah,
Gonna
he
stop
stopped
it.
Glimpse, disruption, a save. Let me get the mid melee racks. Probably could wait for next Roche up in a minute, potentially. $7K lead, like you were just saying 2 seconds ago. Hey, this has only been a 2K lead max, and well, now it's starting to break open a little bit. They try
This
to get
is
the
also
Tormentor.
Pre-MKB on Faceless Void, so we'll get that in a second. Needs another creep. Tormentor has been killed by Bright.
Yep.
Disruptor gets the Aghanim Shard.
Yep.
Not the best one. I feel like This could use some kind of rework, some kind of a buff.
What would you like to see different about it?
I would like to see it completely changed, and then we'll talk.
Okay.
Just give it something else. Maybe it needs to be tied to some other abilities, like kinetic field. While
Glimpse.
you're inside kinetic field, it deals damage or some sort of it.
Glimpse adds mana leak for distance traveled via glimpse.
Mana leak. Okay, here we go. I like it already.
Yeah, I know you like mana leak. For every X traveled in glimpse, you lose that mana. Boom.
And a stun. Mana leak had a stun if you ran out of mana.
Yeah. So if you get glimpse back to base, you're stunned.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Look at that. We're so good at ideas. 2 minutes till this Roche is up. So probably going to wait for that on Aster Ares. I wouldn't be surprised. Especially when you're controlling the map. It's a lot easier to then, not have that situation again where you're forced to use that BKB, or if you don't, you end up not getting the Aegis.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Thing is, though, even though you're control this one, Naga Siren farms really well. You could already see the net worths going down as they've been given enough space on the side of Team Bright to kind of open up and farm the map.
A Faceless Void can still go, like, really big in late game. Once you get that refresher, once you get, like, one item that gives you stats and pick up refresher, having 2 Chronospheres with level 25 backtrack talent, you become very difficult to kill. You can initiate on the target, kill it off. Maybe you like pick up a shard from Roshan from third one. Then you have like 2 Chronos. You use your refresher. Then you pop your refresher later on. Hex now picked up by XWY. He had such a great start, then slowed down a bit, but still doing really well. I do like this Aghanim Scepter pickup to be able to control this puck, because a lot of the time, like, these puck players are greedy. Every single one of them. Doesn't want to buy Yule Scepter, doesn't want to buy a BKB anymore. So you know that Silence is going to connect. You do have Kaya San, so some status resistance is going to come in handy. Next Roche, in 30 seconds.
Who's going to come around? You could see Imitator trying to get the wide angle on this one. Astro Step. And they'll go to this Chrono immediately. And look at that. They caught Phoenix. They'll catch themselves Undyne. They both have buyback. And if they want to come and fight this Roche, they're going to have to use it pretty much now.
Yeah, my guess is Puck queues up Aeon Disc as his next item. Right now, there is Lincoln Sphere, but in the next minute, there's going to be Aeon Disc. For now, he's keeping a buyback because they want to still maybe take a fight. Chronosphere has been used as their big tool. You've already seen buyback coming out from Undyne. This Aghanim Scepter plus Sleep combo, yet to be seen.
I'm really given that an opportunity, right? Roche down to half health. Thing is, Faceless Void, he doesn't have BKB, so has to be ready for a song
Needs
to come
to use
through.
Satanic. Maybe here dropping very low, but they don't want to go for it. Naga Siren, even with the Blink Dagger, does not want to go in. Too afraid. Puck 20 seconds before buyback. They caught Naga Siren. Dodges Road of Atos.
And there's that blink away. Was able to escape the potential danger. So,
Invisibility.
escaping that danger, and Naga Siren, who has buyback, ain't alive for now, and they start to move towards the bottom end of the map, seeing this creep wave coming into the tier 3 tower.
Radiant's
Hulu's picking out
is under
Tormentor.
Tormentor. He could solo it. Does have Satanic, so does have that extra sustain coming out from it.
Red Panda's getting hit pretty hard here.
He's gonna die almost if he
Oh.
sticks around. Guardian Greaves coming in very handy. Void Spirit picks it up.
So he's got that Aether Remnant upgrade.
Just the cooldown. I think the cooldown is the biggest one. Other than that, it's pretty mediocre.
Mid. Charge, Static Storm, and they're gonna get low. They have the help for him. They'll pop the pipe. They've got the Lotus Orb, and there's the Aegis. So they're looking at the Naga Siren. There's the blast off. Rod of Atos. They've got the Hex. They catch the Naga. They'll get the kill. They'll take him out for 75 seconds. E2T walks in for a second and ends up falling. Undyne on the run. As they're going to search for this Disruptor, but he's got that ninja gear
Radiant's bottom tower
and is able to
under attack.
outrun them. Interesting little Fiend's Gate here. That went all of 2 feet.
I mean, this was a bit of a risky one. You open up on Faceless Void, who couldn't use items, like no BKB, no Satanic, nothing, couldn't change anything, and he still does have a second
Chrono?
life steal, does have Chronosphere. This is a huge kill. This is worth like 1,000 gold, and he's not afraid to use it. Veno does not have buyback, so this is going to be a set of barracks.
Are fortified.
Naga Siren does not want to buy back here.
Tower is under attack. Dire's
There goes the top tier 3, and this will be the
there.
Dire's
top side racks.
are under attack.
They're split. XWY will go for the mid-range barracks instead. Still going through this backdoor protection. They do have enough damage. Underlord sitting at 300 plus. Faceless Void does pack a punch as well.
So what do you do at this point? You're down by so much. Like, yeah, it kind of relies on that combination, which they were almost able to do if you didn't have Aegis.
Also, Shadow Demon was not there. This is their counterplay to this big Static Storm where you can't use items. 2.5 second disruption, 2.75, sorry, is going to be enough to survive. Like, especially with level 25 talent now on Faceless Void.
Fiend's Gate, and going for this blast off. Pit of Malice, Sticky Bomb, all missing, but there's the Demonic Purge. Charging away, and goodbye. Oh, no, not yet. They have the Hex. Can they catch him? Yes, they can. They've got the vision with the Gem on the Void Spirit, and he will fall.
Double Hex available on side of Aster Ares. Underlord's too tanky to be killed, which means that he can pop the cheese. He's going to be using his items, Lotus Orb, multiple rounds of Pit of Malice and Firestorms. He can't be bursted from 100 to 0. It's just not possible.
So, Wisdom Rune available. Phoenix going to back up, and can they defend here? I mean, this is going to be a final push, really, through the bottom lane, right?
There's still there's still range barracks in mid and top, but these barracks can easily be taken, so we'll go through the bottom lane, most likely, look for an opening. Now Faceless Void does have Lincoln Sphere available as well, plus a shard. So can time walk in, time walk out without getting hexed from this Venomancer, Glimpse back, or charged.
Song. Too late.
But no Disruptor.
Yeah, too late. He's dead for 75 seconds. He doesn't even have buyback.
Without Disruptor, they don't have enough control. Like, they can't control these tanky heroes. Even if they go for it, double Hex, XWI jumping in aggressively.
Yeah, look at that. Chrono landing on 2. They're going for the Naga Siren, and they should have the damage to get the kill. He doesn't have a song or anything like that. And there's the death on the Naga without buyback. Ooh, just coming up. Didn't have it initially, and now he's going to have it. Try to come back into the fight. Yule's up into the air onto the Spirit Breaker. There's the Dream Coil down with the BKB pop by XWI. They took out Imitator very quickly, and they're going to look towards the rest. Disruption. Phoenix hit with the Hex. And Blast Off missing, but the Aether Remnant's down, and it's not going to grab him. He's taking a lot of their attention.
Team Bright Dart going all in. There is Fiend's Gate available if they want to go back into base, heal up on everybody, and then just go back in again.
Right.
BKB still ready for Faceless Void. Disruptor's out in a second. They need to land some like gigantic Static Storms sleep combo.
Blast Off hits the Naga Siren again. Hex to follow it up. These proximity mines starting to explode. Down he goes, and
Eta Gege.
yeah, no buyback. Charge. Killing TK, he'll buy back, but look at the right clicks. Ooh, starting to really output damage. I say starting, but he's been doing it for a while now. And they'll catch Irving. This Vano on the run, but can't survive either, and it will eventually be the Mega Creeps. They're still looking over mid. They still want to get this kill on a Phoenix, but there's the phase shift. Pit of Malice, that comes through. He's still able to blink away and taking the attention once more. All that while the tier 4s are getting taken.
They're playing this for the late game. They think Refresher is going to be on Disruptor. Just kidding. It's not there. It's not happening. Astro Area is going to close it out in a second.
Yeah. Not much they could do.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
So there goes the throne. This will be the first game for Aster Aries. Now on a 3 times winning streak over Team Bright.
They started off way too late. Like, where was this Astro Aries? Or they're just the kryptonite against Team Bright?
Yeah. I mean, this is kind of the Aster Aries that I was expecting to see, and I know it's against Team Bright, but again, like, this is what I think that they were able to accomplish earlier in the year at times, and I kind of wish we kept seeing that from them, but unfortunately, it hasn't been. They did get this victory in game number 1, though, and truth be told, it wasn't that bad of a game from them. There wasn't many mistakes, I would say. One of the biggest, if only ones, was that BKB mishap going for the Roche.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, XWY, I would say this is one of his better performances. He did have this issue whenever I see him play where he's like, oh, I'm off to a good start. Then he has multiple random deaths where he thinks he's going to be able to get the kill, or he gets a kill but still trades his life for a support, which is not worth it in the end. I'd say TK played this game extremely well as well on techies. Like, this early road of Athos changed things a lot. And also Yule Scepter, they go in, he buys a little bit more time. Great against Spirit Breaker. Imitator died 12 times. Undying died 15 times. So 27 total deaths on 2 supports. That's nuts. Like, your own team had 19 kills.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like it wasn't really that bad, but as time kind of went by, it felt really terrible. With giving up all this gold and all these deaths and all this money over to Aster Aries, and you can see some of these fights just getting really excruciating for the side of Team Bright.
Yeah, also, having these tanky hero like Underlord, who was unkillable for long period of time. Like, sometimes he dropped low. There was a big timing on Team Bright. As soon as Nagasaran picked up this heart plus silence, getting this Orchid and Manta style, she did a lot of work in some of these fights. But then again, it was pretty much him and Phoenix, 2 supports. Like you said, that they're getting kills, but it's only on supports. Not if they die 27 times together.
Yeah.
This is just way too many deaths.
So who would you give MVP?
Yeah, I think I'd say TK played really well, but I want to give it to XWY because he's not looking the stream or anything, not watching the stream. But I feel like he needs a little bit of a confidence boost, considering everything with what happened. And I said this was one of his better performances, like this Aghanim Scepter a lot, to be able to control puck. Because Phoenix was popping off. He was sitting at, I think, 6-1 and 6 at one point, and didn't manage to achieve much after that Aghanim Scepter was revealed on XWY.
Yeah. So XWI doing this amazing job and helping to take that game number 1. It looked pretty good overall from Aster Aries, and we'll see if they can do it again as, they're going to be looking towards game number 2 and taking the series 2 over Team Bright. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with that game in just a moment, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right, and welcome back to the Chinese region. Some tiebreakers here for you today, the final day. This is it. We lied yesterday. Today, for some, yesterday. However, game 2, Team Bright, Aster Aries. Aster Aries on a 3-game winning streak over Team Bright. They're trying to make it 4 by taking the 2-0. And taking a look at this draft so far, Lacoste, what are your thoughts? What's the analyst in you looking to say?
Well, it says Magnus was uncontested in the previous series, which is a little bit of a surprise. This hero was way too good
10 seconds
to pass on, I would say. And Morphling first phase.
5 seconds
I guess they're
remaining.
prepping
Team ban.
for potentially like carry Morphling. You also turn into carry Magnus, but even if it's offlane Mag, you turn into him. You have Skewer, you have Empower for yourself, and then you have like 600 damage in the team fight.
Okay. All right, well, 600 damage. We'll see. Techies again.
Ban.
Just every time. Just techies all the time. Great. Amazing. Fun interactive gameplay. Although I will say, I do like the build on techies last game.
10
Yeah, it was dope.
seconds remaining.
Again, Spirit Breaker synergized nicely with Underlord because he's the hero that,
Radiant team ban.
you want to buy this Rod of Atos in your pub game. In a professional game, you want to build auras, use that Fiend's Gate, connect with the rest of the team when they're getting initiated on, pop mech, pop pipe, make them tanky enough, get a couple of random spells, and go back to farming. And that's exactly what Shanxi did in the previous one.
Right.
But techies, no real surprise there. This hero is just too good. If he's available, you should pick it right now. At least for competitive Dota. In pubs, go ahead, pick whatever you feel like. But this is also a different hero, strong laner. We've seen him do a lot of damage, like right-click damage with those early stats because he's universal hero now.
Would you ever think of I guess techies just straight up 4 position? That's it? Never anything higher?
Dire team
I mean, could be lower. Position 5 is also very viable. Tundra loves to run it as position 5 because they do play different heroes on position 4. One hero that we didn't see in China, at least from the games that I've been casting, and I've been casting with you only, so you probably haven't seen it as well. Position 4 Batrider, which is super strong.
Yeah, hey, just the cooldown on Lasso these days feels very strong overall, right? Like you can kind of get this build ready to go very early on, and it's such good control for the team. You can get these pickoffs and really start to snowball out of control. So
They have no control on Bright other than RP, which is very difficult to kill Void Spirit off with.
right.
Let's say they group up techies with one blast off is gonna make a difference. So this bounty will show where Keeper of the Light and Shadow Demon are for techies and Void Spirit. This is a good pickup. I like what Team Bright is making. Adjustment in the second game, Keeper of the Light plus Pango, one of my favorite combos pretty much of all time, as Pango is played as a core with this Diffusal Blade. Morphling does not like to play into. Lower the cooldown on it, makes the hero insanely strong in the mid team fights.
Pango Kato combo, always nice. What do you go for last? Banning a lot of carries. A lot of mana depleters, considering Medusa's not banned.
They could go for Medusa on Bright because they have Keeper of the Light. It's a strong combo.
Medusa
Other
offline
heroes,
still kind of exists, right?
I'm not sure if China toyed too much with it.
Radiant
They
team ban.
want to go with Medusa as a carry. other heroes that are still in the pool that could cause some problems for this Morphling. Well, coming out from the carrier role, there aren't many available because you are looking into some like mixed damage, mana burn. A lot of these have been banned out. Slark, Void,
10 seconds
Anti-Mage.
remaining.
Ooh, they banned Mars. I'm not sure if Astra Ares would pick Mars. This hero is just Garbanzo right now. it's impossible to play it. It feels like you need an extra item. If you use your arena or your spear, you're not existent. Position 5 player is going to deal more damage than you.
Garbanzo beans. Man. Not many. I've seen Mars work with a couple guys, but like you said, it's not exactly that amazing hero at the moment.
There's also, again, Naga Siren for Team Bright. If they want to go for it, might be too slow of a lineup. Since you have Magnus, you have 2 supports who can easily be ran over. A good thing for Bright is 2 supports are extremely good at stacking, and you also have really good heroes to stake the stacks with. Magnus, Pangolier as well. But what is that last hero that Astra Ares is afraid of
All these
against
carries,
Morphling?
Jesus.
Radiant team.
Medusa. Okay. Sure. I mean, I guess it makes sense at this point, right? Like, you're banning out all the Medusa counters. You might as well get rid of Medusa as well.
10 seconds remaining.
Banning an offlaner here. Maybe ban another if they're thinking like that. Underlord is still in the pool here for Astra Ares if they want to go back to that. Seen some tides come out recently.
It's a good Tide game. It really is for Astra Ares. Again, Tide Morphling is also a bit slow, but I feel like Void Spirit can make the space for the team. And you also want to match up what they have in terms of team fight coming out from Magnus. So 1 aura item on Tide Hunter plus a Blink Dagger should be enough. Getting extra gold from this track, laning with techies. So Astra Ares, they need to show the hero, and then Team Bright will counterpick. I feel like this could be like Arc Warden game. They might be desperate on side of Team Bright, and they're like, well, what do we want to pick here?
Bunkus. Oh, Arc Warden. They played Arc Warden?
They played Arc Warden 3 times and lost all 3 of those games. You remember the first day, this is their first showing. They used Arc Warden 2 times in a row.
Yeah. Okay.
Not the hero that I expected. Hero that doesn't have too high of a win rate right now. Sitting at 37%
10 seconds remaining.
win rate, 11 games.
5 seconds
In all of DPC or China?
All of DPC. This hero is not picked too often. For a good reason. Got nerfed way too hard. There are these better offlaners. I don't know if there's like I'm seeing maybe a Monkey King for Astra Ares. Like you could go for I don't know if Ursa's viable anymore. Like if it was a previous patch, I think Ursa would be picked up. A lot of these good carries, a lot of these counter picks to Morphling have been banned out.
Does Ursa really do that well in this matchup?
I'm just thinking, has Ursa even been picked? He's been picked decent amount of times, 26 times, sitting at also 38% win rate. So not the greatest, but yeah, there's also
Naga.
yeah. I mean, we did mention a couple of these heroes.
seconds remaining.
They didn't have many options left in the pool anyway.
Does feel like you're just missing out on the combo, right? Like I guess RP maybe if you want to do that, RP with Song or something.
I gotta be honest, I think I like their draft way more. If they lose the laning stage, they need to fall back to stacks. And Primal Beast is the hero that can take the stacks relatively easy, at least the big ones. Red Panda on Bounty Hunter can scout things out. This game could easily snowball out of control in like 20 minutes for Astro Ares if they're off to a good start. XWI already played Void Spirit in the previous game. This time around, he's going to be playing against Pango, which is an okay matchup. I don't think any of these heroes should die in it unless there's a rotation, because with the shield crash, with the pulse, there's going to be way too much damage mitigation.
Right.
But the hero that I'm looking forward most to see is Shanxi, who's going to be on Primal.
Yeah, I think that's really the standout of this draft, right? Like, you got to make sure that you get a good advantage, because I don't know what Primal Beast does in a lineup like this, or, you know, in the patch these days from behind.
Oh, I thought you wanted to say in general. I don't know what Primal Beast does. Name 3 spells fast from Primal Beast. Go. Without looking.
Uproar. The primaling.
Primaling?
Primaling, onslaughting, trampling. Rock.
Okay, that's 1 out of 3. You have lower win rate than Wind Ranger in terms of guessing.
You put me on the spot.
It's not an easy one.
I just was, playing up the I'm stupid bit.
QWER, and I would say 100% beat up.
That would have been the answer you would have given me had I asked you the question. And I think that's the truth. Right? Sure.
We'll have to think about it. I don't know. Let's see. Red Panda, he's ready to go. Stacking. This is going to be the name of the game for Bright. How much you can stack with 2 heroes that are extremely good at stacking.
Right. Or
we might even see,
right?
Yeah, a Red Panda blocking some of these big camps in the triangle, body blocking, also scouting them out. Ooh, there's like... These illusions should give more gold. Period.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think if you're going to be so free to use them, they should be a bit more punishment, right? So let's see if there's anything going on here. What's the build these days on Primal Beast? Anything different than what we used to see? Because it used to just be first item BKB, right? But like it's not the same anymore.
Vanguard again. If you buy these items on any offlaner, it feels nice. Vanguard, get mana boots, so you're kind of unkillable for the good 5-10 minutes of the game after you pick it up. And then you can disassemble it. I still feel you could get like drums. Drums is always going to be fine.
Gonna go for Undyne, yeah. And this is back to game 1 for him. First blood for the Primal Beast. That's a good way to start it. Especially...
Not the hero you want to give it to, because Naga Siren into Primal Beast, he gets Vanguard early on. You have some magical damage from Shadow Demon, from Shadow Poison, but he should be fine. Like, just 300 gold, less than 300 gold away from this Ring of Health, and then it's going to be pain. All pain in this laning stage.
So giving away immediately that they've got a sentry down, by the way, over in the top lane. So we'll see what Red Panda can do about that to try and get that away from the lane. Not going to be easy. But once this Vanguard comes out, pretty much Primal Beast can stand here and trade, right?
Naga Siren can't really do anything. Mid matchup is going to be trade off farm, shield crash, resonant pulse. Unless someone makes a huge mistake, maybe if Pango gets caught mid-air with Remnant, but other than that, these heroes shouldn't die. So should focus on the 2 side lanes. I think there's a lot of kill threat coming out from Astro Ares in this bottom lane.
Yeah.
Shadow Demon, if he's caught out of position, level 2. He started with Uproar, so will not have trample onslaught available on level 2. But not as much kill threat as I expected.
Not gonna lie, when you were talking about the skills over mid, you were just like, yeah, CSing, right clicking, shield crash, resonant pulse. But you're gonna say resonant sleeper.
Resonant sleeper. Okay.
Yes.
Resonant pulse.
Yeah. Resonant sleeper. One
Imitator.
grenade top and blinding light action. They did take away that sentry. So kind of having a little bit more free reign here is look at that level 2 with the Janata now. But the skewer back, not really going to matter too much, but it's the shockwave that pulls him in again. And now that gives him the opportunity to delete that sentry. And again, not having free reign of the lane to go in with the Shadow Walk and get these Janata hits off.
Red Panda, like he's so tanky. It's not about the player, it's more about the hero. Bounty Hunter, level 2 with 1 stats, 1 Ironwood branch, 9 armor.
Yeah.
That's
His
like
base armor's 8,
35%.
right?
Yeah.
So it's like the second highest in the game.
After
if not the
Terrorblade.
highest, yeah. And he's got the, like, one of the highest base movement speeds as well. Like, he's a really good starting out hero.
A little something extra for the
You can kind of get a lot done early on. with your
Very
early
powerful.
325
Level
movement
1,
speed.
level 2. Doesn't have Blood Grenade this time. But with Orb of Venom slow, with stun from Shadow Walk. Trying to set things up, but needs to kill this sentry.
Yeah, really needs to get rid of that if he wants to be able to do anything on this one. But they're still going forward and forced to use that skewer back. So even with the sentry down, you know, abusing and taking that 12 gold. Hell yeah.
It's a lot of gold. Red Panda making another wraparound, forcing them to use their abilities.
Oh,
Courier,
what? What?
Radiant's courier
There it
has
is.
been killed.
ranged Bounty Hunter.
Yep. Base attack range, very high apparently. And pulling these creeps, making sure that if he's going to pull them that way, they can't pull the creep wave themselves on the side of the Radiant. While bottom lane, TK dying here to Hiduti. Not who you want to be giving up kills to, but the trade will be there for Shanxi on Undyne.
It's a good trade for Astro Ares. You push Primal Beast closer to level 5. With 1 stun on Naga Siren, you could get a kill. It's just like he's gonna use 1 more trample with Sticky Bomb, but Naga Siren's gonna be down to half HP. Doesn't have any region left available going into Power Treads. So after that, when you reset, you're gonna be looking for a kill on He2T.
Red Panda still holding on to the sentry, but now he's got that level 2 in the Janata. So 20 gold. I'm a big fan of that stat at the end of the game. How much gold did I steal? You
And
play
it's
Bounty
2
Hunter.
digits.
And then I still go,
I stole 68 gold.
got him, what idiots.
Stole 1 branch from him throughout the whole game.
Hell yeah, that's what's up. Oh, look at that. 20 golds for shield crash, swashbuckle disruption. Not really worth it in terms of the damage department. Rolling Thunder used, and all right, bye Phoenix.
Rune's gonna spawn. XWI should be able to pick it up. Astro Ares, they are the ones controlling the runes. Blinding Light. DK.
Regen
Kinda
bottom.
forced to use it to take it away from Phoenix. And also forced to use Blast Off. Undyne, he's chasing him. 3 stacks, 4 stacks should be fine.
Oh, let's see. 4 stacks, there's the kill. Can Red Panda get the trade?
It should
He
be fine in
with
terms of
XWI.
getting the kill.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
I don't waste my
Okay.
time.
Did the math already in the head, gets the kill, dies. Not too bad of a trade. Irving's getting some farm in the top lane on Magnus, finishes off his Vanguard, has that extra sustain. Same goes for Shanxi on Primal Beast.
And what are we seeing from him so far? Vanguard, Arcane Boots. Okay. Now he's got that
Radiant's
pulverize.
bottom tower is under attack. Down.
And pulverize pierces debuff immunity. But is it going to be good enough?
Radiant
Like, can you
structures
sustain
are
it? Ooh,
fortified.
Undyne? Dun, 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 dun. It's both wisdom runes, and that's always big. We always talk about those first wisdom runes and how important they are.
P2T is going to die bottom. They're going to chase him down.
Life is very important, but
Oof, no boots and bounty. Okay, he's fine.
Stopping
Unless
the chase.
Radiant's bottom tower.
there's going to be another rotation.
Oh,
DK's
hey,
coming.
just straight up dust. Ah, he had the sentry down. Never mind. And the sentry down. I was like, damn, that was great timing. But sticky bomb, P2T coming back in. I don't know if that's where you want to be, but you do have Phoenix. Swashbuckle, pulverize on cooldown for another 3 seconds. So bumped, and dead.
Good roll from Phoenix.
Yeah.
Gets the kill there. Gets the last hit as well. Will push him closer to his diffusal blade.
Tower is under
He needs to be the one who's active. Same goes for XWI. I think we say that a lot. DK does have bottle. And gonna give him empty bottle. XWI, double damage now available.
Ooh. Oh. Sticky bomb. And you're going to stay for these wards. I'm going to make sure to get the kill. TK with the blast off KS. That's a bit of a kill steal for sure there.
Oh.
Disruption, swashbuckle, disarm, and uh-oh. Well, Phoenix now having to run this double damage, doing a lot here as they've got Red Panda. They'll miss the Aether Remnant, but with the Shadow Walk, oh, the RP on 2! Saved him with the Skewer. RP doesn't do enough just yet, but XWI eventually falls to Undyne, and there's the Sticky Bomb. Red Panda trying to dance around here as they get the dust off.
And we'll farm the stacks now on Irving, maybe. Phoenix could be the one that actually takes some of these stacks with Swashbuckle. Has mana sustain from Chakra Magic, which
Oh,
is level 3, and
gosh.
Phoenix gets a solo kill. Okay. These are some, like, I would say very uncharacteristic kills that they should be getting right now. These are some solo kills. This is really good coming up from Phoenix. 10 plus minutes on the Fusel Blade, ready to go. No mana boots, however, but does have that mana sustain from Keeper of the Light.
Bottom lane, Aether Remnant waiting for him to come out of the disruption, and XWI will get back into the hot seat with that kill. But they've brought 3 heroes here. There's the Ensnare, Swashbuckle, Rolling Thunder, XWI in trouble. He does have Dissimulate and another Astral Step, but
Didn't
which way
use
does he
it.
want to go? Goes across, has the Resonant Pulse, has the shield, Uproar, Trample, Imitator, getting low, and now they've got the Onslaught, Pulverize. Uh-oh, this is a problem, but E2T, he's going to survive. The Solar Bind slowing down Shanxi and making sure that, well, nobody dies on the side of Team Bright.
They needed some extra damage. They needed either Bounty Hunter or Techies to be there. Techies with a couple of Sticky Mines should be enough. No Skewer, it already has been used. Gets the Big Ball
Shuriken.
Bounty,
Oh,
only
Blinding Light.
level 4.
No way.
Reduces the cooldown on that
Yep.
Skewer.
1
Let's see if he can
second,
get out of the trouble.
And is he away? XWI now chasing. Adaptive Strike. That will get the kill. Ooh, finally finds it. But it is looking like a lot of lack of damage here for the side of Aster Ares.
One hero who's not farming well is He2T. Like, lowest net worth 4 on Naga Siren feels really bad. Does have like stacks to fall back to and also Empower to clean them. Not your casual Empower user, but will do the trick in this game. I think he needs to be the one to take some of these stacks to get to that Manta style timing.
What's he looking at right now? Yasha, kind of not that fast at the moment. The lowest farmed core, that's for sure. 8 stacks. Ooh-wee. Look at these ancients. They can't even fit in their own camp.
We mentioned it that this game is all about stacking from Shadow Demon.
Well, you said that was the name
Keeper
of the
of the
game,
Light.
but isn't it called
Yeah,
Dota
the
2?
game is called Dota 2. by Val, but you got me.
Got him. TK. He's getting got. Reactive taser and 2 stacks of the shadow poison. There's the ensnare and the kill.
Dire's middle tower is under
Big timing. Phoenix and Imitator are gonna play together. Chakra Magic maxed out. -6 seconds on both Shield Crash and Swashbuckle. They should use this. I want to see them play aggressive with these 2 heroes. Maybe they clear the stacks. Seems like they want to do that as we speak.
But it's going to be Phoenix, not Naga.
Phoenix, he's going to be the carry of this game. They want to push him closer to his Aghanim Scepter as soon as possible. Another Chakra in a second. Something so satisfying about this Swashbuckle sound.
Yeah, I guess so.
Dire's top tower.
You know, really shredding on the
Dire's structures are
guitar? Mandolin? Mandolin?
These are the guns, I think, that he's holding.
Yeah, but the guitar sound when he does it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm waiting now.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, well, you're probably going to see it mid. There are 3 heroes here. You might try to step up in a position. Yeah, it's like a very quick strumming of the strings.
Yeah, you're right. I've never heard it before, and I play Pango. Like, he's one of my most played heroes. I guess I focus on the gameplay more than sounds that hero would make.
Why the sound design in this game is so good.
It's true.
Helps me cast. Demonic Purge, Astral Step, that's 1, that's 2. Simulate, not on the high ground. There's another Swashbuckle, Shield Crash, XWI, Resonant Pulse, Rolling Thunder, and with Thunder comes a lot of lightning, and, well, lightning's got a lot of energy, and that's a lot of damage, which is energy, and they get that kill on XWI.
Radiant are scared.
I got there eventually. But XWI's died twice now, and he's sitting now bottom of the net worth on the cores. Not where you want to be.
Phoenix is destroying this game on Pango, playing with Keeper of the Light. Still morphling is farming, so that's fine. But in terms of like matchup, Bounty, Red Panda still level 5, 15 minutes into the
gosh.
game.
Yeah, they really want this track to start getting anything out of it, but it seems like in a lot of bounty hunter games, when you don't get this track quickly enough, you really start to lose out on that potential. Like, it never comes or it never catches up. Bounty just stays low because he's a 5 position, right? And you're not getting the level 2 track or the level 3 track at that point in the game. Wisdom Rune
Dire's middle tower is under
is up for grabs on the Dire side. You'd think that'd be a little bit more important.
Especially because your Bounty's level 5. Let's see where he decides to TP to. It's like they want to maybe make some kind of a rotation, use Shanxi, who is, level 10, going into Guardian Greaves, about to finish it off. I think this is where you take the fight, but the problem is Pango's doing so much work. Phoenix is just 800 gold away from Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, he's really farmed. You do have Morphling by this Wisdom Rune. You really should want to pick it up. They do finally have level 6. They've got track available, so now if they can get these kills, you can start getting some work done here. Start throwing out the tracks. It's on to Phoenix, but the Solar Bind, look at that. No mana left here on Shanxi. So Imitator, he's in some trouble. Red Panda's still trying to get these tracks out. They get the kill on Shanxi, and they just don't have damage on Aster Ares. Really just lacking any sort of damage. They brought Ulu into the fight, and what's he really supposed to do? Song and the control RP. And this should be another kill, and it will be. XWI dead for the 3rd time.
Bright really bringing in some interactive gameplay here. Pango, Aghanim Scepter done. Does have Empower, does have Aghanim Scepter. This is gonna hurt, and Pango's not afraid of any of these heroes, pretty much. He can overextend, get out of the trouble with 1 Disruption, 1 Chakra Magic to lower the cooldown of his abilities, And other cores are catching up. Like there's 3 cores from Bright that are in top right now.
XWI has nothing. His net worth's being doubled here by his opponent. It's really not going well for him. There is always that point where Morphling does get that Ags, right?
Still far away from it.
Yes,
This is
but-
a lot of small items, Falcon Blade, Morbid Mask, now finished off Manta style, which is fine. So you have the spell mechanic against Ensnare, against Pangos, Lucky Shot, Shield Crash, Solar Bind,
XWI.
XWI. Trying to bait here.
Oh, yeah, maybe they get some track gold, but they're immediately TPing in Phoenix. Like, how long should they be willing to stay on this?
Multiple TPs coming in.
The proximity mines are so fast from TK, but if they just trade on this, that may not be worth it. Ended up getting the track gold kill there. They used the dust. Red Panda on
Didn't
the run,
connect
didn't
on
hit
Red
him,
Panda.
and he's able
He's
to
out.
survive. So a track kill, again, that's really their comeback mechanic here. And Red Panda staying near, maybe looking and hoping to get another kill with that track if they find a support out of position.
Ooh, this is also a big pickup. He2T understands that mana, if they can burn it, Esther Ares can't take a fight. So this is the old school build on Naga Siren. We see it being picked up more often nowadays because this item can be upgraded into Diffusal 2, aka Disperser.
Already out of mana. I mean, he wants that high 5, but truthfully, I don't know if you can be that confident with no mana like that. Red Panda, again, needing to try and run. Takes out an Obs Ward and gets himself a little bit of gold under his belt. And immediately loses his own Obs that he placed there. These heroes looking like they're going to clash. They've got the dust. It's on to this bounty, and he is dead immediately. They go the other way, and they're trying to get a kill here onto
It's a long
XWI, but a
TP.
good TP spot. Good enough spot for him to securely get out of that one, considering the fact that they did have RP, and they could have just killed him if they spotted him for a second with a harpoon.
How do you even itemize against this mana burn? I think the answer is no, you can't. You just have to deal with it.
Middle tower is under attack.
It's also going to be very annoying because there's going to be random swashbuckles, lower cooldown swashes, Naga Siren with the illusions. In terms of AoE, they don't have much. They don't have this like hero that Naga Siren, if she gets, I'd say 5 slotted in this game is going to be over.
Yeah, I could see that.
Dire's top tower
Looks like
is
they
under
might fight again, and they've got track available, but look at that. Wow. They were right on top of these heroes with that jumping Aether Ram name. However, Phoenix dying is so much gold going for XWI with the track on it, too.
600. This Road of Athos coming in clutch one more time from TK. Same item build.
And they want more Onslaught, Waveform. Red Panda needs to get in and get these tracks. That's exactly what he's done here onto the Magnus. He goes to the RP with the Harpoon. They get the kill on the TK.
They're
They'll take
solo.
out Shang
Ulu.
Tsung, and
Oh,
Ulu's
no.
just dead. Oh, gosh. That is awful for the side of Aster Ares, and it's going to go and get worse with Red Panda dying to Imitator.
They overcommitted. After getting that one kill, I think you go back to farming. Magnus with Harpoon is no joke. All it takes is a couple of right clicks, gets multiple man RP. So Aster Ares being very impatient going in. I think you wait it out. Wait until this Aghanim Scepter is online.
tower is under attack.
Turn into, like, you have 2 good heroes that you can turn into. Like, even Pango is a third option that is also fine.
Ooh. Oh. Just escaping.
Is under attack.
Again, close though. Trying to get something with Shang-Chi. However, mid, He2T. It's going to drop here. TK working with that Rod of Atos again. They were able to kill off that Naga Siren.
Oof, this
That is a big kill
an
to get.
An expensive kill across the river as Naga Siren. That's why you have the illusions. Bit of a mistake there from He2T.
Yeah. Red Panda is now all of a sudden, he's kind of getting some gold, some semblance of gold in this game. And you can see, like, Techies has gold as well, and he's gone that route of Atos. He wants to go Yules again.
Spell Shield Crash, Empower, good way of saving people. Maybe once you get like some extra gold, he's holding on to Philosopher's Stone, so
Big bad feeling.
40 minutes, 50 minutes into the game, you might be able to get that Wind Waker, which has been buffed as an item. This is one of the most fun, probably the most fun item, I would say, in whole Dota. It's just you don't get the chance to buy it too often.
XWY, who had died a couple times in a row, he's going into the Manta style. And then Ags for Morphlings, 1,000 gold away.
I like what I see. Adjustment to deal with Naga Siren. This has been done before. Going into Mjolnir. But there's also the other thinking, I would say, when Morphling played into like PL. He could be the one buying the Fusel Blade and then turning into like PL, getting illusions, getting that mana burn.
Doesn't look like they'll contest this Roche at all.
Way of thinking if you're playing into Naga Siren, but I think Mjolnir overall is a better adjustment. Yeah, they can't contest this. Playing into RP, playing into Song, even if they get here, it's not gonna be enough. When does this Primal Beast come online? That's my question. Because we haven't seen much from Shanxi.
Yeah, it just seems like such an odd pick, right? You don't really understand it and find yourself in this position where it's just like, what do I do? Meanwhile, Track and Pavis, Force Staff, Waveform, and one more shot needed. Aether Remnant, Disruption, and got him. So they finally get that kill there. Manta, trying to run. Rolling Thunder, he's in trouble. Gonna need some help. They'll go to the Pulverize with the BKB. Look at the damage coming into the Phoenix. They get the Aegis out of his hands, and they're gonna onslaught right on top of the Naga Siren. He2T is dead, so is Undyne. Second life of Phoenix is gone. What a fight here from Aster Ares. Oh my God.
This changed to Pulverize in 7.33 that it now pierces debuff immunity, and also Pango's Rolling Thunder is not, not an old BKB. You're not spell immune, so Shanxi, he comes into play. We were wondering what the thing is about the hero, and gets the BKB off, catches him in place. They kill him one time, and He2T, he's not tanky enough. This Diffusal Blade pickup, like, he's not dealing damage. This all started with Imitator, again, same spot where He2T died a minute ago.
Then they try to fight this.
Oh, I think they lost like 7,000 or 8,000 net worth in the last few minutes. Like, this just one fight is 6,000 net worth down the line, down the drain, like, just gone.
Well, the Track, they had it on Undyne. They get the kill there, and then they were, I believe, able to get it again on Phoenix for the second time. It's just like, yeah, you're going to be giving up a lot of gold that way, and all of a sudden the net worth lead is in the hands of Aster Ares. That is insane.
A lot of items now on their side. XWY, who was, and is still kind of in recovery mode considering everything, does have Manta style. Going into Nullifier, this is the big item, which means no Pavis, removes Empower. These like 4 staffs are also going to be nullified.
Track,
why are they across the river?
And dead. He just dies there, and that is a lot of gold. Again, Track gold's coming through, and from last in the net worth now over this Shadow Demon, at least for a split second there, was Red Panda. So bottom lane, Undyne's dead again. Like, they are just, all of a sudden, Aster Ares, they feel an opening, and they play ultra aggressive.
These kills, Bright, are falling apart. Like, the decision making, it feels like they don't know what to do. Now, Aster Ares, like, after winning 2 fights in a row, I would say that they are the ones controlling the fight.
Naga? Hello? He2T, Song. Oh, God. Is this far enough away? Yeah.
Ooh, Shanxi Didn't get the BKB off, had Pulverize ready with the connection from Blast Off. One proximity mine or a two would land them the kill there. But we see the power of this mana burn. Also, Phoenix, he slowed down after that one death. Second death as well with Aegis. XYW. Going for a different item build. He was thinking about getting Nullifier, but wants to have more damage. This is a bit of a late deso.
Yeah.
27 minutes into the game. Still going to be able to kill these supports with relative ease, I would say. Needs to put it in his inventory,
Backpack
though.
Tesso. Yeah. I've always heard of Backpack Tesso. I don't know why that saying it like that. It just sounds like a Harpoon. Score. BKB, Onslaught, now the track with the Shuriken. They're going in. They hit the Aether Remnant. They got an Astral Step once again. Shang-Chi's in a little bit too far, and that BKB has worn out. But they come over. He's now the Pango on this Morphling. RP was used, and look at the waveform. The damage might be here for Ulu, and that could be a problem. But they've already lost TK. They've lost Shang-Chi. Can they do anything with just 3 heroes as they look at the Naga Siren? They get the Astral Step. They get the kill with the track on the Naga, and Hiduchi's going to fall. That's good gold for Aster Ares, despite the fact that they lost 2.
How about an awkward fight for Aster Ares? Undyne. Using that aggressive disruption. But Ulu turning into Pango, getting the swashbuckle, getting those shield crashes off, and now with Satanic, he's super tanky. Big damage numbers, like the highest amount of damage was dealt by Magnus in the previous fight, which is pretty nuts to think about. This offlaner with this new build, Manta style as well, to dispel track, get... Like, he can dodge some of the things, he can dispel reactive taser. Pango, of course, on top of the chart in terms of
Turn
damage.
into the Magnus. Skewer. Oh, the Shuriken. Oh. So close.
500 damage now on Morphling with Empower. I think he should be turning into... If there's, like, no Magnus in this game, he could easily turn into Naga Siren, but since Mag deals well with Naga Siren illusions, he's not going to go for it. Yeah. Empower still up and running.
Oof. Oh. Running. Running the other way. Interesting. I didn't think anybody was nearby, and there really isn't anybody nearby. They probably could have just committed to that tower.
We see it. They don't. Still being afraid of repositioning tools. Harpoon Skewer, Blink Skewer. RP about to come off cooldown.
They caught that on that obs. Magnus was just there. So they're gonna spot him. He skewers under the tier 2 tower. And they've got that track. So now Manta to get that track off. Doesn't look like the commitment's coming through though.
Here comes the big item on Morphling. Maelstrom for now, gonna be Mjolnir relatively soon with the amount of farm that Ulu has. Should be up there in no time. And another XP rune that is about to be picked up by Ulu. This is the second, maybe even the third one. So we'll push him closer to level 25. Just cracked level 22.
Wow. Yeah, considering that Naga Siren's just only about to hit level 18, of course, a lot of that gold is always created and generated by illusions.
Yeah, the Naga Siren's a different hero where you don't farm all these places where you're getting the gold from because of the illusions.
Right.
Morphling needs to be there to get the farm.
So take that bottom tier 2. And Roshin 14 potentially. If it's an instant Rosh. Insta Rosh, you just throw it into the microwave for 2 minutes and then boom.
It sounds so American. You guys love microwave. And there's a new one with
The air fryer.
air fryer. Yeah, I forgot the name for it.
Air fryers, I don't have one, but it's supposed to be good. Use like a touch of oil. It's not really like frying. It's healthier.
We'll have to wait for some of the research to come through in a couple of years.
Well, just like it did for microwaves. Everybody was scared of microwaving food. It's actually not like bad.
Dire's top
Microwave food is bad. Microwave is not bad.
Yeah, the microwave itself is not bad, but like you
Yes.
can actually, if you know how to use a microwave, you can, you know,
Dire's middle tower
do some work with it. Not that I do. I cook my food in an oven, on a grill. Come in there. I just had, I just picked up some halloumi, cut that up into some fries, and then just boom, right on a pan.
Sounds great.
Oh yeah.
Now I'm hungry.
Dire's middle
Let's see who else is hungry. Aster Ares seems like they want to take this fight. Roshan respawning in a minute and a half. Just a couple of bombs have been planted by DK already in this area.
Morphling. Oh, immediate blink RP. Into the double proximity mine. They go to the BKB. Can they help out? Pulverize, waveform, backlines. He's ensnared. He's in trouble, but got the Guardian Greaves. Now they go to the Song. Oh, on the back end. Imitator. He's able to TP out. They've got the skewer into XWI. He's all the way on the backlines without any help. They have the track. It's on to the Pango, but he's able to get away. And they
No
have
one's
left
dying
the
yet.
Naya Siren by himself. So Hiduchi is going to try and fight. Wu turns into the Pango Leer. They've got Red Panda over and off to the side. They go to the Raw Toes coming up from TK. Blast off. There's the kill on a TK Shanxi and Red
Hiduchi
Panda.
so low.
But Hiduchi sitting low eventually falls to Ulu, who pops that Satanic. He needs to heal up, but the Will-O-Wisp is there. So they've got the sleep. They have the control.
He's
They
out
hit
of
the first
mana.
hit bash. He's dead. XWI falls too, and that's a full team wipe.
These are some big kills coming out. Like first, Morphling gets in, uses Satanic. Sleep comes in immediately after, so he's sitting at very low HP. They try to burst him down from 100 to 0, and they were very close at doing so. But XWI, I think Shadow Demon needs to be taken out. They need to find him, go for some kind of a wraparound, and kill him off immediately, because he's doing a lot of work. He's the hero that dealt most damage in the fight. Spamming this Shadow Poison, using Disruption on Morphling,
Oh, TK.
creating illusions of him.
bottom tower
Woo-wee. Proximity mines, reactive taser, but Yules, pulverize. Guardian Greaves not enough, but they are going to lose Irving and a Rolling Thunder to leave here for Phoenix. A lot of
Shanxi
gold on that
needs-
kill on Irving.
Yeah, but Shanxi needs to get another item. Like, his next item needs to be super impactful. I see Kaya Sanj. That's okay. I think Shiva's Guard also could be the big one to slow them down, reduce some of the healing coming out from Keeper of the Light. And also in terms of the attack speed, they don't have much to kill this Will-O-Wisp with. Unless it's out of position, Morphling will focus it down. Other heroes are not going to waste their time.
I like what Bounty Hunter's building. He's going for the Hex.
Yeah, he's getting relatively close to it. Needs 2,000 gold with Philosopher's Stone and one good fight. That's Hex for the next fight.
Oh, Lincoln's pop, but that allows them to go to the Pulverize E2T. Aether Remnant, Onslaught, Will-O-Wisp. That'll stop some of the control, but the BKB, it's not going to matter that you're singing that song of the Siren. Oof, just getting away. Will-O-Wisp is a big nuisance to this Aster Ares side.
Lack of damage. They need Ulu, but Song of the Siren, he does not have a BKB available. We'll buy it eventually. This mana burn has been causing a lot of problems for him. Roshan, available on Dire's side. This is the second one. Cheese plus Aegis, and they know that they just used the song.
And coming into the fight is going to be very difficult. And starting to throw out these tracks. But Undyne, he's got that demonic cleanse.
He also has 3 charges of that, plus also having Demonic Purge. Multiple charges with Aghanim Scepter.
So they've got the proper vision, but there is a Sentry Ward that's being shown off here as Illusions take out that Observer Ward. Proximity mines exploding, and they've smoked up on a couple heroes. They're starting to set up, though, on Aster Ares. Can they get into the Roche pit? And they start doing this. Roche, it's very difficult for them. Swashbuckle comes through, and Hiduchi is going to turn off that Watcher and send these Illusions in.
BKB is on back available on Primal Beast.
which means he can go in for the Pulverize. They pop the Lincolns. They have the Astral Step. It goes into the roll-up. The RP. Oh, again, the Rolling Thunder, but now the Pulverize. Will-O-Wisp is down, but the damage is lacking. Shang-Chi, he uses the Pulverize, and then he needs to run. They got to kill on a Phoenix. They took the Pango out. So can they get anything more from this? Was able to run away. And Primal Beast is out for now. Blast off misses. Irving's dead from Ulu. Yule's up into the air. 4 stacks of the Shadow Poison. They'll take out TK. And a couple of Lotus Petals picked up as they go to the Song. Solar Bind, that lands on XWI. But he's invis thanks to the Shadow Blade, and I don't think they know they caught him. So turns into this Pangolier. They go to the Onslaught. That will be short of the Rocky Bridge, but the Blinding Light pushes him up there. And they start to retreat, but this should allow them to go for Roche.
Yeah, without Magnus, without Pango, like, they managed to burst Magnus. He goes in, Shang-Chi pops his BKB, Pulverize as well. This, like, change to Pulverize has been massive so far. Red Panda, Lotus Orb, it's going to drop anyway. Roshan.
Naga back, and they need to see if they can get this Aegis.
I don't know if they can. Shang-Chi doesn't have much mana to work with. Neither does XWI. Their mana is getting burned by all these illusions. Pango's online in 10 seconds. Imitator?
You can get here via... No, they don't have recall. They don't have the shard on the Gatekeeper of the Light. And they're going to get the Aegis into the hands of Ulu, so now you're going to look to just fight, right? Hiduchi, he's trying to get in. Mirror Image, Astral Step. They find themselves this Coddle. They go to the Rod of Atos, but the Disruption saved. The Rolling Thunder coming out from Phoenix once again. They put the Lincolns onto him, but can they get this kill? They'll take out Imitator. Swashbuckle, shield crashing, killing off TK, and now they look at XWI, who's invis.
No, they don't seem the Shadow Blade value.
The value back-to-back for this.
He needs to get out, and he will. Like, not your usual build, and your cores are not going to be buying Dust at this point of the game because they're pretty much 6-slotted. Naga Siren is Pango, could maybe throw in a Dust instead of his Boots of Travel. But big sneaky Roche coming out from Aster Ares. They've been there for a long time. Shadow Demon needs to be taken out immediately in some of these fights because he does way too much, keeping the distance, getting those saves. XWI picks up Wisdom Rune, gets level 22 from it. Morphle got level 25 in the previous fight, so does have that extra 40% cooldown. And now Waveform is like 7.2 seconds cooldown ability that does attack all the illusions, so you get the procs from Maelstrom as well. Mindbreaker on Pango. Uh-oh. Chuckles. We're in danger. Other team is in danger.
I'm in danger.
Oh no,
Thank you, Ralph.
what have you done again?
Yeah, getting caught out. I just cannot believe how good TK is with the proximity mine placement. So, all 3 in a second.
Like Minefield is going to be available now. Aghanim Scepter being delivered as we speak. But he has no business to be in that place. I could understand if he's the one holding the Aegis, so they try to bait. The rest of the team wasn't even close to try to connect. Still a 6k gold lead for them. But now Bounty will have Hex available, so he can initiate from Invis. Like, let's say someone's split pushing. Shadow Walk stun, plus Hex, plus another Shadow Walk stun. That's like good 6 seconds of control.
Oh, it's 1.6 on the Shadow Walk, and then, I mean, it doesn't exactly line up that one, but Harpoon.
6 seconds.
Skewer, and let's see, RP, it's going to be on the Bounty. They get the kill on the Red Panda to start this one off. They go to the Pulverize. Do they have the damage? They're going to buy back here on the Naga Siren. Hiduchi is going to come back into the fight. They get the kill on the Phoenix, and now they're going to look over at Irving. All that's going on. They have taken out XWI, who is well deep into the base. They've got some catch on to Ulu. Does have an Aegis to work with. Blast off away by TK for the
caught him both.
And he catches him here. He has cheese. Can he eat it? Nope. Aegis, Ags, Satanic, a problem. The Skewer, and no cheese ever eaten. Got the Satanic off, but didn't get the cheese off.
No point to use it there. He's dead anyway. But now they need to get something done from it. 90 seconds without Morphling. 2 huge buybacks. Both Phoenix and Nagasiren bought back in the previous fight. And he's going to drop that cheese. So XWY can't pick it up. 70 seconds now. They need to force some kind of a buyback. No buyback available, however, on Morphling. XWY doesn't have one available as well. It's kind of hard to have a good read whether Morphling does or doesn't have buyback at this point of the game.
Some win conditions here, and there is a Wisdom Rune picked up. Tormentor, not going to be bothered with.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
See what they can do. Onslaught. Will-O-Wisp, BKB, Astral Step, that comes in. Rolling Thunder, that lands, goes into the Dissimulate. They've got the Pulverize onto the Magnus, but this is going to be Shanxi in a lot of trouble. This Will-O-Wisp is such a pain in the ass for him, and he's unable to get out. So Shanxi's dead. He's got buyback, but there's the Rod of Atos, Sticky Bomb, Proximity Mine. Minefield Sign is down, and that's the Tier 3 gun, so they break the high ground first. But again, you got to remember that they did buy back on these heroes. So if you don't make it out of this when the Morphling comes back up, you're really asking for it, especially with E2T chasing that Techies for a second.
They're looking for an
E2T,
opportunity. Shanxi,
and they get
if they
him,
get the
they've
good
got the
initiation, Shanxi will buy back.
It's on to Irving, and they start to back away. Morphling is not
Bottom barracks are under attack.
committing to the engagement yet. Swashbuckle bashing. Mana being a little bit depleted. Naga Siren still sitting towards the back here. They popped out Lincolns. They've got the Rod of Atos. There's the waveform. They've got
Good
the Skewer
skewer back.
turns into the Magnus. They go to the RP, but it's only onto the Techies. They look over this Naga Siren, but the disruption's there. They've got the save, and there's the Will-O-Wisp, and they've gone to the song. Minefield Sign! It was worth value! E2T goes down! Oh my god, it activated and blew him up! I cannot believe it. They are gonna take out Imitator.
And they want to get more Phoenix.
Yeah, I
Can
guess
they get
kill
him
them
as well?
both. That's just the game, right? They both bought back before. They
Yeah,
could run through
Roshan's
these
not going to
towers so
respawn.
fast.
That's 1 minute and 40 seconds. That was such a nice play from Ulu. Turns into Magnus, gets the Skewer back deeper inside the base, pops the BKB. Shadow Demon try to buy a little bit more time with this disruption, but still not enough. They do have enough damage coming up from Morphling, who turns into... Oh, down to half mana already.
They've got the Hex, and look at the damage onto Irving. They'll get the kill. They'll find Phoenix, and they're in the base. I mean, the disruption, it can only save so much. Will-O-Wisp is down. Waveform to the edge of the Will-O-Wisp. They've got the Pavis, but the Astral Step and Harpoon. There's the kill on a Phoenix. They'll take out the Will-O-Wisp. They'll eat the cheese.
Oh, that's 2 minutes without Pango, a minute
Yeah.
without Naga Siren.
That's
so
enough
they
time.
give cheese to Morphling. Ulu goes back to full HP, full mana, and now they're going to clean up.
Yeah, disruption waiting for it. Skewer, that lands, and that means he's dead. GG's going to be called. Aster Aries get the 2-0 over Bright again, and they win that extra $1,000.
Whew, crazy game. Like, the second game was pretty damn nuts. Because a lot of mistakes. You didn't know which way it's going to go, but some really nice plays. Primal Beast, this change to his Pulverize, that it goes through magic debuff immunity, sorry. And allowing him to control these BKB targets, allowing him to control Pango during the Rolling Thunder while he pops his BKB. That was pretty insane. But I think Ulu played an amazing Morphling game. Like, there's something about these Chinese Morphling players that does allow them to kind of 1 versus 5 most of the time. There was one game in this DPC tour where Emo kind of popped off, but still unable to win the game, but kept him single-handedly inside the game for like another good 20-25 minutes.
Dude, I can't believe Minefield Sign, MVP.
Yeah, TK
Actual
did some
legitimate
work.
MVP. Look at this. They like pinged it out. Bring him towards this. Yes. And then, hey, you got to stop moving. Otherwise, it kills you. No.
And also,
Jesus.
Like, I do like that He2T went for another Diffusal Blade. Phoenix popped off completely in the first 20-25 minutes, played off with Imitator, reducing his cooldown. He was the one controlling these team fights. This Diffusal Blade's burning mana on Morphling, on Primal Beast. Like, supports also didn't manage to do much. Red Panda was kind of staying far away from the fights, and this was kind of nail in the coffin that he manages to catch Phoenix on XWY. He also was very, like, he was shut down completely at the early stages of the game, but manages to make a great comeback. The Shadow Blade pickup, he survived, I believe, like 3 or 4 times.
Paying
he
value.
Needed to die. Yeah, a lot of value from the item for sure.
Now, paid dividends when he was able to escape early on in the in that Roche fight that happened over towards top. I would have to say Ulu is probably my MVP, but I want to give it to TK. I just love what he's doing with his techies, but you have to give it to Ulu, right?
Yeah, I agree. Ulu had an amazing game, like even in the previous one. In the previous game on Faceless Void, he was all over the place, landing some good chronos, joining fights, held on to BKB for a long time. And love the itemization. Did pick up BKB to deal with Song of the Siren so he can lock onto a target and kill it, and went for Mjolnir against Naga Siren and the Illusions.
Yeah, I mean, the BKBs, you could feel the like, you could feel it kind of really being a problem towards the lower durations when they had Will-O-Wisp. Like, I definitely saw that there were some bright spots for Bright when they were trying to like have this control. I think the ideas were there, but ultimately, like, through adversity, Aster Ares did pretty well.
They got caught way too many times, like Keeper of the Light 2 times, He2T 2 or 3 times across the river alone with no team to back him up. I think this type of a play is fine. When they try to commit, if Shadow Demon is behind you, you get the disruption off, maybe a song, rest of the team comes in, they're already in a bad spot, swashbuckle 2-3 times, already down to half mana, then you take a fight.
Yeah. So, you know, we had He2T get caught, and we take a look at the schedule remaining today. We've got Aster Ares, who took the 2-0, so 4 wins in a row over Team Bright. Now, the one that really, really matters is the one coming up next. It will decide who's going to the major. Is it going to be Azure Ray, the artist formerly known as YBB, or is it going to be Extreme, technically the sister org or brother org of this this Azure Ray team? So, I mean, that'll decide that, and then Aster against IG will decide second place in the DPC for China and third place. So, you know, these next 2 matchups are pretty big and pretty important overall.
Yeah, some of the good matchups. The second one is the most hyped one, of course, because major slot is on the line. And IG, they sneaked in. They're not going to be fighting for the second place. Like, maybe even getting extra 100 DPC points and hoping that they do well in that major, during the Bali major. But the next series, I don't know. I don't know. Like, my heart says Azure Ray, but my brain says Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, I think I'm in a similar sense, but I don't know. It's tough to want to vote against Somnus and the guys, right? Like, it's just so tough. Azure Ray is the team you want to see at this major. So, you know, we'll have to see what ends up happening there, what happens between Aster and IG, right? Like, there's just so much to be played for in the second and third series, which will be coming up next. So like I always say, snacks, water, maybe go to the bathroom. You know, get yourself ready for this. You're not going to want to miss a thing. We just saw a minefield sign kill in this series. Has anybody done that in a pro game? I don't know, but you might have missed it if you're just catching this right now. But you got to catch these next 2 series. You got to be there. And we're going to be throwing it to a quick break. We'll see you guys soon. So stay tuned. Be right back.
Welcome one and all here for the actual last day of the DPC as we are wrapping up these tiebreakers, wrapping up these major slots and saying goodbye to the Chinese region with one last set of games. And today we're going to be witnessing the best game, I think, AR versus Extreme Gaming. One slot left to go to the major. So the fact that AR came into this Lizard, they were so close. Had they just beaten Team Bright, they wouldn't even be here in these tiebreakers. They'd already be at the major, but that's not the way the cookie crumbled. So now they have to deal with the consequences of prior losses. So first, tell me, how do you feel about what the matchup is going to bring? And also, how are you doing this morning, bro?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm feeling really good. Looking forward to some Dota. I woke up 1 minute and 30 seconds ago. And I can't wait to watch the series because, yeah, like for me, Azure, they were the team to take it all. They were the chosen one for me, and they failed me. What do I require? I don't know, redemption, maybe?
There we go.
Something like that. I want to see them actually perform much, much better than they have performed so far. But Azure, for me, even though I really, really value them highly, I think perhaps is not there yet when it comes to team cohesion, when it comes to just being strong mentally as a team.
Definitely have seen some cracks in the AR armor throughout the course of the DPC tour. Of course, there have been some cracks in the Extreme Gaming armor as well, and they also find themselves here a little bit by surprise, having anticipated getting themselves into the top 4 without the need and necessity of these qualifiers. But here they are. They got to deal with this. They ended up losing the series against AR. The critical one, though, is the game they lost against Extreme Gaming. That one is, I think, what's really turned everything around. They'll be looking for revenge, but I don't think they'll be very happy with their performances. They'll be aware that there's an additional gear that they need to get into. We've seen some very high highs from them, but the consistency has just not been there for Extreme Gaming. So both of these teams have a lot to play for here. And I think probably a little bit more for Extreme Gaming, because for AR, whether or not they get to the major, it's pretty much just a practice run for them, right? They simply cannot qualify for TI at this point. They'd have to win the major and still not actually be in the top 12. But for Extreme Gaming, they actually could get there reasonably if they perform well enough at the major. So there's a bit of an additional pressure gamut for them that there just isn't for Azure at the moment.
There's a little bit of pressure, of course, but that pressure can be put to good use, right? Because you have something to actually fight for. Meanwhile, for Azure, they just want to get to the major. And let's be honest, it's a Bali major. Everyone and their mothers wants to be there. Like every single player here that is probably hiding from their family where the major is going to be like. Else, everyone is going to be pulling your sleeve. Hey, what about that major? You told me before you had two-person rooms, right? Please take me with you. So
Let's go to Bali.
Everyone wants to get there, right? Like that's 100% the chance. So I think the stakes are high for both of these teams, even though one of them cannot get to the TI.
One of them can't go to TI, and only one of them can get to the major. I find it also quite intriguing that between AR and the side of Extreme Gaming, both of them are part of technically the same grander organization. They are sister teams. So whoever goes, you end up having to be happy for your organizational teammate. You can't be too salty about the loss. And that makes it even worse, right? Sometimes I want to lose and have the right to be salty about it. But now I actually have to cheer you on. I have to be magnanimous in defeat. Nah. I don't want to see that. But of course, one of those two teams is going to have to bring up that magnanimity. The other one will just be jubilant in their victory. We're going to be finding out which team is which very shortly as we are about to get into our draft here. Azure Array on the Radiant side with first pick, and we have Extreme Gaming on the Dire side with second pick. So what are we anticipating here, Liz? Anything that you want to see that has been ignored over the last few weeks, or is it going to be business as usual? Techies bans, Beastmaster bans, some Magnus picks here and there. Just some normal day in Chinese Dota.
Extreme Gaming's turn to ban.
I think just a normal day. I was muted because my dog is barking already 7 a.m. inviting people to go to work. Anyways, yeah, like Alchemist banned out already. What I was saying is, everything is the same. Good thing I was muted. This hero fell off at the end part of the season, right? Like he wasn't banned out or picked up in the first phase in Pugna. My God.
Wow.
Okay. They really don't want that Pugna Storm. combination. Like it's been popping off in a couple of games, but I don't think it deserves a first ban.
Yeah, I'm also very reluctant to give Pugna that degree of regard. But Extreme Gaming clearly do, afraid of Somnus or Storm. They might have to deal with his Timbersaw, though, as that's going to be our first pick. Ignoring Techies, ignoring Magnus. This was their big option. They didn't even ban Monkey King picking it into it, so
Yep.
they must feel very confident with the Timbersaw. One extra thing on the Alchemist ban. I fully agree. Every other team is bad with it, except XG. XG literally is padding the stats of Alchemist almost by themselves to make this hero seem viable.
I feel like this is the answer to Timber that we see very often. Silencer and Bat. I think those two heroes are picked into Timber. So basically, you get a lot of control with Lasso later on. You get the global silence to deal with him. The last word is annoying. A lot of damage, magic damage coming from Bat. So if you're Timber, you kind of need to itemize into a Lotus or something earlier, which isn't that great. You'd rather be free to do whatever you want to, and usually you just get damage items, right? Like you tank up and you get damage. Which one of these two openers I like more? Still, though, I'd prefer Azure Rays. I think like Timbersaw and Techies. It's two very strong boys currently in the meta. Both coming from the good old Goblin workshop. You can purchase. Timbersaw was very expensive, but he cuts trees very fast. Nothing has changed. I'm sorry, my alarm is going off. This is the alarm for the series.
For the normals, it's a rolling schedule today, yo. So that's why Lizard was caught a little bit off guard. But what can you do?
Actually,
We're here for these tiebreakers.
Actually, not. So I was watching the last series, and when the second game was going on, I'm like, yeah, sure, Team Bright's got this. So I kind of put on the alarm just in case I snooze, just in case I fall asleep because it's very early here. And okay, they lost, so that's the alarm. That's the safety alarm, basically.
That's wisdom right there. Because I went to make coffee. And I was like, let me actually not even make coffee. It'll be fine. This game's going to go 3 series. I have enough time to wake up naturally. Then, oh, snap. All of a sudden, the game is over. Team Bright just lost. Ended in a whimper more than anything else. Kind of disappointing. I'm hoping that this series does give us a bit more promise than that one. Maybe we'll go all 3 games. Azure Ray, they've taken out the Snake Lady. She's also been demoted, I suppose, from first phase towards the second phase of banning and picking as time has been going on within the region. What do you think? Have people just been not feeling as comfortable with earlier phase Medusas? Do you think people feel that there's more answers to the hero than we initially assumed?
Extreme Gaming.
I feel that there are ways of dealing with her. Teams have adjusted to playing against Medusa. It's one of those heroes that really needed a lot of time for everyone to even just feel her, the way and what they should be doing. You invited someone to party, Snare. Just saying. Anyways,
5 seconds remaining.
right now I feel that she's still busted. She's still way too strong, and I think it's easier to play with her than against her. Much easier to play with her than against her. But if you don't want to play her, you ban her out. You pick something different. I think
So there'll
that's
be no Snake Lady.
the Snake
no
Lady needs to
Storm.
go. Yeah, no Storm
Yeah,
as well.
she does. Magnus has been left in the pool so far, which has been kind of intriguing. The most intriguing one for me, though, is that Azure Ray have chosen to leave the Monkey King in the pool. Normally, when we see these Timbers in the second phase, it's the first ban they go for.
yeah.
But they're rolling this dice here, Liz. They think that even if the Monkey King does emerge, that they will have some decent answers for it. But I would be very scared of playing into Bat Rider plus Monkey King. That's a lot of flying vision to have to worry about.
Yeah, it can be. But that's true. But they can also mess each other up. Like Bat can cut his trees with Firefly. And did you think of that? That doesn't sound so great. Monkey that's falling off the trees. Never great. But yeah, like the problem with Monkey is you can put Timber mid,
To ban.
and then you kind of dodge him, and then you play this. Honestly, I didn't see musical chairs in ages. The map is maybe way too big. Right? But you have twin gates now, so it should be easier. In any case, you put Timber mid and you're fine. Even if Monkey comes mid, I feel like you'll find some farm there. So, and they have been playing Somnus Timber before, so I guess that's one of the reasons why they don't ban it. There's Monkey, there's Ursa, right? Still left in the pool. the Extreme Gaming should pick one of these up, I'm sure.
Let's see what Extreme Gaming decides to go for, as they have to pick first out of the phase. And also give us information as to where this Batrider is going. Presumably, they can just pick up their mid hero and keep that still a bit close to the chest until the end of the phase itself. But
Yeah.
should be the support, right? Outside, wait, this was, besides JT, JT is the only person that played it twice, right? In the off lane, this Batrider.
I have no idea, honestly. I feel that there's been more position 4 bets than anything else in the Chinese region. I think this is a Morphling pick with Naga ban. Maybe. It feels like it could be. Bat in the Chinese region has been played on 4 the most. If I'm looking at Eastern Europe, I'm seeing Bat on mid lane alone. You know, it's like Team Spirit playing it 24/7 on mid lane. So it all comes down to team preference, I would say, or maybe even region preference and how they feel about certain things.
Indeed, JT has played this twice, so this will be his 3rd game on it, but Kaka is normally the one that plays it on the squad. So they can still throw a curveball at us, depending on what they need for the draft. They're really taking their time with this pick, though. Do they just pick up their mid, like some Ember or whatever? They get Barra. Okay. Some Barra throw in the game. This feels good. Always nice to have this. Plus Batrider. That just seems like it's fun. I would want to be on this team, honestly, for Extreme Gaming. This looks like fun to play.
Yeah, sort of, I would say. They have a lot of control, global, Spirit Breaker charging in and out, right? It could be, and they're still not giving a lot away. It could be Kaka Bat, could be Kaka Spirit Breaker, JT Bat, JT Spirit Breaker. You don't really know. In that way, I guess the draft is still very open for them, and it's a little bit harder for Azure to pick the carry. Because these two, like if it's some melee destroyers usually aren't that great versus Bat. And those that aren't melee destroyers can be destroyed by Spirit Breaker because he is one. So we'll see. I feel like it's a nice way to open the second stage of your draft.
Fairly early PL pick emerging right now for Azure Ray. They look at these supports. They don't see that much wave clear. They don't see that much threat to the PL. And they see Spirit Breaker. They're like, we saw this the other day. Whereas PL and Spirit Breaker just hit each other and nothing happens. So, okay. Does feel like it's okay for a PL here. I love Shadow Demon as well. Not only is it going to be good for producing more PL illusions, not only is it good save for the team, also really rough to play Batrider or Spirit Breaker into Shadow Demon, honestly.
Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't say that PL and Spirit Breaker are just trading last. I feel like Spirit Breaker is doing really well there in the lane. If he gets an early Vanguard, PL, even without an early Vanguard, even with just a ring, I feel like Spirit Breaker is difficult to deal with for PL. He's just charging you, hitting you constantly, dishing out way too much damage. But Shadow Demon, even though he's really good into Bat and Spirit Breaker, you're going to be losing one of these fights with Silencer coming online, right? Like with the global silence, Shadow Demon feels very useless. So this has to be some Lotus or Greaves or Yules, something to get rid of the global, because if you do, then you're actually changing the way the fight goes completely because you have a save, right? Plus the Purge versus Spirit Breaker is extremely annoying.
Yep. There's the monkey we expected from earlier on. It does finally emerge right now. Extreme Gaming. Or we're playing this in tandem with this Batrider. So not only do we have their flying vision, we have bonus vision from Spirit Breaker. Also have that team fight layering. Global Silence plus Wukongs is really strong. So if they can make that work for themselves and it comes out in the right order, it's quite hard for Azure Ray to deal with that.
Lo and behold, Monkey King, that we never foresaw versus the Timber, right? Now, now Azure Ray, I guess they are gonna ban out what mid laners they're afraid of, because that's all that's left remaining for Extreme Gaming. Huskar, damn. Okay, they don't want to get cheesed. That's.
I think they want Ember mid, right? Normally we see like some Huskar. What is the other one? Lone Druid, yes. Huskar Lone Druid sometimes when people are really scared of the mid lane matchup. Because it does feel like Azure Ray need some kind of way to get to the silencer right now. Because their lineup, outside of the PL and Timbersaw, yeah, sure, these heroes do go in, but they're not like, they don't go in as initiators, you know? They don't start the fight in that way. They come mop everything up.
Yeah, Timber can be the guy that's up front, but he's not really initiating. He's just annoying you. So for Azure Ray, they could get like an Ember or a Void Spirit. I feel like both of these are pretty fine. Like you are playing into Silencer, and that's always annoying, but if you wanted to be a bit more on the safe side because of Batrider, you could pick Quap as well and put her mid. It's Quap and Puck that are really good versus Bat and Storm. Puck and Storm have been banned out, Void Spirit banned out. Now, it's your if you're Azure Ray, now you have to decide, is this Bat mid or not, right? Like, if he's mid, maybe Ember isn't the best. If he's not mid, Ember feels great. And if he is mid, Quap is great. Quap in general is fine, but you don't have that initiation that you were talking about. It's kind of okay of a playmaker, but not as good as Ember, so. Or maybe you just scrap all that and go for some DK.
Let's see what Somnus decides to do here for Azure Ray. As the seconds are ticking down, they are out of reserve time. And oh, what a surprise. What a surprise. Ember Spirit comes out for Azure Ray. So it looks like Lanham and the crew on a similar wavelength as we are right now.
I think if you're extreme, what other two heroes did I mention? DK and Quap. I think both are. Quap goes for extreme gaming. Quap was more probable, to be honest. Just a stronger... both are strong into Ember, I would say, but Quap maybe feels a bit better here. You need more... Like, you need the burst damage. You're playing into Timbersaw. Some extra magic pure damage later on is always very welcomed. So yeah, I like both of these drafts. I think both drafts have got a lot of sense to them. Both drafts have it's some next level stuff, you know, letting some of these heroes go through, but still trying to play around the counters. Not sure. I feel like still Lu, Phantom Lancer in this game, if he gets to that point where he has Aghanim's Diffusal Heart, it's gonna be really rough for Extreme to play. But if Ghost owns Chalice early enough, like they can just roll over the map. You have Spirit Breaker, Monkey King, Queen of Pain. They can be extremely active. No pun intended.
I always like watching. No pun intended. I always like watching these sort of contrasting styles, right? This massive snowball from Extreme, this area of inevitability from Azure Ray, seeing who gets there and who can execute to get there first. And, you know, when you have a contrasting set of styles, you have to see what's good and what's bad. There's no such thing as better necessarily. And I think probably this is one of the most even sets of drafts we've had thus far in the DPC. And I love that it's being saved for the tiebreaker day. When your major slot is on the line, that's when the best performances, drafting and in-game, can come out. So let's see what happens here, Liz. It's 50-50. One slot left to go to Bali. One slot left to just stay at home until 2024. Let's find out who goes where and who has to end up sneaking some relatives inside their suitcases to Indonesia.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's kind of sad. Dude, that's a song. What the hell? Team SMG, I like that. I need to get that. Yeah, imagine just you go to a major to play a big tournament and your parents are like, we always supported you, right, son? Right?
This whole time, we were your biggest fans.
Your biggest fans, always. We never plugged out the electric cord out of your PC. Never. We never shut down the internet when you were playing 12 hours a day. Never.
We never went into the router settings and blocked all traffic to Valve or to Dota servers. No.
Wait. What the hell? Are your parents like some super smart engineers, dude?
It's like, we're gonna go next level to stop you from playing.
Traffic to Valve? Oh my god!
People are serious about stopping us from gaming, fam. But oh no, JT, does he have charge? He does not, but he should be fine. It's a Spirit cow.
Yeah, he's
God,
good.
dude, he's so tanky. He's got 3 gauntlets and he has 950 health. Are you kidding me at level 1?
Yep, that's Spirit Breaker for you, together with a lot of armor as well. You're not taking that boy down. Oh, you reminded me, man, of the days when I had to... You remember the dial-up days? Did you have dial-up ever?
Nah, I never had dial-up internet, so thank God I skipped that era, I suppose.
I had dial-up, and basically when you're on internet, your phone makes funny noises, like beep, 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 just something like that. So you can't use your phone when you're on dial-up. So I would have to take phone from my mom and dad and hide it in my room.
The things we do for
Chalice,
Dota.
though.
Chalice, sadly, he can't hide away.
Oh,
He
paparazzi
gets caught out. They found the phone. Oh no, this is worst case scenario. Not only does he end up giving up first blood, but the first blood goes to a mid laner who already has a favorable matchup in this lane. Oh no.
Yeah, this is probably flame. This is flame area, you know. If you're Somnus right now, you're like, Chalice, bro, do we need that rune? Did we have to get it? Probably not. But nice lessons and the nice so far from Somnus, getting those range creeps. So kind of evening it out at least a tiny little bit in the first wave.
Making sure that the disadvantage is overcome by raw execution. Top side, we have this Monkey King Ghost, of course, going to be backed up by the Silencer. They have some kill threat into FY especially, with the slows and just Monkey King being Monkey King. And even bottom lane has kill threat as well. Looks like it's going to be one of those games, Liz, where either one of two things happens. 0 kills at 5 minutes, or we'll have 10 by that point. I don't see it in between.
Yes, I absolutely agree. I feel like that's exactly the case. Lu took like 50% HP from one go, and that's before even the bash comes online for JT. And they didn't even commit Blood Grenade. And they want to take him down as low as possible before Doppelganger comes online. When it comes to top lane, I feel like, yeah, there's some kill potential, but it's not as volatile as bottom. Bottom is the crazy kill lane, but I say that as they go on Silencer, maybe. Yeah.
Going on to the Silencer and DY trying to run away, but will almost end up dead. Beautifully done by Ghost. Boundless Strike to interrupt the Timber Chain. That will keep the Silencer alive.
Yeah, I feel like you can die, obviously, as in any lane, but you probably shouldn't be dying. As Silencer, you can also use Curse versus Shadow Demon and Timbersaw, make it a bit easier for Monkey to run them down. There's potential to outplay on both sides.
Speaking of outplays, as we turn our attention back middle, Paparazzi started to get closer to leading the pack against Ember Spirit, but Somna's still doing a really good job. Unfortunately for him, we've reached that point, Liz. Level 3, Queen of Pain. Feels bad, man. So annoying to play into.
Yeah, he does have Sleight of Fist, right? So that's something that you can use at least a little bit versus her. She's gonna be... Paparazzi will be obviously just fake pumping it, you know, making you use Sleight of Fist and then actually, but I feel like most players got really good at just reading these bluffs, you know, never Sleight Fisting. When Shadow Strike actually isn't coming your way. As I say that.
The Costas curse is strong with Lizard these last few days. My man just leveled up. Somnus might actually be dead in this mid lane.
He's
Paparazzi,
fine, he's fine.
he thought about it. He doesn't have Blink though, so he can't actually make the chase.
Somnus has sticks and fairy fire, so diving him here isn't an option.
He's just gonna chill. It's level 4 right now, so a little bit away from getting the full 6, but should still be okay. This is around the time though that unless he ferries in a courier with regen, we should be looking at supports and saying, guys, go die for me, please. Need my bottle refilled.
Pretty much, but after minute 4, right? Like first you get this rune, you heal up from it, and then someone needs to die. That's Right now, look at these lanes, because the fight is gonna happen.
Potentially they wanted to go into Paparazzi middle. Tianming is here, does have Blast Off, but Screen of Pain with level 5 right now, holding a point into Blink just in case. Okay, does expend it now into the Shadow Strike. So more harass coming out.
I feel like, we joke about heroes dying at this 5th minute mark, but the thing is, if the game is kind of even, this 5th minute mark coincides with level 3s on supports and of course on the side lanes. And usually you get your first big power spike at level 3, right? You get one of your spells to be level 2 and you go try and get a kill with that. Someone is gonna die. Or someone should die at least. And then you TP mid, refill that bottle.
Looks like the latter prediction came true where there's very few kills at this stage of the game. They're gonna try middle. 4 poison stacks out onto Paparazzi. Does not have Blink. Does have 4 points in or 4 one charges, but it's not enough. Papa will just end up dead.
Papa, that's poison. Don't touch it. Not good for you.
His middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, you don't really see a Shadow Demon coming over, strolling Chalice. He's so dead.
He's super dead. And although they are here with Tianming, I'm not sure they can get revenge. In fact, it might be FY they go on. They jump back in with the Primal Spring of Ghost. FY forced away from DY. And it looks like they will just let DY go. Say, sorry, bro.
Yeah,
Nothing we can do to help you out.
FY is gonna be big on this Shadow Demon. This is gonna be one good Shadow Demon game. Level 4, minute 6. Do you like it?
I love it. He's already stacking, so he's going to get some bonus resources as well. Make sure that everyone else on the team is as huge as possible. And he's probably going to buy, Blink, Aether Lens, something like this to increase his cost range.
I really want this. Blink Aether Lens, perhaps not, because you're playing versus Silencer. I feel like you can get one or the other, but Lotus here is very important, or something to get rid of. That global.
Ooh, now you should buy it. We've already seen so many teams against Spirit Breaker prioritizing Dual Scepter, so there's a built-in way to get past it, and good against SB.
Yeah, I think that's an option. Blue is being dove a bit on bot lane, so everyone is on top. This PL is kind of forgotten. Can he joke?
What a player! What a player. Shout out Lou. Although sometimes those jukes can go south, because he literally on top of him with Firefly, Kaka was. But he ends up getting away with it and surviving the incursion on his life.
Yeah, the Yukas were real. Lou survives, gets level 6, continues farming. Nicely done.
Top lane, I think DY might not be as lucky. Tianming doesn't want to dive in too far though, as Kaka comes in, but doesn't have any mana though. Does have Firefly, as well as a Healing Lotus available, so might choose to utilize these, but Ghost, he goes in first. Boundless Strike. That was interesting. Okay. I thought these stuff were supposed to interrupt Boundless, or interrupt the Blast Off from Techies. Well, Dota 2 is still in beta. Not every interaction is accounted for. The Techies dies regardless.
Yeah, I guess it depends on where it happened. Like, I'm not sure. Like, if it happens while you're flying, it should stun you regardless, I guess. Maybe it was a bit too late. I feel like that's probably the case. He also could have struck to the left. Maybe that would. Maybe that way he'd actually survive. He didn't have to go in.
Worthy tribute.
Does end up dead, however, on this Techies and Extreme Gaming. The most important thing for them is that they get to keep Ghost in the tier 1 tower, but you can see how important it is for Azure Ray to muscle him away from this area, open up the map for Chalice, as they're keeping these supports in this area. And I don't think we're too far away from seeing Somnus also make a quick rotation top. And indeed, as I say that, here he starts to move into the top side of the map.
Even leaves a remnant there, goes back mid. Just in case, he knows he can get one more creep wave, nothing's gonna happen on top, then join the fight. Bot lane charge, nothing's happening, by the way. Don't get, sorry, observer. Don't wanna trigger you. Just a charge. It's the good old charge. This lane, probably nothing is going to happen on bottom, by the way, unless there are some rotations, JT and PL just free farming.
Yep. Ember will come top to try and help out the techies. Unfortunately for him, Paparazzi willing to commit the Sonic Wave. However, Chalice comes in to help clean up DY. So 1-1 trade here in the river. Yeah, I guess it doesn't really change anything for either lineup all that much.
Yeah. If he saved the Sonic Wave, maybe he could have used it on Timber. But if he saved it, Timber wouldn't join that fight, right? The reason why they're moving everyone on top is Timber usually wants to be a lane-dominating bully that at this point already is taking down your tower, right? Like he's hitting it.
Yeah.
But he can't do that versus Monkey. Ghost is just chilling and farming, and you can't really bully him out as a Timber saw. As you can see on the charge bottom, debated. Nothing's gonna happen once again. But
Poor Scriff.
yeah, but this time around, Batrider is around, so a kill is possible. We'll see.
They both have their ultimates available. You've seen a Bat and the Spirit Breaker, so they certainly could find a kill bottom. I would maybe like to see them try to get a kill elsewhere if they're really struggling with this PL, but at the same time, they're not in that much of a rush. Yes, they know that PL is going to be a problem, but own cores are getting quite a bit of net worth. We're not going to be that far away from a Shadow Blade for JT. There's Queen of Pain, already a third of the way towards the Aghanim Scepter, and Ghost is obviously farming the Battle Fury, so not that much impetus for Extreme Gaming to do anything on the map right now.
Yeah, they are. They do have global. I feel like you said, not a lot of impetus, no enchantress in the game, but they could use the global and the lasso. And it looks like they are moving towards good old Chalice.
Found himself scouted by a Siege Dragon as well as an Observer Ward, so he is definitely in danger. They kill off techies on the other side of the map, but the real big prize is going to be this Timber Sword. Chalice does end up getting brought down. In Azure Ray, they smoke up with Ember and the Shadow Demon, but they're going to head bottom, and I'm not sure they'll be able to get the kill they want off of this, unfortunately.
Unless he kind of charges through them, right? Let's see. They're even moving through the triangle, perhaps to ward it up first, check out those wards. And they also checked out JT. They know where he is. It should be quick. Should be quick.
Right.
Let's see.
Demonic Purge comes out. Global Silence will be there, however, and JT attempting to TP out. Will he get there in time? Yes, he will. The Global bails him out of trouble. Kaka, though, he showed up thinking he might need to render aid, and all he's going to be assisting is the gold numbers of Azure Ray as Somnus cleans up his life. Goes to get a shield rune to boot. But JT lives, which is the most important part.
Yeah. Unnecessary, really, for the bat to be dying there. But understandable, he TPs to try and save. The global that they used, it was defensive. So they can't use it again to perhaps kill off Ember or the Timber Saw. By the way, Timber, the lowest core in the game when it comes to net worth. It's 12 minutes in, it doesn't really... It matters, but it's not like a huge difference. Like, it's 500 gold, one good fight, and he's back completely. Mid lane.
Mid lane. Paparazzi will end up in a situation where he denies the tier 1 tower. Very nicely done by the Quap. Gets away from the blast off as well, so doesn't put his life in jeopardy to do so.
Yeah, the game is in the state in which you get hit once as co-op by this Ember Spirit and you lose a chunk of your HP. It's very annoying. Like, Orb of Corrosion, Phase Boots, and the Javelin, it really, really hurts. And Somnus, he can already start making plays on the map.
Somnus is already channeling his inner Wind Ranger, going straight for the Gleipnir on this Ember Spirit. I mean, getting roots against heroes like Queen of Pain, Spirit Breaker, that sounds very, very good. Batrider might also be rooted into position and killed off. He does throw the lasso out onto the Ember Spirit, and we'll see the first Wukong's command of the game come out. Somnus inside the Wukongs. There will be a Shadow Demon save to buy time, but I don't think Somnus lives here. He does actually get out. The Nether Strike doesn't come in time from JT. So Extreme Gaming have to end up fleeing away from the area. Somehow Azure Ray killed both supports and the Ancients and walk away.
Really nicely done by them. You could see the Ember coming into play just as we discussed it. There was no global, I believe, at that point. There is now, though. So if you're Extreme Gaming, you can perhaps find the fight once again. Why Ember is building the Gleipnir that you mentioned, I feel like it's purely the lack of catch on their team. You have what? Maybe Shadow Demon and Blast Off, besides the Searing Chains, obviously.
Speaking of Blast Off, it's going to come through middle because they're going to utilize it onto Ghost. He tried to dodge it with the Mischief. Not going to be good enough, though. Ends up dead. The kill going towards Chalice, who finishes him off with a Chakram. That was a very nice gank because it happened just as Extreme Gaming were moving on their own adventure top, but they don't find this PL. Oh, as I say that, though, Lu goes back into the wave to farm this. Oh, no. Global Silence will be used as well to ensure they get this kill. They drop down the Sonic Wave, too. Everything utilized, but it does get the kill. Unfortunately, though, Kaka cannot escape as Chalice kills him off. JT in a similar position as brought down by Somnus. So, yes, they get the Ember or the kill on the PL, but it's not an easy or cheap kill to get. It's very expensive for the Phantom Lancer.
Yup. Very, very expensive indeed. It took them so much time. Like, he doesn't even have a ton of, I guess, power threads on strength, and that's it. And it was still super difficult to take him down. Maybe because he was under tier 2 as well. You know, getting a little bit of a buff over there is helpful.
And staying alive, he's going to be getting closer to that heart that you mentioned. And here's a Lotus Orb for the Timber Saw.
Under attack.
You can start playing some more Dota for Chalice, yeah.
Yeah, the game changes from the moment one of them has Lotus Orb. You can use it on SD as well, and perhaps the SD can go for more of a build that you talked about, the Blink, the Aether Lance. It seems like he might even get both. Look, Blink, he already has Void Stone and Arcane Boots, queuing up Aghanims afterwards. Seems good.
Okay. Ooh, Lizard, mechanics question time.
Please, no.
So,
It's too early.
yes, yes.
I'm kidding, go. What's up?
So once Queen of Pain buys Aghanim Scepter, right?
Yeah.
If you, as Timbersaw, if you put Echo Shell on a target,
Yeah.
and then Queen of Pain uses the Ag's Shadow Strike on that target, does it reapply the normal Shadow Strike to her and her team, or the Ag's version?
I feel like it should be the Axe version. Why not? Right?
It should be, yeah.
Yeah, it changes the spell fundamentally, so it should be the Axe version. I thought you were gonna ask something about Shadow Demon. This guy scares me. I love Shadow Demon. He's one of my favorite supports. Yeah, but
Why does he scare you then?
I don't know. The mechanics of the hero always scared me. They changed, like Script just showed Disseminate. They changed the spell way too many goddamn times. Even FY doesn't know what it does. He's not skilling it. He's like, yeah, just leave it to the side.
Dire's top tower.
He's like, who has time to figure out all these new abilities? I'm just gonna play the old school Shadow Demon.
Attack.
Sort of similar to when JT's playing Magnus. He's like, these newfangled builds, I don't have time to learn this stuff.
Look, like Disseminate now, they share some damage between the heroes. They're sharing some damage there.
Yeah.
Give me back the good old Disseminate back in the day. You know, what was the name of the spell where you lose half of your HP instantly?
Oh gosh, dude, you're...
What was the name? Can you remember?
I cannot, if I'm honest. What was the name of the spell, actually? The W. Somebody in chat, let us know who the Shadow Demon players out here. I will be honest, I think I've only played Shadow Demon like
Soul Catcher.
twice in my life. Soul Catcher, there we go.
Because you were catching souls, and no one told me this, especially not our observers. I was just, I just remembered.
Soul Catcher. Also, I will say Soul Catcher had a really cool, like the thumbnail. Looked really cool.
Yeah, I love. I mean, Shadow Demon, probably one of my favorite sports. You know, whatever has some high skill ceiling, Somnus, very high skill ceiling, dodges the lasso.
He can't dodge global, however, as he gets charged into and killed off by JT. And Azure Array right now, find Chalice being nether struck as well. He needs to get out of this fight. He timber chains away, but he timber chains into a Monkey King. FY will at least get the disruption out. And there's Tianming buying even more time with the blast off, and now Ghost falls to the mines of Tianming. Chalice is still alive throughout this fight. Will eventually take a tumble, but he's maybe set up Lu to kill off Paparazzi. But the blink comes back off cooldown, so Papa able to blink himself away. 2-for-1 exchange there. Without Tianming, it would have been 2-for-0, but the Techies showing his value in this game so far.
Very nicely done by him. Also, Timber baiting out the monkey and then dodging away. I feel like monkey did the least amount of damage and also died. Feels bad, man. Ember going in, dodging the first attempt to lasso him with a slight fist. But then Global came in. Can't dodge that, like you said. Even with the Lotus, he was already lassoed afterwards.
Extreme Gaming will, of course, be very happy that they found themselves that kill, but unhappy that Monet, or Ghost rather, I'm just thinking of Monet from yesterday, ended up dying on this Monkey King, because he needs to be going toe-to-toe with the PL at all stages of the game.
Yeah, but he did build the Battle Fury build, right? So he needs to keep up, and he is keeping up. Like the Monkey King is doing extremely well, 10k, top of the net worth charts. I feel like Ghost is, he's in his happy place. He's thriving in his lane, nurtured, satisfied, prospering, getting the BKB.
Dire are scanning.
ASAP Ghost is out here doing his thing, but needs to be careful here, as we do have a smoke move from Azure Array. Ghost has vacated the area. The only one remaining here is Kaka, who also doesn't have any mana at the moment. Does have a Blink Dagger. Let's see if they end up finding him. Blink, not going to be disabled. Somnus, does he get him? His smoke will pop.
He's
Kaka
got
trying
him.
to get away, but they found him.
Yeah.
Saw's mates caught him out. They're going to kill him off. And Kaka just buying some items before he goes down, but he knows what's up. In the meantime, though, they do find Tianming. And that's going to be a very nice kill. I'm sure Ghost wishes he got the kill himself for some revenge on that Goblin Techies.
I mean, everyone wishes to kill techies. That's not just a Ghost thing, man. Don't you just want to kill techies every time you see him in the game? I feel like everyone has still some... Even though the hero is pretty fair, right? And look, he's not fair in a broken way. He's still broken. But it's a fair hero overall to play, not like before. You have some million mines in a single spot and you just die to them and you're like, oh my god, I don't want to play this game. But we are still
I don't know, man.
suffering from PTSD.
Yep. I'll never get over techies. And I think, well, one of the reasons I still can't get over it is the fact that this hero can still prevent so many parts of movement just by planting mines. How is it fair that a hero can spend so little mana to break smoke on the other side of the map without having to put himself in jeopardy?
Well, he's not really breaking smoke. He's just... If he's careful enough, he will understand it, but... It's... Yeah,
Well,
I don't think it's
I'm
that
assuming
bad.
that these players
Snare,
always understand it.
Snare, you're pushing it. I feel like...
Bro, it's too much.
You're pushing it. We should remove Hawks from the game of Beastmaster then as well, right? Or illusions
no,
from
that's
certain
fine.
heroes. I mean,
that's cool.
It's similar, though. Similar. Remove Aether Remnant. It breaks smokes.
Nerf Aether, Nerf Void Spirit? Okay, you see Lizard, now we're speaking the same language. Now we're on
Now
the same
you're
page. I'm
talking,
done.
yeah.
Exactly.
Smoke on
Looks like we're
smoke.
gonna have a big smoke here coming in from AR. They're gonna go in. Somnus wasn't involved in said smoke, but they don't have vision of him anyway. But unfortunately for Azure Array, like you said, it's smoke on smoke action, so XG already had their own adventure fail. They leave the area. And if JT is careful and doesn't reveal himself middle too early at least, he should be fine. And looks like he will be.
Let's see. Yeah, they want to go here. They see maybe the Spirit Breaker only. So if they go on co-op, it could be huge. However, there is still the global silence that they have to worry about. I just love that all the teams have recognized just how important twin gates are. And let's see.
Okay, there's the global silence you're talking about. They deploy it onto Somnus with the Wukong's command as well, and they do have enough damage to kill him. Charge from JT, catches Chalice, so they want the Timbersaw as well. FY in the meantime going to be the first casualty from Ghost, who gets a double in this fight. Chalice really trying to run away, but JT prevents that from happening, and he gets mopped up as well.
I really want to see the replay of that, because you remember when I was talking about Lotus of Shadow Demon and how he didn't buy it? Well, I thought he didn't buy it because he has Timber next to him, right? Timber has Lotus, he uses it on Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon saves the lasso target. Well, it didn't happen for some reason. Let's see, I think maybe he was a bit too far away or something like that. Shadow Demon all the way to the left, Timber all the way to the right. You see they're running towards each other. Oh, Timber got slowed. Yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, basically their game plan and the way the teamfight should go for Azure and why they smoked up is because they have this Aether Lance on one hero and Lotus on the other, and they're thinking they can play against both Lasso and Global with them, but it didn't happen, Snare. Sometimes things just don't happen your way, and you're a sad boy.
But for want of 100 units, they end up losing that fight. And because they lose that fight, they lose Roshan. And the map starts to feel in a very awkward place. That's just the way of Dota. One small bad thing cascades into a million more.
I love JT and his approach to the Spirit Breaker. He's like, I don't need Diagonams to reduce my cooldowns.
Is he buying Octarine?
Yeah,
He already has it.
Got it, yeah.
Man, I love JT so much. Chalice, trying to share some love with Ghost at the moment, but he needs to be careful of overextending here. DY will find himself in the hands and clutches of Somnus. So they just get the free kill, they force out the BKB charge. All right, that's fine for them.
Yeah, the BKB charge is maybe even bigger than the kill on Silencer at this point. So they get that. Ghost is getting closer to Butterfly though. Battle Fury and Butterfly and BKB. Monkey feels, yeah, he's pretty damn strong. I'm still very concerned for the next fights because PL did complete the Axe.
PL does indeed have Ags, the bounce around as FY just dies top. This also finishes the SNK for this Queen of Pain. What should be coming next for her? Do we go offensive with some like Hex, maybe some Revenant Brooch or whatever, or are we a bit more defensive with some like Shiva's BKB?
I think both are a good idea actually. Mid lane.
We have a small fight happening here. Last two onto Somnus. The Sonic Wave ends up killing off Tianming, and the Global Silence, is it layered well enough to kill off this Ember Spirit? The charge will be there, the bashes were out, and the kill does happen. 1 second away from living, but that second takes too long to come.
Yeah, with the bashes it was just enough. And Spirit Breaker now on 3.5k gold, very close to Axe. I think Shivas that you mentioned is also not bad. I like the Hex, I like the Shivas. Maybe even some Mjolnir wouldn't be that terrible. But Shivas, like you said, you called it defensive. I wouldn't call it that defensive. You're playing into a PL. It messes him up quite a bit in his illusions, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
We'll see what Papa opts to do. JT, like you said, finishing... Wait, he actually changed his mind from finishing Aghanim Scepter. Went for Lincoln Sphere instead on JT.
Interesting.
Okay, so
Yeah.
doesn't want to get himself disrupted in the midst of the fight. Maybe feeling that him getting off Nether Strike is of utmost importance for them.
Yeah, when there's a Spirit Breaker in the game, you want to buy Lincolns, even if you're the Spirit Breaker, I guess. So he's getting that. He's having a really good game, by the way. He's, as a Bara term, he's on the third spot in the net worth. There's
But
a
the
sentry
Battle
though.
might be dead right now because he walks underneath a Sentry Ops combo. Because of the Demonic Purge, this Spirit Cow is not going to be going anywhere. Disruption to interrupt him even further. And they do end up killing him off. Well, that's a pretty big deal. Fortunately, there's no Roshan to be claimed away from them, but JT will be not happy about dying there.
Yeah, JT is probably one of those. You mentioned it yesterday as well. I feel like he's one of those offlaners that likes to innovate the most with his builds. He's the one that steps outside of the meta very often.
Very few other Spirit Breakers are building immediate Octarine, skipping over BKB even, going straight Lincolns. I wonder if he actually comes back for either the BKB or the Aghanims here.
Yeah, I feel like Ags is still pretty damn good of an item to skip out completely on. Cooldown on Octarine is what? 8.3 on Ags is 7. Now the trick about Octarine isn't necessarily like, you buy it because it's just so easy to get. Basso is on an illusion. Yeah, nice bait. Timber is probably one of those heroes that you can't really tell it's an illusion because he wants to be that far out. In general, you want to be playing aggressively. Yeah, by the way, Octarine right now, not necessarily the most broken item, but the fact that you can buy a Vanguard and then disassemble it into Octarine kind of is.
Disassembly is still a problem, like we were discussing yesterday. FY should end up dead in the mid lane. Buy some time with the disruption and actually blinks away. Drawn JT pretty deep into the fight. Netherstrike will still be there with the global silence. Man, they really want FY. And they've expended a lot of tools to get him. The question is, can they get out? They find JT with the Searing Chains combo. He doesn't have a BKB. Wukong's command is popped to try and zone some space and buy time for the Spirit Breaker to charge away. This maneuver will succeed. XG will retreat. And Azure Ray will waste a buyback on Shadow Demon in the process.
Yeah, it's kind of wasted. At the same time, Global has been used by the UI, so this is a chance for you to fight if you're Azure Ray. I feel like you need to be taking a fight right now. And why are they forcing a fight on Shadow Demon so hard? Because they have to. If you aren't killing FY, I don't think Azure Ray is going to make the same mistake of not loading him fast enough. I guess that's my issue with this build. Like when you mentioned that Blink and Aetherlance, I really like it. It's probably the best thing you can get on the guy. But when you're playing versus Silencer, you're relying a lot on that teammate with the Lotus.
And he's not even building some Dispel now. He's going straight into the 4-star thereafter. So maybe he feels we're past the point where he's reasonably expected to make a big impact just with buying a Eul's or whatever. So trust into Chalice we go.
Yeah, use this game, even though it's good versus Spirit Breaker, it's not a solution to the Silencer. It's not good. Like, you need an instant Dispel. Because the hero that gets gone on with Global and Lasso is gonna die by the time you use yourself up and down.
So what you're saying is that he has to buy a BKB Manta. I get it.
It would be cool, but he didn't get the Zeus treatment. He doesn't have an actual carry potential.
Yeah, I see.
Dire's top tower
Tier 2 tower will fall in the top lane, but Azure Ray not going to be content with simply the building. They want to add some lives to their roster as they smoke up. They can find a good kill before Roshan spawns, and you can get control of the area and then take the big man down. But Extreme Gaming, aware that something like this might be coming, they're playing very close to their tier 2. And I say that though, but JT overextends a little bit. He was underneath the Sentry Ward, but as of now, they do not have access to a gem, it doesn't seem like, so there's no easy way to catch him unless he's under a Sentry.
I feel like there is never an easy way to catch Spirit Breaker, right? Right now with the Lincolns as well. So hard. They are still moving towards him though.
What's he gonna decide to do? You're just hiding. It's actually a nice place to hide, right? Waiting for the next Rosh.
It's very cozy, yeah, I feel like. Exactly enough space for a cow to fit in. Feels good. I like it. I'd hide there too as well.
Can fit both lizards and cows, maybe at the same time. Nice. His allies are coming in right now, as they are aware that some kind of play could be happening down bottom. Ghost is gonna jump through the trees to give them some flying vision, of course. But feels like Roshan is gonna be the next port of call. And normally when we've seen this happen on Radiant side, for some reason it keeps being one team just gets disastrously wiped around the Twin Gate. So let's see if that's gonna end up happening here again as well.
Usually it's easier for the team with techies, right? Because they can mine up the Twin Gate, mine up everything around the Rosh Pit. You don't have to go inside to know if it's up or not, which enables you to play the map. Plus you have the outpost here to TP to.
Everyone just playing coy, playing chicken. keeping heroes around the area. Nobody wants to be the first team to completely give up this positioning, especially not with this Roshan. It's 20 seconds away, we know that. They just know it's coming in some indeterminate time. Stressful game so far for both of these lineups, but it is a 6K lead for Extreme Gaming. However, they're playing into PL, and we've often seen these PL games after a certain point in time, unless it's a dramatic net worth lead, some like 10 plus, it doesn't matter as much to a sufficiently farmed Phantom Lancer.
Yeah. I feel like Monkey still here in this game is in a really good spot to deal with him. Like, has a ton of farm. PL. Yesterday we witnessed a game in which he just slowly choked out the enemy team, right? Like, there was absolutely nothing they could do to this Heart Axe. I feel like this game around, they do have enough burst. Let's see, Kaka goes in.
Kaka gets the lasso out onto Chalice. There's going to be, though, the disruption in from FY to interrupt and save Chalice before the global even came out. He does still end up dead, however, through the Wukongs. Somnus also going to be in danger as he gets nether struck back. He's trying to escape away from this fight, zipping this way and that. He ends up killing off DY, and here comes Lu, reaping in damage. However, Ghost is still so strong with his BKB. Paparazzi forced to pop his own BKB, running away from Lu and the boys. But now that Ghost's yellow form is down, his life is open and his life is gone. XG end up buying back on both of their supports, but it's too late. They can't be here in time to save the life of this Monkey King. So they lose a fight, and now they're going to end up losing Roshan as well.
Big damn fight for them. PL straight into the pit. Silencer, Quap, and Spirit Breaker are encircling the pit. Maybe there's something they can do here. It's not gonna be easy. There's still an ulti on Paparazzi. Yeah, these mines are just preventing him from approaching.
Goddamn techies. Let's see what Paparazzi decides to do as we find a disruption out onto DY. DY is gonna die back here. JT charges through 3 heroes at once, but can't do anything on the back end of their charge. Immediately forced into a retreat. While this is happening, Ember and the PL finish off the Roshan, claim the Aegis for Lu, and the rest of Extreme Gaming can do absolutely nothing to stop it as they're forced to flee back to their side of the map.
Yeah, Aegis on Lu, Cheese now on Ember. That bottom fight really didn't go the way I expected it to, but you could see the power of Shadow Demon just saving and buying time. True lasso, true global silence. What happened exactly there? Like, was it a bit too late?
Yeah,
after the
global
lasso?
came a second too late, so he got off disruption. But then he global anyway, but he didn't realize on DY that he'd already been disrupted.
And as our boy Scrip is showing us, there's Demonic Cleanse, there's a shard on Shadow Demon. It was there, by the way, during the last fight, so he had that to work with. And he's getting Ags very, very soon now.
This Ags is terrifying.
Is under attack.
Once he has it available. Honestly, XG are already struggling to win these fights, and I think for them, the big issue is I don't think Chalice is the person they can initiate on anymore.
Fallen.
Like, the BKB duration for me from Ghost has to go on to Lu. If Lu is still alive at the end of the BKB duration of Ghost, it feels like they've already won the fight. And we see now, Lasso goes out onto Tianming. Okay, that's a nice little freebie. There's no way that Azure challenge you just for a techie skill, but they'll be glad Global is down at least.
Yeah. You're kind of counting on the fact that he's going to be dead for 40 seconds. So by the time they reach your base again, you'll have the global. It's obviously the cooldown is longer, but he needs to respawn, get there. And basically by doing that, you're preventing them from freely pushing their high ground. And one thing needs to also be said, their high ground push is pretty bad on Radiant. Their objective taking isn't really that great.
Yeah. Because like their only option for taking these buildings is what? Pia or Timber, just stand there and then they poke it forever. It's not the easiest thing in the world. SD should be killed off here, but he's buying a lot of time and he has Blink Dagger, so it's not the easiest kill in the world. FY is still alive. Will end up dead as multiple heroes stream in to kill him, but unfortunately multiple heroes stream in to protect him as well. JT, wonderful charge to get himself out of trouble.
I love how
any other angle and he's dead.
Yeah, I love how it took him a second to figure out where he can charge, because he didn't really see any creeps on the map. He didn't have a choice. He was like, where do I charge? Where do I charge? Moves a little bit in circles, charges mid. Also has that Aghanim's moving towards the BKB next. I feel like this could be really strong for them if they continue playing like this. Just get these small pickoffs, just like this. You move way too fast on the map with these heroes. You don't have to make big grand smokes with globals. No. Just go in, kill a hero, move out.
JT, once he has the BKB as well, a much better presence in these fights. And we also have another big item about to emerge. Ghost is buying the refresher for this Monkey King. And once he has this, double BKB. For me, honestly, double Wukongs is great, but it's the BKB that's really going to be instrumental to this hero. And top, you do see there's a charge going out. It's targeting Chalice, and JT actually connects all the way through. But they still do not have a gem on the side of Azure Ray, so he's allowed to make these moves and get out with relative safety.
He still has an Aegis for a minute. You don't want to take that fight. Maybe get another pick off on supports. And my God, did they make them waste the Aegis timing so damn well just by hunting down the supports.
Lu might at least be able to get a kill onto Kaka. Kaka is blinking 3, and it doesn't seem like the PL will get there close enough to cancel it.
It's good, Limmer.
He will actually cancel it. Limmer Cape will be there, forced off away, blink out. But, oh, dude, there's no way. Kaka, not
He's
even,
out,
oh my
he's
God.
out,
Kaka,
he's
oh
out.
my God.
God.
Dude, wow, okay.
Also
I don't even have words of how cool that was.
Also, the fact that he blinked between the trees. And there's like one tree on the left, one on the right, so they couldn't see him without getting literally on top of him. Nicely done.
Kaka, God, what a player. This game really close at the moment. Even from a Dota Plus perspective, oh, Scriff, do it. Look at Dota Plus. Beautiful numbers are on our screen at the moment. Oh, no, we missed the window. It was 50-50 for a beautiful moment in time.
Dire are scanning.
And it feels that way, right? That this game really does come down to what happens in the next couple of fights. And both teams have the tools necessary to win those engagements.
Yeah, it's all about the execution. As long as I feel like they don't completely jump the Timber like you called before. And I don't even think that jumping the PL is a great option. I think killing off the supports first is something that they should think about. Because they can do it, right? JT, he sees someone, he's a level 25 cow with Octarine. He's actually buying a refresher next, okay.
Let's
All
go.
right, sir.
Double BKBs for everybody, baby. They smoked up right now. Moving across the map, trying to see if they can collect any lives from Azure Ray. But unfortunately for them, they are playing very safely
Radiant's bottom
on the western part of the map. But as I say that, Lu goes up onto the high ground. He's not the person you want to go on, though, but they still make that decision. They jump this PL. Wukong's command will come out. I don't know if they can kill him. JT doesn't get off the charge, though, and they will not have an angle for the easiest Nether Strike. It does come out, but it's underneath the tier 2. And while this is happening, Somnus cleans up the supports on the back lines, goes to force to pop BKB and just TP out. The same is true of Paparazzi, but JT has his BKB, but not using it just yet. This man has ice in his veins, Lizard. How he resisted using that item, I do not know. But it ultimately is meaningless because they still lose the fight.
Yeah, they did that one mistake, and that's they got baited on the PL. And Q's just not taking him down, even with everything you've got. It was a nice initiation on him. They pulled him far away from anyone that's able to help. But yeah, just not enough. Not enough damage. There's still a Shadow Demon around. That global and lasso will stop eventually. And then you're really suffering. Chalice goes in. The amount of damage from the Aghanim's PL is way too high.
Goes back with Nether Strike here. Dude, Chalice is actually on some god mode right now, doing everything in his power to delay this push. Unfortunately, his powers are limited. He is a mortal man,
middle barracks.
and they will end up losing this Rax middle. Might not be all as well as Azure Ray, considering heading to the top side of the map and lose here. And even without the Aegis, it's like you said, how do they reasonably kill him in the duration of time before his team can help him out?
Yeah, I think their biggest issue in this game right now is one silly neutral item, and that's Ninja Gear. Shadow Demon, FY, he's literally just sitting in Ninja Gear behind everyone.
Yet again, nice charge from JT. Has Nether Strike, hasn't decided on a target yet. They go on Somnus. They drag him back. Actually, Kaka drags him outside of the Wukongs. So they run out of the damage necessary. Somnus will pop the cheese and live. Sonic Wave on the back edge of the fight onto the two supports. Enables them to kill off FY and perhaps Tianming. But JT realizes that he's actually too far forward. So he lets Tianming live. Paparazzi forced to get back, and now they jump on the high ground, killing off DY. Ghost is all by his lonesome. No Wukongs, no BKB, no options. As he ends up at least killing off the PL. I'm not sure if he lives through this fight. He's still alive. Oh my god, Jingu Mastery, what a spell. Keeps him up. Chalice now forced to try and run away. JT will be there with the charge to finish him off. In Extreme Gaming, in the defense of their lives, they hold the high ground, they win the fight, and they potentially turn the game, Liz.
Yeah, that was incredible defense. My God. I was worried that just as you were when they pulled him out of the Wukong's command, but they did it because of the Shadow Demon. He was on the other side. So you kind of have to gain as much distance as possible. But what it did is, even more important, it revealed Shadow Demon to everyone. He came a bit too close. Usually he's just cheeky, sitting in his ninja gear. You can't even see him. But look here, he's under vision for the first time. The moment you see him, you go on him. It's the Queen of Pain, Paparazzi, making the first move. You just have to kill off these two supports. The charge was connecting to him as well. And yeah, you lose the Spirit Breaker, and yeah, he has to buy back, but it's still a pretty solid fight. This game isn't over, I wouldn't say, and I wouldn't even say that they're completely back. They're 6k ahead, by the way, in net worth, but JT has to be very careful. He doesn't have buyback now.
JT does not have buyback. All these heroes from Azure Array do, however, but neither of the three cores will end up using it. They'll pop the glyph. The high ground will be defended for now, but man, what an entertaining game of Dota. This is what you expect out of a game that determines a major slot. This degree of closeness and competition.
Yeah, 100%. And Roche is also very close, 30 seconds away. But unfortunately for Extreme Gaming, it's not there yet. Everyone should be alive by the time it respawns.
We just had another save item being brought up by Azure Array. So FY, not going to be the only one deployed on salvation duty. We have an E-Blade for the Timbersaw. So they can save targets within this Wukong's in the event the Queen of Pain has already used her spells.
They're smoking up. The problem for Azure is they know they have to go now.
Somnus also just picked up a Lincoln Sphere, so they're using everything. They want this fight. They had some vision here. Ghost sitting in the trees. JT goes in with the charge yet again. Global Silence will come out. 3-hero Bounder Strike with a massive Wukong's command coming in from Ghost. Allows them to mop up FY. Chalice is super low. He dies as well. At the same time, Lu realizes that he honestly can't stick around in this fight. Him and Somnus trying to leave. The buybacks will be there from Timber and the Shadow Demon. Can they get back to the fight? Shadow Demon is here. Charge in onto Somnus before FY can really start the chain disables going. Monet will refresh. Secondary Wukongs comes out. It creates a zone of a barrier of entry that Azure Ray simply cannot pass.
No buybacks.
And in the meantime, they kill off FY. Get a dieback out of the Shadow Demon. Kaka steals their gem as well. And Somnus, he's trying to chase against Kaka. He really wants to get the gem back. Finds the Eternal Chains in. Dual Scepter into the air. And the rest of XG aren't here to help. So he does die. Gem is reclaimed by Extreme. And oh my god, Azure Ray find the Roshan. Extreme Gaming might have to buy back and come in to defend this.
Yeah, they will. I don't think they found Roshan. Their Roshan is extremely slow. I believe there should be enough time. Let's see if they risk it. 50% on Rosh already. Spirit Breaker needs to go in. Yeah, he's just gonna move in.
Goes in, pops BKBs, buying space and time. He knows they can't kill him off that quickly. He will charge in onto Chalice. There's going to be the last two as well. Eternals, they do get the Echo Saber out, or the Echo Shell, which ends up killing off Kaka, but maybe if Chalice does die here, he's still alive and fighting. Ghost doesn't have Wukongs available, nor BKB. It's a dangerous place for him to be at this point in time, as Paparazzi also stunned up by these roots, jumped in by Somnus, who finds two heroes in the Eternal Chains. Papa blinks away at the last second. Sonic Wave to push back Chalice, and now they turn onto Somnus with Ghost, but Ghost gets saved or killed off because the salvation of the E-Blade goes to Somnus. They kill this Ghost Monkey King, and as he dies, Roshan is still available. JT finishes off Somnus though. Will die for this maybe?
Nope.
No, TP's out at the last second.
Yeah, TP's out at the last second. I feel like Oof, that was so close for Monkey to once again just completely win the fight, clutching it with Jingle Mastery, but Chalice saving his boys with a really clutch E-Blade. The way the fight began, though, was a little bit weird. I really thought that it's easy for Extreme Gaming to take that. They had a numbers advantage. They had a ton of disables coming from the last, so they just lost Kaka immediately. He jumps in, with this charge, and JT, he did everything right, but Kaka here just dies instantly. No Glimmer, no Trickster's Cloak, nothing. And he bought back. So, unfortunately, they didn't have that disable for way too long.
What
Still
a wild fight, though.
Yeah. I feel like one thing as well that they were missing is maybe someone to die and then buy back and go back in, like Paparazzi, refresh everything, go back into the fight early on. Then you can perhaps help the Monkey harder. The Sonic Wave as well just pushed Chalice towards Monkey. It didn't really do a lot. Pushed him away from Queen of Pain, at least. Yeah, of course.
Strange game of Dota continues. PL just picks up a nullifier for himself, so Lu now has even further tools to try and fight into this Extreme Gaming lineup. And I think they might need a nullifier for somebody on the side of XG to deal with this E-Blade. It's way too strong.
Yeah, but
way too much potential.
And the problem is, it doesn't help. They're E-Blading the Monkey King. Post BKB as well, right?
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
It can help early. It can waste some seconds off of his BKB as he's hitting a target that is E-bladed. But that last fight, it just went onto the Monkey.
So where does the balance of power lie right now? Dota Plus claims it's still 50-50 at the moment.
I wouldn't say it's... Yeah. It all depends, right? Because there's a lot of heroes without buybacks. There's a lot of pick-off potential. So it just might as well be 50-50. But I'd value the team that has Aegis a bit higher.
Well, let's see how they utilize that Aegis as they're going in for a fight right now. They were all smoked up on Azure Array. The illusion of PL will scout DY for a moment, and they really want to chase him down. Even with these 4 stars, can they save him? If PL gets close enough, he'll find the inhibit. That'll get the kill. But DY looks like with the ninja gear, should be able to get away to safety.
Kaka,
but this fight's not over yet. Kaka, he thought about it. He sees Somnus, but he knows that they've got defense behind him. So they don't jump him just yet. In the meantime, though, the jump happens in the river. JT forced to pop BKB. Sonic Wave going on to FY. They want to kill the Shadow Demon, and they do. Tianming will come next. And now maybe they can fight this. XG throw in the Wukong's command from Ghost. They really want to keep Lu inside this. Lu managing to dodge away from the charge of JT. But now he's surrounded by these dire heroes. He's still in the fight, though. BKB popped now by Ghost as they're turning in onto Chalice. Timbersaw forced to try and run away from this engagement. But he's been jumped on by Paparazzi. But Papa's running out of mana. They might not have all the catch in the world. Kaka, though, helps them out as he jumps in with the lasso.
Is there a
Even
charge?
though there was a Lotus Orb, they still do find the kill. And now, potentially, there is a charge onto Lu. They found him. Nether Strike will be there as well. PL is gonna die. That's life 1. But for life 2, they have Wukong's, another one. And they almost certainly have the necessary damage. He does do a very good job dodging the initial charge knockback of JT.
He has no Manta.
But there's almost nothing he can do to survive this one. Jumps onto the low ground, trying with all his might to do some trickster plays. But unfortunately for him, XG is onto him. They find him, they kill him, and they reassert themselves as a dominant team in game 1.
Dire's middle tower has
Incredible initiation really from them, as well as Kaka just baiting them in, showing where he is on that right side as a Bat Rider. Meanwhile, Shadow Demon following in together with Techies, thinking, okay, we can connect to my teammates, right? I can connect, I can make a difference. Nope. Bro, you can't. If you are seen, if you are scouted, you are also very much charged. This level 30 Spirit Breaker is a menace. You cannot deal with him. Paparazzi as well, jumping in the backlines. And together with the Spirit Breaker, just eliminating the Shadow Demon. I feel like one issue that Azure is having is they don't have BKB piercing abilities. Or a very limited amount, if anything. Yeah,
What do they have? They have like Demonic Purge, I guess? That's pretty much it?
I mean, more of like a good disable.
Actual stun.
Yeah.
Well, Nether Strike is an example of a BKB piercing ability that can be very effective. They utilize it to kill off the techies whilst Paparazzi and the crew now force a buyback out of Lou. And Lou, he's here
Yeah,
to
you
try and
can-
defend his base.
You just back out, right? Like if you're Extreme Gaming, absolutely no reason to fight here. You just force the buyback on the PL. This is literally your win condition now. Yep, perfect. Perfect initiation from them. It didn't kill the Shadow Demon. He managed to disrupt and blink out, but just forcing the PL's buyback, exactly what you wanted.
So we're approaching soon the next tier of neutral items to be available for this game. Azure Ray, is there any neutral item you can foresee changing the game fundamentally for them once they pick it up?
I have... I'm thinking, wait. I don't think anything changes it massively.
The only thing they can hold on to right now as they lose techies is the fact that they did get that lane of racks through middle. The game is definitely easier than it would have been had they failed to do that earlier on.
Kaka. He's thinking about it. He doesn't have a lasso though. However, he gives vision. JT goes in.
Does JT die again in this game?
Radiant's courier has been
Probably not.
He has 4.3k health, 2.6k protection with the shield rune, BKB, Octarine, Lincoln's Refresher. I don't think he dies again.
He might sacrifice himself once or twice because he has buyback, right? So he might be the one that dives really deep, creates space, and dies that way. But overall, they do have a tank breaker in Timbersaw, but they just don't have enough damage for him.
Somna's just picked up a Hex, so that's some additional control for them. Really has been lacking in that department for the most part.
Yeah, I feel
Now
like
that they have this, at least it's something.
Yeah, I feel their problem is usually Spirit Breaker charging the backlines, giving control, and Queen of Pain jumping with him and giving the damage. If they could at least somehow control the co-op and kill her off when they're doing this tandem move, perhaps that would be enough.
Extreme Gaming very happy to just close in map, make it feel a bit more claustrophobic for the moment. Everybody has buybacks on the AR, on the Extreme Gaming lineup. AR waiting for buyback to come back for the PL, and they don't have enough gold for Ember, Timber, and the techies also want a cooldown on the buyback. And of course, the classic move here is once you're controlling the enemy side of the map, you start stealing their tormentors, you take their wisdom runes, you deny them any inroad into the later portion of the game.
The planner pocket. Cool, even harder to kill him.
Right now, the one bright spot for the side of Azure Ray is that this Monkey King is finished. He's buying Moonshot next. Maybe he has space for one more item, but for the most part, he is not going to get that much stronger for Ghost. Sadly, though, Lou is also pretty high up in terms of being tapped out.
Does he sing the Devil's Song from Tenacious D? I am complete.
I am complete.
Damn!
Damn!
Damn! Oh, you know it. Nice. I love it. I wasn't sure you were gonna know the movie.
I got you, bro. Well, the question is, what do Azure got? What now? I have no idea what to do next for them. They will smoke, but who do you jump on? Who's the actual person that would make it viable for them to win a fight as their first target?
Kaka isn't the one. I feel like still, if you kill off DUI first, it would be nice, but it doesn't even make that much of a difference. He's got buybacks. Buyback global from the silencer will still hurt you. If you're AR, maybe Quap. I feel like perhaps she's the most killable, let's put it that way. And she would just change the way the fight is played. If you kill her off, I feel like Extreme Gaming can't really fight that easily anymore. Easier said than done though, right?
It's easy, simple. You just have to get past 4,000 health, a Shiva's Guard, BKB, 33 armor, a refresher, so it's like what, 12 seconds of BKB, 2 Shivas, 2 Sonic Waves, simple.
I mean, if they initiate it on her, can they bring her from 100 to 0? Probably not. Like, you have, what, 1 Hex and that's it, right? That's just not enough. I think that's their biggest issue in this whole game is the lack of control and the lack of some abyssal that goes through BKB. There's no one that buys these items. Like, you can buy a Basher on PL, but it's not good. It doesn't feel great.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Here,
attack.
we are qualifying for a major. Whichever team wins this best of 3 goes to Bali. Right now, Extreme Gaming putting themselves in the best possible light. Gonna get the Roshan, Aegis Cheese, and a Refresher Shard. Who got the shard? Did you give it to the Monkey King, maybe? Batrider? Batrider got it, okay. By the way, this is now officially the longest game in China.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, congratulations, Snare. Congratulations, production.
Congratulations, Lizard.
Congratulations, Twitch chat. You're a part of history. You will all be memorized in some way or form, I am sure. We should write down the names of every Twitch chatter and just make a monument for them.
You were there when the longest Chinese game in 2 or 3 of the 2023 DPC, when it happened. Oh, that's funny.
Finally, Twitch chat being a part of something great happens.
What's also funny about this game being the longest in China is that it's the longest for us in China, but we had the shortest longest game. So the average duration in China is fairly normal, but the longer games in China are short compared to the international standard, except this one. This one is now up there.
Yep. I didn't even expect it to really get to tier 5 items, really, but we are getting there, and let's look at them. Mirror Shield. Okay.
That's pretty pog.
How does it work versus charge? Are you going to start charging him?
I think so, if I remember correctly. That's how it's supposed to be like Echo Shell.
Yeah, if it's
So,
like Echo
since-
Shell, yeah, that's how it works.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Mirror Shield on Kaka as well.
You see now a charge going in onto Chalice. The Echo Shell comes a little bit too late to protect him, but he doesn't need it for now. Ghost and the boys, they just want the racks. Ghost taking a fair amount of damage from this Chakram. Lu is doing quite a bit of work, just spamming out these illusions, and lots of bombs plopped in by Tianming. It's delaying proceedings for now, and XG, one of the easiest way getting in here.
Ah, man, this is just so silly. Everyone getting Mirror Shield, everyone just breaking those spells. Only Lu wants to be a pirate.
Right now, Lu is still spamming the damage. Look how low Ghost actually got. They popped the Global Silence to Dragon Chalice, but I'm not sure Chalice is the one that will really turn this fight around for them. They should be able to kill off the Timber and FY. Both of them buy back, however, and Lu potentially trying to get involved in this fight. Ghost doesn't really want to actually take an engagement. He just wants these racks. Pops the Wukongs to open up the
Just
space
wants to
for him,
get out at
but he
this
needs
point,
to
I feel
worry
like.
now, because he's starting to run out of HP. Pops the BKB, Somnus goes to the back end of the fight, looking at the Batrider and the Silencer.
Somnus?
They catch him out though with these stuns. Somnus is still alive, hasn't been killed off just yet, but will finally die. Does have buyback though. In the meantime, Tianming, he went in as well and he got killed off.
They
Lu is
got a
trying to siege
buyback.
up against Paparazzi. A Sonic Wave will come in to kill off FY. Somnus finally buys back into the fray, but it might be too late. A secondary Wukongs dropped in by Ghost for this fight. And the rest of Extreme Gaming now starting to think about whether or not it's viable to retreat. They do indeed think it's the right call. Buybacks have been drawn, a Rax has been claimed, enough has been gained that they will now go home in safety.
Absolutely. 4 buybacks, basically baited out. Is there anyone on their side that died even? Not really, right? Like, they lost the Aegis, but that's about it. Move back, heal up, refresh all your abilities, wait out the refresher orbs, go in again. I think that's a viable path. It was scary how fast Monkey died that first time, though. Like, they really got him, but
Yeah.
also you could see that XG, they weren't really worried too much about that first life. They didn't even use global or anything like that. They just waited it out, used it after.
So for tier 5 neutral items, on the side of AR, we got a Pirate's Hat for this PL, which does feel like a very good item. Ember has Mirror Shield with his Linkins. Nothing yet for Timber, and nothing for the supports at this point.
Yeah, they can't really.
Let's see.
They can't really get to these items. You can see that. Like, how do you leave them the base, right? JT is in your base right now.
JT is the base. 5,000 health on the Spirit Cow. Damn, that's some prime beef if you can slice up this cow at this moment. And they jump in. They find Tian Ming with the Spirit Cow. Haven't been able to kill off the techies just yet, but with the Global Silence, it looks like they will manage to do so. Somnus on the far right side of the fight. He's been used up into the air. If they kill him off, it's a dieback for the Ember, but he does manage to get away to a little bit of safety. The Linkins keeps him alive, but unfortunately, he will end up dead. Wukong's command dropped now by Ghost on top of Lu. The PL needs to run. Glimmer Cape buying him a little bit of time here. Can they do anything to stop the onslaught of XG with only 3v5? It doesn't look like it. JT even gonna charge back in from the base onto Chalice directly. So they might even threaten his life. Ghost is falling a bit low here. Does have to pop the Satanic. Last Lu goes in onto Chalice. So Lu realizes he can't do it all by his lonesome. FY Netherstruck and killed off. They find and kill Chalice. Nope, still alive. He's still running. I don't think he's gonna run for much longer though. And they eventually kill him off. Lu is the lone survivor. Nether Strike was about to come, it eventually emerges. It's on the wrong one, but it doesn't matter. GG, well played, has been called. And Azure Array throw in the towel to grant XG game number 1.
Extreme Gaming, man. Just when you count them out, when they use those buybacks and when they don't get the rush fight properly for themselves, they find a way to adjust their game plan completely. I love this. Like, the game was, yeah, perhaps a little bit longer than it had to be for XG, but they took their sweet time. They made all the right moves. They take it.
Yeah.
The adjustment, though, the adjustment to the game style is really what impressed me. JT and Co-op just realizing, yeah, we're not gonna win a normal fight here. It's a PL. He's always gonna be in front. He's gonna annoy us with his Spirit Lance spam. It won't work. Let's just get pickoffs, even versus Aegis, versus Cheese. Let's just get these supports. They adjust the approach, and yeah, from then onwards, it felt like their game.
I really like what you mentioned earlier on about how they forced them to move around, especially when they had that Aegis, so you can't leverage it on the other side of the map. I mean, this is crazy. At this point in the game, even though Extreme Gaming, they have this massive gold lead, it's still possible for them to lose fights, and they already had a lane of racks taken. You would envision that, you know, AR is going to turn it all around, come through with this uber strong PL, but their execution in these engagements. Honestly, after this fight, Lizard, I actually thought AR had fully come back because XG really fumbled the ball on this one, but I don't know, man. It just came through perfectly in the end. I also just have to say, JT, what a player. Just what a player. His knowledge of who to charge in the fights, that'll enable him to stun multiple targets on routes to that person, always super, super clutch in this game.
Yeah, JT, what a cow. I would say, what an amazing cow.
What
Incredible,
a cow, indeed.
Incredible, yeah. Just the amount of farm that he found with Spirit Breaker is probably the most impressive thing. Sometimes you can really see players struggle to stop themselves from charging targets 24/7 when they're playing Spirit Breaker. He stopped himself. He found a ton of farm. Like, he was farming for a really long time. I feel like he wasn't answered really well in the laning stage, and that's one of the reasons why we saw him just pop off completely. He even got a couple of solo kills on that safe lane versus techies. He was charging Lu a lot, annoying him. Like, Spirit Breaker gets the MVP, 100% deserved. Had everything, had the first level 30 in the game as well. And this is why teams are picking it. The potential that the hero has is insane. You just have to farm enough and get there. And what's interesting as well is that he adjusted his item build with the Octarine. Didn't rush the Ags.
He did not. Didn't rush the Ags. Didn't even rush the BKB. Got BKB like crazy late into the game as well. So just had awareness of what would be the perfect way to play the game for himself. Worked out really well. A couple of other records that you'll be interested to know were broken this game. Before this, obviously we had a shortest game, or longest game rather. This is now the longest one. We also have superseded the most amount of damage done by a single hero with 2 different heroes. In second position, Paparazzi pulled up, but in pole position right now is Ghost on this Monkey King. And Ghost, it must be so nice to be playing Monkey King in a game where, honestly, you don't have to just have to farm, right? And be ready for the fights. Press R in the engagement. That's it. As long as you have BKB, Refresher, and Wukongs, your team fight contribution is done. That must feel so easy because JT is taking care of catching all these heroes. Kaka's there to ensure they can lock them down. The burst is coming from this Queen of Pain. So nice smooth sailing from Ghost, even though he also played well on his MK.
Yeah, he played. That's, by the way, just the Chinese region, right?
Yeah, just China. Yeah, just China.
No, overall, he played a really nice game. He had a good lane as well. I feel like that was massive for Extreme Gaming and something that Azure Ray can think about fixing for the next match. It's just setting up their lanes a little bit better for success. As Monkey, he was the one that had to be gone on, that had to be moved away from the lane. Supports were helping out the Timber way too much, and because they're helping out the Timber way too much, Spirit Breaker, on the other hand, is also having a free time. And you're not even shutting down the Monkey. So, yeah, something to consider perhaps for AR.
Let's see if AR is able to take that advice on board before game number 2, because they will need it. As if they don't take that advice on board, they will not find themselves participating at the Bali Major. Let's find out if they have what it takes after a very small break. So don't go anywhere. Snare and Lizard, the worship place of Doom, will return in just a sec.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Welcome back, one and all. We are here for some Dota 2 action in some Chinese tiebreakers to determine the fourth and final slot to go to the Bali Major. And right now, it is between Azure Array and Extreme Gaming. And that one slot so far is leaning in favor of Extreme Gaming. It took a while for them to get their Game 1 victory, but they ultimately prevailed. And that's going to give them some momentum heading into the second and potentially deciding game here. So, Brother Lizard, from Azure Array, if they want to go to a third game, what do they need to adjust in this game? And how does it start in the drafting before they get themselves into the game itself?
Like we discussed it a little bit, right? And we talked about them needing to mix things up when it comes to the laning stage itself, first and foremost. FY has... I just love that camera. It stuck a little bit, but I loved it. It was channeling something. Yeah, back to the serious question. What do they do? Last game, I feel like they had too many problems on the sidelines, which enabled Spirit Breaker to just roll out of control. They still had the game later on, but there were some mistakes here and there in the draft. Does it come necessarily only to the draft? I don't think so. I still think they could have won the game. There were parts of the game in which I heavily favorited them. If they could execute with that ages that they snatched, I feel like they could have done much, much better. But also, they banned out the Storm in the last game, right? This time around, they snatch it, and it's an amazing Storm pickup, I feel like. You can cover it now with 3 heroes. You picked up the Storm for yourself versus Bat and Timber. Bat can't go mid. Timber can't go mid anymore. Like, you're just forcing them to play this. Now, it's no longer versatile. Like, Bat and Timber are no longer versatile. You know that they have to be on the side lane. Or that they should be on the side lane, at least, which is really nice. I love it.
Also love seeing that they got the silencer first, because we see a lot of times people go after these spirits by using the global silence to cover the attacking portion of it. So now you have it defensively and offensively. Quite nice for Azure Array. And it's Somnus Storm Spirit, man. They sort of banned Pugna because they were trying to deny them this combo of Pugna Storm, but Azure Array still believe enough in him that they're like, nah, fam. Just run the hero roll. It's fine. It's chill.
JT is such a Slavic Asian person. I don't know. Just he has when I look at him, he has that Slavic attitude. I can't describe it. Like I'm sure everyone from the Balkans will understand. He's just like, I don't know.
Do you sense a fellow traveler when you look at him? You're like, yes, this is my guy.
Yeah, not necessarily a traveler or something alike, but yeah. I wish we had as much skill as he does, but yeah, maybe we'll get it in someone else. We have Saksa, there you go. He's he's close enough. Azure banning out a couple of cores. Next, Medusa and Monkey, something they don't want to see Extreme Gaming playing. Alchemist is also banned out, by the way, straight up in the first phase. Meanwhile, Extreme Gaming, maybe a Bloodseeker ban is necessary now. You're picking up that Timber for yourself. Storm and Bloodseeker just kind of feel really strong in the mid game as well.
Bloodseeker, man, actually, it's possible that they leave the Bloodseeker in the pool and they pick it themselves to have Bloodseeker, Bat, Timber. I guess whatever hero they play, it has to be able to deal with global silence, but fight very often and very well. And honestly, from what we saw in game 1, I kind of think that getting late game is just too scary. Like, try to accelerate the game so you never are in that position. So maybe they go for the Bloodseeker. They don't have to ban it. They also have Rupture into Stone. That could be decent for them.
Yeah, and by the way, Deathcore Chelsea green t-shirt. My God, like what the hell? It's interesting music choices. I guess, Dota players should have that core t-shirts. Should ask him if he listens to it or if it's the new fad. There's just a lot of people right now. Just metal bands on t-shirts just became fashion.
Yeah, that actually is true. That is true. Here in South Africa, that kind of thing started maybe like 8-9 years ago. You'll ask people, hey, what songs do you like from that band? They're like, I have no idea who these people are. They should just look cool.
Probably for the best.
Yeah, sometimes for the best. There usually would be like a chain of stores that would literally just sell stuff to people who had no idea what the hell they were buying. Those good times.
Yeah, extreme. Yeah, continue, please.
I was gonna say we get this again. Is this actually a pairing now? The Timbersaw Techies? Is this what you should be doing? Game in, game out?
I feel like Techies is kind of scary for you, so you have to snatch it. You don't have to. I've seen teams actually pick Timber into Techies as well. I'm conflicted because Techies dishes out a ton of damage and amps everyone up against you, right? Because of the lowered magic resistance from his ult. So it can be a problem. And you are strong in the lane. Techies gives you something that you don't have, that's a stun. You already have Lasso from the Batrider. So what I really like the Timber overall here because you already have catch from your teammates from the position 4 Bat. I feel like that should be a bigger combo, Bat and Timber, than Techies and Timber. And that should be your lane as well, right? Like Bat and Timber. Meanwhile, Techies should be covering his position 1 on the safe lane.
Yep.
We'll
XG
see.
have been very likely to play the DY Techies. I don't think we've actually seen Kaka Techies this tournament.
Yeah.
Azure Ray. Okay. So some new stuff keeps rolling in.
Yeah,
Get
it's
an
a
Omni Knight here.
Core Omni Knight.
Do you like it? What do you make of the core Omni? Making his... I don't think we've had core Omni in the region before, right? We've had one support. So making his debut here, how do you feel about it?
Remaining.
I'm when the patch came out, some teams were experimenting with it a tiny little bit, and then everyone just completely forgot. I feel like Azure is they just dug deep. You know, they went into that bag. They picked out something that Extreme Gaming perhaps would not expect. It's good. I like it. Good versus bad, right? Like you have a way of dealing with him. You can combo it with a lot of carries that are gonna become beasts, and with Kotal in the lane, he should be fine. The build with the Harpoon is pretty damn solid. He just chases everything down in the mid game. But we'll see what he buys. Like I have literally no idea what the item build will be.
Well, looks like today, no matter what, it's going to be a day of learning for all of us. We're going to find out what Azure Ray have to bring to the table. Of course, they still need a hero for Lu, and he's going to have a hard job dealing with the Terrorblade coming in from Ghost on the side of XG. TB has a lot of bodies in front of him, or at least one big body in the form of the Timbersaw. He has some catch, so he can lay in the damage he needs. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you like it this game, the TB?
Seconds remaining.
No reason not to like it at this point, honestly. Storm can be picked into Timber very often, as he does bring some nice things against him, but overall, I don't think there's a reason not to dislike the TB. It's pretty okay. Yeah, they ban out the PL. Is there anything else that you need to ban out that deals with him on that position 1? I'm not sure, like all the heroes that used to be kind of good against him aren't really played anymore. These glass cannon ranged outrangers, they just aren't played, and you probably don't want to pick them with the Omni anyway.
Now that you mentioned it, I haven't seen Drow in like 10 years.
Exactly, right? I've seen her in some pubs recently,
Extreme gaming.
and she looked all right, but yeah, still teams shy away from picking her.
What other responses have we seen? In the region, we've seen some attempts with Morphling. I'm not even going to try and justify that, but we've seen it happen. It sucks. It loses all the time. Carry heroes that have been played by Lu.
Seconds remaining.
He has played Naga.
Arc Warden.
Arc. Actually, Arc feels amazing. Actually, that's the pick. That's the one.
I think that's the ban as well for XG. Maybe they know if Azure Ray plays it or not, but I feel like this is hands down the best Arc Warden game right now that they can choose.
So many
For
ways
it-
to defend him as well. Global, Omni Knight, the Coddle too.
Yeah. Like for XG, they would need a Spirit in the last pick. Like they still have Void and Ember left in the pool, and they ban out the Arc, yeah. I think it's the only hero that comes to my mind that feels, yeah, that's it. That hits the spot, you know. Everything else is kind of meh. I feel TB should do fine.
So what are the options here for Lu? He can play Naga if he's going to go for that scaling lineup. We can see Morphling. Don't like it, but it certainly can be picked up. The range heroes, like you mentioned, kind of suck. So no Drow, no Sniper.
I feel like Morphling will be
How's
picked
Slog
up.
this game?
Banned. I think
Mont.
they go okay. They go for the Naga. It's like, okay, I can see the reasoning behind it. It's all rightish. At the same time, you just picked it into a Timber to techies, a lot of AoE damage. The next pick should be Ember or Void Spirit, I feel like. Maybe even some... Yeah, I think Ember or Void Spirit. What else? There's a Quap left in the pool as well that you could go for if you're XG.
What else is there? There's Puck too that Paparazzi plays.
Nah, Puck is banned out.
Is it banned? Third.
Yeah.
Why am I looking at... damn it.
At the moment, they
Keep
picked Storm. I know why you're looking at, because it gets banned out later on, but because they picked Storm, they just banned it out immediately. If they didn't, it would be picked in the second stage.
I think you're right that it has to be Ember Spirit here. Does feel like the best one. Not that much catch on the side of Azure Ray to make you feel that awful.
Yeah, you are playing into global, right? Maybe Void Spirit is better because you build Manta. And it feels kind of more natural to build Manta. And you're playing it against global, so... Yeah, they go for the Void Spirit. Okay, like... I like both of these drafts. I think I'm favoriting Extreme Gaming a bit more. I feel like... It feels like Azure were stuck responding this Ghost Terrorblade, and they responded with a pick that's kind of good, but I don't think it's good enough. That's how I feel like. Naga feels good. I think Ghost still outskills her. Still though, Azure, they have global, they have FY feeding Somnus some Chakra Magic, and it is Somnus Storm Spirit, so this might be a one-man show in that mid-game.
Azure Ray, personally, I'm still mixed on this Omni Knight. I don't think haven't seen enough of it to be able to make up my mind as to whether or not I think it's good in the meta right now. It does offer some utility, of course, so you don't have to buy a lot of it for yourself. I don't hate Naga, and I do think TB is behind the Medusa. Honestly, I think TB is like the carry of the patch right now. So this guy's a bit too strong, a bit too overtuned. The only hero that can maybe contend with him is PL, but that's because of the hero-specific matchups, not just because of the grander idea of this hero being better overall. And they have tools to push buildings. Their building push for the side of Azure Ray does happen, but it takes a little bit longer for them to achieve. I'm with you. I say Extreme Gaming. I think we're going to be seeing Paparazzi and the boys go to Bali. But of course, Somnus and the crew, they want to put a wrench in those plans and ensure that they also have a good shot of getting to Bali and putting Somnus back in the international limelight. So let's find out who goes where. Game 2, potentially the last one of the series.
Potentially the last one, not necessarily. We've been surprised before. We can be surprised once again. Let's see. Maybe the Chalice Omni Knight is exactly what they needed, and it is Chalice after all. I feel like the last game he had decent impact on the Timber, perhaps not as much as he wanted to. This time around, I'm sure he's gonna have fun. If nothing else, he's playing Omni Knight, so.
Omni Knight. Well, to be fair, he was one of the first people within China to start rolling with this Omni. It was him and XXX a few years ago. So he certainly is practiced at this hero. Reflection now goes out onto Lu. They're trying to slow down the Naga, looking for a potential first blood here. But this is Naga. She is super speedy. Turns out in Dota 2, not having legs makes you even faster. So I think she'll be fine.
Where does she, if she doesn't have legs, where does she put her boots on?
On her fins, I guess? Like, instead of boots, she gets fin coverings?
That you're cheating. She's buying boots. So you're imagining something like slide-on boots, right? That adjust to the shape. Okay, I see.
DUI will end up having to adjust to Azure Ray, or at least adjust to the fountain, as he has to go take a trip there. Tianming gets the first blood. Unfortunately for us, though, no Glaives of Wisdom, so no bonus intel just yet. Feels bad.
Our dear observer says it's on the head. She puts the shoes on the head. Thank you, Scriff. Always valuable input. What do you think?
By the way, yeah?
Yeah, it's a good old memes.
The Mei-Meis. So let's see what happens. Top lane, looks like Tianming might end up dead again. Well, he hasn't died just yet, but JT really wants to bring him down. Kaka already used the blood grenade.
Got him.
But they got him. And it's the duo that you wanted. Batrider and Timbersaw. This does not feel like a fun lane to play into.
It isn't a fun lane, and if Timber is getting a good start, he'll be zoning both of you out very, very soon. They want to take down Naga even. One more Whirling Death, and I guess with Mirror Image, she heals up, gets get those stats back. Does she? She
She'll be
does,
okay.
right?
What?
Does she get rid of Whirling Death as she uses Mirror Image? She does, right?
She should, yeah. It does give the dispel, yeah. So she's Gucci, she's chilling. Down bottom, we see them trying to apply pressure with FY and Chalice. I suppose the one thing that does kind of suck about having an off-lane Omni Knight is that lane pressure is non-existent from this hero.
Is it? You think it's non-existent? I feel like
Against TB techies, I feel like. Yeah.
against TB techies, yeah, I can see it being difficult. But if meta is used and meta goes away, I feel like at level 3, FY and Chalice can actually do some damage. Because you shouldn't be able to blast off in this lane as well. Or maybe you should be, because Illuminate is skilled up by FY. He didn't go for Blinding Light.
Right now, he's actually far away from Chalice, so Chalice is in danger, eating hits from this Metamorphosis. DY, I don't think we'll have enough stun for this, so Chalice will just get zoned back with the H-Grace.
I feel bad for Chalice if this Illuminate... Oh, top lane. Oh, Kaka. Kaka
Doesn't end up
dies.
dead. Ooh. That's a very big kill, because this is a side of the map that they were supposed to be applying constant pressure. So now they can't. JT needs to be careful. He's actually going to get caught with the Arcane Curse, Blood Grenades, some right clicks from Lu, and Naga finishes him off.
And that all came because they were too greedy. They tried to dive the tower to kill off Silencer. He survives. Oh, that's a bad way to make a sure thing. Lost in mid lane.
What?
Parazzi
Okay, no.
gets the kill, yeah.
Looks like
Rotation
Kaka
for
helped him though. Yeah. I thought it was a 1v1 kill, but Flame Break was used in that situation. So far, it was a very even mid lane matchup, so Paparazzi, he was a little bit behind, so we'll certainly be glad for the help.
Yeah, nice rotation by Kaka. Knows that JT, after he TP stopped, the lane is pushing in. Doesn't really need any help. Plus, you refill the bottle mid. I just love how they combo all of these things together, and it feels like it's not on purpose, but it can
High
be.
level Dota is beautiful, man.
Yeah.
These
So-
intuitive plays, when you see good stuff like this.
DY.
Okay, I thought Techies was gonna die, but he's okay.
Okay, so one thing that I'm worried about this bottom lane is first FY is gonna drop low.
H-Grace keeps him alive for now. DY is still not dead. He will eventually die, but FY goes out first, so the experience goes back towards the Techies. However, without the Techies being around, Ghost does have to be careful 1v1 with the Omni Knight.
Yeah. The mid lane TP now from the Silencer, or was it just a rotation? I feel like a rotation. Yeah, he just moved in, stole the creep wave away from Storm. Meanwhile, Techies refilling Paparazzi, and look at this blast off actually.
I don't know about this one though, because DY, he blasted off, yes, but he might be blasting off like Team Rocket, because he ends up killed by Somnus. Okay. Somnus is just like, bro, don't you want to try that again? I could use the free gold.
Tower is under attack.
That's not a hero that you really want to be blasting off into. Like Storm embraces him. Yeah, please come, boy. Here you go. Static Remnant, Electric Cortex, Overload. Enjoy.
For Somnus and the boys, this game is of utmost importance. If they lose game 2, major ambitions will be over. So these kind of plays will really make a huge difference down the line.
Yeah, can you zone out JT at this point? Maybe you still can. He doesn't have the Vitality booster, which he will
Oh my
have
god,
in a
look at
second.
Lu.
Yep.
Lu's like, oh, no HP. Fortunately for them, JT doesn't have a point in Timber Chain. That was very, very scary for the Naga Siren.
Yeah, he can't even approach the creep wave. And it's pushing,
meantime,
so yeah.
They're going middle
Somnus.
again onto Somnus. And this time around, though, they do catch him without having access to level 6, but he still finds the kill first onto Kaka. So although he dies, He gets 6 off of this, so when he comes back, he's fully topped up. Not the worst thing in the world for Somnus in the mid. Bottom though, FY will end up dead towards the right clicks from this Ghost TB action pack game. So very different from game 1, Liz. At this point, we had what? 2 kills game 1? Now we have 11.
Yeah, much better. Storm, let's see if he TP's mid. He's deciding at the moment. Okay, he TP's mid. He's got that level 6 that you mentioned, so can do a lot with it. By the way, I was worried for Chalice on the offlane. I thought maybe because Kotl is going to Illuminate, he won't be finding that much farm. You're just pushing in, and Omni, I feel like this hero truly needs farm. And overall, he hasn't found it. Not a lot, at least. It hasn't been an easy lane.
We'll see what he can do in terms of recovery. Although you don't necessarily think of Omni Knight when you think about recovery heroes. But it's Chalice. Chalice is a master of being able to turn a terrible lane into a good game. And the lane has not been terrible by any stretch of imagination. So
Yeah.
I look forward to seeing what he does. On the other side, though, DUI going to steal a Wisdom Rune. And even if he dies for this, he'll be fine. But he might not even die. Just gets out safely.
He's gonna survive. Kaka takes the other one, so huge win for XG supports. Chalice, I feel like... Let's see, can he help Ghost? The kill on Ghost, that is.
He's gonna try for it right now as they want to really run in onto the tier 1 tower. Sadly, they can't get there. Somnus now trying to run himself away from Paparazzi. Does barely get out. FY, him and Chalice do their utmost to keep Somnus alive, and they do succeed. However, it is a wasted move from the Storm Spirit. And the worst part about this is that Ghost going back to doing exactly what he was already doing, just casually farming under the tower.
Yeah, kinda lucky and unlucky at the same time. Unlucky that he didn't kill the TB, very lucky that he survives in the end, right? So, net loss, I would say, because you rotated, you're completely right. And Chalice is gonna go for the Harpoon build, by the way, on Omni. So when you talked about recovery, there is no recovery. You need to be, like, Omni Knight right now with the Harpoon is not like old school Omni that just sits behind someone, heals him up, or brings utility to fights. No. This is a guy that wants to be a playmaker very early on. Kaka.
Speaking of plays being made, Somnus going in yet again with the Storm Spirit, finding Kaka and killing him off. Paparazzi showed up to this fight as well with a haste rune, but he could still end up dead. Needs to be careful about this. JT diving in as well to assist Paparazzi with potentially killing off FY. And with
Nice
the blast
blast
off, they make it happen. The techies showing up to this fight at the exact right moment. We have a blood grenade thrown out. Aether Remnant coming back in 3 seconds. So I think Tianming is probably dead here. They don't even need that spell. They just mop him up with JT.
Somnus might rejoin though. He sees DUI, maybe because there is Chalice behind him with some heals.
Let's see if he wants to go in with this hammer. But they don't have a clean angle. JT holding the angle on the ramp that doesn't allow them in. In fact, they just turn and jump onto Chalice. He doesn't have access to the GA, so he's just gonna die in the river.
Yeah, I feel like Omni Knight at this point is really damn strong, but they aren't committing, so he's kind of left all alone and looks just silly, right? Meanwhile, TB is taking down your tower on the offlane. And this is pretty much terrible for Azure Ray. They need to find a way to utilize the Omni Knight and play with him, because like you said, this isn't a comeback hero. He's building a halberd. He's got phases. It's not like he's gonna go and farm some stacks.
Stupendous.
So far, not so great for Azure Ray. But
He's what, 700 gold above of his silencer.
yeah. Silencer, speaking of him, might get a stack here or might end up dead. Both could still happen. They end up first killing off DUI and trying to extend the chase further. Silencer doesn't have Glaives of Wisdom because Tianming hates that spell, so 0 intel for him.
Yeah, I have to say this was very necessary. Just bring 4 heroes and play together, because at this point, Chalice, you talked about the comeback mechanics. It's going to be very difficult for him to do that. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have Timber just pushing in. He doesn't care. And he's killable with Global and Storm, I feel like, but it's a lot of commitment that needs to be made.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
He's unfortunately for them having one of those Timber games where 10 minutes in, he's net with leader. Lu can't farm the lane anymore. We're going to start taking over the side of the map. And to make that easier for them, XG actually smoke up, hoping to catch Lu potentially farming the jungle. Kaka is here with Lasso. No blink, however, so he's going to rely on Paparazzi to set him up. They don't have any visionless, so it doesn't seem like they're going to find anybody.
Well, they have Arcane Rune and still some of that smoke left remaining. FY and Somnus, they jump
Somnus jumps actually onto Kaka and finds him first, and they just quickly kill off this Batrider. At the same time, we did have the Silencer getting jumped on and assassinated. However, he might have created the opening for AR to avenge him. Ghost also here for the fight with the Metamorphosis. Nice little blast off from DY. Lands onto Chalice, who's also here for this fight with the Omni Knight. Doesn't have any items to his name just yet, but does at least still have some spells to try and elongate this fight. But because he doesn't have any damage, there's Terrorblade and there's Timber. Right now, they don't actually fear him. They can post up knowing all these heroes are here and still just take the tower for free.
Oh, there's no global, right? So JT is able to just sit in front.
They get the
Storm goes
tower. Can Somnus at least avenge this? JT fell a bit low, but nothing too significant. Kaka does find the last two out onto Chalice, and they kill him off well before he can respond to this. Paparazzi jumping in, looking for another victim. 2 seconds until they have access to the Aether Remnant. Don't even need it for FY. They could deploy it onto Somnus or Tianming. JT is fairly low. Needs to be careful about his position in this fight, but ultimately they end up escaping, and Azure Ray do not have the tools to keep up the chase.
Yeah, you could really feel like the only reason why that fight in the jungle didn't go that well for them is because the Batrider got killed off first. Kaka on this bat, he's the one that brings this draft together. Because they have a ton of damage, but they don't have a lot of control. The moment he is in the fight, though, the moment he uses that lasso on the Omni Knight, they have the damage and the control, and they take a decisive fight. Now, that worries me maybe a little bit for XG's late game. If Omni Knight is in position, he should be able to, just use his Heavenly Grace and heal the targets up, save them from the bat.
Speaking of saving people, sometimes people on the map get saved with spells, and other times they get saved with game sense. Somebody on XG triggered off a scam that caught Azure Ray flush with all three of their heroes, so the smoke gank goes absolutely nowhere. JT gets to keep farming the top lane. And they even brought like DY and Paparazzi not far away in case he does need the support anyway.
Sometimes people don't want to be saved at all.
Is under attack.
You don't want to be saved.
I'm not going deep with this. I'm not going emo with this. It's just in my pubs. Storm mid.
Storm mid will find himself in a spot of bother, just trying to zone back Paparazzi so he doesn't kill off Tianming. In the top lane, we saw them chasing JT, or with JT and DY. But it is a Coddle, not the easiest hero to kill. With movement speed, 5 seconds until he has moved, but top mid lane, what? Somnus dies. He got caught out. Kaka again, proving his value in this game.
Yeah, got in there clutch and gets rewarded by Gaben. You know, when you're having a good game, Gaben sees it. He's like, drop a region rune right now. So supposed to be illusion rune, Papa Gabe. No region rune for him, straight away. Kotl, oh, almost caught.
Oh, so close. Paparazzi, as you said, after he finishes Echo Saber, he can start leading into building the Manta style. That'll assist him dealing with the global from Azure Ray.
Yeah, meanwhile, Chal is still building a halberd. How much is it gonna do, really? Like, sometimes I see these Omni Knights really pop off, get the halberd early on, and then they're just in your face. There's nothing you can do about him. But can he actually be in your face against the Timber TB?
Structures are fortified.
I'm not sure. I feel like he's gonna get swatted down like a bug.
Well, at least the Echo Saber is arriving. So he has something. For me, the biggest problem is that up until this point, Chalice literally had no items in his inventory. Does have one now. Unfortunately for him, his counterpart on the other side of the map also just picked up a very useful item in this Yule Scepter.
He should force one of his supports to buy a shard, and then they can kill the Tormentor, and he has the chance of getting the Aghanim shard instead of buying it. I think the Sax shard on him makes him tankier than he looks.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's pretty nice.
We'll see now. XG thinking of and potentially going into the Roshan pit.
Top tower.
And they go
Are
for the
they-
big man ghost this year. Yeah, they're actually going for it. They have meta.
No. I mean, they can, but they're not. This isn't that safe. I feel like it's one of those plays that can. They're going in. Like, this could be. If they check Roche, this could be huge for AR.
It really could. Global Silence was popped right now, but they haven't actually found a big target just yet. They first go on to DY, who did scout on the high ground with the sticky bomb. And Lu trying to catch some a bigger target. Ghost is literally going to TP out in front of his face. That was optimistic and ambitious to say the least. And he might end up punished super hard for this one. Somnus is here onto Ghost. The Terror Blade is down. JT won't be allowed to escape either, as Somnus gets a triple kill off of this. And Lu once more goes forward with the song. They need a 4-star for something. They need to get him closer to Kaka. But Kaka has Blink, so he should end up living here.
I don't know what that call was, but you could hear the worries in my voice, right? Even as they went into the pit. That was very cocky. TB doesn't even have a Manta. He doesn't have that ultimate orb. Just Yasha and Dragonlance to work with. They were in a good spot. I'm not sure why they forced Roche the way they did. Zero pickoffs, they weren't showing on the map, so AR pretty much knew that something was up. They had to. They had global as well. So you're forcing a big objective versus a team that should be wanting to fight at that point. Now the game has... Like, it has evened out completely.
It's under attack.
I would, right now, be very, very, very annoyed with ourselves if I'm an extreme gaming player. However, there's still room and time for recovery.
Radiant's top
Right now,
tower
what's
is
also
under
really problematic is everything that's happened also gave Lu a ton of net worth on his Naga Siren. So he's not that far away from having this Orchid into the heart. So he can actually start playing Dota. And DY's
DY.
death will help to contribute to that effort. The kill is credited towards Chalice. That'll get him closer towards his Harpoon.
Yeah, he's got the shard as well, by the way, so it's not... This Echo Saber is not the only thing that he's got in his inventory. He bought the shard, so... Shard on top of the Harpoon very soon. The
Harpoon Omni
Yeah.
Knight.
No, it's really good. It's scary. He's just running you down. He'll see. If he manages to utilize it, Paparazzi
I'm
has that
very excited
DD.
to see this. Paparazzi does have DD, so he can jump the Storm Spirit or jump the Silencer and kill him off while Storm is trying to deal with Timber. Timber did fall very low, but Somnus expended pretty much all his mana for this one, so he might not be able to find this. He does eventually get the kill. And they come in with the GA as well to ensure he doesn't die. Long zip from Somnus. He's chasing after Paparazzi as well. He really wants this kill. Lou is here looking for the ensnare. Will not be able to find it though because Paparazzi just heads up, outplays him. And they kill off Somnus and take the Aegis away too.
So they lost Timber for Silencer and Aegis. I feel like maybe that's a decent trade for XG because you don't have to worry about that huge Aegis being utilized against you. However, Storm and the boys smoke up. They're looking for another kill. Kaka is in such a good spot to break the smoke. If he leaves it though... Let's see, they see him. He's on a ward.
Here he is. He gets zipped on directly and he will be killed off. Still though, he's not. It's not the worst hero to bring down. If you're going to lose somebody on XG, better him than someone else. But on the bright side for them, JT is still in the mid lane, so is positioned to potentially protect the tower. As I say that though, he didn't
Very
have any
well
reactive
protected.
armor stacks, so
Yeah.
they just blow him up in an instant, Lizard. That's actually
Very-
so smart from Azure Ray to know that he's going to be weak right now.
Yeah. What do you think? Why is the Timber building Yules this game over Lotus? What's the reasoning?
Radiant's middle tower.
Maybe eventually wants Wind Waker.
Radiant's middle tower
I don't know.
has fallen.
That's yeah.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, just interesting to me. I feel like Lotus would have been better here.
Hold on,
Thank you.
there's another good thing, right? It's that, and he has
Omni Knight
this
Dispel.
way. It's Omni Knight Dispel and Aether Remnants set up, so Voidspray doesn't have to do it himself.
Yeah, I feel like it might be the Omni Knight thing a bit more than anything else. Because Lotus for me feels you're playing versus Storm versus Naga. It feels maybe a bit better. But okay, yeah, they lost the control that they gained from the good laning stage, I feel like, on XG. It's still not a bad place to be in. TB is still farming up very well, but he did fall behind Naga by 3k now. Naga almost
has
completed
a heart
that.
almost.
Yeah.
Top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
And where's TB in his farm routes? He's still going into a butterfly for himself. So she'll have butterfly, she'll have heart. She'll be tankier, but killing him will not be easy. And right now, XG, they want to set up for some kills potentially onto Somnus. Kaka, he dove forward, but Somnus outplays him with the zip away. He might still end up dead though. Global Silence will emerge to protect the Storm Spirit. And they kill off Kaka. That was nicely done by Azure Ray. They were Somnus, dude, where's this guy's reactions from? He's from the future, this guy.
Yeah, he's playing on the server side. You can never catch him fast enough. Smoke.
4 heroes were smoked up here. Paparazzi waiting on the high ground, breaks the rest of the smokes. They jump onto JT and they kill him off again. Look how quickly he's dying. Blast off will be there. JT gets bought time and he does now zip himself away. The Omni Knight will turn around and kill off DY. So Techies gives up his life for the cause, make sure his fellow Goblin ends up surviving. But man, this damage output onto Timbersaw is really problematic right now.
I feel like they just don't have enough sustain as well on XG to deal with what the Azure is bringing, and the Azure on the other hand with the Omni Knight, even if they dive, even if they make a mistake or two, he's just there to heal them up. Heavenly Grace, Purification, they can just continue fighting.
All right, I'm hyped now. With this Harpoon being available for Chalice, I just want to see them fight. I really want to see this. I'm excited. You've gassed me up, Liz.
Yeah, I want to see the same from XG. They need to, but the problem for them is if they want to fight, they can either do this. They have to smoke. And
Look at this. Silencer breaks the smoke, gets some additional vision down as well. Should die for this, but hashtag worth. Nobody else will get taken out. And I'm not sure they saw him actually planting down the Observer Ward, so this might stand for quite some time, giving some really excellent vision to Azure.
Yeah, hashtag excellent word, I would say, for Silencer. He still didn't have global, so this death, not really that important for him. And for Extreme Gaming, they need to get more of these smoke plays. I feel like that's the only way they play the map at the moment. Smoke with lasso, kill off someone, go back to farming, rinse and repeat.
Illusion.
They do have Global Silence back online now for Azure Array, so such plays very hard to accomplish if you don't find Tianming. Silencer, what a hero. What a hero right now. I just love the ebbs and flows of Dota. And you know, we were talking about like how the game has so much far fewer stuns, and how with stuns being less prevalent, slows and the like gain an extra value. That also means silencers become super high value because all of their values were left unchanged.
Yeah, I agree. The courier was flying out to JT and he doesn't have a TP now. He's scouted and I believe this is a dead Timber. It's just a matter of time.
Oh no. Feels bad, man. He's gonna try his best to get away from this, but you know, you were mentioning earlier for Kaka, sometimes things are just going so well. You get a nice kill, Gaben rewards you with a rune. While other times, Gaben punishes you. He's like, oh, you're bringing a courier? Tough luck, buddy. Why didn't you have a TP already?
Paparazzi?
Papa has an Astral Step and Dissimulate.
They're still global.
Back again in 10 seconds. Indeed, is still global. He actually used the Astral Step. He's gonna die. He's gone. Wow. Okay, Somnus. Him and Chalice are just on it today in this second game.
He's on it and he's also on Arcane Rune, which was a major help in that hunt. So Void Spirit unfortunately dies immediately after Timber does on top lane. You're also being pushed in. Lou is going for your Tormentor.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, like this game felt like in a good spot. Then they do that one rush fight and everything changes from that point. Now they're 10k behind.
Yeah.
And Timber is the one that feels like Omni Knight felt, right? Like Omni felt, yeah, I can't really do a lot, whatever. While Timber was a beast, and now Timber just feels irrelevant. And I still don't agree with the Yules. I'm sorry. I feel rare thing from JT. I think Lotus was just as good. The bonus armor would have been nice as well.
Bonus armor would be good. A potential reflection on Electric Vortex would be hilarious. But none of those are available. His team will smoke, though. They come across Lu, who does trigger off the song. 3
They wanna
heroes
fight.
caught indirectly, and they could fight on top of this. They do have the global silence as well if they want to try and trigger it off. They haven't decided to use it just yet. Somnus is coming in for a pincer maneuver, goes directly onto DY. They want the techies, and they should be able to get him during the global silence. At the same time, they're now thinking about aggressing into Ghost. Chalice wanted to try and find him, but forced to pop the GA. This meta putting in some work right now on their behalf. On the back edge of the fight, Paparazzi blinks in and kills off the silencer. Nicely done, but the question is, can he escape? Astral Step available again in 1 second, but it comes a little bit too late. He had no Manta to dispel the Orchid, and he does end up dead.
Yeah, they have all the Yule Scepters to dispel Omni Knight spells, but they don't even matter at some point. Like, you just cannot fight. He pops the GA at the same time as Global, and you're thinking, okay, do I Yule myself to dispel the Global, or do I Yule the target that my TB is hitting to dispel something from the Omni so that he can actually make a difference in fights? This Omni Knight very neatly, like I was talking about Bat and how he put everything together for Radiant. I feel like Omni Knight is doing the same for Dire at this point.
Dire's middle tower is under
He's also just, chilling in the pit.
Hanging out.
He's had a hard day at work. He can relax a little bit.
Roshan comes literally as Lu comes through the Twin Gate. So, perfect time to arrive. Extreme Gaming nowhere near being positioned enough to contest this. And unlike what we saw with the other Roshan attempt, there's no way that you're gonna get up getting triple kills. So it's a free Aegis and Cheese for Azure Ray. Where's Somnus at, actually? He's too far away, so maybe they can't give him the Aegis. That's the one thing that does kind of suck about the situation.
attack.
He's got a Revenant's Brooch, by the way. He queued up Shivas before, but decided to switch things up a little bit, be more aggressive. And you are playing into a TB and a Timber, right? This is super value.
He did this the other day as well. I think he's the only one to have done it. Just a heads up rush into Revenant's Brooch after finishing in Kaya Sanj. Even pre-BKB or anything.
That just speaks a lot about the confidence that he has at the moment when it comes to this game.
And then his two crew is smoked up, heading out onto the map. Doesn't seem like they're gonna find anybody immediately, but if they go deeper, they might come across JT and the boys. And they're gonna go all the way across. I mean, Lu does have access to the Song of the Siren. They have Global. Somnus just zips in. He's not scared of anything right now. Even without the Aegis, he feels pretty much immortal. He jumps onto Kaka and kills him off. And the rest of XG, let this happen. They just back off.
Yeah, he's got cheese, I guess that's why. Song, they are trying to find JT, but this should not be a catch, right? Like
Yeah, it's too far.
Is he? He's too
Nice.
far, yeah. Storm top
They-
lane, oh my god, forced to use cheese, damn.
Oh my goodness.
If Paparazzi was just a tiny little bit quicker, like he was just a tiny little bit quicker with using DD, it's hard, right? Like, you don't expect it.
Yeah. It's hard to know exactly what's up down bottom. We have a drag back onto Lu. He does have the Aegis and will end up dead. So Paparazzi is able to use a double damage rune onto the Naga. And she's already expended Song trying to kill JT.
Dire's middle tower
So I'm not sure this is the safest place to be for Azure Ray right now. They're still gonna stick around, slowly sieging the tier 3 tower. DY only returning in about 30 seconds. If he was here, maybe Azure Ray reconsider their stance. But as he does come closer to respawning, they don't want to take any additional risks and they just back off. Very good for Extreme Gaming, keeping the tier 3 tower not just alive, but incredibly healthy as well.
Yeah, it's about the health, not about the life, right? Like, what good is a long life if your health is bad? Am I right, Snare?
There we go.
Yeah. And their health overall is not that great, being 15k behind, if you can look at it that way. But they are finding some items, like Nullifier, soon to be purchased by Paparazzi, or at least the Sacred Relic. TB, what's he getting? He's going towards MKB as well, getting some damage, extra damage versus Naga. They also took down the Cheese, took down the Aegis, so all things considered, they didn't get punished by that second rush way too hard.
Second Aegis of the game, of course, went to the Naga sign instead of Somnus, which we normally expect. By the way, Somnus, with his Revenant's Brooch, he beat his own record and is now third fastest builder of this item ever. What a legend.
Radiant's middle
What a ledge.
attack.
So he remains the third fastest. He just beat his own record, right?
No, before he was fifth, and then he beat his record of
okay.
fifth.
Okay. I see.
Also, what's
Silence.
interesting is that two of those top fives came from this DPC in China. One from Somnus and one from Sumail on the Storm Spirit. And Somnus does have Aghanim Scepter right now, so their teamfight prowess on Azure Ray is now really much higher than it was beforehand.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, Kaka's smoke got broken, but he wasn't sure if he wanted to go on that illusion or not. Decides not to in the end. They did prove that they can kill the Naga, but that was on the high ground, and she was alone.
She's not alone right now in front of the tier 2 tower. In fact, her allies are all around her. JT trying to zip himself away, but unfortunately it does get cancelled, and the global silence prevents reinforcement, so he will end up dead. He does have access to buyback if he feels it necessary. So it's not like the Azure Ray lineup has opened up a golden ticket to the higher ground. You still have to work for this one.
I know we were hyping Sumail's Storm quite a lot, but this is up there in performance, and I feel like Storm, yeah, he gets banned from time to time because of certain picks, but I feel like this hero should be banned more often, it feels like.
Storm Spirit, man. What a hero. He's doing his thing right now, building into a Lincoln Sphere. Him and Lu are going to take down the Rax because they deem it necessary to hold on to JT's buyback. So he'll have that potentially for a second defense. But from now on out, you are playing at least up against one lane of super creeps. Game is difficult, so they do have some decent fighting items, but man, they just don't have vision on the map right now. They're being controlled in. And honestly, we see yet again a different game that the influence of the Silencer becomes a huge problem. Just him being alive stops so many attempts on the lives of the enemy cause. And Omni Knight as well is putting in a lot of value by being super hard to kill and making the whole team hard to kill.
Yeah, there's just a lot of difficulties that they're facing this Omni Knight, the global silence, right? Illusions pushing into you all the time. And what do you get to rely on? You get to rely on TB, who's building the MKB. So maybe that's going to be enough. At least it's some damage that's going to help you out. But one other thing is JT, he just doesn't feel like that beast of a Timbersaw. Naga is, together with Revenant's Brooch on Storm Spirit, they're just chewing through him.
TB building into MKB right now to try and deal with the butterfly that's been purchased up by this Naga Siren.
Just got it right, like it's flying out, yeah.
That means he doesn't have buyback available, so if he dies, the game ends, basically.
Yeah, this is one of those timings where first you're TB, right? Like you're using meta anyway. If you die, you don't have meta, you're probably losing that fight as well with the buyback. And secondly, I really think that they need to clutch some things out and come back into the match. They smoke up.
Looking for a clutch catch, but unfortunately for them, nobody's home. But as I say that, Azure Ray take a trip through the Twin Gates. So they could potentially catch somebody here. Somnus reveals himself on the creep wave.
But Omni
Kaka's
Knight,
a bit too far away, and Omni Knight is right there. They realize it. DY goes in with the Glimmer Cape, gets some vision down and scouts out the Omni, but better yet, it scouts out FY. They kill him off during the global, but Somnus goes in, finds the blue hole onto the Terrorblade and the Timber. Both of them, though, can turn and fight. They get the meta out. Lasso from Kaka drags back Chalice, and they kill him off. Lose here with Song, but the Terrorblade can still dish out some damage thanks to this BKB. Ultimately, though,
Can they
Azure
catch
Ray,
Lu?
they did lose 2, and now they're looking for a third one. Can they catch Lu indeed? Chalice
Yes,
not
they
going to be
can.
here to bail him out. And they find the Yule's catch onto Lu. Naga Siren all alone, all surrounded, and she should be killed off unless Somnus has some pure heroism. He comes in for the heroic play, finds a very nice
has
blue
no mana.
hole, but it's also going to doom him because he's out of mana. Yule's up and very shortly out of options. Killed off
Anyone
by
else?
this JT
FY?
Timber. The rest have tried to retreat. Operative word being tried because FY also gets used up into the air. Flame Break will push him back. They
That's a
do
gem.
not have a gem, but he has one and they'll take it for themselves off of his corpse.
And guess what? Roche is back. He's back home.
Hey.
Back again. He's got refresher shard. Tell your friend they're going in. I mean, okay, I don't want to ruin that amazing team fight by my shitty rapping. This was really nicely done by XG. I feel like jumping the Keeper of the Light as well was 10 times better than jumping the Storm in that situation. The Storm had Chalice right next to him. They couldn't possibly kill off the Storm. If they jumped him, they probably would have used a couple of big spells, and then Kotal gets to do what he wants to. They have too much vision. Once again, XG, they adjust to the way they should play a fight. And, you know, it's so much easier said than done to not go on the Storm there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Maybe they didn't even see him because that was just way too good. The way it
And
ended
the
out.
presence of mind, right? Because they pinged him and then they were like, nah, let's not go
Yeah.
around. It's exactly like you said. They knew Chalice is probably right behind him. DY, clutch observer ward that he plants down just before the fight breaks out. Gives them all the vision that they need.
Yeah, that word was actually extremely important. And then they managed to even kill off Chalice. They didn't expect the amount of damage that came from the MKB. I think that was a huge deal too. Now Timber has an Aghanims as well. A bit of that armor to push in the barrier. The damage as well.
You know, speaking of the TB's itemization, not only did MKB surprise them with the damage outlay, I think during the blue hole, they thought they were going to put him a lot lower than he actually fell. But this butterfly is putting in work to keep him alive in these fights. Storm Spirit has Revenant's Bro, sure, but you won't always be perfectly positioned on top of the one target. And Revenant's Bro does have a duration. It ends.
Yep. It does, exactly. And Naga doesn't have an MKB and she won't be purchasing it, right? So Kaka is being hunted down. Oh, he...
Feels
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah, he has a gem as well, so it's really bad.
You could have actually lived there, right? If he just kept running.
I'm not sure he knew that they were chasing him. He just chilled there. Took his time to enjoy the pool.
Hanging out in the lush waters of the Lotus Pool. Sadly, he's going to be hanging out in the lush waters of the fountain for a while he's respawning.
Tower is under attack.
And on Azure Ray, they did just pick up 2 Lincoln Spheres for the Storm Spirit as well as the Omni. Yo, man, Lasso is a really scary spell this game.
It truly is, yeah. It changes the fights completely. That's the only really reliable catch that they have. So they want to double down those Lincoln Spheres. You do have ways of breaking them, though. If you're bad, you have Force, you have Yules.
Radiant
So it's not that terrible.
Kaka Batrider. While he's cleaning up bottom, the rest of his team are posturing here onto the dire high ground. Or near the tier 2 tower area.
Smoke.
They really want to take this. But they realize where they're at on the Azure Ray and they smoke up. If they get here in time, they'll find them without Kaka. So this could be a 4v5 fight. Kaka did just pick up BKB. So it would behoove them to finish off this fight before the Batrider arrives. And look at this, JT, he's super far forward, but so is Ghost.
Paparazzi.
They jump to the back lines looking for Paparazzi, but he just dissimulates away. And now suddenly they're the ones that
And
might
now-
have to watch their positioning.
Yeah, because Kaka is now coming from the back, right? And he has a BKB.
What's Kaka gonna do here? He has that BKB, he has Lasso, but they don't have vision clearly on the high ground because they did get dewarded. Tianming might have inadvertently saved this entire game with these dewards, and they will get themselves as far away from XG as possible.
Kaka, if he finds... Ooh, if he found Omni-Knight, that would have been sick.
Now that he blinked back though, that might invite Azure Ray to try and think about going in. He Yule's up onto the Timbersaw, but he's super tanky. 40 reactive armor charges right now, has Ags and Hearts. There's no way they kill him.
But they have to do something though. The high ground is being pushed in. XG is really forcing this.
Glyph's already been popped. And now this tower is still falling. Big zip in from Somnus onto some heroes on the back with the global silence over it, but they can't find Kaka. Glimmer Cape keeps him alive. There's a Song of the Siren, but this was before BKBs. Kaka actually pops BKB. He wants to chase the Naga, but she does get kept alive on the high ground. The Trickster Cloak, making her a very unviable target, but they don't really care. They were here for the base first and foremost. Looks like they are going to at least get a tier 3 tower, maybe even more off the back of this.
Let's see. They probably want to get more, but meta is 50% out.
Harpoon play from Chalice onto Timbersaw. They're unable to put him down though. Timber, he's posting up right next to Ghost, who is about to run out of the Metamorphosis. Only a few seconds that remain at this point. He has Satanic already utilized as well. And with this Glyph, they should be able to save the racks. As meta should end. Somnus though goes in, finds a blue hole catch onto the Timbersaw. Do they have the necessary follow-up is the question. And so far the answer is no. He uses up into the air on the Timber. Still has half HP for himself. Triggers out the Aghanim's. Chains to the low ground. Still chased by Somnus, who finds 3 heroes with the blue hole. But where's the follow-up from Azure Ray? The Sunder from Ghost to ensure that JT is as healthy as possible. They even pop PKB from Chalice to try and make this happen.
Paparazzi
While all of this is going down, they do end up losing the Aegis. Paparazzi does get himself hexed up. Somnus pulling back onto JT. They really want the Timbersaw, but he's still freaking alive. He has cheese now, pops it, and Paparazzi, he goes back into the fray. But as he does, Lu pops the song, and they allow the rest of Azure Ray to retreat into the base, but that might not include Lu, as he's now on the low ground here.
No,
but they're too scared to jump him.
Yeah, they'll let him go. They don't have a meta still. The only question is Somnus going to jump in again or not? I feel like we might finally see the end of this incredible engagement that lasted forever. Azure, they survived. They survived the Aegis, they survived the cheese, they don't even lose a side. They don't even lose a hero, I believe, in that whole kerfuffle. Did they lose anyone?
I don't think so, no.
Yeah, so
They
overall,
did not. They
yeah.
killed UI, but they didn't lose anyone.
They killed EY. They also forced the cheese usage. I love how in the moment XG is. They switch the cheese. While Timbersaw is Yuled up, they give him the cheese. He uses it. That's really nicely done to save him. But yeah, Azure, they're basically claiming that they are the ones to take these fights, that they're the ones that can take down targets. Meanwhile, XG, if they don't have meta, they just don't have the damage.
Metamorphosis is so important for them, for the damage output. But Extreme Gaming, honestly, this series overall has been one of the most fun ones that we've had. The back and forth, these high ground defenses that actually don't even make sense. Just off of pure execution, you're able to keep your base alive, and both teams have done it multiple times across the games. So cool.
Yeah, the game is extremely close. One hero that's kind of unsung in the last couple of fights is probably Paparazzi and the Void Spirit. He's doing a lot of work, a ton of damage, a ton of control that he's bringing as well to his team. The good old Penta-edged sword definitely doing work as well.
Also been very smart about making sure to always try and find Tianming on the back edge of the fight. It's hard to do reliably, but been doing a fairly good job at it. Now with Roshan respawning soon on the nighttime side, they can just start putting some mines down for DY, protect the Twin Gate, and then start setting up for an Aegis and try to utilize it to finally get racks through top.
Yeah, that definitely seems like the plan. They can also, what's really nice is they can always force the defense, right, by spamming illusions down the lane. It's not that difficult, at least for Azure to defend. They have some illusions of their own to combat that.
Attack.
Yeah. Now I
And,
guess Siren.
Yeah, the lanes are also pushed in heavily, so XG, they need to think about sending someone down bot to defend.
Well,
Some
first they're gonna
sense-
send someone middle to fight because Kaka here with the crew, and they thought about jumping, but glad for them that they didn't because they did not see all the backup behind the swarm.
Yeah, and he has Arcane Rune. He had Arcane Rune at that point, so jumping him would have been, yeah, dangerous, say the least.
Game still hanging very much in the balance. An 11k gold lead for Azure Array. Experience is still in their favor as well, but not by much.
Okay, I think this item changes things a little bit. At least how they play the fights out on XG. On Azure, sorry. They got Swift Blink on Naga. So he has Swift Blink Hex. He can actually initiate together with the Storm. They can blow a target down so damn fast.
Another good item for XG. They picked up a Guardian Greaves for Techie, so he has a way past the Global Silence now. Chalice, he's the first one in the fight. Kaka's gonna look for him. Oh,
the
Kaka
Yules!
doesn't find him. Beautiful Yule Scepter coming in immediately. The blue hole doesn't actually catch heroes. These BKBs will protect them. And now he's gonna be forced back. Chalice, pop the Guardian Angel in this engagement. With that, most of this Terrorblaze damage will be negated. He does still have a BKB and a Satanic in tow though, so it's not an easy customer. JT, Timber Chains away. And so far, nobody dead somehow. But this fight's not over. We've seen how long these engagements can carry on for. DY gets jumped upon, but he is still alive as well with the Glimmer Cape. And GG Boots also keep him up. We have a chase going down onto Chalice. Getting right-click down. There's no more GA. But there's also not that much control with the Bat Rider not having Lasso and Paparazzi being too far north. So this fight, somehow, everybody's still alive. But XG, they're trying to retreat. Azure Ray doesn't want to let them go here, Liz. They keep chasing. Find a Hex now onto JT. Do they have what it takes to blow him up? No, they do not. Here they go onto Tian Ming. He gets kept alive as well by Chalice. And they find the song. Everybody caught here. Somnus looking for the blue hole. Will Ghost get off his BKB? Yes, he does. Blue hole will enable them to kill off the Techies and the Bat Rider, but will it enable him to escape as we have a buyback from Bat Rider. Paparazzi, him and Ghost going in onto Lou. Lou is still kept alive because Somnus gets off another clutch blue hole, but he's being chased by JT. Hex onto the Timber Saw. Luke hiding around for all he's worth. He is going to live. And they might just kill JT, and indeed they do. Somnus ending a killing spree on the Timber Saw is completely out of mana. But in this game, he is completely styling on them as well. They get the team fight victory here, Liz, and it looks like the path to Roshan is available for Azure Ray yet again in game 2.
It certainly is, and it's a beautiful fight that they took. This whole fight, this whole engagement, like a nice little dance that we were witnessing, back and forth, back and forth. Somnus being in the lead, though, together with Lou, I feel like one thing that they've got that Extreme Gaming does not is they can stay in fights forever. They can refresh their stuff, right? Like, as long as global isn't used, they can just keep on fighting. Meanwhile, on the other hand, you have this meta. Terrorblade uses it, and he's kind of forced. XG is forced to make an engagement, forced to get the fight going off. By the way, that Yules that we called out, it was Bat Riders, like he Yuled himself.
Oh no.
He wanted to break the Lincolns on Omni and ended up Yuling himself.
Oh no. That's the worst case scenario. I was wondering who bought Yules now on Azure Ray to turn that fight. But in the chaos of that engagement, I even sort of forgot about it. But yeah, that's completely correct. There's no Yules on Azure. Well, that sucks. These things happen. Because of what happened, it does lead to Azure Ray being on the high ground now. Chalice picks up an overwhelming blink for himself.
Yeah,
And Chalice is really problematic, dude. He doesn't die anymore. He's just... I'm starting to see why. Throughout this game, I see this wisdom now of this offlane Omni with the harpoon.
It dawned on you, dawned on all of us.
Just soaks up so much pressure. And with this Lincoln's here, I mean, nobody can get lassoed except if he's alive. And he's super hard to go on anymore. Tier 3 tower taken, and that's going to be now XG having to figure out a way to defend the base. Blue
They're
hole
in.
coming in yet again. They actually go directly onto the Ghost, and they should be able to kill him off. BK being a 4-stuff away barely keeps him alive, and he gets off a Sunder onto DY. Now he wants to turn with right-click damage. Kaka finds an illusion with the lasso. The real hero is very safe on the other side of the base. Blast off from DY, connects onto multiple heroes, and they almost kill the techies, but the Song of the Siren actually saves his life. Somnus, though, looks like he wants to set up to kill him off regardless. With the blue hole catching 3 heroes. Techies is gone. On the back edge of the fight, they need to escape with Paparazzi. But JT starting to run low on mana. And Paparazzi getting a bit in an awkward and precarious position
did
as he
he
watches
go?
Kaka die right in front of him. Papa at least trying to kill Chalice, but he gets blue hole together with the Terrorblade. Both of them will not be able to survive this fight safely. JT dies first. Somnus going back onto Paparazzi. Ghost doing his utmost to 1v9 here, but it cannot be done as Chalice, with the Hammer of Purity hit with the Aghanim shot, gets an ultra kill on Omni, secures game 2 for Azure Array, and sends us to a deciding game number 3 in our major slot determiner.
Very well deserved by Azure Ray. Holy hell, this game. They read the movements of Extreme Gaming, they read what they needed to do very damn well, and they executed on it. Like, that first rush still for me is the crucial moment of the game where Extreme Gaming just lost all, if any, advantage that they had at that time. I really think that was what skewed the game back into Azure Ray's favor, but I'm happy that it did, because this game, these fights, you don't get to witness this kind of Dota very often. Like, yeah, there are some mistakes happening here and there, but not too many, and the teams are so close when it comes to like the level of execution, the level of gameplay. They are just so damn close that these fights look like they are gonna last forever. In the end, the team with less pressure on the longevity of these fights wins. Like, you have Omni Knight Kotal constantly healing you up mana and HP. Then you have Naga. You're thinking, okay, why is she songing all the time? Well, she has the shard, 5% bonus HP every second. Feels like a good thing in the middle of a fight. If anyone is low, they're gonna be healed up by the Naga.
Played these fights really, really well on the side of Azure Ray. Although it was not easy, there were some really good moments from Extreme Gaming as well, and it did require AR to step above and beyond the Call of Duty. I think the genius picks obviously were those Lincoln Spheres, making a huge difference for Somnus and Chalice, but the positioning of Chalice as well is a major part of why they were able to win this game. This guy was on it, man. Chilling on the Omni Knight, providing these GAs, these heals, these H Graces. I mean, stuns are worse overall in the game, so they're even worse once they get H Grace on. And what a game from him. I think we give it to Chalice, right? Oh wait, actually I'm confused, because Somnus also popped the hell off, dude. 13, 4, and 16. He was a god in all of these fights. So many amazing clutch blue holes towards the end. He did the most damage in the game. All right, I'm changing my mind. Give it to Somnus. Give it to the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, Chalice and Somnus both kind of deserving of that MVP. Maybe Somnus a bit more, considering he went for this early Bruges. It just did so much work. He just did so much work on his Storm. He found a couple of really nice runes, like an Arcane rune here and an Arcane rune there. Storm Spirit hunting down Timber top, Void Spirit bottom in the same, like with the same mana pool. Not even being healed up by Kotal, not even getting Chakra Magic. You go top, kills off Timber, goes bottom, kills off Void Spirit, and you're like, wait, he's not TPing, not using Twin Gate. What the hell is happening?
Yeah.
Really nicely done by him. One of the better performances that I've seen from him.
Great performance here from Azure Array on the back of the Somnus Storm Spirits and the Chalice Omni Knight. This puts them now in touching distance of getting to the Bali Major with 1 game to go up against Extreme Gaming. Let's find out what happens in the decider, the finale of this series, with this final slot of the Major up for grabs. Is it XG? Is it AR? We find out in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. Dota 2 comes back. Welcome back, one and all. We are witnessing greatness as we see Extreme Gaming taking on Azure Array for the final slot to the Bali Major from the region. And of course, the pride that comes with beating one of your rivals. So far, it has been a very intriguing series, very long games across all the entire affair. Mostly losses for the Timbersaw, mostly wins for the Silencer, but crucially here, Lizard, 0 picks of the Magnus. Have people forgotten about our Horn fellow?
Especially with JT in the team as well, right? Like the horned guy, the horny offlaner, doesn't get picked up even once. Instead, we get the Timber and the Bat. Once again, Techies still left in the pool, but do you want Techies and Silencer? That's the question. Or do you just get the hero that's been banned out in every game by now if a Timbersaw has been picked up? You get yourself a Slarky boy instead.
The Slarky Slark gonna be being played by Lou. Not just, it's decent against Timbersaw. You've mentioned throughout the course of this DPC that the different ways that Batrider is played nowadays does mean that Slark is no longer an automatic counter to the Batrider, but by and large can still be very, very decent. Global Silent Salvation. And I think they probably after game number 2, they're like, yeah, we want a hero that can just naturally scale and take very long fights. That it doesn't rely on one huge ability to be able to be effective in those engagements.
Well, Slark is perfect in that way, right? You ban out some Bloodseeker and you're setting yourself up already for a pretty decent damn game. Extreme Gaming will not get their hands on Techies. They've seen that Timber Techies too many times already on the side of Azure. They ban it out in the second stage, and damn, like Techies even going all the way, being relegated to second stage bans.
Oof.
This
Pathetic.
is not my Techies. My Techies is first phase pick every single game. Even
Just
a day,
Techies.
yeah, even a day ago, we're just Techies, yeah. We're all Techies. Yesterday he was picked up, I feel like every game. First stage, yeah.
He
Or
was
banned
first
out.
faced every game. He was banned one game, and then every other game he was picked. Damn Techies. Of course, you are playing against Azure Array, or specifically you're playing against Chalice and Somnus. So you do the right thing against these guys. You ban Beastmaster and Storm Spirit at the start of the phase. You don't mess around here. You're trying to go to the major. Don't give them their most powerful weapons. And respect being shown to Chalice. They even ban out all his offlaners. No Omni, no LC, no Underlord. A special respect being shown to the Omni Knight as well after game 2.
Yeah, I think Omninet as well makes a lot of sense because you're picking the Bat Rider, right? So if you're picking the Bat, Omni probably needs to go. They ban it out. You didn't want Omni and Slark as well to be running you down with 2 harpoons in the mid game. Extreme Gaming, they pick up a Disruptor. A little bit of silence for themselves as well. Some AoE silence into the Slark can always feel nice. Also versus any of the spirits that are left in the pool, right? Like right now, if you're Azure, you might think about not getting them on the mid lane. Even Co-op, like all of these heroes kind of struggle from Glimpse and Static Storms.
What a spell Static Storm is, honestly. What a phenomenal spell you get out of this hero. Like you say, it's very good against... It's actually really annoying playing Slark. Some bad rider jumps you, you're like, ha, you fool. I've got Q. Then they're like, you extra fool. We have Kinetic Field Static Storm. Oh, snap. Can't do anything.
I mean, the hero has AoE Doom, so it's pretty damn strong. Especially now when you can choose your items, right? Like, if you're a Disruptor, you just get that Philly Stone. If you're slightly lucky, you get it, and you set yourself up for success. But Pangolier is something that we haven't seen in a bit as well. Mostly because the hero has been banned out, not because he's bad or anything, or figured out. Has just been banned out way too many times.
You know what I just realized about them getting this Pango? Medusa was open, so if they didn't get Pango or any kind of way to deal with Medusa second phase, JT could have, and the boys could have gone back for it at the 18th pick for XG.
Yeah, they could have, but you're already playing into a Slark as well. I'm not sure. Like, Slark really messes those up. She's universal, he's stealing your stacks. It's kind of hard to play into him. And then Pango on top of that now, like you said, with Diffusal, Slark would build Diffusal. I'm not sure, but I hope Extreme doesn't pick it. They still could. but it's very dangerous. I feel like something like Puck is maybe an option. Instead, they go with a Faceless Void. Yeah, of course. Like this guy as well. Like recently has been banned out in most of the games that I'm watching. Especially if something like a Slark, Pango are picked up. Like you get a lot of control. Now you have Timber Saw damage in the Chronosphere, but it isn't that huge, I would say. Maybe that's something that they can think about improving. And Quap is a good ban because she will bring exactly that. Plus, she's good versus Pango.
Faceless Void for Extreme Gaming. They're relying on Ghost to carry them through. This is his third most played hero. 33 games, 75% win rate. So this is the guy that's gonna... But they do need that damage inside the bubble. What was it? Do you remember that one game we crossed together where the Faceless Void had no damage into bubble? Had to just build... What did he build that game? Like Mjolnir Rush or something? Ghost might be forced into a similar set of circumstances unless they do get the damage from Paparazzi instead.
Yep, I think overall, Faceless Void can bring that damage later on in the game, right? It's just a mid-game where you can't really be using it without some burst damage from the mid lane, from a support like a Skyrat, and they don't have that at the moment, but yeah, eventually, Faceless Void is enough, I feel like. You get that Refresher Orb, you get 2 Chronos, the ultimate late-game carry, no matter what is happening. If you're Azure, what do you ban next to Quap? Like you could ban technically Puck. Ember isn't that great into Pango mid, but they ban it out. Actually, it is. What am I saying? Ember is great. Yeah, they ban out the Ember instead.
They have to protect the Pango. I like Puck as an idea. I really like Puck. Some damage into bubble. It also bridges the gap before. You don't want to always be using bubble like early on in the early mid game. So Dreamcoil can do that for us. Hey, Magnus ban, his first inclusion in the series. Also,
yeah, it's the last ban. Crazy. I really think Ember was a really, really good pick for Extreme Gaming. Now that I think of it properly, but they won't get it. Let's see what Azure gets on the offlane though. Into Faceless Void. That's some cheeky Venomancer would be actually really damn good, but they probably won't pick it. It would crush Faceless Void. Like a lane is ridiculously difficult later on as well. Some Vessel, some Aghanims would feel good versus Timber.
Let's see if they go Abaddon. Okay. Abaddon is pretty good into Faceless Void, honestly.
Into that as well, right?
Yeah. This is actually a very sick Abaddon game. You play this from the offlane, I imagine, this game, right?
Yeah. That's like he has multiple things that he's good at. First, he can survive the Chrono. Second, he can Aphotic Shield Lasso. Third, he can Aphotic Shield Disruptor spell. So Disruptor needs to be the Glimpse guy. And in the end, we do get the Puck. We circle all around the world and we return back to the Puck boy. Paparazzi Puck. It's a good Puck game overall. These supports don't really provide any catch. Like there's some global silence, right? But besides that, as a Puck, you can jump them, you can kill them off easily, you can mess with them. It is a bit dangerous into a Photic Shield once again. If Abaddon is in good positions, he'll be able to just heal people up. Chalice has an amazing set, by the way. You don't see it right now, but it looks really damn cool on that Abaddon. Nice. Yeah. I stopped being that phased by sets. There's just so many good ones, right? Amazing ones. I remember back in the day when you see something cool, you're like, wow, damn, that's...
You're like, stop the game right now. I need to take a picture of this. Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Right now, where are you leaning, actually, between XG and Azure? Because the one thing you mentioned that this Puck, that there's not that much catch on the side of Azure to deal with this Puck. That being said, outside of like, basically the Slog, if he gets off to a good start for the Slog can take over this game. It can become a really rough affair for the rest of XG. They have Salvation with the Global. They've got some heals with Coddle. They've got Chalice to keep him alive if things go awry. The game becomes hard for Faceless Void as well. Because let's say you don't land a Chrono onto Chalice and FY, and you don't have BKB, you get blasted out of your own Chrono, and or the target just kept alive in perpetuity by those two heroes. So I don't know. I'm backing XG. Where are you going? I'm going XG.
Yeah, I feel that I would go for XG just because of Faceless Void and the Chronosphere later on in the game. Like the Chrono can be huge. Also, they adjusted the lanes a little bit. They'll be playing position 4 Disruptor, position 5 Batrider. So Kaka will be dodging the Abaddon lane. I think that's also very important for them. So because of these things, overall, I think that they made the necessary adjustments. I think they've got what it takes, but it's very close. It's not like I'm slightly favoriting them. That's it. Just because Chrono in a series that's deciding your major, whether you go to it or not, the last game of the series, Chronosphere is end all be all in my opinion. You know.
Let's see if Extreme Gaming have drafted themselves the winning draft. Can they summon Exodia, get themselves a W with these 5 heroes? Or will it be Azure Array, utilizing the Somnus Pango, and of course the loose Slark and Chalice on his Abaddon to secure themselves a victory? Man, I didn't realize how much I missed Chalice as a player. Having him and JT in the same game, it's just been so much fun to watch. The different shenanigans that go on, the different perspectives about how to play the offlane right now.
And they're bringing some old school to the offlane, where all these zoomers are spamming the same heroes doing the same things. Here comes Chalice, picks Omni Knight, comes in, owns the game.
So how do you think this game is going to go for JT's Timber for Game 3?
Well, I hope better than Game 1 and 2. So far, the Timber Saw just didn't have any success, did he? This time around, what's he playing into? He's playing into a Slark. I feel like already he's gonna suffer a little bit.
Especially if he gets first blooded. Yeah, Tianming gets the first blood. Lu didn't have Essence Chef, so it doesn't get some bonus stacks.
Okay, so
the most important thing is that they denied the curse. They got 3 bounties, but then they lost first blood, so it's all reset to even.
Yeah, but wait, so they're moving Disruptor top. He's still skilling Thunderstrike, but they're playing into Slark. So he's just gonna be dispelling it anyway with Dark Pact, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that, yeah. Not sure how impactful Kaka is gonna be here. And last game, I felt like Timbersaw actually had a good lane. They just messed it up a little bit with execution. This time around, perhaps the lane is even a bit harder. You're playing into Slark. Later
last
on,
game they were doing good, right? Until that dive. And they, what is it, like around level 7 or something? And they all just ended up dead?
It was much earlier when Silencer got the kill on Bat, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, you're right.
And then they killed the Timber as well afterwards. So the lane that they were doing really fine in ended up kind of even. Lu, actually
in danger. He's dark
dead,
pacted
right?
already. He's dead. Yeah, he's gone. Taken out. JT might actually get a double off of this as he brings down Tianming. Okay. That's how you want to start a game as Timber.
Yeah, Dark Pact as well, just being constantly triggered because of Thunderstrike, and then when you need it really versus Timber to run away, you don't have it.
So it looks like Kaka had some tech prepared for us with that level 1 Thunderstrike, demonstrating the value it can provide. On the other side of the map, we do see Ghost trying to farm away on his Faceless Void and playing into Chalice and FY. Now this feels like a fun lane to play. A Baron Coddle. Sign me up, baby.
How is it fun? Why is it fun for you?
Because the enemy can't do anything to you, man. You just hit them, and then they think about hitting you, and they're like, well, can we do it? No. There's Blinding Lights where you can't kill anyone. There's Aphotic Shields where you block so much damage. There's Curse of Avernus, so every few hits, the carry has to go back. It's fun.
Yeah, I can see it. I can see what you mean. At the same time, it's just kind of like you're just trading hits. You don't have like some huge kill potential, I feel like. Meanwhile, on top lane, it's just madness, right? Everyone, JT is diving you, Kaka is hitting you. You can't heal up, you can't shield. You just have to hit back and hope for the best.
It's also reflecting in the CS numbers of the slot because he's not anywhere close to the top of the leaderboard. That's, of course, being taken up by the Timbersaw that he has to farm up against. Timber. So what do we want to see built up for JT in this game? He is playing into a silencer again. Are you imagining that you want to see an Echo Saber as loot? Jumping onto Kaka, hoping to try and find this kill, but unable to make it happen. Tianming is going to be the one that claims it though with the last word.
I can't really go on Timber. He has Magic Wand, he has Healing Lotus as well. Did you ask about Timber? What he's going to build? Or?
Yes.
Well, I think you need the same Dispel like in the last game. The only question is, do you want to get Yules or do you want to get Lotus this time around? I feel like maybe a Lotus this time around would be better. Yules is also good.
Some decisions to be made through middle. I think Kaka might be dead here. Last word on top of him. Somnus already used the Swashbuckle though, so doesn't have it available to apply the bonus damage. Arcane Curse will still tick him out nonetheless.
Low top
Tianming
lane.
been very effective on the map, but because he's gone from top, Lu was almost about to die, but he doesn't end up getting brought down by JT.
Thank you, Scriff. That was extremely fast from Low. Very nicely done.
What a player.
Quelling Blade is the tree, just as JT is trying to Timber Chain on it. Very well played. And now
They actually
they're
might punish
chasing him.
JT. They can last word him. It's not going to kill him off, but it will bother him a little bit. More importantly, it buys Lu space and time to farm up, finish boots, so he can at least have a bit more range to play around the Timbersaw.
He deserves all the farm that he can get in this lane after the Quelling Blade. I feel like that was a lane-saving move right there. They are pinging Paparazzi because Kotal is here, right? So they can do the double Swashbuckle. But it doesn't really connect. Puck has 11 Magic Wand charges, yeah. Oh, he goes in.
He's fine. Pops those charges you talked about. He's cool. I think he's also happy to be drawing all their attention towards this lane. Top. We almost had a kill onto Tianming. But Kaka can't find him with the Thunderstrike, and Kaka himself might end up dead. There's going to be a blinding light to ensure that he's knocked back. The kinetic field will delay proceedings a bit, but with Arcane Curse on him, there's almost no way he survives. Will end up dead, but at the same time, Chalice dies bottom to Ghost and DY. That's the offlaner taken away from Azure Array right now.
Yeah, he's a little bit too deep, a little bit too close to the tower, and you know, you get bashed a couple of times. You die to the Faceless with or without that shield that you've got.
Okay. Faceless Void. Our boy Ghost doing his thing. Somnus, though, starting to think about making more forays on the map. He has level 6 available. Sadly, killing Paparazzi, even with the level 6, very difficult to do. But now that I think about it, it's actually rough for him to rotate, right? Going top, you're not going to kill Timber at this point in time. You're probably not killing Faceless Void with Chalice. It's not like he's playing Beastmaster or something. The damage is just not there on the map.
Yeah, he's the only control that they've got. And that's hard to play with. So you probably need to wait out an item or two on Slark. And then you can combo things up. There's still obviously like an opportunity to outplay. If it arises, I'm sure that Somnus will pounce on it. Kaka.
Is he dead? Well, we ran out of mana on Tianming, so he has to just TP away. Kaka gonna be A-okay. I wonder if he's gonna go for the build he went for like last year at some point when he was still on RNG. He used to rush Aghanim Scepter every game. Down bottom, you see Chalice getting aggressed upon by Paparazzi. Although Somnus can't necessarily combo with his team, XG do not have such difficulties as they easily find and kill Chalice. DY gets the kill.
Opens up a little bit of space for that Pangolier to continue farming, right? That's something at least. Like Pango, Somnus, you mentioned, he can't really rotate around, can't really make a lot of plays, but at least he can get farm. And if someone dives, then he can perhaps think about, like Timber dives top, then he can think about TPing in, perhaps punishing JT.
Under attack.
But Diffusal here is what he's, I believe, looking at. Let's see, he's going top.
See what he decides to do here, Somnus. Does have the newly picked up power trades and a shield rune. So far, they don't have the clearest vision in the world. And it's just the two of them, him and Lu. So if they find Kaka, Kaka will die, but not so sure about JT. We'll see what happens here. Lu finally gets the vision on Kaka. He sees him, but he doesn't want to die without having a bit more information. As Somnus does arrive, does feel like it's too late. Nothing's going to happen in the top lane.
Yeah, meanwhile, DY, he's actually stealing their stacks on the Batrider.
Big plays. JT eats a last word, so they're still sticking here with Somnus. They're feeling a bit skittish about this. I agree with you that I'd be much happier if he just sat around farming right now. Not much he can accomplish with these rotations.
Yeah, maybe some triangle move was good, you know, to try and steal the Ancients, to try to steal the hard camp, like DY did on the other side, but it didn't happen in the end. Just a lot of time wasted. Actually, about a minute and a half since the moment he took that rune, he went out of the lane.
Well, being hurt a little bit in that CS department, but finishes the Orb of Corrosion and has a token now. So can still maintain his presence. Top lane, Lu falling fairly low here with the Chakram. Does have access to the ultimate, but this is a Timber Soul. Doesn't necessarily protect you. They're bringing in DY as well. Shadow Dance will come out, and indeed, it offers 0 protection against Timber, as JT is on a killing spree by bringing down Lu.
Yeah, they just
Is under attack.
feel helpless at the moment, and I'm like thinking, what happens to Azure that changes things? Is it some item on Abaddon? Is it some item on Pango? What changes things? What enables them to start fighting? Because they're not gonna get anything massive, I feel like, right? Tianmin?
You should be okay, Tianming. I say that, but Kaka glimpses him back. But the Power Rangers TPs are in from Azure Ray. Lu, unfortunately, does not connect with the pounce onto JT. And all these heroes
the
came
courier.
top. They kill off JT's courier, but as long as he doesn't die, he's happy. Rolling Thunder onto DY. Somnus does manage to connect, and they should be able to finish him off here. Swashbuckle makes the grab happen. But that's a 4-hero rotation for a lowly Batrider. Definitely worth it for the side of XG.
Yep. Meanwhile, Paparazzi pushing in mid. He does have that Carti doubled up wave as well. At least Silencer TP's in on time to just heal up the tower. Heal up, just to save the tower a little bit. Can't heal him sadly, but
Radiant's top tower has
and you know sometimes
Yo.
when you don't have plays, when you can't catch people, when you don't have initiation, you just move around as 4 or 5 and force objectives. If you want to fight us, we don't need to catch you. If we don't catch you, we'll just take your towers. That's maybe the way Azure can play.
Azure Ray right now, still just farming away. One thing that's also going to be intriguing to watch is what's Chalice's build going to be. He'd earlier on queued up a Manta style. Changed his mind right now, going for an Echo Saber. Is he going to go for the Harpoon build? We don't know. I mean, I guess if you go Harpoon Manta, it sort of fulfills the same role as like buying Blink Dagger, and you can still buy Blink afterwards.
Yep, exactly. And it's maybe even better because Echo Saber gives you the double hit plus the Manta. You're instantly silenced. So it could be really, really damn good versus something like a Faceless Void.
Yep. It'll definitely help to get some bonus gold for that because DY will give up his life for the Azure Array cause. I still want to see what the question you asked earlier. I want to see what their answer is for Azure Array. When do they feel they're strong enough to make moves? Diffusal play is about to complete for the Somnus Pangolier. We've already got Lu's Echo Saber. So if it's not now, it's gonna be a hell of a long time before they feel confident enough to do anything on the map.
Yeah, and speaking of Somnus, like Might have rotated a bit too much, but the network is really damn good on this Pangolier. Almost has that defusal. We'll have it in a bit.
Pango. Him and his team, they really want to take the tier 1 tower. Diffusal has just arrived. I also love that FY is just blasting the twin gate just to make sure that there's nobody just standing on the high ground there. But it looks like we're all gonna just have some towers being traded away. JT will ensure that Radiant side get the Dire tier 1 top, and they'll get it bottom with Chalice being the one to tank up all the damage.
Kind of a quiet game at the moment, right?
Yeah.
Just some mirrored movements across the map. No big team fights, even though you have Lasso, you have Pack Ult, have Chronosphere as well to work with.
Oh my god. There's a static storm top onto Lu. He's gonna end up dead, but there's a world in which he doesn't. There was a 2-hero stomp onto the Puck and the Disruptor, stopping their approach, and now we're gonna be approaching this Faceless Void middle with the Rolling Thunder, and Azure Ray are able to finish off Ghost. So the two safe laners dead on both sides of the map. We might still lose more though. Tianming gets removed from play by Extreme Gaming. They glimpse back the Coddle, so that leaves Somnus all alone here in the river. They're looking to try and bring him down. Chalice there though with the Aphotic Shield, bailing his buddy out of trouble. Just that one spell turns everything around and ends the fight through this river.
Yeah, so everything was kind of calm. Everyone got their spells, the big spells, and now everything is active as hell. Let's see, FY.
There will be a glimpse back onto Somnus. I mean, he doesn't mind that actually, but unless he gets Chronoed for his efforts, Ghost thinking about it, he will indeed pop the bubble. They drop the Dream Coil as well, but ultimately they might have the kill. No, they don't. They heal from FY. The Aphotic Shield from Chalice. He does eventually die, but it was a hell of a commitment. Chalice gets a double by cleaning up the Disruptor. JT is able to get a double of his own on Kaka's life, but the question is, does he escape? He's on the high ground right now. The Curse of Avernus is not gonna be there just yet. The silence not out. Lu missed the pounce. JT will eventually get brought down. Lu's the one credited with that. 600 gold in his back pocket. And Ghost almost died while that was happening. If Somnus was still alive, Ghost would be dead. But he isn't, so he is. And that fight comes to an end. Was very chaotic though, Liz.
It was very chaotic, but Slark coming in clutch in the end, getting a kill on the Timber. That was, I believe, an unstoppable that he killed. So 700 gold goes the way of Slark from one singular kill. Chaotic game just blew up after a minute 12, more or less. Extremely fun to watch. Not sure how they didn't kill Pango a little bit faster in the Chronosphere. I believe there was maybe a disarm on Faceless Void, something like that. They weren't able to. But overall, it should be more difficult for Extreme Gaming to get these kills. After all, they're playing into an Abaddon.
Playing into this Abba, who is about to finish Harpoon, but maybe if he gets smoked into and killed, it might take longer. They jump middle, but they get the silence after the swashbuckle. And now with the global back onto this paparazzi, Puck, he's dead. Oh my goodness, swashbuckle connects onto DY as well. With the shield crash, they find the necessary slows and they find the kill they looked for. Chalice on a killing spree right now. And they're gonna get a tier 2 tower, Liz.
Azure, they just have a different approach to the game in this series. Something that Extreme Gaming isn't able to deal with. Just a ton of sustain, constantly. Shield, heal from Abaddon, mana from Keeper of the Light. Somnus in that last game, he never had to go base as Storm. It's the same in this one. As long as there's no Chronosphere, I feel like they feel very safe on Azure.
Azure Ray right now have taken a tier 2 middle. They're starting to control the bottom area. And they can start casting their mind towards the big Roshan pit. That being said though, it's not a fantastic and massive lead that can't be surmounted. You said many times, Faceless Void is still the king of the late game with Chrono. So Azure Ray definitely have an impetus to try and end the game before we get to that point.
Yep, I feel like their heroes are, at the moment, very strong. items that they bought as well just enable them to fight. The Harpoon on Abaddon, now the Aghanims on Slark. They don't really have to sit back and relax because their late game isn't shabby, by the way, as well. Right? They're also strong, but they just don't have to go that late. I feel like they can actually take fights right now.
And Extreme Gaming, Dream Coil in the river, not gonna go anywhere, but there's the Chrono onto Somnus, and this time around, FY and Chalice are not close by enough, so they easily finish him off. Tianming does get an Aphonic Shield as Chalice finally makes his presence known in this fight. Nice Harpoon onto the Batrider. He does throw a lasso back though. Will probably end up dead to Lu, however. And now JT, hoping to try and avenge him, goes in with the Chakram combo. It's not enough damage though. Borrow Time was triggered onto Chalice, but Paparazzi got silenced. As soon as he came out of the phase shift, immediately silenced up and killed off by Lu with the slog.
Yeah, they need to somehow deal with the Abaddon and what he's doing to them. Like, these silences are huge. Echo Saber, even though Lu didn't manage to pounce on him, it didn't really matter in the end. He got enough damage to kill him off. Abaddon, making a difference, like Chalice in that last game as Omni Knight, in this game as Abaddon. And kind of really the same principle, the same approach to the game.
Radiant's bottom
Azure Array, man. Oh, this team has been so much fun to watch. What a tour of the DPC overall. As Azure Array now get themselves into the Roshan pit, looking for the big man. Lu and the boys looking for their chance to get into Bali. And if they get this Aegis, I feel like it's a 2k gold lead still short, gets up to like 3 or 4, but I feel like win probability spikes dramatically with this first Aegis.
Can they even contest it? I don't think so, right?
Nope.
Timber far, far away. They don't have Chronosphere.
That is the one problem that they have on XG, right? Is that the trend we've seen over the course of the series is long, drawn-out engagements.
Dire's middle tower
And similar to what happened in Game 1, where Ghost was playing that Monkey King, he's yet again forced to play almost purely around his ultimate.
DY?
So far, though, the jump in, Lu, he finds DY. They almost found Ghost, but DY happy to commit his life for the cause. He ends up dying here. That's going to open up some space, potentially, for a tier 2 tower push.
Yep. You talked about all of these prolonged fights. Well, again, I feel like Lu, in that last game, when he was playing the Naga, he had a way of healing and helping his teammates. This time around, as a Slark, he also has the same way of healing and helping his teammates with the Aghanim Shard. He's not gonna get it from this Tormentor, maybe the next one. Probably not. If he wants it, he'll
Dire's middle tower
most likely have to buy it.
It's a very good game for that Depth Shroud, especially with 4 heroes caught inside the Chronosphere. It's such an annoying aspect of playing into Slarker's Void, because there's nothing you can do about it. You just see this happen and you're like, well, okay, cool, man.
Pretty much, yeah, you need to catch him instead. And then maybe if you kill him, it's not an issue. But besides that, yeah, you gotta get him. The problem is, even if you get him, there is Abaddon, right? Like, he can be the one saving the Slark. Slark can be the one saving the Abaddon. Silencer can global to break apart your fight when you chrono. It's just at this point, it doesn't feel easy. DY, they see him.
They get a quick kill first onto this Disruptor. They find DY as well, and they should be able to claim away his life. So, Azure Array just casually picking off these supports right now. And this is starting to be a huge problem because this Faceless Void, we are still a ways away from him having the Mjolnir. And he's definitely going to need bigger and better items to fight because I don't think Azure Array is going to give him the full time to farm an additional item on top of that. He might just have that and nothing else by the time the big fight comes.
Meanwhile, Chalice, almost the Manta completed. That's huge. Suddenly that puck, like, he will be silenced every single time. At least Ghost has BKB. Like, of course he does. He needs it heavily this game. So maybe the Chrono is here. I mean, you have Chrono, but Slark is still with an Aegis for 2 minutes. If you could kill him without Chrono,
Well, they're gonna try to do that now as they go on top of him. Global Silence will be there though. Bails him out, enables them to kill the Bat Rider. And they still have the bubble. They're going on top of him and they finally take away the first life. Will be buyback from this Bat Rider. He wants back in the fight ASAP. Ghost, his BKB is about to end. And now there is gonna be a Static Storm drop down onto Somnus. Somnus forced into BKBing just so he can ensure that he gets away from this. Don't think DY will be as lucky though. He bought back, so he can't afford to die again. And he does manage to scurry back towards his team, and that'll keep him alive. Silencer in the Dream Coil for Paparazzi. Will be a quick kill.
Yeah, it's time for Azur to fall back. They don't have global. They used a lot of their spells. Chronosphere is still up. Can they get a glimpse? That's the question. Kaka probably cannot.
And looking for the range.
Yeah. Maybe they can go on Paparazzi here.
I don't think that kill was going to happen. He's too far forward. That being said, actually, he had no mana. So if the full Swashbuckle connects with maybe a pounce, they probably actually could have killed him. But Lua's too far away.
Yeah. No, what they were planning is Swashbuckle, Chakra Magic, Swashbuckle again. Try with just the two of them, but it's not an easy kill. I liked what they tried, going on Slark and killing him without utilizing Chrono. But the problem was, by the time they killed him, they lost way too many other things, including the Bat Rider.
Azure Ray, they are smoking forward right now, but the one thing they did say, because they didn't use the Chronosphere, it's still available for XG. And Dream Coil just came back off cooldown. Speaking of Dream Coil, Puck just blinked forward. He's gonna jaunt back and into the horn. Oh no, Harpoon immediately there on top of him. He's killed off. That worst time to be alive in the world, man. That sucks.
Yeah, they smoked up. They read his movement so damn well. He moved back, got silenced. The Manta coming in for the Abaddon.
Well. Paparazzi doesn't have any bigger item queued up outside of his Sanjin Kaya for now. Somnus, he's also getting really problematic with this Diffusal. Once Aghanims comes out for this Pango, it's a very big deal. Not just for how much damage he does in the fight, but that additional shield crash, if he just spams it out all the time, he also gets harder to kill, which is very annoying.
3 cores that are kind of difficult to kill, right? Like you have Abaddon with the ulti, you have Pangolier with the shield crash and just the mobility in general, and then in the end you have Slark, one of the slipperiest heroes in the game.
They are going to try and catch somebody, though, here from Extreme Gaming. As they come across Chalice, he's the first one they see here, and obviously the worst person. 2 games in a row, Chalice playing this style of positioning himself forward. They're going to look to pop at least the first borrow time. They do indeed. At the same time, they find Tian Ming. They drag him onto the high ground, and they will kill off the Silencer. He does have buyback, though, so they do have a buyback global, and they do use it, trying to kill Ghost on his Faceless Void. He gets pounced on by Lu, and that brings him down in the end. Static Storm from Kaka is decent, but JT just doesn't have the damage by himself, so they can't do too much. 2 sets lock. As he just pounces forward, searching for the Timber Soul. He is allowed to TP out, though, by some miracle. It's not over just yet, because DY trying to run away from the rest of Azure Ray. And he will survive. Only 1 hero dies here, but the 1 hero that dies for XG is the Faceless Void.
Yeah, can they defend without him? That's the question. I believe that they should be able to. You have Puck and Timber to spam. But maybe Chalice doesn't care. Maybe he's just already bringing way too much utility with the heals. This game just... I really didn't expect this. I expected it to be much colder at this point, but Azure Ray, they don't want to wait.
Well, we still have a fight to take care of here. Paparazzi found a Dream Coil onto the 2 supports. In the meantime, JT trying to hold his ground on the high ground. Sadly for him, it's a little bit too weak. Ghost finds the Chronosphere onto Lu. The question is, can they actually kill him? JT there with the Chakram. Shadow Dance will come out. They just do not have what it takes. Beautiful disarm as well from Somnus. And in Rolling Thunder form, he cannot be aggressed into. Glimpse back onto Chalice. They bring him closer towards the base. There's borrowed time back online, though. So he's not going to die from this either. Kaka really just trying to get into the base. Able to do so with the 4-staff. And there's the lasso onto Chalice. Will he die this time? He will. At long loss, they take him down, but he's already done his work. Lu couldn't TP out, however, and he's gonna get glimpsed back for himself inside a static storm too. There's no kinetic field though. It does come a little bit too late, but BKB will be popped by Lu, enabling him to run away from these heroes and finally bounce a retreat from the base.
That's the problem when you're playing versus Disruptor, right? Like if you aren't taking the objectives and killing him, you will be punished for your pushes. They went to the high ground, they got super punished by a glimpse on Abaddon. They didn't manage to at least kill off Slark, so Azure in general should be happy with everything that went down on the bottom lane. They got one side as well, and they're keeping the game in a fast pace, exactly the pace that they need to play it.
And what a time to be alive. As Roshan will respawn right now. They're not going to go into the pit because they want to pick off first. They smoke up. Guess who comes towards them? It is this Puck, but they don't see him in time. Lu hasn't been able to find the latch on the pounce just yet. They pounce Kaka instead. The Disruptor will be killed off. Does not have buyback. Now the chase is on from the rest of Azure Ray. They're coming off the JT. He timber chains away, but there's no way they're going to let him live. The bounce back from Somnus, the blast in from FY, and the right clicks of JT and the crew. They bring down this Timbersaw. The chase is not done just yet as they want DUI. Harpoon back, beautifully done by Chalice, enables them to kill DUI. So DUI, JT, as well as Kaka, all gone from the map. And look where they are here, Lizard. They don't have time for Roshan. They want to go on the high ground and take a lane of Rax.
Absolutely no reason to go back. You have Curse of Avernus to help you out with hitting the tower. Faceless Void still does not have Chronosphere. And these pickoffs, these harpoons, these movements from Azure, yeah, they don't have a lot of catch, but Harpoon and Somnus is literally all they need. This could be megas. This could be...
Let's see if they will end up losing the game right here and here. Global Silence was popped. Chalice is alone on the high ground here, but he does still have borrowed time. Lu pounces away. They glimpse back Chalice, but he just blinks out of the base himself. Chalice drawing back some buybacks. They don't manage to take the full set in the top lane. However, while this was happening, Range Rax does end up getting taken by the creeps in bottom.
Yeah, that's almost mega creeps. They just need the top lane, and that's it. Where's Rosh? Rosh is down bottom. You need to go through the Twin Gate. This... let's see. Maybe they actually want to get the pick off first. Remember how Extreme Gaming was punished for going for that too early Rosh? I don't think this is... I feel like they could go into the pit, but they're playing versus Chronos, so it's probably just as dangerous, if not even more.
We're going to have a full 5v5 fight happening here as Chalice breaks the enemy smoke, sets up for his own team to start the fight. JT going to be the first one targeted by Extreme or by Azure. They jump on him with the pounce, force him back. However, that was a BKB pop by Lu to make this happen. Dreamcoil now on the north side of the fight, spent in onto Chalice. Ghost looking for the Chrono. He only finds the Silencer though, and Global has already been used up. And they don't even kill the Silencer during this Chrono. At the same time, Kaka's getting eliminated by Somnus on the other side of the fight. They end up losing Tianming as well. The TP attempt, not gonna happen for Ghost as he gets brought down by the rest of Azure Ray. Only Puck and JT are alive for now. That might not be true forever, as Paparazzi's also been scouted now. Dragged back in with the Harpoon. One more hit will kill him. And who's gonna get that hit? It's gonna be Lu on the slug. Getting a double, making this a 4-game affair, and potentially forcing out the GG. Holy shit. They did it. Azure Ray. They got the W, Lizard. Somnus and the boys, they did the... They're going to Bali. They're just going to Bali. That's it. With the whimper, though, at the end.
What the hell? I mean, look, this game did feel over. It did feel like they are in complete control and that there is no way that they lose it, but still, it's just a feeling. You play through it. You try through it. 2 sides down, however, and Aegis now. Realistically, the game was over. Whew. What a win. What a win from Azure.
Wow.
There's a reason why so many teams were praising them, saying that They're the ones defeating everyone in scrims, just playing the game differently. But I never saw, I saw them play normal Dota before. I saw them win or lose with it. This isn't normal. This is like a little bit of a different approach to the way the meta should be played. Completely abusing the Harpoon on some other heroes than Magnus on the offlane. Some heroes that are bringing a lot of sustain. Abaddon and Omni Knight in these two games of the series that they won.
Yeah.
They just
How
show...
even this Kotl as well.
Yeah. Like Kotl giving you mana, Omni Knight or Abaddon, something like that, giving you HP or shield so you can play around that. And you just constantly aggress. You're never going back. You're just fighting 24/7. There is no space for a void in this game because he can use the chrono once perhaps, but what happens in the next 2 minutes? You're just losing one fight after another.
We definitely see this perspective that they chose to adopt on Azure. Low cooldowns, high octane, definitely ended up being quite successful for them. Man, what a game. At the very end of things as well, the fact that they started with Extreme Gaming looking fairly good early on in the game. You know, some decent lanes happened. Somnus couldn't really move around all that much. Chalice, was holding it down, but wasn't getting that much farm early on. But I don't know, they just managed to crack the code, open up the game. Even Lou ended up dying a few times to JT early in the game, but never happened later on. Great game for Azure Array. Bad day to be a Timbersaw supporter. And in this case, who do we give the MVP to? Because I think both Chalice and FY have a very strong case between the two of them.
I would give it to Chalice. I feel like for game 2 and for game 3. Game 2, Somnus took it away from him. Somnus also had a good game. This time around, Abaddon, he just changed the way this game was played completely. The impact that he had, maybe you don't see it in the kills, but the impact that he had was huge. The silences that he brought to the table, the heals, the saves. Just this Abaddon did way too damn much.
Abaddon did everything he needed to, force this game into a very favorable state overall for the side of Azure Array, but more importantly, books them a ticket to Bali as they are going to be participating in the third and final major of the year. Unfortunately though, there's two pieces of bad news. Not only will Extreme Gaming not be gracing Indonesian shores as they will no longer be participating in the major, but crucially, they can't qualify for TI anymore, Liz. Guaranteed to be going through the regional qualifiers, no more DPC points to pick up. This loss is going to hurt them for a little bit of time. I think they need some therapy after this one because it could legitimately change the outcome of the entire year.
Yeah, and they didn't have too bad of a year as well. It's just that this last season didn't work out their way. They don't get to the major. Hopes and dreams lost, but there's still the qualifier, right, that you can go through. Good luck with that because there's going to be a ton of really strong teams joining you in the qualifier.
A lot of uber strong teams that are cracked in that qualifier. So Extreme Gaming, it's time to start practicing as they are guaranteed to be participating in those. Of course, there are still two teams that we need to watch in action today. Both of them having already qualified for the major in the form of IG and Team Master. However, they are competing for the DPC points that come with second place in the division. 300 points is nothing to sneeze at. Of course, both of them are still not necessarily in the top 12, and even winning this game doesn't necessarily change that outcome either. So they need to win and do well at the major. So I think this last series, unlike this one, Liz, where it's all or nothing, do or die, this one is the beginning of the road, where no matter what the result, you can't rest on that result. You still have to perform really well at the major.
Yep, it doesn't really matter. The major is, like the DPC season is great. You've practiced a lot, but now all that practice comes into play once you get to the major. One more series, and then the serious stuff. This is pretty serious as well, like you said, but major, you gotta get to that TI.
TI qualification weighs heavily on the minds of all these players. So let us see which one of them can utilize that pressure to generate the best performances when we come back for Team Aster versus Invictus Gaming after a very small break. So we'll see you soon to wrap up not just that game, but the entirety of 2023 in the DPC. See you soon to do that. So we'll keep you hosted for a couple minutes. We'll be back. Welcome back, one and all, here for some Chinese Dota action. We are at the end of the DPC tour of 2023. And of course, we have only one series to wrap up this business between Invictus Gaming and Team Aster to determine who is the second best team within China right now and who's going to get the additional 100 DPC points, which honestly might not make that much of a difference. Both teams still have to go on and perform well at the major if they want to get a berth in the top 12 for TI qualification. Of course, for the last time ever, well, for this year, I'm Sneh. I'm joined by Lizard for the China DPC. Brother Liz, it's been a fun ride. Not just for this particular tour. It's been an odd year of Dota for China. I think of all the regions, this has been the strangest one in 2023.
Yeah, it has been. The ups and downs, the reshuffling, the influx of new blood, the trying and the attempts to make that new blood work for these teams, tier 1 teams, right? It's been really rough ever since the last TI, I would say. The season starts after the TI. So ever since TI, when they reshuffled, they couldn't really find their footing. But finally, it's all kind of coming together. And finally, Chinese region looks extremely strong once again. I just feel that they need to keep these rosters. And these rosters need to practice it out for a little longer, right? So that they get better. But the way some of these teams are GGing out, I'm not sure they're gonna stick together for way too long.
Listen. On the bright side, remember our boy Ulu from Aster Aries, who's known as the GG out king, did that for so long. And at some point, there were rumors that they were going to all disband, but then I don't know who it was. Apparently, someone in the Aster organization sat them all down and was like, guys, relax. This can still work out for us. I agree that it's not a good sign that it's happening, but hopefully there's some strong voices behind the scenes that can convince some of these players to all just stick together. Don't mess it up. Do exactly what you're saying. Stay together and keep practicing up until it starts to click. Because I think a very good example and a team that we're going to be watching today, IG, has shown the blueprint of what it could be. Keep the roster. It's going to not do well initially. It's going to look a bit rough. But if you give them time, give them an opportunity to develop, you can have a really good team on your hands. And I think IG has given us a template of what could happen going into the next year for the rest of these squads.
Yep, they definitely have. And it's also a team that it's not only about sticking together, it's about like this never-ending fortitude of mind to stick together. Even in the season when it's looking bad, you can still maybe clutch it to the major. In the worst possible scenarios, like they need one game and they need to win versus LGD. They take it in the last season. This time around, they need one win and they need it versus Aster. They take that win, right? So overall, IG just, I don't know, a team that when it comes to psychology and when it comes to the way you should be approaching games, right now are looking extremely solid, even though that wasn't necessarily always the case.
Yeah. We've had some IG rosters over the years that have been very much on the opposite side of mental stability and mental fortitude. But this particular team, grit and resilience. Hell, even last season, I remember we spoke about at the very beginning. Like there were 2 games in, and we were like, look, these guys are losing, but they do not give up. Until the Ancient is over, you are going to struggle for that victory. And I think teams like that not only give themselves the best chance of developing good mental fortitude, it gives them a fight back spirit, you know? In different, like more traditional sports, you see this in like football all the times. There's some teams you'll concede 1 goal, the game's already over, GG, the spirit leaves them immediately. There's other teams that can concede 3 and still beat you 4-3 at the end of the game. So I think IG is more of that latter portion of a team. They're closer to like a Madrid or a Barca than they are to a Chelsea at this point, which is good to see.
Well, they literally are the team that was losing 2-0 and then they went and won 3-2 in the championships, right? Like at the major grand finals. So that's a really good comparison because that's exactly how they are. That's exactly what they are. And I think why they're like that is not necessarily about the organization, not necessarily about anyone else but Emo. I feel like you can change this whole roster as long as you keep Emo, he's going to bring that kind of mentality. It's just the energy I feel like that he's bringing to the team is a bit different. He's an absolute beast when it comes to the skill level that he's bringing to the table, but also with this, I don't know, he has it in him. He's not going to lose. He's going to, he's going to put it all out there and he's going to try until the bitter end.
Speaking of players who have a very marked impact on the way that their team plays and on the overall psychology of that roster, for Team Aster, throughout this year, there were two things that stuck out for us, at least before 2 or 3. Predictability and long considered games, or basically like a Chinese version of Team Tundra. However, as soon as Sumail comes into the mix, now it's like a Na'Vi team. It's Davai all the time. Just go. Do not stop. Their average game length decreased by like 10 minutes, replacing XWI with Sumail, which is pretty substantial because it requires the entire team to change how
because
they
they
approach
don't
the
even
game.
know what he's saying. He's saying like, don't go. And they're like, go. And what the hell is happening? And it works out in the end. But... what I want to say, like the last couple of series though didn't look that great for Aster, and teams have started banning out that Storm Spirit from Sumail in the first phase. Maybe Emo and the boys will leave it. Let's see. Yeah, they're not gonna leave it.
Sadly, Emo and the boys do kind of want those DPC points, so they're not going to do it. They're going to do the right thing and show the appropriate respect to the king. And of course, that does kick off our draft for the first game between Team Aster and Invictus Gaming. Aster on Radiant side with second pick. IGF first pick on Dire side. So what are we getting here? Techies first, Doom first, Magnus first, or Batrider first, or Timber first? Which one?
Let's see. Timber seems to be the flavor of the patch, the flavor of the week. Let's call him that way. This week he's been picked up every time, but okay. IG, they go back to the techies. There's Silencer, there's Bat, there's Timber. Team Aster. How do they respond?
I've really been liking the Silencer Bat or Bat Timber. But Silencer in general, I just think has been looking hella good in our region. So if he does emerge here for Team Aster, it is also PickU playing the Silencer, one of his better heroes. Sadly, it didn't work out for him yesterday against IG. Was it yesterday? It didn't work out for him yesterday against LGD, nor the day before against IG. But still, overall, the hero pick is fairly good.
Let's see. I wouldn't mind it. I think the Silencer feels pretty damn good. In the lane versus techies as well, it doesn't feel bad at all. There's TB, there's Silencer, there's a lot of carries that are left in the pool that can be comboed with him, but I think Bat, Timber just feels... If you pick it, your game is very open. Okay, Aster just... Yeah, it's Aster. They're gonna play their own way. They're gonna open up with what they want. They pick up that Bloodseeker. I wonder why. What are they worried about? Like, Pango isn't really IG hero. I wouldn't see them necessarily picking that Pango in this position.
It's for Shangyu, I think. Because if you play Bloodseeker, Shangyu can't play Timber. And that's like...
Yeah.
Shangyu Timber is crazy good.
Yeah. I feel like that's a probably good reason. Team Aster does play a mean Bloodseeker as well. They are really fast on the map. They have this semi-core that can actually join fights. Monet can actually be very active, which is nice. But IG, they go with a Panda, they go with a Brewmaster, and it's also something that's been absolutely ridiculously broken in their hands, right? We've seen the Brewmaster for IG just do wonders, do much more than he does in other teams.
Shangyu, when he has his Brewmaster, jumps up a tier in effectiveness versus the average player. So they already have some team fight for themselves for IG. It already diminishes the possibility of certain illusion heroes coming into the game. I'm okay with this. I'm fine with this. And I suppose the lane versus Bloodseeker, you're not going to win against the Bloodseeker, but it's not that easy for Bloodseeker to wholly muscle you out either.
I'm wondering, like, what kind of a combo do you get with the Bloodseeker into the Brew? Like, for me, Silencer still feels great.
Yep.
You put the Bat on the position 4 off lane, you get that Silencer into Brew, and suddenly you have a way of initiating fights and making sure that he can't split or that he needs to get that one defensive item, right? And if you force him into a defensive item, that's also already kind of a win. A small win, but still a win.
Because normally he has this predilection of rushing Aghanim Scepter on his Brewmaster.
Yeah.
So if he can't do that, and he has to buy like BKB or whatever first, does deny that companion, and he plays too well around it. So I would certainly like to see that.
I feel like it's not always, but the build is Vanguard, disassemble it, buy a vessel, then go Axe. I think that's what most Brewmasters are doing at the moment. Timber and Doom banned out. It's kind of similar, right? With the Doom, same as Silencer, he can initiate on top of you, prevent you from splitting. Timber can just be very annoying, and overall is an amazing hero at the moment, so they ban it out. We've seen it in every single game today that I have watched.
To be fair, it's been losing today as well, but still a very good ban from IG. Team Master have the first pick out of the phase, so we're assuming the other support. If Batrider could be 4 and 5, wants another hero that can slot into that role. So what are we thinking here? We saw Disruptor earlier today, didn't necessarily work out all that well. Veno's been banned, we're not going to have that for the 5. How about Pugna, actually? Because then they could still possibly set up for a +1, but maybe not, actually. Now that I think about it, it doesn't do that much against Brewmaster.
Mm-hmm. And Storm is not in the pool, right? That's what they've been comboing it the most. Okay, it's not global silence, but it's a very big chunk of the map silence, right? You get it into the brew, the lane is strong, you get Rupture Glimpse as well. I do like it. Like Disruptor, before Silencer got so popular, Disruptor was actually always the pick when you needed this AoE silence or just silence. You get Lasso, you get Glimpse, a lot of control, Rupture as well. Not a lot of stuns, but a lot of control. And for Aster, I feel like their opener is in a good spot at the moment. They can combo this now with some Void Spirit, Ember Spirit, Wind Ranger as well. Get any sort of a semi-core on mid lane for Sumail, and I think you're very happy with the first 2 phase.
See what IG's response is going to be. They pick up the Oracle. So is this Oracle TB? Is it Oracle plus Alchemist maybe still in the game? Medusa's gone. Or was it just like a raw Oracle, given that there's a Batrider on the enemy team? So he's just like, get this for ourselves. Maybe we delay the fight against Bloodseeker as well a little bit.
Yeah, overall Oracle feels super buffed up. They get the Monkey Oracle. That's also pretty cool. Like Bloodseeker can be as fast as he wants to be. He's not going to be dodging all the clones hitting him, all the statues in the Wukong's command. Plus, you don't really want to be diving the monkey in it. Oracle Monkey, an interesting twist from IG in the second stage. Oracle versus Bat in the lane isn't that great anymore. Fate's Edict is. Purge doesn't really do anything, but at least Fate Edict does something. Prevents the Bat from dishing out that insane amount of damage. And they're talking to Sumail. It's his hero next. Look. If he's talking, I feel like they're getting something for him.
Let's see.
Yep.
Indeed, it's his Wind Ranger. They're like, all right, Sumail, what you want, bro? You want Wind Ranger? We don't know what his matchup is going to be just yet, so they should protect him with this on the last 2 bans. Another point about this Monkey King, it is Dust's best hero, and it's one of the heroes that IG... This season, they've been very reluctant to completely swap around the 1 and the 2. However, when they have Monkey King, Dust has played almost equally safe lane or mid. So I don't think it's going to happen anymore, though, with this Wind Ranger being in tow. But it's something that they can consider for their lineup.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the last picks for both of these teams. For Team Aster, what do you need? You need your offlane, most likely. It still could be bad, but most likely you need the offlane. And if you're IG, you need your mid laner. So Void Spirit banned out, maybe Ember Spirit or Quap. We'll see. Void Spirit and Quap most likely. Those are my guesses. What do you think?
That sounds about right. Maybe Puck as well. I've always felt Puck, Monkey King is very, very strong together. So that could be a ban from Team Master. Although I guess the lane isn't as good against the Wind Ranger. So, but it's between those two, Quap and the Puck.
Yep. Pretty good. Nice call. They get the puck in. It's not only good with Monkey, right? It gives you a lot of catch later on. Dream Call versus all of these speedy boys. Windrunner versus Bloodseeker. It can come in handy. It gives them a lot of magic damage in that mid game that they were perhaps lacking. Not a lot of stuns once again on IG. Initiating can be a bit of a problem, but with Dream Coil, that should be alleviated.
Team Master now have to round out their draft with a hero for XXS from the offlane. His Mars has been banned. No Magnus, no Timber, no Doom, no Beastmaster, no Pango, no Spirit Breaker even. So which offlane heroes are left? We still have the Underlord. Hasn't been picked that much. I don't think he's played Tide. I don't want to see him play Tide into Monkey.
Yeah, same goes for Underlord, right? Like both of these can be messed with. Mars was probably the best one. He has that spear to get away from Monkey, but now you don't even have that. Venomancer banned out by Team Master themselves, so that's not an option. Okay, so it's gonna be bad offlane, right?
Maybe Bloodseeker offlane. I think Bloodseeker offlane.
Okay, Bloodseeker offlane with bad, with bad support, they get the Slark for themselves.
Okay.
What made them go into this change? What do you think? Is it just the Puck and Monkey? Too much AoE control, you can't run around, so you get yourself a Puck, you get yourself a Slark. It's a good lane, right? Like versus Brewmaster, but I wouldn't have predicted them to do this.
You know, it could be as well, right? And the frustration with Bloodseeker, if he was going to be the carry in this game, whenever I see heroes go up against Monkey King, I think the carry-to-carry matchup has to be a hero that can beat Monkey inside his own Wukongs. Bloodseeker, you mentioned it, right? That he somewhat struggles to do that against the Monkey King. Even rupturing this guy is perfectly happy to just stand there the whole fight inside Wukong's. Slot can go in and out, force people to play. You can still play off the Wukong's. And if you're strong enough, Wukong doesn't actually protect the Monkey King. You can beat this guy up, go into Shadow Dance before you die, and maybe kill him off. There's actual lockdown from IG, because they have Dream Coil, Boundless Strike, Brewmaster spells, and Techies, all of which are dodgeable by a Slok, I suppose. But I think it's mostly about the Monkey King matchup. Bloodseeker doesn't feel that great, and they wanted something better. Maybe Monet didn't want to play Troll this game, because it would either be Troll, Ursa, or Slok. Ursa's been losing games here and there. Well, every other game. Troll's not winning at all, not being picked at all.
Yeah.
So maybe Slok was the only one left.
Yeah.
He
can harpoon the monkey out of the Wukong's command. Is that the play? Stand on the
Even
sidelines.
better.
Flame break into harpoon out of the Wukong's command. Next
there
level
we go.
gameplay, yeah. I'll be impressed when that happens. Until that happens, these teams, they need to practice some more.
Not playing enough games, boys. Practice harder. Well, both of these teams are already going to Bali. The only thing that this game changes is that additional padding of 100 DPC points means more for Team Astra because it brings them to, I believe, 13th, just underneath the qualification spots. So less to do for them at the major. For IG, either way, whether they win or lose this one, I believe they still need like some top 4 finish at the major itself to go directly to TI.
And you can never really count on that. You can hope for it, but you can't really count on it. We talked to some of these players and what their opinion on the major and on the international scene is at the moment. They don't feel that they're exactly there yet. But they are improving. It is looking better and better. When it comes to this game, I feel that IG have maybe a draft that's easier to execute. Meanwhile, Aster have got something different. This Aster draft feels like some Tundra-esque. We're just gonna run at you. We're gonna do some crazy stuff and still win the game. Like when I look at them, though, I'm like they have these 3 cores. They have 0 utility from them. Slark, Windranger, and Bloodseeker. All 3 of them. What are they gonna do? They're gonna farm and try and fight in the mid game, right? Get right click, get damage. There's no control coming from them, which is there is from the built-in spells, but no utility. Let's put it that way. No mechs, no pipes, nothing like that.
The sustain war is going to be difficult for them because IG has several sources of it. We have this Monkey King with Jingo and Boundless. We have Oracle being Oracle. I imagine that this game, after he buys his Aghanim Scepter, Shang-Yi is going to buy some other util items for them as well. So they will have a great time taking these longer engaged fights. So Team Master, I think they have to, crush the lanes then in order to not let the lack of utility be an issue in the mid game?
I guess so, yeah. Crushing the lanes usually helps. Maybe play around the Brewmaster's ulti somehow. Force him to use it a couple of times and then dodge it. because I don't see it being that easy. However, it is Team Master. Maybe some magic will happen here. They are the team that plays, in my opinion, still the fastest Dota in Chinese division.
Yeah. They've picked up the pace, certainly, over the course of this year. Good to see that even players that are capable of getting themselves into super high placement positions at TI always have something to learn, an additional dimension to their game that they can improve upon. You know, it's kind of wild to think about. Like, Ori just left the team, obviously, very recently, but dude, this is 4 out of 5 people that came 4th at TI. That's nuts, honestly.
4th? Not too bad, right?
Yeah, just $1 million. That's nice.
Just $1 million. What the world we live in. All disconnected from IG. They heard you. They're like, oh, God, man, these guys, strong.
I don't want to play against them. Top 4 at TI, oh no, it's too strong.
How many blood grenades are in this game? Snare, tell me. We've got 1, 2, 3.
Oh, that's less than normal. I was going to guess 4, because that's normally the amount these days. Oh, just 3? Okay. So I guess pick you, not going to be concerned with some blood grenade usages just yet. Although he does have it queued up, so it's going to come a little bit later.
Yeah, I remember when it just got added, I would see heroes just going down the lane, 3 blood grenades already maxed out by all of them.
Blood grenade. What a great item. What's your been outside of blood grenade? Because I know you love that item. What's been your favorite change made to Dota so far?
Hard to decide, really. I love it all. I just love that they've changed the map so much that I love all of these changes. Even with the broken heroes, I'm fine with that. I'm down to see some broken ass heroes in the game once again. You know, something that cannot be even answered properly. You have to ban it out. And then you see teams kind of struggling to find different ways of dealing with it, like a Medusa, right? It's like stupid broken hero.
Yeah.
And then you find ways, the whole meta revolves around her. I love the Twin Gates. I would say kind of makes support's life much, much easier and more unpredictable.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's interesting that you mentioned the whole thing about these broken heroes. Because I think Dota is always in a better place where there's a lot of broken heroes, not just a few of them. Last patch, like the one that we played at Lima, that sucked because we're only like, 3 broken heroes? Brood, NP, Lina. You have to ban them every single game. It's not actually that interesting because then the entire meta revolves around, have we banned them or not?
But
if there's 10 broken heroes, we get something, no matter what.
Yeah, but if there's 3 broken heroes and you ban them out, then everyone else is kind of on the same spot, right? So
no, but what I mean is that, like, let's say you have some random draft where by some miracle you let one of them through and the other 2 are banned out. Then it's just like, now what? The counterplay options aren't as available. But if there's 10 of them and you ban 4 in the first phase, 1 gets through, it's still chilled. We still have a pick of the litter of the other 5, so we're cool.
Yeah, there was a ton of teams trying to counter the Lina, found different strategies like Spectres, DKs, Nature's Prophets. I remember the time. Of course, I remember it was like a 2-year patch. 2-year-old patch. It was very damn long. Like, I hope this patch gets changed more often, you know. Ice Frog, I heard you're back. Don't go away again, Daddy. We need patches.
We need you to stick around, fam. I think for me, my favorite new change to this particular patch is, and I think it's always a good idea, to add expansion items. So can upgrade Echo Saber, can upgrade Diffusal, just small things like this, that you don't feel like if the game goes ultra late, you're wasting item slots. There's always some progression available.
I think that's a big deal as well. And the disassembling of all these items too, I feel that's a fun thing. I think it might be a little bit too broken at the moment, but it's still a lot of fun to be able to just combine and concoct plans on what to build and disassemble and build into something else.
The way that particular mechanic is working right now, honestly, we're playing disassembly of the agents, not defense of them. And now game 1, finally underway. We had a fairly extended pause. Had some issues, but they've been resolved. As we now get into it, mid lane, Sumail versus Emo. What a treat it's going to be to watch this particular matchup. Emo already forced into a position where he has to eat some tangos. Game is hard. It's a rough lane early on against Sumail.
Yep. Versus Wind Ranger. She just keeps on hitting you. You can't really trade that easily once Wind Run is up. It all comes down to really the equilibrium of the lane as well. As you can't trade those, you can't trade the creep hits as well. Not too tanky.
So Team Aster, of course, in the bottom lane, they have Slock, Disruptor. Not expecting them to get too many kills, so they're gonna try and make action happen a lot in the top lane, it feels like. XXX and Baboka almost went onto QIQX, but Boundless Strike from Dust saves them. And bottom, we see that Ghost is the one. Oh, not Ghost, what am I talking about? Why am I brain in the previous game? Monet is out here eating her ass, not enjoying his life all that much versus PY Dub and Shanya.
Yeah, the Glimpse back on the Brewmaster. Won't really do a lot. Monet on 50% HP. Truly doesn't want to go on Panda or the techies. So far, what do you think? Where is the first blood coming from? Bottom lane, most likely, right? Top lane is kind of also volatile, but...
I think it depends who's out of position, because QIQX can die top, bottom, Shanya,
Nah, don't give me
and
this.
PY Dub.
Don't give me this.
Okay, fine,
Depends on
top.
Okay.
There we go. There we go.
Just because we're looking at top right now, right?
Nah, I'm committed. I think it's the top lane. I think
Alright.
QIQX is going to be the first person to die in this game.
And you're wrong. For now, at least. But nice attempt. Nice attempt. I like the spirit. I'm gonna say
Right now,
mid.
though, it feels like it's going to be...
It's
you
gonna-
think mid?
Mid.
Is it 1v1 mid, or is a support going to rotate in?
1v1.
Okay.
I'm really going all out here.
You really are, man.
High risk,
Speak-
no reward.
Speaking of going all out, dude, look middle. Sumail is bodying Emo. It's more than doubling him up in the CS department right now.
Yeah, we don't need no kill on mid lane. I feel like this is more than a kill. The way this lane is going. And keep in mind that they last picked this puck, so they knew what they were playing into.
Prepared for the matchup, but Sumail demonstrating how good he can be on this hero. In the top lane, we do see Bloodseeker falling lower and lower. Dust didn't have access to the range and the distance because Baboka there with the flame break bounced them away from the Bloodseeker, keeping XXX alive for now.
Alive and ticking, moving around fast, but he can't really do anything with the amount of HP that he's got. Heals up. Also very interesting, like QIQX actually went for Fate's Edict level 2. I guess this is one of the ways to mitigate the amount of damage that Bat is bringing. It's just way too much magic damage from him. Actually, he went sticky napalm, Baboka.
You don't see that all the time nowadays. Very rare. Baboka getting ran down by Dust. They have Boundless Strike. One more right click should get the kill. And I told you, Lizard. First blood in the top lane.
Wait. You said QIQX is gonna die.
Now, I was going to say that, but then you interrupted me. You stopped my explanation. And you
Okay.
said I must just choose a lane. Yeah.
Okay. So it was me, I saved you. That's in any case, yeah, like very interesting that they went for sticky napalm. Like, not only is there a wand on Dust, which helps him, but also there's a Purge, Fortune's End, right?
Structures are fortified.
It's very atypical that you go for the sticky napalm, especially under these conditions. While that's happening, though, down bottom, Shang Yu and PY Dub did get a kill onto the Disruptor, and Monet is in some danger, actually. He's dead, too.
Under attack.
Shang Yu with the Brewmaster getting a big kill bottom onto Monet. Has a ring of health as well, so even though
Glimpse?
Shang Yu got Glimpse back, okay, that's gonna kill him, though. That's... Whew. Dude, like, I will never get used to how much damage Glimpse does, honestly.
Yeah, it felt surreal there. in some old patch. He definitely survives that. But yeah, Disruptors, he needed to get something out of it, and I feel like it's a big win for him because he got so much solo experience.
Oh, top lane. They might get more experience in the hands of one of these core heroes as they're trying to run down this Oracle, and she will end up dead. Dust also in an awkward position. Random pause coming in from PYW. Maybe there's some lag happening on the IG side of things. And I think that's the case. The scary thing is, Dust is not in the most healthy position. Fortunately for him, though, Batrider is a bit too far away. I don't think they can catch up with the Firefly.
Most likely, right? Like, there's no way. Is there an Orb of Venom on Bloodseeker? Nope. There's no Flame Break, no Orb of Venom. Dust should be fine. Can you dive him? Maybe, but I think it's super dangerous. Bloodseeker has some armor to work with. 8 armor. He's really good in that department, but yeah, I think you just let him go. You continue farming. You have a full creep wave to farm.
You know, there's one of those moments where if you're in a pub, had this pause not happened, they definitely dive him and someone dies and they feel bad. But because the pause happened, you can assess the situation and be like, I don't know, boys. Should we make this dive? Probably not. We got enough out of the Oracle for now.
There's always that one guy that tells you, that's me, by the way, usually. Yeah, we can do it. Just go. Just do it. I believe in you. Have faith.
Oh, snap. They're going to go for him. You know why, bro? Check this out. It's not Biboka and XXX. Look to a bit to the north. We have Disruptor. Came through the Twin Gates. He's ready with Glimpse and Kinetic Field. All right, Dust is dead. 100%.
We didn't even pay attention to the Disruptor. What about that Glimpse? Like, it's only level 2 is still pretty good.
Level 2.
Yeah.
But he is under an Observer Ward. This is interesting. So they see him. They know he's here. Dust is aware that he's playing 3v1 right now. And do they have TPs on the rest of IG? Emo doesn't have 6, so it would feel very awkward for him to show up to this fight. Nor does Shangye. So they might just have to sacrifice Dust unless the techies can get there really fast.
Yeah, how do you actually approach? Like, from which angle do you approach Dust to get that glimpse off? You can just stay on the... Yeah, he's just TPing back. He's going back. That's it. Not happening.
The pause happened. It unpauses. We've solved all our issues. And we just get back into the game. Your regularly scheduled programming. Through this mid lane. You do see that there's going to be a regen rune spawning bottom. Emo will pick that up. Both supports did, of course, emerge to ensure that this becomes available for Puck. It's unfortunate for him that it's a regen, though.
Well, still, it's a lot of health and a lot of help that they're putting into him. Puck as well, Emo started off with a chainmail, by the way. So rushing the Witchblade on Puck has absolutely nothing else. But chainmail versus a mail feels good, I guess. You're getting a ton of armor versus a Windrunner, and all she wants to do is right-click Q.
Emo certainly knows what he's doing. He's played this matchup before. For Sumail, though, of course, he's going to just start building into the Rod of Atos that we anticipate happening with this Wind Ranger. Just the usual build-up he's been going for. This game for now slowing down a little bit.
Yep. You still need that one item on each one of these. Like, after the laning stage, I feel like one item on each one of these cores on Aster and you go fight. I'm not sure what their game plan will be, considering what 3 cores they've chosen for themselves. As if you look at Bloodseeker, it's not like he's doing something different from a carry Bloodseeker. Basically the same, right? Maelstrom, straight into BKB afterwards. Like, he just wants to be fighting. And Bloodseeker was meta on the offlane for some time, if you remember. A couple of years back, but he was meta on the offlane. Hold that thought.
Just the techies. Yeah. Monet and them just caught him down bottom.
And Slark gets his 6 now as well. He was meta because of the Veil build, if you remember.
Yeah.
That was kind of really busted.
He still crops up from time to time in the offlane, but certainly not to anything resembling the same degree of effectiveness that he used to when he occupied that role. Out in mid, Sumail triggers a haste rune. He's actually heading to the top side of the map. So he's going to try a combo with this Bloodseeker to kill the Monkey King. Unfortunately for them, there's an Observer Ward scouting that, so they know what's coming. At the same time, Sumail still heads all the way over. Dust jumping in. Dreamcoil will be there on the 2. Dust doesn't trigger, doesn't have Wukong, but doesn't need it, as they have more than enough damage with the right clicks to kill off Sumail. And who else is going to be on the chopping block? Baboka was maybe going to get aggressed into, but PickU with a nice glimpse will end up saving his life. But a phenomenal response from IG. And for Emo, great way to respond to the first move from a puck. And after you're losing your lane in the first place.
I think that's what's most important. And look at this, like some twin gate move into bottom lane. Slark isn't an easy kill. He still has a raindrop and a lot of HP to work with. He's gonna seed them and pounces away. There's no dream call, right? Maybe you can utilize this and transform it into a push. I don't know what else to do with Puck right now. You don't have a TP.
Well, looks like they're going to do exactly that. Start putting pressure on the tower. Disruptor will de-ward nearby them. But IG primarily concerned with the structural damage at this point. Although I'm not sure Puck will stick around for this. He might as just a form of insurance, especially because he has Dreamcoil back online. So maybe they try and go make something happen with this Brewmaster split as well.
Doesn't really feel that way for now. Maybe if you get the 6 on Disruptor, which he just did get, maybe you can even force a fight somewhere else. Let's see, Disruptor got 6, moving top, it looks like Twin Gate. Yeah, he wants to try and go on Dust.
Dust right now sitting in a tree. They can't really see where he's at. And PickU is gonna get out some vision. Almost was like they're bringing in another hero potentially. Dust finally does reveal himself, gets ruptured for his efforts. Will he run away from the rupture? He does not, which means he gets hit with the Static Storm. They still don't have enough damage to easily kill him off though. QIQX comes in, trying to help out Dust a little bit, but the rupture has now elapsed, and with the Boundless Strike setup, they get the kill back onto XXS. Dust is still alive after all of this. Batrider does show up, hoping to kill off PYW. The shackle shot though from Sumail does not latch. PYW still alive. Emo now knows he has no more access to a Dream Coil, so they are a bit reliant on Shangyu for their team fight. And sadly for him, he got bounced back by the Flame Gate. So he just has to take the Twin Gate down bottom and continue his siege of the Tier 1 tower.
Yeah, but if you're IG, you're super happy with this, right? Like your Monkey King survives, their Static Storm Rupture both used, didn't really get anything out of it.
They're gonna try kill Slug bottom?
It's a hard kill. There's an invis on Puck, sure, but I don't think this kill is gonna happen.
Top lane, longest shackle shot ever. Dust gets glimpsed back as well in front of Sumail, who hits him off with the focus fire. He's still alive one now. Boundless Strike thrown back. Team Aster. If at first you don't succeed, try again, but that try doesn't work out either, so we'll kind of have a third one at some point. Even Monet came through, but Dust TP'd out at the perfect moment.
He was trying to get there with the Quelling Blade. He was trying to cut the tree off and maybe get that kill. If he got that kill, that would have been huge. Without it though, maybe he can be satisfied with the tower instead. But I'm not sure the Brewmaster is going to allow them. Let's see. He can go top. The only problem is Disruptor Glimpse.
And they have wards everywhere. There's a ward scouting the outpost, a ward that might scout a TP behind the tower. So he would definitely get glimpsed here. It's just a Tier 1. It's an important Tier 1, sure, but not worth your life at this stage of the game. And you were speaking about Shangyu. What's he building this game? So, as we've often seen as responses to Wind Ranger, we are going for Crimson Guard on this Brewmaster.
Yeah, not disassembling the Vanguard, not getting Vessel or anything like that. Just a good old Crimson. It's good. Overall, they have a ton of right clicks between the Bloodseeker, Wind Ranger, and Slark. Specifically versus Sumail, it's good, right?
It's phenomenal versus this Wind Ranger. Once it's available, you could easily see IG and the gang try to make a move somewhere. Speaking of moves, one of the big issues with the draft as you outlined it, not only do they not really have utility, But outside of glimpsing back targets, or Sumail finding a dream shackle shot, how do they start fights, Lizard? They need a blink dagger ASAP on this Batrider.
Yep. And we have seen a lot of bats, by the way, find a lot of farms. So maybe Baboka can do the same. Get a couple of stacks in the jungle, farm them. Every time he doesn't have lasso, he can just chill in the jungle, or even when he has it, which is what he's doing right now.
Sumail did just finish off his round of ATOS. They could potentially want to try and make a move here, and indeed, they're grouping up. They're going to smoke. Time to reveal an item, but at the same time, IG do the same on the other side. So we could have smoke-on-smoke action.
Scanning.
However, Team Aster head over towards the east, and IG made a move towards the west. Baboka, he does return into this river area though. They come across PYW, gets glimpsed into the mid lane. Static Storm for a techies. That's going to be good a fight for IG. They get a Dream Coil on the 2. Baboka first on the 4 here. And they maybe want to reach for some other target. Sumail getting chased away by these Brewlings. And Dust also wants to chase after this Wind Ranger. They really want Sumail. Wukong's command gets dropped down as well. The rod of Atos though, it saves his life. There's a lasso on his face by Baboka, enabling Monet to also catch up. But they're fighting inside Wukong's. Dust is pretty tanky in this area, and he's not dying, but he eventually will take a tumble. Shang Yu, his Bruce split is over. They couldn't find the big targets they wanted. Yeah, they got Sumail, but at what cost? Brewmaster about to fall. Dust already gone. A double for Slock, Agi stacks for the Fishman, and a team fight victory for Team Aster.
Yeah, they went a little bit too deep. They did force out a buyback from Bat, but if you're Aster, you're really happy with what happened as, like you said, Slark joins the fight, gets a couple of stacks going his way, closer and closer to the Aghanim Scepter. It started off really weirdly for Aster. They used the Static Storm only on techies. Plus they got wrapped behind. IG, I feel like they had everything and they needed to just have a really good team fight. And it's strange that it didn't work that way for them, just because of committing a little bit too deep and being baited in by the buyback.
IG get punished in that situation. The balance of the game shifts immediately. They are trying to at least get the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Increase some map advantage that way. Shang Yu doesn't have access to his ultimate, but is still a very beefy boy sitting with this Crimson Guard.
Yep.
The tower almost falls. They glimpse back. Shang Yu, they want the kill. Static Storm will be there. They throw in the focus fire, but where's the damage? This Crimson Guard putting in so much work right now. Rod of Atos was thrown in as well, but it's too late. Monet will now be involved in the forward-facing part of the fight. They lose Sumail super early on, thanks to the magic damage of Emo and PYW. So they get a tier 1, they get a Sumail kill, and they escape with their lives.
He's now died twice in the last 2 fights. This is not looking good for Sumail. He did get that Atos, sure, but Wind Ranger is also one of these heroes that really wants to be scaling well through the mid game. But hey, they have 3 carries, so it's fine. Never mind. I take that back. They have the Bloodseeker farming. They have the Monet farming as well. The Crimson Guard doing so much work. They got it before they smoked the last time. That's one of the reasons they smoked. They had Crimson and they had Witchblade. So, like 2 big power specs for them. Very interesting, by the way. Brew, did I spy a Blink Dagger on him? Is that what he's queuing up? Yeah. Blink Dagger BKB. Interesting. It's not something that you see super often. And he's going full man mode, right click, jump in, hit heroes. No cute companions.
Nope. No little friends. Although they're not the big friends, I guess, right? That'll be like big friends from the Brewmaster companions. Of course, this is Shang Yu Brew. It's very atypical that I've seen him actually do this with this particular build. The last few times I've seen him play Brew, he went for that Aghanim's Rush. So, doing something new. But I guess this goes back to what you were saying yesterday about JT and his Magnus. That if somebody knows the kind of game to change up the standard atomization, it's a signal that they very much understand how to play the hero.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I stand behind that. I feel it. You feel comfortable on the hero if you're doing that. You just know the ins and outs of every single matchup, so you adjust accordingly. Aghanims on the Slark, he doesn't pounce on the one target, he pounces on the next.
Yeah, he does indeed. But there will still be a Fortune's End, hold him in position. Nice little glimpse back onto Dust, but he'll trigger out the Wukongs. Monet trying to jump onto QIQX, but realizing it's not a favorable place to fight. Inside Wukongs and near the rest of IG. Emo also shows up to this fight, ready to try and get involved. But they've already retreated from the side of Team Master, so he can't leverage his Dream Quell Blink Dagger combo.
Yeah, they still have Static Storm. They still have Lasso. They could take this fight.
Scary place to be right now, IG. They are also aware of all these facts. They're kind of backing themselves, but now they're trying to back off. They're like, guys, are we actually that strong? We've already used Wukongs from Dust. We should probably back. They're like, okay.
Little Gnoll Kobold following around, giving some nice juicy gold. That's what 25 I think GPM that it gives you. Yeah, 25. So
Juicy.
tasty. So much gold.
For this game, not nearly as many stakes as the previous series, but both teams are playing very seriously right now. Sort of ground down to a halt yet again. Blink is online for this puck. They want to blink soon for the Brewmaster. Actually, he actually has it already. Okay, they might even smoke again, healers. Trying to make another thing happen on the map.
Yeah, every time they get a big item, I feel like it's go, go, go time for IG. When you look at these three cores on Aster, you realize, yeah, we should be fighting all the time. They get the Slark.
Okay. Can they kill him off, though? They found him just as he finished using Dark Pack, but unfortunately, he does have allies behind him. Static Storm will be there. Nice Dream Coil. Unfortunately, they had no follow-up. If Dust was able to get off a Boundless Strike there, that could have been huge for them. But the Monkey King arrived a little bit too late to contribute to that fight.
Yeah, didn't have enough control. Then in the end for Slark. It's a very, I don't know, considering how these teams usually play, this game is kind of slow for me, the way I see it. Like, look at Tier 1 tower on the mid lane. Even that is up still for IG.
Yep. Well, for Baboka, you wanted some action, Lizard? You're gonna get it now. Because Baboka is gonna end up dead on this Batrider. The question is, can they do anything more from this? Maybe you start putting pressure on the tier on top. I do not believe they'll go for a Roshan attempt. Or maybe nothing. They'll just go back to farming as they already were.
I'll take that.
They are going to play aggressively into the tower at long last. They have a Sea Dragon with them.
Radiant's top tower is under
So this opens up the map some more. They've only lost their own tower in the top lane, but they still have mid and bottom. That opens up the map for IG. And no counterplay coming in from Team Master just yet. I think it's also very important that Batrider is the one that's dead, because, we mentioned that they have such little catch without him. So if he's dead, you're free to do whatever the hell you want as IG.
You're free to do whatever the hell you want, but what do you do? Let's see, can they even kill anyone? Come on, IG, I believe in you. But very difficult. These heroes are super elusive, and it's usually Slark that's up front, right? Everyone else is just kind of, yeah, Sumail, he had his fun. He had his share of deaths. He's like, yeah, I'm not going to approach them any longer. I'll farm safely. And he is, at the moment at least. He's farming safely. Same goes for Bloodseeker. Meanwhile, IG, poor IG, they're like, someone play with us. It's one smoke after another, and it's just not connecting. Maybe a Bloodseeker is a kill. He doesn't have too much to work with when it comes to mobility.
Just check it out, Blood Rights as well. Oh no, they get on top of him. There's the Dream Coil, his BKB. Lizard, he's 140 gold away from BKB, but he's now going to be even further out. As he dies, Fortune's End will also latch on to pick you. So that might enable them to get him as well. That's two heroes brought down on this Radiant side of the map for IG.
Yeah, I'm sad for IG. Like, they're making so many moves. They are doubling the kill score of Aster, 11-5, but they have almost no gold advantage, no net worth advantage, because they've used so much time just running around.
the very least, they look like they're about to get a tier 2 tower, but Team Aster wants to prevent this as they aggress into PYW, forcing a fight away from the tower. Baboka, he's the first target here, brought down very quickly by Dust. And PYW is still alive. They're potentially chasing down Monet. The Storm Panda trying to hunt him through the trees, but cannot get a beat on him. There will be no Cyclone, but they still do get the tier 2 tower that they really wanted.
Yeah, you couldn't finish off the techies, no way there. Maybe if no one joined the fight, but they were so close. And you have Oracle as well, right? So that Oracle just, if you commit completely, will ulti. Their Roche taking isn't that great, by the way, needs to be said. But with techies, there's, I guess, enough of damage. Let's see.
It's not the fastest Roshan in the world, but they'll get there eventually. And mostly because of techies, honestly.
Will
without
they
the
get...
Solar Crest, but they're actually not getting there yet.
Will
it's
they
still
get
alive,
there?
it's half HP.
Yeah.
And here comes the Bat Rider, Baboka. Almost got there in time. They actually clips back Dust. He's inside the pit. He's gonna get lassoed up right now. Where is the Oracle? And there comes the false promise. Static Storm down onto the Brew Monster, preventing the split. But Dust able to drop down his Wukongs, forcing Monet into a Shadow Dance in the corner. And they go pick off Baboka with this puck. Suddenly, Monet is stuck in an awkward place behind the Roshan pit. He does manage to pounce away at the last moment. Dust with his BKB, thought about chasing him, but then very quickly reconsiders. As we lose out on PYW, Shang Yu can't do anything to stop that from happening. Gets glimpsed back himself. Blood Right will be there after the shackle shot to silence him up. They right-click him down. And Team Aster, not only do they fight back against IG, they catch them while they're rushing. They finish them off, and now they're the ones poised to claim the first Aegis.
Mm-hmm. It was mostly Bloodseeker doing majority of the work, really, in that fight. Slark, of course, in and out. Baboka dies once again, but Bloodseeker dishing out the damage. Yeah, this Roche was, I mean, very greedy. Yes, you do have Solar Crest on the techies, but it takes way too long, and they didn't have Primal Split. Like, it was still on cooldown for a minute and a couple of seconds, so he couldn't use this throughout the fight. He couldn't use that to defend Roche. Because of that, Sumail gets Aegis.
Huge deal. A Wind Ranger with Aegis. She's pulling into a Blink Dagger. I like that she's going Blink, having an additional dimension of initiation for the team. But, man, what a fight for IG to end up losing. What an engagement. So, Sumail, you mentioned earlier that he was the one that was like dying a couple times, but now he can't die anymore, especially with BKB as well, giving him additional protection. And, you know, in that fight, you said Bloodseeker did a lot of work. He's starting to come really good as that tertiary carry for the team. Full BKB, Maelstrom. It only gets stronger here on out.
I feel like everyone is going to be a carry on their team eventually. Like, okay, at least they don't have scaling 4s and 5, right? At least they don't have this 4 and 5, like I don't know, Wind Ranger or something that can actually become a core later on. But
Still,
really,
they
really
feel good.
Yeah, of course they feel good. They got out of the laning stage unscathed, and they are even making plays in the mid game. I feel like this is something that Aster has been. Look, they opened up with Bloodseeker, right? So it has been premeditated, this whole plan. Maybe the idea is that the Harpoon enables Slark so much that you don't even need some normal utility disabler from the offlane. I'm not sure. It's just very wonky, but it looks good at the moment.
For IG, though, they are starting to get some items that could change the course of their fortunes. As a Nullifier about to be picked up by the Monkey King, that gives them some potential damage access to Sumail, even through the BKB. But here's the Basher as well for XXS. So they want to fight for Aster. It's time to go. High ground. Sumail blinks in, doesn't find anybody just yet, but they don't actually want to take this fight. QIQX, he gets shackled early on. They kill the Oracle. At the same time, though, Sumail gets blown up on the high ground. Shang Yu with the split. Dust with the Wukong's command. I think maybe Sumail's in danger here. He finds himself running away with this BKB. Rupture gets dropped down onto this Monkey King, so he can't keep chasing. And they just jump back with Monet and XXX, quickly killing off PYW. Dust now has no more Wukongs and no more protection. He's trying to fight by his lonesome, but against both Monet and Dust, he just can't do it. He's going to end up losing his life. Monet with the triple. Shangye, can he escape from this fight? XXX has a blood right, dropped down to the ground. Monet ensuring that it gets the silence off by harpooning back Shangye. Although Disruptor does die by PickU, and Emo, he wants to re-engage the fight with an Arcane Rune. Now he's finding Bloodseeker, who doesn't have a BKB of his own. There's a Depth Shroud, buying time for XXX. They turn and kill Shangye. And the first heal keeps the Bloodseeker alive. Emo, though, still comes in for the assassination. What a bloodbath in this mid lane here, Lizard, but an incredible fight that ultimately is won by the side of IG.
Yeah, damn, what a play. Really cool play. 6,000-7,000 damage almost by Slark, by the way. I'm not sure why he bounced all the way out in the river when they were fighting, because I thought he's way too strong. He 50 stacks on him. Like, how do you fight the Slark at this point? He's just a unkillable beast, unkillable monster. Sumail, though, loses his first life instantly. This was basically why he lost it. Why this happened was so poor for him is because he didn't see the nullifier earlier. The nullifier just came online for Dust, and they kill him off easily first time, second time they just chase him down. So Sumail, unfortunately for him, is the sacrificial lamb.
Sacrificial lamb indeed. But Dust starting to see that he can't play mano-a-mano versus both Bloodseeker and Slog. It's taken down on the back end of the fight. And that proves, for me, the big problem with how it all broke down. IG do get a bit more experience at the very end, and about equivalent gold. But Slog survives. This is an issue. Because it's not just that the Slog gets gold out of that fight, but he legitimately is stronger after that engagement than he was before it, just with these Essence Shift stacks.
Yeah, with the stacks, with the gold, with the fact that he continues farming, keeping up, he's almost as much farm as Puck, and good job to Puck, really, so far. Emo, if you remember how the lane started, he came back and then some.
Yeah. Wasn't going well for him early on against Sumail, but he's demonstrating that the laning phase is not the be-all, end-all of Dota 2. Of course, IG right now, it's only a 1k net worth deficit that they're suffering, and their heroes are still quite farmed. Overall, Dust is going for a Basher next. Emo, very close towards finishing off the Lincoln Sphere. That's going to help him so much against this Batrider.
Okay, the smoke into Twin Gates, all of them. It could be...
They're dangling Shangye. Yeah. They spring the trap, they jump on him. The question is, can they kill him before the reinforcements arrive? And the answer is no. He's still alive. QIQX gets off the Oracle False Promise. So now Shangye blinking forward, looking for enemy targets. But they've already realized what a bad place this is to be. And Aster, in the blink of an eye, they retreat from the area.
Yeah, so what do they get? They get a BKB charge and the Disruptor, right? That's it. So nothing really of huge value. Poor Disruptor, calling him unvaluable.
Big item and just also now emerge for IG as we get this Oracle Gem. It's going to help them so much. I mean, we've seen them smoking around a lot, right? And I suppose it's going to be easier to do so if they always have the vision advantage. Speaking of, they're trying to leverage a Dream Coil to Monet. He managed to get away. Cyclone will be there. Dark Path through that as well. They still really want this. Emo can't be able to catch up, though. No more Dream Coil, no more catch. So Slark will end up living.
The Brewmaster, I feel like, is becoming a big problem as well. Like, he's got so much farm. When it comes to the course, he's the lowest, but I feel his farm brings a ton of impact. Like the Aghanim's Crimson, the AC is the next stop for him. Meanwhile, Sumail, after BKB and Atos, didn't really manage to find anything else. Lincoln's will be a bit helpful, I suppose.
Lincoln Sphere will come soon for him. Should be arriving as soon as he finishes off a couple waves. That being said, there's a lot of tools on the side of IG to get past the Lincoln Sphere, so can't necessarily guarantee it by some perfect safety in these fights. They're actually TPing the puck to the top lane. I think he saw Sumail and was considering trying to jump him. But Sumail, wise enough to TP out in time. He's gone. Not going to be under any threat. What an interesting game here because it's gone down yet again to a slow sequence of events. It feels like that's been the ebb and flow of this game, right? Both teams just sit back farm until someone gets this one item. They go smoke. If it finds something, great. If not, we still just go back to farming afterwards.
Yeah, but it was IG so far. They were the ones making most of the moves, I would say.
Yeah.
Every time they get an item, they smoke up. They try to make a move. Meanwhile, Aster, they're like, slow down, boys. Like, we have 3 carries. Eventually, we should win the game. No need to fight. Let XXS become a secondary, tertiary, like you said, core. Carry that is. What's he building next? Like a Skadi and an Abyssal? Yeah, just a good old casual position 1 Bloodseeker played on the offlane.
The thing is, if IG is not punishing this, they're the ones that'll wind up in an awkward situation down the line. Right now, speaking of awkward, Roshan is available again. The last time we saw Roshan fight in this game did not go according to plan for the team that went into the pit first. So IG will certainly not just waltz into the pit this time around. They want a more considered plan and they smoke up. It's 5v5 on both sides. Will they find the vision? They actually take twin gates to the top side of the map in preparation for Roshan leaving. Okay, I like to see it from Aster.
It's good because you can't really finish it in 20 seconds, right? In 10 seconds now. And how do you even... They're just drawing on the map that they need to move. Yeah,
Don't you mass TP onto Outpost right now? Like the top side?
Versus Disruptor?
No, not the forward facing one. The tier 2 one. Outpost and tier 2.
Okay, yeah. I think that's possible. I think you have just enough time to get here. Brewmaster will make sure that your bottom lane is going to get harassed quite a bit.
Honestly, if the rest of the team can just keep this fight going for as long as possible, maybe bottom ends up being pushed in, and we see a very quick jump onto Baboka. He's already dead. QIQX, false promise on himself with the Reign of Destiny. Dust will try to buy him time with the Wukong's command. They get a blast off onto Monet, but he just jumps away hurriedly from the Oracle before anything else happens. At the same time, he has to put BKB to try and run away from Emo and the crew. And with the usage of the Depth Shroud, that will allow him to escape. Closer call, though, for the Slog. Shangyu hoping to try and reach for somebody else. However, the Kinetic Field and Blood Riot will ensure that he can no longer progress.
Is this rush for them? Can you contest this? Like, you still have Static Storm, you still have something. Slark is rejoining the fight, he's running back in. He doesn't have BKB though. It's not going to be easy for him to just engage without being punished.
They only have 1 BKB sitting on this XXX Bloodseeker right now. Slog on the far edge of the fight. And they're looking, I think, to try and pierce the backlines and maybe find Sumail first. Emo blinking in, finds loot. Doesn't have access to his Dream Coil just yet. Monet trying to run away right now. Goes into the Shadow Dance to try and turn this fight. Lasso, though, coming into this fight onto Dust. Dust is dead on the Monkey King. Oracle's going to follow him into the grave. Wind Ranger for Sumail. Not going to be lucky enough to escape this fight, but he set up his team for success. Bloodseeker now looking towards Shanya, able to get the bash out onto him. Do they have the damage? So far, no. Emo coming back with the Dream Coil, sending it onto the Bloodseeker. XXX still alive for the fight right now. Cyclone up onto the Batrider, and now as Monet re-emerges into the engagement, he is the strongest hero for the fight. They've killed off Oracle. Shanya, will he be allowed to escape? He does live for now, and he does have Blink in a couple seconds, so maybe he will live. At the same time, Emo now looking towards Baboka, killing him off and getting a double of his own. This Puck keeps picking off these supports here, Lizard, preventing them from having the numbers to confidently go into the Roshan pit, even if they kill off the cores.
Just so much work being done by him. Oracle as well dying, getting back into the fight, using his ulti to save the Brewmaster. A ton of work from the two of them. The big problem for Dust was she just got lassoed so early on, and Oracle didn't have ulti that early on. He got picked off. Is there a big item that changes things, by the way, from this point onwards, I'm looking at like for Radiant, I feel it's just scalability. It's just getting more on everyone. There isn't anything singular big that changes the game. I feel like they're lacking catch for Emo. So far, that's been the case at least. This Puck is level 24.
What? So he's the highest level in the game by 3 levels on top of everybody. All right, sweet. Love to see it. He's going to have 25 not too long from now. In terms of items that could change proceedings, this Hex on Techies, when it eventually arrives, could be pretty great. But for now, Team Master, they've gone in with the smoke. They're looking for a fight here. They will be able to pick off QIQX. But inside the Wukong's command is Dust. However, the Wukong's has been vacated by every hero from Team Master. Blastoff goes forward, doesn't connect onto anybody. PYW now in front of Monet. Needs to be careful about his life. There's a Cyclone onto Sumail. He's able to blink himself away. Shangyu will activate the Primal Split. Really trying to chase down this Wind Ranger. At the same time, there's 2 fights happening because Alasu drags back the puck towards the Static Storm. The Boundless Strike opens up some space so that the puck can get away from this. Shangyu needs to run away as well. Needs to be concerned about his Brewlings. At the same time, XXX, his BKB is over, so he's in an awkward place. Beautiful Shackle Shot, though, onto Shangyu and Dust. Both of them stalled up. Neither of them can chase the Bloodseeker. The Bloodseeker will eventually die, but the space was opened up to kill Dust at the same time. However, XXX won't survive this fight. He is dead, so is Sumail. The survivor on the side of Aster is Baboka, as well as Monet. But IG, without even having to use their buybacks, they keep 3 alive. Unfortunately, though, Lizard, Dust is dead, so they can't take the Roshan.
Can they not? Yeah, they probably cannot. It's too difficult. This new Rush is way too strong for them without the carry. They do have Solar Crest, but it won't really matter. But they can go down bottom. It will respawn, right? Not respawn. It will run down bottom in a second. And they have to prevent Radiant from taking it, even though Radiant with 2 heroes. Unlikely at the moment. What they do need is catch. Well, that's something I feel like Aster is struggling a bit with. They have Lasso, but it's just not enough versus the Oracle.
Unfortunately for IG, Dust, very high level, so it took a long time to respawn. By the time he returns, they're already starting to come close to respawning from Team Aster as well. So we might still have a Roshan fight. Honestly, in this new patch, and especially in 2 or 3 of the Chinese DPC, I would never go for Roche Lizard. Unless I team wipe the enemy first. It's too scary.
Now, there are some heroes, right, that do him really easily. Minus armor heroes, heroes that don't rely necessarily on illusions. They do Roche fast, but in the last series and in this one, Roche has been, a game-losing objective, not a game-winning one.
IG starting to bring their entire team down bottom. Team Aster has already stacked up all 5. So we're going to have a fight here on the bottom side. Quite a long time until nighttime emerges, so they won't be able to wait all the way until Roche goes top. They smoke, though. Can they find the wrap here, Liz?
Let's see. Smoke on smoke. So many games have been decided right here. Sumail is the only one not in smoke. Look at the circle that they're doing.
They literally just swap positions.
Yeah, I'm loving it.
Slug just waiting on the high ground. He sees Shangyu. Does have a young Mindbreaker, so he's able to find that initial silence. But they don't have the damage just yet to kill off Shangyu. He's still okay. Reign of Destiny will buy some extra time as well. Now we just posture around the pit, and we're going to do this for as long as it takes. The Storm Panda trying to scout as much as possible, but they are walking around with this gem on the slot to get the vision. Shangyu thinking about jumping in. He doesn't get off the ultimate though, but there's the false promise. They did kill off this Disruptor very easily with Dust. And with the BKB, they want to fight elsewhere. They get a lasso out to QIQX. He's going to fall very low and eventually die. Monet and XXX getting both of these supports down very quickly, but at the same time, Sumail was left all by his lonesome from the team and gets picked off and killed. Monet now fighting up against Dust. Dust doesn't have Wukongs anymore. Does have quite a bit of damage. Monet goes into the Shadow Dance. He really wants to kill this Monkey King. The Monkey King's down. between Shadow Dance
Oh,
and
the
Death
mine.
Shroud. He makes it happen, but the mine from PY Dub
The mine.
kills off Monet.
Oh, that's just incredible. Insane. Can they find Baboka as well? No, they can't.
Don't say a
It-
word.
it-
Whisper. Shh.
No, yeah. Stay silent. It feels like he will survive. And now you think usually you don't have your carry, you can't push, but this is an AC Brewmaster who's got this Earth Spirit Companion. Like, he pushes as fast as anyone else. You might have to use a buyback if you want to save your side.
Let's see what they decide to do. No buybacks committed as we just recap on the last fight. Man, this could have been so good for Team Master if Monet was able to escape at the end, but it ends up not being the case. Back in reality, though, we have a buyback coming in from the Slog. The last two onto Puck. They really want to kill off this Puck, and they succeed in doing so. Emo was gone. The melee rack still stays standing. And PYW trying to get out with the blast off. XXX finds him. Will XXX bash him? He doesn't need to because Monet leashes him in position, and they
Your
kill him
Rax.
off. Double for this Bloodseeker. And the Rax died. Shanya did
Yeah.
it. He went back with the Earth Panda. Well done.
Yep, he did it with the companion. But finally, 13-0 Puck dies. They managed to take him down. They managed to take this Puck down. It was... I don't even know. He is doing just way too much. This is Emo that we all love and know. When stakes are high, he brings the best goddamn game that you can imagine. Like, Sumail has been all the talk in the Chinese region. And yeah, there's a reason why he's been having some really impressive games. He's 1-7 at the moment.
Not the easiest game in the world for him so far. Kind of struggling. But Team Master, despite the struggles of Sumail, nonetheless claimed the Sages and Cheese.
Is under attack.
How did they get the Sages and Cheese? I don't know, man. Shanya still gonna just do his very annoying thing, basically keeping Team Aster, despite their advantages of the Sages, well on the Radiant side of the map, instead of being able to progress across the river.
This time around, unfortunately for him, Bloodseeker was already TPing in. And the Primal Companion dies really, really fast. The cooldown isn't the smallest one, so he's not gonna have that to work with, and he might get caught even. He's got
Shanya
ulti.
gets a quick catch here. There's ulti. QIQX is here as well. Can they get there in time? He forced us forward into the Static Storm. So he's gonna die, and so will the Brewmaster. Oh no.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's
On the high ground for Team Master. They want to repay the favor of the lost lane of Rax down bottom. Also, we've just swung from a 9k, almost 10k lead for IG into the game being pretty much even after the tower falls. You gotta love it.
Dust. Oof, that was close.
Force a BKB out of Baboka, and with that, they probably do have to retreat from Asta. What a game. What a day of Dota this has been, honestly. Every game has been so exciting.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but the last two series in particular have been so damn close. It's like these teams, they're bringing everything they've got.
Well, it might be one of those situations. For many years, throughout the course of the year, Chinese teams would do quite well. And even at TI, they do decently, often getting some high-placing finishes, but not always winning the whole damn event. Maybe this year, trash for the first half of the year, you start to peak at the right time. This is how you win TI, man. As the smoke
You
comes
save
in,
it.
we go in with a Dust Lasso coming in from Baboka. Dust falling
Dust.
super low. Dust trigger off the Wukong's command, but QIQX is there with the false promise. Look at the damage to Monet. Monet has to run. They did manage to kill off Baboka as well. Eternal Chase dropped down by XXX to ensure that there's no chase onto him. But
Well-
they'll still chase him with both Emo and Dust. They really want this kill. Nullifier will come out there. And do they have the vision? The Nully is still on him, but Bloodseeker has juked him very effectively.
Oh, the courier flies over
oh
him.
no, it's gonna scout him out. They know where he's at. He has a TP in 1 second. It's back off cooldown, but it's gonna be 1 second too late. Caught by the courier, killed by IG,
Come
and a
on.
gem dropped for good measure.
That's just some BS right there. That was not supposed to happen. And he doesn't have buyback. Remember that. He's 100 seconds dead. Oh my god, what a way to create so much impact in the game. That wasn't some courier that was going there to scout. That was just a courier flying out. I can't believe it. That was just crazy.
They're gonna try go onto Dust right now, but QIQX, he's right here. They don't have a Bat Rider nor a Bloodseeker. How do they defend this? This Earth Panda, this companion with the Demolish. So how much work on these buildings? Tier 3 is already fallen. Bat Rider will come back, but they can still siege onto this Rax.
I'm
Without
surprised they,
sacrificing anything.
I'm surprised they didn't commit a little bit more, maybe.
I guess
Onto
when
the-
you're playing a cheesy draft, you don't have to.
Yeah, when you have this panda doing all the work for you, look at that go.
My God.
Crazy.
Lasso goes out to QIQX, and the shackle shot connects across the base.
Sumail,
What the
though.
hell? Sumail, though, went too far forward. He ends up dying while trying to find this kill. Does buy back into it. Dust fighting against Monet. Goes into the Wukong's command. Monet goes in with the Shadow Dance. Really wants to get this Monkey King dead. And Dust is about to lose his life. Sumail contributed to that kill. And Shang Yu says, well, since this fight is lost, let me try to recover what I can by at least claiming the
he
tier
gonna
3
die?
tower. But I think he's gonna die for this. And
Nah, he's fine,
indeed
he's
he
fine.
does not. He has a companion elsewhere with the Storm Panda.
Never mind.
That being said, they find it, they kill it. And Team Aster, they defend the base, they prevent themselves from getting megaed and extend game 1 a little bit longer.
Well, they extended a little bit longer, like you said. They did buyback on Wind Ranger, which is kind of big. It gives a huge opportunity for IG now to kill Sumail and to have a huge advantage in the next fights. I love how, I just love how Brew is. Yeah, I'm just gonna pop my ulti, try to go for the last set of Raxes. It doesn't matter.
That was such a heads-up play, actually. Had that worked, he would have been a god.
Yeah, and also the lasso, even though Bat catches Oracle, Sumail was outside, so he gets killed. But the catch on Oracle makes sure that they can kill Dust, which was another big kill. And this is what they need to do. They just need to smoke up. They need to try to hit them while they're still down.
30 seconds without this Brewmaster being available.
If they could,
There's no creep wave.
I feel like the idea here is, can we get like a pick off maybe? Yeah, and you can see they're even smoked in their base, maybe even Dust. Ooh, if only.
I think the reason why he lives, they plopped down an observer ward in front of the racks, which was scouted by the sentry ward. Had
Yeah.
they not dropped that, he would have actually ran forward and he'd be dead right now.
Yes, exactly.
Man, I love Dota 2. What a lovely game.
But you know what's also crazier than that? They had a gem on Wind Ranger. So they saw the sentry on low ground, right? And they planted the ward right outside of the range of that low ground sentry.
Oh my god.
That's what they did. But they didn't see the other sentry.
Oh man. Game of margins, and right now, Shang Yu trying to extend favorable margins for the side of IG. Is he just gonna keep doing this? Split, attack the range racks, split, attack the range racks for the rest of the game?
I guess why the hell not, right? At this point, like, he also has refresher orbs, so if he needs ulti for a team fight, he also has that. But IG, yeah, you talked about the margins. Definitely working out in their favor at the moment.
Still super close though. Jump onto Baboka. You could potentially die. Fortune's End, holding him in position maybe. At the same time, Shang Yu just wants to send the Spirit Companion, the Earth one, onto the buildings. But the Brewling does get destroyed. He just splits again. Just gonna keep up these cheese shenanigans.
Did he try to go through the
He did.
defender's gate? Yeah.
I'm glad he did this though, because it tells us that this doesn't. Wait, what the fuck? Huh?
Astral pull. Astral pull, that's what he did. The Void Panda. It goes through. Damn.
All right. Please ban Shang-Yu Brewmaster.
Now, this guy, he played the hero so many times. Even in the new patch, he knows every single trick in the book already.
Courier has been killed.
And XXS won't have that nullifier. His courier just died.
Oh no. They do kind of need a nully on their lineup. Oh, what a game, man. What a game this is.
Imagine
We have
playing
another
versus
minute
this.
before Roche.
Just imagine playing versus this crazy lineup. Like, you have this puck that's just unkillable. You killed him once in the whole game. You can't get on top of him. And then you have this Brewmaster just winning on his own, taking down your objectives. You're kind of
You
trying
made
to...
mention earlier of the fact that he doesn't have that many items, but the impact he has with each one of these is just startling at the moment.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. He's actually surpassed the Wind Ranger now when it comes to net worth, so... A very rough affair for Sumail, like a very difficult game for him.
Linken's, BKB, Blink, Gleipnir, going for an Aghanims, and even with all these protective items, still feels very, very fragile in the midst of these fights. Does at least get the full Ags right now. Will mean that he does say, I don't need money for buyback. Still on cooldown anyway, so makes sense.
And they really want to take this top fight. They're moving in that direction. They know Rush will be up. And the problem is IG have already set things up, but Brew did TP bottom. Let's see. Maybe he just wants to use the companion, right?
Yeah. Just gonna force out this wave and then take the twin gate back.
Yeah, but he's going far away from his teammates, and he doesn't have a TP to get there. I feel like he's just
Alrighty.
gonna... No, Brew is just going for megas. Brew doesn't care, man.
All right, this row shot might not be that important, Swift. We need to check out Brewmaster. He's in the base. Dude, this accomplishes two things, right? It's either he gets the full megas for his team, or he drags back all of Team Asta and leaves Roshan open anyway.
Exactly. And he escapes with the Fire Panda this time around. They used Static Storm, they used everything on the other Panda, but they forgot about the fiery one. So, Rosh already dying. That's the perfect rat play. That's literally rat 101. This is Alliance TI3. Force them to go back to their base, go into the pit, take Aegis, get the advantage.
Oh, what a game this is. Shangya enabling his team to get yet another Aegis. The cheese in tow for the
Emo.
techies. Emo. Woo, close call for the puck. He's still gonna have to go into the BKB just to escape away from this. But he's alive. It's fine.
Okay.
3K gold lead only. You know, it's one of these games. Today's been weird because the gold leads have not felt very indicative of the overall game state at times. So like this 5K gold lead seems more significant to me than some of the 10K leads we've seen throughout the day.
Yeah, it's just Brewmaster, man. That's why it feels that way, realistically, because you can't deal with him. One thing that also, being able to choose your items, one thing that it did is it made the game so much easier for some supports and some rats, like this Brew, because you have ninja gear always, right? Usually, vision is super important versus rat heroes. Mid lane,
Whew, Dust almost found Sumail, but
maybe he
King
still
was
finds
able to
him.
blink away. Still goes in, yeah. Sumail stunned up. Wukong's does come out from Dust, but I think they really just want the full racks here. Monet jumps in. He has to deal with so many mines. Has to deal with dust as well. But Monet is no slouch. He's really strong on the slug. As he goes in to the Shadow Dance, there's going to be the blast off to spawn him up. Shangyu goes in to zone back the rest of the team with the Primal Split. As Monet ends his ultimate, he comes back in as Sumail finds a 2-hero Shackle Shot. Able to kill off Oracle at the very least. Sumail, though, is falling low, so he has to run. Dust so low, even lower. But with the bashes from XXX, they stop him from regenning with the Jingu and they end off his life. The Brewmaster, though, is taking tier 4 towers. Has already taken the first one, trying to get the second. They have to go destroy the Brewlings, and they destroy Dust's life. The Monkey King got lassoed back towards the tower. At the same time, here's Shangyu with another companion, doing what he can onto the Ancient. Insufficient, though. They did get the Megas. Let's see if Emo can get out. He dropped down a very nice Dream Coil. However, he's been slowed up right now. Will he jaunt away in the right direction, or is he going to blink north? He jaunts to the east.
Brew
the Flame Break
again.
will be there. They're coming back, and Brew, oh no. Another usage of the ultimate. The Primal Split forces the rest of Asta to come home and defend, and gives Emo the opportunity to escape with his life.
Yeah, what a crazy, crazy game. I can't. This is just insane. Do they have a glyph? They don't, right? Or yeah, they don't. This game, unfortunately for me, seems to be closing and coming to an end, because once Monkey King is up, he has Refresher Orb, right? All you have to do as Invictus Gaming, arguably, is get on top of the Ancient and use Wukong's command, right? And there's going to be a huge mess. It won't be easy for Aster to play against that. So how do they approach this? Maybe they need to make a fight outside of their base. That's the only way, right?
Yeah. Far away from this Ancient. I think best case scenario is if a fight is far away and Shangyu has to use both splits in that engagement. It's unlikely, but if even one of those splits is available, the base potentially will be in shambles. I mean, it's already in shambles, but the game itself could just end.
Puck, by the way, full Daedalus completed. BKB is out of the inventory. Daedalus is in. BKB old news, Daedalus new news.
He does have 4k HP, so maybe he's thinking to himself that with the overwhelming blink, that provides the protection that the BKB doesn't have to anymore.
Yeah, he's got the phase shift as well. I want to see Axe now, Nemo. Get this man an Axe.
Ooh. I mean, okay, then in that case, we just wait for next Roche. It's going to drop an Axe, and then we get the rapid fire Dream Coil. Let's go.
Yeah, they're going to farm neutrals anyway, right? 60-minute mark has struck. They want to get some newts.
I also love that the average game duration today, we had 1 hour, 5-minute game, a 55-minute game. Here's an hour-long game. Stakes are high, man. Dota takes long under these conditions.
Book of Shadows for both.
What? That's so good. 2 Book of Shadows, baby. All right. So, how does the damage come out? Well, Techies, unfortunately, wasn't able to escape that time with his life, but Boka, though, will get punished for this. And Sumail will just watch as QIQX false promises. There's a Dream Coil elsewhere from Emo onto the Slog and the Bloodseeker. They're trying to open up space for Shangyu to go end the game with the Earth Panda. And he's doing it. He's going in. You said you wanted the Wukongs on the Ancient. Dust will oblige. He drops it down right now. But Boka dragging him out of it with the lasso. Dust, he's near the fountain. Dust is gonna die. But the Ocean opening has been made onto the Ancient. The game has been won by his sacrifice. And GG will eventually be called. IG claiming game 1, putting themselves close to claiming second position in the DPC.
What an insane game. What an insane performance by Emo as well. 13-0 at one point. Eventually, everyone had to pitch in to win this game. Brewmaster obviously doing the majority of the work in the end to take down all those objectives, pesky objectives. It looked like they just couldn't find a way to take these fights. As they were losing some of them, right? Like Slark, he survives for long enough. He gets a couple of kills. Monet down bottom. That when he died on that mine, I think it's this fight even. We're gonna start late on in the game, right? 24 minutes in, not that late. But yeah, just an incredible game. Perfect demonstration of game knowledge by Brewmaster, I would say. Just when it comes to ratting, TPing bottom, forcing them to TP, then going back into the pit, taking Aegis, refresher, cheese off of that. Really well done. They suffered a little bit on the side of Aster, I suppose. One of the biggest issues for them is the lack of utility that they had. Sumail as well, he was struggling because the moment he got enough net worth to actually start doing stuff, this smoke with the Aegis, he gets introduced to a nullifier that does just freshly bought. So even when he's supposed to be a true menace in the game, the nullifier comes out. Very unfortunate for him. Emo on the other hand. Yeah, Emo on the other hand. Yeah.
He just popped off on this puck. Had a phenomenal performance, really. And being as elusive as humanly possible, ends the game with only that one death that he ended up suffering. Completely, almost without a blemish, honestly. But even that death, honestly, can you blame him for it? Not really all that much. Plays like this that he was able to perform, where Aster feel like they got something back from a fight, but Emo always being like, nah. I think for me, that was the theme of the game at the end. Between Emo and Shangyu, the two of them always prevented Aster from getting any advantage. You win a fight around a Roshan pit, but both of your supports are dead, so you can't take the Aegis. Hey, you just won a deep fight on another side of the map, but you can't actually push on that side of the map because you have to come back and deal with this Brewmaster. Hey, you just got a decent engagement. Shreet, Emo's going to force you to use BKBs and then just run away. Doesn't really care about actually fighting you. Just putting you in an awkward place the whole game.
It's just one of those rat games, you know, in which if you're Radiant, you're feeling extremely frustrated. You even have catch, you just can't use it properly. And eventually there's a lot of ninja gears as well on the side of IG. Those ninja gears prevent you from even seeing where these supports are, where the brew is, so you can't even catch him, even though you have good observer boards planted down after winning a couple of team fights. Aster, and this play here though, this courier that scouts him out just before he gets caught, I think this also changes the game completely because it forces a buyback and then Sumail falls off completely. Like it forced a buyback on the high ground. That was just you were talking about margins. What's the chance that courier flies exactly over him, right?
Well, not just it flies directly overhead, it flies over him while the one time he doesn't have TP. TP comes 2 seconds. If the courier is 2 seconds late, he lives. If the courier is 2 seconds early, he lives. At that exact moment, what are the chances, like you say? Game is hard and Team Aster will find themselves on the receiving end of a defeat at the hands of Invictus Gaming. Not for the first time in the last few days, IG have already been able to defeat Team Aster and looking on track to be able to replicate the performance from the weekend. MVP, this is actually a hard one. One might be tempted to say Emo, looking at the 13-116, which is phenomenal. But the Shangyu Brew, there's no way they win the game the way they did without him. So Lizard, what do you think? Who's more deserving of MVP for this one?
I think it's Emo. I'd still give it to Emo. There's no way you take away an MVP from a puck performance that's as good as this one. He was doing way too much, and Shangyu and his Brewmaster, he wouldn't even come online if Emo didn't have this good of a game. This is just insane. So I think this time around, the mid laner, the puck definitely deserves it a bit more. We can maybe even, agree to not give rats MVPs. Do you want that brew in your game? Do you know what these brewmasters are going to do in your pubs, Snare? Like your team isn't going to remember. Your team isn't going to go back and defend. They'll see a panda, they'll be like, it's just a companion, it's fine. And then you're going to lose all your Rexes.
That's actually a good point. If we give too many MVPs for them, we might have more of them in our games. Actually, okay, good point. Terrible Brewmaster, worst hero ever. IG, I don't know what the hell they're doing picking this up. Garbage. Never play this in your pubs. On a serious note, though, I think for the side of Team Aster, probably ban the Brewmaster going into Game 2, or at least have a clear solution for this hero. We'll find out if they do have what it takes to do so, if Mad has some genius plans concocting, or if today is going to be the day of IG and Super going into the final day of the series. Let's find out after a small break. We'll be right back with some more Dota action. Welcome back, one and all, to some Chinese Dota action. We are witnessing Invictus Gaming taking on Team Aster to determine who comes second in the Chinese division, who gets that extra padding of 100 DPC points, and of course, who has the pride of winning out the series itself. For the last time, Lizard, maybe the last time. Honestly, I think IG just a little bit cleaner right now than Team Aster. Before I even seen the draft, I think they're going to take this 2-0. Convince me otherwise. Let's see what does Team Aster need to do to take us to a third and deciding game.
Okay, I feel like definitely 2-0 is an option for IG. At the same time, I feel like it was one of those games in which Aster, if they had a bit of a better draft, like they and the same execution, I feel like they would have won. They had some really big issues. Brewmaster, it only came late, like apparent later on. I feel like their issues were more apparent earlier. Like just having these tri-core. It looked like it might work in the mid game, but it's kind of difficult to execute when you have so much utility, so many different things coming from just a singular Brewmaster on the other side, right? This is already looking much easier to play for me, even though it's Doom into Monkey, right? It doesn't matter. Like at least you have Doom, you have something, you have some offlaner that's gonna bring you a ton of utility, that's gonna bring you Doom. Eliminate one of these heroes out of the game, and he's always going to have farm, right? No matter what, you don't have to create space for him. Like one of the biggest issues in that last game was Sumail. He's playing this Wind Ranger, but he's literally a mid laner that's playing like position 4. He's constantly up front. He's constantly the one breaking smokes. Meanwhile, his Bloodseeker and Slark are just farming on the edges of the map. You know how map is bigger now, and you have those camps on the complete sides.
So somebody has to tank the gank. Sumail did it for us last game. That's not a look of a man that wants to do it twice, though. He's like, all right, guys, I did my duty. It's time for y'all to pick this one up. One big thing with having Doom as well, it felt like XXS, despite having an incredible amount of farm, his only influence in the fight was blood rights at some point, or if he physically goes to beat down targets. At least with Doom, no matter how bad the game gets, you have something you can fight around. You can smoke and actually do something with this Doom spell without requiring perfect initiation and execution.
Definitely. Slark on Invictus Gaming, they don't want to play that Slark Monkey King matchup again, it seems like. Would you want to play it again, Snare? Do you think that Slark was good into the Monkey in the end? He was, right?
I thought Monet was owning him, I was worried about that. Monet was owning him. Like, it's actually really tough to play, so I can understand the ban here. It's
like back in the day, maybe before the shard, it was doable. Right now, he pops the shard, he pops the ulti. Monkey's Wukong disappears by the time Slark is visible again, by the time he's on the map.
And you do what Monet does and the buy refresher so that you have even more duration on these spells.
And then he buys refresher and has even more. Monkey King Wukong's command, you counter it. Yeah, it's crazy. It was a crazy game, super enjoyable. Like these two series, my God. Some crazy ass Dota that's so close. Like what's so important is that the teams are so neck and neck in skill. But talking about the draft, Brewmaster will not be in the game. Surprise, surprise.
No way.
Can you believe it?
Honestly, like IG should actually be very fortunate about the fact that they're a team that sort of skates underneath the radar right now from the Chinese region. And maybe a little bit happy they're not going to be playing a Dream League. I don't know how they feel about that. Either way, once this info gets out about the Brewmaster, at Bali is not playing this. Just forget about it. This is not going to happen.
Yeah, most likely it will be one of those first phase bans, unless second phase at least bans, unless something really big changes. And IG, the teams will probably allow them to pick that brew in the first stage if they really wanted to. The problem is you mostly don't want to. You want to have a crack at one of these broken heroes in the first stage. By the way, Shadow Demon did do a lot in the previous series, but it didn't strike me as a broken hero. So it's interesting that they went for it. Interesting that they picked it. It's kind of okay-ish versus techies. Blast off. You can just disrupt him as he's blasting off. Use a lot of poison on him, kill him off. But I'm thinking maybe...
What you gonna say? Yeah, maybe?
No, maybe there's something more to it, that's all. What were
I'm
you?
suspecting maybe, not I think it's about, right? Last game you were lamenting the lack of BKB piercing disable. I think if you have Shadow Demon, the Demonic Purge ensures that no matter which hero buys BKB, they stay inside Wukong's and they can't leave that area. And even if they have BKB, you still take all the physical damage from the monkey. So that's still pretty decent to have. And just having salvation is good, right?
No, I really like that. I think that's a very cool concept. Sure, purge someone that's in the Wukong's command and keep them inside that way. I think that's a really good idea. Also, it prevents Team Master from perhaps getting that Wind Ranger. You probably don't want to get her now. Even though there's Monkey King against you, you probably don't want to get it because of the purge. And the Lich is the next one. So Doom, theoretically, here shouldn't have a lane, right? Like, shouldn't have a game from the laning stage at least. Like, Doom versus Lich Monkey is terrible.
Team pick.
He might have to have the support of his life. Does get a Phoenix, so might have some Sunray, some Fire Spirits to help out against the Jingu a little bit.
I think it's
Still don't think it'll be sufficient.
It might not be sufficient, but it's really good. Like, there aren't many heroes that mess up Monkey King as much as Phoenix in the lane. It's like Phoenix and maybe Venom, I feel like. With Phoenix, if you can get to level 3, those level 2 Fire Spirits really mess up Monkey King and his ability to get the stacks. And if he can't get stacks, he doesn't feel as strong, even versus melee heroes. So I still think that Lich Monkey King is stronger than Doom Phoenix, don't get me wrong, but there is a potential to outplay them at least a tiny little bit now on Team Master. And that you're also throwing a wrench into Invictus Gaming. You're telling them, I don't care what you wanted to draft, now you have to think about the egg. You have to find a way to deal with it.
They don't have an egg hitter right now. And you can do that very intriguing thing where Monkey King drops Wukong's, you drop Phoenix Egg right outside of the Wukong's. So either stay there and get stunned or come out of it. Either way, very good for Team Master. And a lot of the heroes that normally deal with the Phoenix Egg are either not that great this meta. Like, we haven't seen that many like Snapfires. Especially in the support roles, we see him or see her as a core now. Ursa, very hit or miss nowadays. Troll is just not played whatsoever.
Yeah, usually the heroes that do deal with Phoenix are on the
Templar assassin.
on the support position, like some Miranas and stuff, right? With eggs. But okay, they go for a TA. This isn't something that we see very often. What do you think? Is this going to be a mid TA or a safe lane TA?
Seconds remaining.
I think mid CA.
Probably mid, right?
5
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
But
Emo, this is our first TA, I think, right? We haven't had a TA in the Chinese region.
I don't think I've seen it, yeah.
Okay.
I have seen it before from different teams in Chinese region in the previous seasons. It was played quite a bit, but not in this one. Oh, okay, very interesting, yeah. Why do you think they picked TA? Versus Techies, it was an old school counter with refraction. I still think it might... no, it won't be safe lane. Like, I'm thinking if you pick TA into Techies, that's cool, but Techies isn't going to lane against you.
Turn to battle.
It could be against Void Spirit, because Void Spirit has a bit of a rough time dealing with TA. All the damage types that you have are just, all of them get absorbed by the refraction charges.
Yeah. What are you banning? You're banning out PL, you're banning out Naga most likely, right? Like, these two heroes can really mess you up. But there's also Terrorblade left in the pool. Like, TB is an option as well for Team Master. Like, they just have... Like, this TA, I feel like
Aster's turn to pick.
it's a problem, but it's an answerable problem. Naga does get banned out, PL obviously. Like, the strongest illusion-based heroes into her.
Maybe they think if Team Master picks Terrorblade, they already have Shadow Demon, so you can get some really pog meta illusions from him.
I guess, yeah, that's an option.
Remaining.
I'd
Let's
still
see,
go.
Aster-
I'm not sure. Like, what else would you pick? I feel TB is the one left remaining that feels the strongest. You can match the tempo maybe with something like an Ursa, but okay, Morphling. No, you're not a fan, I know.
I am not, but this is actually a good Morphling game. This is a very, very good Morphling game. They have very little disable on the side of IG, like that actually holds a Morphling in position. What do they have? They have Sinister Gaze, now they have Hoof Stomp, and they have Bounder Strike. Not the most catch in the world. Their burst damage comes mostly from the TA, but if TA is not the one that's on top of you, the damage isn't the fastest from IG, and obviously Morphling loves playing into those circumstances. He has some heal from Phoenix. He'll get some utility from Doom. I still hate the hero. I still think this is terrible and it's going to lose, but the rationale is still somewhat there for Seamaster.
So you value Monet's Morphling over Emo's TA? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, never. I will say one really good thing about Morphling this game as a safe lane carry into the Monkey King. Monkey, man, it sucks playing into Morphling because you never lock him down long enough for Wukongs to do anything. Him hitting you with the Aghanim Scepter really hurts given how much you rely on Jingu Mastery as that hero. You do a lot of outright physical damage as well, and you have magical damage if need be. So it's hard for the Monkey King to reliably itemize against you. And if you get ahead of Monkey King, it's so hard for him to catch up. You can like rinse the team one by one while he can't catch you. And this is the kind of game that could happen. But Shang Yu Centaur, last season, Master Lizard, when IG had their backs against the wall and they couldn't pick Timbersaw or the Brewmaster, they relied on the Centaur, and it did get them some very impressive wins. Is this the game that's going to be able to do so again against Seamaster?
It looks rough. Like, in my opinion, it looks really difficult. They picked this TA. It's an interesting approach to the game. They really want to crush their lanes and go off of that. And they should be able to crush their lanes, right? Like the TA on mid lane should do very well versus Void Spirit. Same goes for Lich and Monkey King into the Doom. They should be doing well. And then you want to snowball. But snowballing just wasn't a thing in these last couple of weeks. That's very sad. I don't know what it is. I just had to shut up to listen to the voice line. Very beautiful.
I play pubs with some people who are from C, so I've heard that one a lot of times. A few too many times, personally, if I'm honest.
Do you know what it means?
No idea.
Okay. I need to find a way to translate it. If anyone in the chat knows what it means, please tweet at Snare, not at me. Get into his DMs.
All right, you can do it. At Snegodamus is open. Come holler at a boy. Let me know the secrets of the song from SMG.
He'll relay it to me, I'm sure. You won't keep it hidden.
For a small fee, of course. Game 1 went the way of IG. Game 2, Sumail on this Void Spirit. Well, you mentioned in the last game that he had to make a lot more space given who the offlaner was. This is a much more standard drop from them, so he can play a more standard current mid laner, soaking up a lot of farm and being uber impactful on the map, and scale with damage on this Void Spirit.
He can. It's just not the easiest lane for him, but I feel like the Void Spirit is in a good spot right now in this game to do his normal stuff, Echo Saber, Manta. I think it's a really good build for the current game. Some Nullifier a little bit later on. He can create enough space for Monet to come online and be the true carry of the game. PYW and Centaur, by the way, this is a super old school combo of a lane.
Disruption into Hoof Stomp.
Yep.
It's good times.
Disruption, Hoof Stomp, double edge, a ton of damage. Not the easiest one to survive, and I love that Phoenix already blocked the hard camp in the enemy triangle. It's another thing that you need to do when you're playing versus Shadow Demon, right? Block camps as soon as possible.
Shadow Demon, one of these heroes, super easy to stack up all these camps, and we've seen the influence of having massive stacks can have in these games. But now we're on into game 2. Lanes have started off. The mid lane is going to be interesting to watch. TA versus Void Spirit. Not because we don't know how the lane should go, but we don't get to see TA all that often. So I wonder how Asta decides to answer her. Because I don't think they want to spend the entire game just letting Sumail go 1v1 versus this TA.
Yeah, what's interesting for me is that they actually switch things up when it comes to supports. So techies will actually be playing versus Lich and Monkey. Brings you some more damage, I suppose. You have a bit better of kill potential. And also Techies is dodging the Shadow Demon lane, which is, I think, pretty good for him.
That might leave the Doom in a bit of an awkward spot, though. It depends on how Dust decides to play this lane, though. And bottom, there's gonna be a lot of random pokes and prods down bottom. Shang is gonna get hit into as much as possible by Monet right now.
Yeah, but he pulled. Like, PYW actually managed to pull. And he managed to disrupt him. Is this a dead Phoenix?
It is indeed. Phoenix is gonna die as first blood. PYW demonstrating why I call this guy PY man. Getting a very big win for his team down bottom.
PY indeed. And he managed to pull, right? So 3 melee creeps got denied by the trolls. Really rough.
What a player.
Yeah, really rough start. And I'm surprised that this hard camp isn't blocked.
Oh, it is now. He heard you. Picky was like, all right, my bad. I'll take care of it.
Yeah, 100% something that you need to do. Especially when you're playing versus a lane that's kind of strong, maybe stronger than yours. Let's see. Like, so far, Shadow Demon with Disruption and Centaur are doing really well on the bottom lane. We'll see just how well they can emulate that on top. I feel like Dust and QIQX should also be doing all right.
So far, they're just farming away on this Monkey King. Same is true of middle. Super even between Sumail and Emo.
Yeah. So the Teemo has a couple of extra creeps under the tower, so he'll get those. But overall, yeah, still pretty even.
So one thing about Dust is that he tends to go on his Monkey King. His usual build-up is Echo BKB, one of the few Monkey Kings that almost refuses to buy a farming item. Given that you're playing into a Doom who's going to scale phenomenally, I imagine a TA of Void Spirit rather can also do quite well. Is this the game that you can afford to skip that, or do you still stick to the fighting build and try and move with the TA?
It depends on the way you want to play the game. I feel like you could go for a fighting build, but Battle Fury for me also sounds really damn solid. Make sure that that late game is yours. Sumail, mid lane.
Mid, Sumail, whew. I mean, he's okay-ish. Doesn't have any regen, but Emo doesn't feel the need to dive him either.
Yeah, he took so much damage there. There's a salve flying out at least to him. And the 4-minute rune will spawn.
QIW is positioning to potentially stack here and maybe get the runes. QIQX should be fine up on top. Him and Dust are low, but ultimately they're okay. In this mid lane, Sumail struggling to get back into the lane itself, despite being able to pick up the water rune. Being zoned out by the TA, so he'll be like, all right, fine, cool. I can't get waves. I might as well go get a bounty.
Is under attack.
Is there anything surprising you so far from the lanes? Maybe the Doom is getting a bit more than I expected, but besides that, I feel...
Well, let's see. I thought we were going to be able to get at least a kill in the top lane. I am kind of surprised by how kill light it's been. But Boca dives in with the blast off. All right, so he makes sure that XXX isn't the one that dies, but he certainly should be. I just thought there'd be more of those happening.
Ask and you shall receive, my liege. Instantly they make it happen for you, and maybe the Doom is also dead on top lane.
They have mana for the Sinister Gaze from QIQX. Dust, Boundless Strike in the moment. Doesn't even need it. QIQX gets the Frost Blast out.
Mid lane, we see the TP coming from Baboka actually on Emo. If they could Remnant him into the tower, this might be a kill. He's got
They have
refraction.
Blast off in a second. They will go in for the stun. Oh my god, he just goes in, invis. Oh man, Melt. Invisibility is invulnerability, and Sumail might be the one that dies instead. PYW got off some poison. It's not going to be enough though. He popped it a little bit too soon. The dive in from Baboka lets him kill off PYW and also escape with his life. Not enough damage coming back the opposite direction from Emo.
Oh to god, Baboka.
Dire's courier has been
Like he's the kind of position forward that will do this. He also won't bring you the sentry. You know, he won't bring the sentry to secure that kill on TA. But he will make sure to get one of these crazy kills going his way. Centaur does die in the end to Monet and Phoenix.
Yep. As soon as they recognize that he's all alone down bottom, they pounce upon him. They kill him off. Although it was not an easy one. It did take him being a little bit out of position. And of course, he doesn't have boots or level 6. Once one of those is available, that kill becomes practically impossible to achieve bottom.
Look at Sumail. He's just sitting on his high ground. There's a TA with traps and DD on the other side. Like, you cannot approach this lane. You literally can't get close to Emo.
Emo right now. Very happy to just keep on farming here. We will have a rotation from PickU on his Phoenix, but because it's not the techies, there's very low likelihood of actually killing Emo here.
Now, that's just for the sentry, I feel like. Just get the Doom once again. Yeah. The game is becoming harder and harder for him.
Doesn't have a Ring of Health. Building into a Vanguard first. So Vanguard Midas, I anticipate coming in from him.
You know what? Like, this is one of those lanes where Vanguard doesn't even save you. You know, it's good, but it's not a lifesaver. It's still gonna be difficult to survive versus Monkey and Lich.
That's actually true. Do you think he maybe just buys the value Ring of Health and then transition into something later?
I'm not sure. Maybe Vanguard and Crimson Guard is still good because you're playing versus TA, right? Like, it will give you some bonus sustainability against them. But maybe just a Ring of Health. Yeah.
He has a ring flying right now. Down bottom, his safe laner Monet also just farming, but he might be in some danger here because they took a twin gate down bottom. But middle, they're first trying to aggress onto Emo. Sumail cannot latch him with the Aether Remnant, so he remains living.
They saved the rune for Sumail, which is pretty important. And also, by the way, I take that back.
They have vision. Hold on.
Monet.
Look at Monet.
Yeah.
They see him. Will they go for him? QIQX wants the Sinister Gaze first. He gets off the shift. They can't kill him. They're gonna try it anyway. They go on to him. He's still shifting away, waveforming on top of the tower. Boundless Strike was committed, so they have nothing left to cancel the TP.
Centaur, my poor boy, you had Tumbler's toy. You could have jumped.
He used it. He already used it.
Okay. When it comes to, by the way, the Vanguard that we talked about on Doom, I'm taking that back. Vanguard needs to be bought on him because he's gonna disassemble it and make Octarine core anyway, right? So Vanguard pretty good.
Just farming for now. Tier 1
Emo?
tower bottom was dropped. Emo getting aggressed into. They do pop the Stampede so he can get away from this fight. And now they want to turn. PickU gets blown up. Sinister Gaze going out onto Sumail as well. They don't have the lockdown necessary as Dust misses with the Boundless Strike. However, they have the chase. Sumail trying to run himself away. There's a TA trap there to give the vision. Astral Step still 8 seconds on cooldown. PYW here with the disruption. Shanyu here with the hoof stomp. And IG here with the kill onto the King as they come back and fight hard in their own jungle.
They just refuse to let this TA die. They refuse to have Emo more than 3 deaths per series. It feels like game 1 didn't die. Game 2 so far didn't die. It's only 10 minutes in, but the ganks are not fruitful against him.
This game right now, IG might not be necessarily fully in control just yet, but they're responding incredibly well on the map overall. And they're still farming quite heavily.
They are. You asked earlier, by the way, about Dust and his build. Is it going to be maybe better for him to be more active? And it is. Like, with the TA in the game, he's going for Echo Saber. He wants to be fighting a little bit more often. This is some Mickey-style Monkey King.
This is the Dust build. Literally never seen him build a farming item.
Didn't he go Battle Fury last game?
No. You went... the Battle Fury was from Ghost in the other series.
Oh, you're right.
Will end up dead here. Monet and Sumail able to get the kill. A lot of damage came to Sumail though with the Chain Frost. That was kind of scary. He will ultimately live though.
Yeah, just buying... They killed the Lich, but Emo is farming the Ancients. He's fine. No one is pushing mid. PYW is getting his level 6 there. If you are IG, you're fine with that trade.
I think Aster, though, are unhappy with how this game is going. They want more of this map. And they smoke up with two. Phoenix and Sumail jumping in again. Sumail, though, losing a lot of HP. They popped a Stampede to immediately run away from the Supernova. Man, I hate that interaction if you're playing Phoenix. They press R, fight's over, can't do anything.
Yep. But at least the cooldown on Stampede is a bit worse now. I feel like it was better long time ago, and you pop the egg and there's always Stampede. This time around, it's kind of similar, right? 120 versus 100. So not a lot of leeway to work with. You pop ult, they pop ult. Okay, sure, we trade them, that's it.
But one thing you were mentioning just before that little fracas broke out, it is still indeed IG having control of all their lanes, getting farm on all their cores. I'm feeling very unhurried about this game.
Yeah, but I don't think Aster is in a huge rush as well. Bottom lane. Do take down Lich.
Aster, find Lich, but they might end up losing Phoenix, but Bounder Strike's still on cooldown for too long. I don't think Dust can chase.
Yeah, like there's a difference, right? Like Dust is playing Monkey King that's not really building a Battle Fury or anything like that. He's going for this halberd, so he probably wants to be joining as many fights as possible. Meanwhile, on the other side, perhaps Void Spirit is the one, but besides him,
Radiant's middle tower
you have Morph happy to chill and farm. Doom as well, going for Midas. Like, he's in no rush. He's like, yeah, sure, keep on chilling. I want to get my Midas. I want to get 9 slotted minute 40.
Looks like Team Aster are afraid of that particular outcome as they're going to smoke up, have a haste rune at the ready for this emo TA. However, the game sense is a bit too good from Radiant lineup. We already had the Doom backing off before the gank came anywhere close to him. They do scout him out right now, but the smoke has already finished, so they can't actually jump him. IG.
Lich?
Did they lose QIQX? Yeah, he's dead. Chain Frost, though, might kill the Phoenix. Phoenix will pop Supernova, but Dust should be able to destroy this. They're giving him a lot of leeway. But it eventually, with the help of the TA, manages to take it out. Monet realizes he can't TP out right in front of the TA. They pop Stampede as well. They really want to chase the Morphling and bring PYW closer for the disruption, but they do not find it.
Nice attempt with the Stampede to catch them, but also a very nice remnant from Sumail, preventing Emo from catching up. Also, it wasn't really about Emo, it was about Shadow Demon. He needed to be the one that gets close. PYW just making one stack after another. Like, this man is a stacking machine.
Gonna get taken advantage of by this TA, so she can finish off her Desolator. We'll see if we get one of those TAs of old, where like 17 minutes, treads, Deso Blink. Doesn't seem like it's gonna be one of those though. She's really farmed, but not obscenely so thus far. IG enjoy a 2k gold lead for the moment,
tower is under attack.
but something that we just saw again with the move they attempted, similar to the first game, seems to take a lot of time before they find out the exact patterns they need to approach to connect onto Team Aster with these smoke ganks.
Is under attack.
Yep. I think this time around even it's just important for them to take down these tier 1s on the side lanes. Because Emo is going to have his Dezo any second now. Dezo Dragonlance,
Under attack.
you can easily threaten Rosh. Even this early on. They're tipping top with the monkey, but this isn't truly a kill. One of the problems that they've got, you mentioned it during the draft, is like the catch isn't there for Morphling, and of course, if it's not there for Morphling, there's not there for Void Spirit, so hard to kill these heroes off.
They're gonna need Shangye to be excellent with his execution. He does have a Blink Dagger, but maybe they need like a mobility item on the Lich as well. Dude, I would be so happy if QIQ export Blink. Blink Sinister Gaze, baby, let's go.
Well, maybe some Aetherlance as well, you know, it could come in handy. Usually it's just some Pavis, Glimmer Cape though, Force Staff maybe.
Radiant's middle tower.
They are smoked up right now, hoping to try and take the tier 1 tower through middle. Would have been nice to find a pick off on top of it. but
Under attack.
they'll very happily content themselves with this tier 1. Should be able to find it. Doesn't seem like Team Asta has any interest in defending this. Although Monet is putting some pressure onto the tier 1 tower bottom, so they are getting something on the map.
Yeah, and he's getting very close to the Manta. Meanwhile, Sumail taking 2 towers for 1, basically, right? If you're IG, how do you alleviate this ratting? You go for another objective, a big one, and that's probably Roche. I feel like you could do it. Centaur can tank it easily. Then you have the Dazzle, they're pinging it out. Actually, Radiant is pinging it out, so they're expecting it to happen.
Looks like their expectations are correct, though, because they are heading directly there. Emo will pop an Arcane Rune. And they're aware that this is happening. The question is, what can they do about it? Down bottom, we're all going to lose the life of PYW, potentially. He got dusted up preemptively, so no escape from Monet. And that makes it a sort of 4v5 scenario, because he does not have buyback. And they're coming in from Team Asta.
It might be a bit dangerous now, yeah. They are smoking up. They could be
Radiant's top tower is under
a
attack.
bit late, depending on how many bashes happen here on Emo.
Oh my
Bash.
god. My god, Emo, dude, you can't be this unlucky. Dust feels pressured into popping Wukongs. QIQX will give up his life outside of the Roshan pit so they can take down the Aegis. The question is, can they get out of here? Dust jumps onto the trees, trying to dance himself away. The TPs are on, the TPs are successful. And IG leave the Lich behind, but secure the Aegis and the lives of their cause.
That's one of those, you're saluting him as he marches into his death. Brave soldier, thank you for your service.
Oh, he went down with the ship, man. What a guy.
Yeah, I mean, a really good play. Delayed them just enough. Doom was getting very, very close. XXS, not yet with the Blink Dagger though, however, so he couldn't really, even if he wanted to, he couldn't just jump in and catch someone with a stomp.
IG. Well, we'll see what they end up doing and accomplishing with this Aegis. We have several heroes down bottom thinking about taking away the tier 2 tower. They also just picked up a Blink Dagger for Emo. So looks like we are having those old TA timings. Nice.
Under attack.
Yeah, everything coming together pretty much at the same time. They just need Dust's BKB and they're extremely happy to take these fights.
Dire's middle tower.
And keep in mind, even though Morphling is considered, the Remnant doesn't connect.
It does not. He does manage to get off the Dissimulate Astral Step. So he will live. But that's half his HP that was taken there. So he might not be able to position to defend the actual tier 2.
If Centaur was there to follow up with another stun, they'd kill him. Another thing that they can think about is an Orchid on someone, right? Like a Ballad Turn, perhaps. We'll see.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I don't think that they're in a bad place when it comes to late game as well. Like Templar Assassin and Monkey King feel that they scale fairly well.
Well, looks like they don't even have any time to get to the late game because they are trying to put pressure onto Team Asta right now. Tier 3 tower already taking some hits down bottom, and they're faking back somewhat. Like, Shang Yu is baiting here. Dust is not leaving. He's waiting in the wings just in case.
They might want to bait out like a Doom or an Egg, and then you just use Stampede and run away.
Is under attack.
I feel like that could be a good idea. Instead, they go on Monet, mid.
Monet taking some pressure here. He should be able to get himself out with some help, but there's no help incoming. He's all alone right now inside the Wukongs, right-clicked down by IG.
That's so much hate.
Whew. You know what? They all feel the same way about Morphling, man. It's either on our team for Emo or this hero's garbage. Let's kill it. They destroy the hero.
That was a lot of hate. By the way, the same Morphling that you're talking about, he's not going for anything like Aghanim Scepter, which is decent into TA, right? Like snatching away her attack speed would be solid. Instead, he's going for Skadi, which is also good. Like a lot of armor that you get to work with against the set TA is always useful. I'm just worried, like, how fast will he come online?
Well, at the pace he's going right now, could still happen in the next, 10 minutes. But if IG increase the tempo, makes it much harder to accomplish that. BKB now up for this Monkey King, so we could very well see them mounting one more move before this Aegis expires.
Yeah, with 1 minute and 20 seconds, this is at least the tier 2.
They're
Maybe
gonna steal the Tormentor as well.
I think pretty good idea, right? But Phoenix is TPing it in already.
Oh, it's too late though. Tormentor's already gone. Shadow Demon gets access to this, so we get the upgraded Demonic Cleanse.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tier 2
Remember-
tower, there's no hope to save this.
Yeah. Remember how broken that was when it just came into the game? Shadow Demon first pick,
Oh yeah, first pick, first every game, every
Yeah.
single game.
just get the shard.
But now it's a little bit better. It's fine. It's been balanced out. It's still strong, but it's not like disgusting.
Look at
You
the
might
smoke.
see some of that strength being purveyed onto Sumail as he finds himself trying to get a rune. He still actually manages to escape. No way. If he gets out of this, he really is a god. King himself is out. What a player.
And they didn't even stack the stuns that heavily, I feel like, right? He just had one of those healing lotuses. He used it and escaped afterwards. This is still a problem for them. They have some stuns, but not too much, not too many disables.
Well, Team Master want to leverage some of their own disables. We see them smoke for the first time in a while. They have Blink Doom with the Heaven's Halberd available. But the vision control, look at IG. Dust is on the high ground, giving his team the vision they need. And they're going to start the fight by going onto this Morphling. Wukong's command will be dropped down with the Chain Frost bouncing as well. The Doom will come out onto Centaur after he's already used the Chain Frost, or the Stampede rather. Chain Frost forces away the Doom. Supernova will pop, but doesn't stun anybody on the side of IG. And now they need to try and run. Sumail trying to finish off at least the Centaur, but Centaur is still alive. He eventually will die, but QIQX will ensure that they can set up for a kill onto Sumail, blasting him with the Frost Blast, enabling Dust to get the kill.
Damn, that was
2
so
for
not
1.
worth it. Yeah, they're gonna lose. On top of that lost fight, they're gonna lose another tier 2. There's no egg, there's no Doom. I don't feel that you have to worry about anything as IG. Even though you don't have Centaur, I feel that you're in control here.
Doom's gonna jump
XFS?
in though.
Yeah.
Finds the stun onto TA. She's still alive for now. QIQX buys some time with the Sinister Gaze. And they didn't even manage to pop through her refraction charges. So she's still ready to push on the tier 2 tower.
Radiant structures.
They could potentially try and make something happen, but
With the
it's
glyph.
rough.
With the glyph, maybe you move back. Centaur is not there. Void Spirit is up. Perhaps you don't have to just put yourself in an unfavorable position for a tier 2 that you're about to take anyway, eventually.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's all good. PYW will just get these TA illusions, and he'll make it happen the long way around. It's cool.
Yep. Not sure what the reasoning of Doom on Centaur was. It's like one thing. PYW sending
Yeah.
his own illusions now down mid, but he will be caught.
Fort indeed. Stampede, though, will be there from the Centaur. And that's going to enable him to get out. Dust drops down a Bounter Strike to cover the retreat. Goes into a Glimmer Cape yet again, but he will be dragged back by the Aether Remnant. And as he dies, saws PYW. Maybe that's why he got doomed. They're so annoyed by not killing these heroes through Stampede. He's just like, I don't even care if the Stampede is out. I just want you to know that I don't like you.
He's saving way too many heroes. Needs to be punished.
Under attack.
You're too good for this game. Get doomed.
Exactly. So this map, after they get that kill, they come back to their side. Morphling finishes off a Skadi. So definitely tankier, beefier, harder to kill. And going into BKB as well, making sure he's not going to be caught out by some random chain disables and brought down from 100 to 0. At the very least, he will be able to BKB before one of these stuns hits, because the only easy stun that'll catch him without him doing anything is definitely this Lich with the Sin Gaze, but Lich, no way you get to the Morphling first before he gets off BKB.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of utility, a lot of things that are coming together, like a Manta versus the refraction charges is also good. The Shivas on XXS, he's got the plate mail now. Greaves on Techies will come soon. So, no, actually, he's got him. So overall,
Nice.
they're in a much better spot to fight this time around, but there's a smoke coming from IG. And because of PYW showing mid, they might not know about it.
Two heroes caught with the hoof stomp, chain frost onto both of them, and they managed to kill off the Phoenix. XXX does get a doom out onto Dust, so there's no Wukongs for this fight. They have to leave the area. There was a buyback on the Phoenix as well. Aether Remnant
Emo.
throws back Emo. Emo needs some help here. PYW certainly there to help him out. Demonic Purge onto Sumail, Cleanse onto TA, and that ends the fight for both parties.
Very clean. Dust, he does see Sumail here. And they should know that there are wards. There's also Sentry scouting out this ward. QIQX.
QIQX gets a D ward, dies for it. Does have buyback if he wants to return. We'll leverage it immediately. Emo still on the high ground here. So both sides have a support hero that bought back. And there is a Roshan to play around. The TA trap does scout it out, but I don't think IG want to go there without at least a pick off.
Yeah, the difference is the support on Radiant has egg still, right? Like he has his big ulti. It's a level 2 egg now. He just got it. Monet.
Oh, they're gonna try and lay onto Monet inside the Wukongs. Do they have the chain disabled? No, they do not. He Manta's waveforms
Sumail?
out. Sumail, though, might not have the same luxury, but he does have Dissimulate and has avenues of escape. As he leaves, IG want to give chase, but who's gonna be the hero to make this happen for them? Demonic Purge out onto Doom. The two supports yet again caught by Shangye. And there's the Supernova you mentioned. However, they might not get anybody with these stuns. They're getting out some chain disables onto Monkey King, but he gets saved by the disruption. He's still alive for
the
now.
heals.
Turns around, staying alive in the midst of this fight. Sunray, though, burning these IG heroes down. Monkey King is gone. They need to flee. Emo losing his refraction charges and now losing his life. Chain Frost, though, doing so much work coming in from QIQX. The Stampede makes sure Emo lives, and Shangye finds another 2 heroes down on the back edge of the fight. Disruption onto Morphling will be nice, but eventually Shangye will die. Emo, a little bit too close, buddy. You need to leave.
Oof.
You need to leave. People die to keep you alive. Do not waste their sacrifice.
It was still a nice attempt from him. I can't believe he's going in after all of that. He tries to take out Smail, because he has a shard, by the way, on TA. So he's silencing the Void Spirit and trying to eliminate him, but the Manta is exactly for those situations. So Sumail uses Manta and almost turns on the TA. Overall, that fight for me looked extremely forced by IG. They followed way too deep. They went way too deep. Centaur kinda, yeah, he's getting these amazing 2-man stuns all the time on supports, but for some reason, they're just forcing it a little bit too far out. Even though they didn't have the BKBs here already, like they used most of their abilities. At least they will not be punished with an free Roshan, right? They can still fight it.
Yeah. Roche himself, 50 seconds before he goes to work. And now he's just chilling at the crib, hanging out. And IG will try to go visit him at his house. They assume that Team Asta is also in the vicinity.
So he works during the day, not during the night. He goes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Monet reveals himself, already starting the attribute shift. He knows what's up. He's prepared for any kind of jump that could come his way. And they even smoke up themselves with Team Asta. And look at this. We saw this in the previous game. Going to stack up on the Radiant side Twin Gate and prepare for the approach of Roshan. And there's no way they kill it fast enough before Roshan makes his move.
Oh, Dust. He was close, but not close enough, not fast enough. And what do you do if you're IG right now? Do you just all go together? What's the play? Do you TP to the tier 2?
They're pinging it. They're thinking about it.
They don't know
Or maybe what you do,
Yeah.
you let Roshan go first, right?
And
Give
then
it
you
a few
follow him.
seconds. Because they're not going to just stand on the high ground, right? They have to actually go into the pit. But
Right.
Boca obviously getting the vision. But it's too late. If they're not here now, they're not going to get here in time. I think Roche goes to Team Master.
It's just like you could see that they don't know what the plan is. They were just kind of running it left and right in circles. Because it's a huge advantage when one of these teams goes through the Twin Gates. Huge advantage. You just set up a fight, you set up a place, and now Roche will be taken. Monet gets the Aegis, Sumail gets the cheese.
Wow.
It's quite of a big deal for Aster.
Team Master right now. Aegis and Cheese in tow. Still, the game is not like it's terrible for IG, but it's starting to get quite good for
What's
Aster.
Dust doing?
BKB
What's
just picked
Dust
up from
doing?
Monet. Dust is right now dying, I think. Stampede is going to bail him out of trouble. Sumail has only one Astral Step, so he doesn't want to commit it all the way forward. That was a weird place to be for the monkey.
I'm not even sure why he was jumping there. Like, there were no creeps. There's a Void Spirit that he definitely cannot kill. Maybe the techies, but even the techies with Greaves, I feel like survives against him. There's Taser, and you just run away. They're still setting up. They want to kill Sumail here.
You know what's actually really funny? So many times they've tried to kill Sumail, and it's turned into lots of reinforcements appearing out of nowhere for Team Master. This is one of the few times he was genuinely alone. And then if they jumped him, he would not have had anybody to help him. But that's also the time they decided they don't want that smoke. It's really funny.
That's also the power of pushing out lanes. Because the lanes are pushed out, you don't see a lot on the map. You just see Monet, so you don't know who's behind Sumail. It could be no one, it could be three of them.
Aster. I'm gonna try and make sure that they utilize this Aegis to accrue as much map control as possible. Maybe steal a Tormentor, but mostly about taking away all of these objectives. And they are gonna get the Tormentor from this bottom side of the map. Is it gonna go to Phoenix? That's so good. Oh, it gets techies. Meh. Aside.
Yeah, Phoenix. Next time, maybe.
I mean, they still have their own run to go for, so if they can manage to come back onto Radiant side and claim that Tormentor as well, then almost certainly he gets it then, unless he has the worst luck in the world.
Bottom tower is under attack.
It would be between him and Void Spirit, right?
Wait,
Yeah.
yes.
It would actually be really sad if he wouldn't get it. So, Monkey King Dust, he did complete his next big item, and that's the Skadi. It's pretty useful, especially in this game. You're playing versus Morphling, right? Emo, we didn't mention it because no fight happened with it, but he has Daedalus now for quite some time.
Tower is under attack.
Going into Lincoln's next to make sure he doesn't get doomed. Blows up all the binds, gets scared, TP's out.
Well, this is why people picked techies or TA into techies.
Yeah.
Trigger all those bombs without having to threaten your own life to do it.
I feel like they know where the Dust is. They see him jumping around.
Feels like they do. XXX was walking in the exact area he was at. Emo TP's out. Dust has a TP. Should probably use it sooner rather than later. Fam, he's been playing this left side of the map so dangerously for so long this game.
Yeah, I can't believe they didn't catch him yet. They might now, though. He's showing Voice Spirit is gonna go. Is there a TP? Oh, can you believe that?
Wow, okay. Illegal plays coming in from Dust. You should not be allowed to play that aggressively, farm like that, and just get out for free, but he does it. He's out.
But that jump was literally like 50-50 for Sumail. Use it on the lower tree or on the higher tree, because he catches him on any of those trees. So unfortunate. But it looks like maybe a smoke is going to happen. They're converging here. They don't have actually a smoke, so for now, never mind. But the courier should be maybe bringing it, no?
Nope.
What's the Aegis timer? 30 seconds. If you're IG, you could force a fight, perhaps. You will be having Lincolns as well.
Lincoln's on the TA. Dust with the full Skadi, building into a harpoon next for himself on the MK. But the scary thing is the scalability on these Aztec heroes. We're not that far for a butterfly for this Morphling. And he'll have it before the next Roshan fight comes along. And of course, the Shivas should be complete for the Doom too, so some tools are starting to come together for the side of Team Aster. You can even see that reflected in the win probability graph. Like 5-10 minutes ago, it was closer to 80-20, but now it's pretty much a 50-50 matchup.
Yeah, just some big things. And big heroes when it comes to scalability on the side of Astra. Waiting for the smokes. Let's see. Smoke flying out. IG have done it. If you're Astra, you know this is coming though.
Dire's top
Aegis has been reclaimed recently.
Get the scan, bro.
And
Oh,
perfect. Perfect. Yeah.
I must say, Team Master, in terms of how to play, you were praising IG for how to play the game state in game 1. Game 2, Team Master showing us how to play the map. They're just playing so well, stretching IG from corner to corner the entire time.
I have to say that it does help having such mobile heroes, right? It's very nice to draft in a way in which the talent that these players possess, it shines through. Sometimes you're playing just some Wraith King you can't even span, you know. You have to show yourself on the map. You can't just outpush. You don't even have a Manta, no waveform to work with, just some Blink Dagger. This time around, you have him on one side, you have Void Spirit on the other.
Speaking of Void Spirits,
yeah, they want to fight.
have we seen this Nullifier yet? Yeah, I don't think they revealed it fully in a fight, so they want to use it. They're going forward. Dust gets vision. He will drop down the Wukong's command. They find the stance onto XXX. The Doom, though, is still alive. Stampede will be popped, and Doom eventually does go out, but it gets bounced back onto the Doom himself. Dust trying to do his utmost to fight against Monet, but being doomed up, all he can do is destroy the Supernova. But that being said, Monet then comes back now with the BKB in tow, right-clicking down the Monkey King. On the back edge of the fight, Sumail needs to try to get himself away from here as they find, and oh no, they caught Emo. Emo doesn't have refraction. They're buying back on the supports. They want to save him. He's inside the meld right now. Do they not have reveal? Surely something needs to kill him. And even though they don't have reveal, they do have some ground targeting abilities, and they bring down the TA. No buyback for Emo, and potentially a lane of racks to be taken by Team Aster.
Let's see, they have buyback on Monkey, but even if he buybacks, can he actually contribute a lot? He might have to.
It does. Waveform through Lich. Lich is dead. Dieback on him. PYW in danger. 3 heroes inside the hoof stomp, followed up by a 3-hero Boundless Strike. But sadly, Lizard, all the damage is sitting on Emo. So as long as the TA is dead, they cannot actually do anything to these heroes that are stunned up. So Aster killed them all, and he easily should be able to take the tier 1 or the first lane of racks for this game.
The only question is, it has to be the only, right? The only thing else that they can do is go for Throne. They didn't pick up the gem, by the way, when it dropped. So it's some prize, I guess. Small little one for IG. Okay, they actually take down the tier 2 mid, so they can perhaps even threaten another set of Rexes. Dust is just a very sad Monkey King. Like, if he bought back, if he used that buyback earlier, I feel like they're just, okay, we forced the buyback, let's go back. This way, however, two sides are about to be taken.
The game is feeling very much over. The TA, I feel like they missed their timing with this TA, right? To be able to be the biggest, baddest hero on the map. We never actually really got to see them take big fights as the TA was scaling. So now by the time that they are trying to take these fights, Aster a bit too strong. And much to my chagrin, Liz, the strongest hero on the map is Morphling. Game is hard.
Yeah, the jump from Emo, by the way, there on Sumail in that last fight when he died, it wasn't that bad. He was probably hoping to blow him up before the cheese happens, but that cheese just heals up Sumail and then they turn on the TA.
The TA, she's building MKB next to try and deal with the butterfly from this Morphling. So given that right now they are very far behind on the side of IG, you mentioned earlier that as they scale throughout the game, it's not terrible scaling. You have TA, you have MK. What do they have to wait for now before they can make a move against Aster?
You see on both cores what they're buying. And I feel they're very correct. Both of them do need them. That's the MKBs. Or the TA and the Monkey King queuing them up. Besides that, there's really nothing that huge that's coming into play for them.
At least get a small media item in the form of this halberd for IG. Shangyu has this, but Sumail going to join the rest of his team. Should have an Aegis soon, as Monet is working him up. IG do smoke, though. So this is a do or die kind of smoke. If this fight doesn't work out, the game is over. So let's see what they've got here.
Yeah, they're approaching the pit, but at this point they might be a bit too late. They're going all the way, wrapping around Rosie, but
Roche is still not dead. He only dies now, and they jump onto this Doom. Wukong's is out, but XXX might end up being able to still be impactful in this fight. He decides not to drop down the Doom, buys back instead to come onto this outpost. In the meantime, they've killed off the Lich. Oh, beautiful blast off, stunning up 3 heroes, including Dust inside of his own Wukongs. That enables Pilq to pop the egg, get it off and stunning absolutely everybody. They mop up Emo. Dust is about to die as well.
Yeah.
And even though Emo brought back, he knows it's over. GG, well played, is called. And Team Master, with hopes of going to TI shining bright in their eyes, they confirm a third and deciding game in this series. We are going the full distance, Lizard. China DPC, not over just yet.
they don't look super happy after the win. But that's only because they have one more to go through, right? Gotta stay serious, observe what, perhaps not what your mistakes were, just what the picks were and what the next game should consist of. Really nice job by Team Master. I think Monet on the Morphling, pretty damn good, looked all right. Invictus Gaming, what was it? What do you think? What was the mistake that made them lose this one? Because they were, I feel like they were doing so well until that tier 2 dive on top lane. They pressed the matter a little bit too far, because this lineup of ISG, I feel like it's kind of a lineup that you can't do a mistake. This is basically the fight where they got punished. Up to this point, 2k ahead, kind of keeping it even, but feeling strong. However, after this fight, I feel that they're in a much, much worse of a position.
They lost a lot here, right? They lost Dust. Emo found himself in a precarious position. He had to be bailed out by Shangye. Even then, he almost died anyway in the fight. I think it was... Fights like this definitely don't help, but... You know when they just picked up the Blink Dagger from the TA? Normally, that's when I see the game start to really turn in that hero's favor. She smokes up, they go, they find like 3-4 kills, they get tier 2s. And so far, it was working. It worked bottom, didn't really work middle. And I think they tried twice, right? Middle and top, and neither time worked out fully for them. I think that's where the game really became uber difficult, primarily because Morphling also survives both of the fights fully. He's getting uber stacked. Also, this Doom. We see the difference between having Doom relative to having Bloodseeker, right? Even if he didn't get doomed himself because of the Lotus Orb, just dropping down the spell, one hero is just not effective in the fight. And then suddenly you trust the execution of your Monets and your Sumails to clean up the rest for you.
Yeah, and they did clean up the rest for you, right? That's something that we need to mention. I feel that Morphling as well in a game such as this one feels, if he gets to this timing, like Skadi and Butterfly, he feels like such a huge beast. Maybe if you had an MKB a little bit earlier, it could have worked against him, but you just didn't. The amount of control and work that this Centaur did was out of this world, considering it's just a cent, right? But always 2-man, triple-man stuns. That's that one singular dive on top lane. I feel like you lose way too much from it because it cascades into the next rush fight. And losing the Aegis, I feel like in hindsight, they needed to go through the Twin Gate. Just screw it, go through the Twin Gate, make that fight happen. You can't give Morphling and Void Spirit Aegis and cheese. It just bought them way too much time. They farmed up, they got way too much, and then you're playing a tempo-based lineup. You can't come back into it that easily.
When we used to see a lot of these games with Templar Assassins being picked middle, usually you'd want to be finishing the game at latest at 35 minutes. This one goes a bit longer than that, and Team Master are able to marshal the strength of their heroes, scaling wonderfully throughout the game. And they take down IG in game 2 and put themselves on track to maybe get the revenge from the other day and put themselves on second place in the DPC division. It's 1-1 right now. Who are we giving the MVP to? Who impressed you the most with their performance in game 2?
I think there's a guy with a very good score on Team Master's side. He farmed very well. He found his items. He carried the game. Enough said. I feel like Skadi, Butterfly. Besides that, we've had some pretty sick blast-offs from Boboka. on the mid lane, clutching a couple of plays back into their favor, saving the egg as well in that last team fight. Do you disagree? Do you have someone else in mind?
No. So I was actually trying to figure out like how he does that hand sign thing of his. I was gonna say yes, Monet for sure. Played a phenomenal game. Looking good on Morphling is really hard to do right now, Lizard. Trust. So the fact that he was able to do so guarantees a victory and guarantees him the MVP, which is even more important than beating IG. All jokes aside, though, going into Game 3, IG want to see some more competitive spirit from them. I want to see them play at their absolute maximum because when they can, they are genuinely one of the best. And Team Master, more of Game 2, please, from you. So let's see what happens in Game 3, the final game of the China DPC. You do not want to miss it. We'll be back soon to present you all the action live. So we'll see you in a couple seconds. Welcome one and all for definitively the last game of the 2023 Chinese season. We're going to be witnessing Team Aster taking on Invictus Gaming. Whoever wins, second in the division. Whoever loses comes third. Both of them, though, already qualified for the major, and both of them still in search of the points needed to go directly towards the international. Brother Lizard, this is it. IG, backs against the wall. Not they say Shang Yu, what you want, brother? And he says, give me Timbersaw. They say XXX, what you need, homie? He says, give me Beastmaster. I am so hyped for this game.
Yeah, I feel like IG gave everyone what they wanted. They gave the Beastmaster to the enemy of lane. They gave the Timber to their own. I'm not sure who's happier. I think if I was Team Aster, I'd be perhaps a little bit happier. Getting a Beastmaster on my side, this is basically, okay, boys, wrap it up. I want a 30-minute game max. Let's go next. That's it. Aghanims, some more utility on that. Beastmaster, and that's it.
Dire team banned.
Get that.
Beastmaster, man. What a guy. Oh, God. All right.
Aster's
So throughout the entire day, this hero has been banned out, right? Game in, game out. No one's been allowed to play Medusa. When they played Team Aster, Invictus Gaming, game one, they picked Medusa, picked it and put it in the offlane for Shang Yu. They got completely wrecked. It did not work out for them. However, in game three, when Dust played Medusa, he looked like a god. And remember, we were talking like that Dust's best performances came on that day against Team Aster. So it could happen again here, Liz. This Medusa plus Timbersaw, IG really getting everything that they want.
Yeah, they're getting everything. Now the question is, does IG have an answer for this? What do they pick? There's AM ban. There is maybe, like, you don't ban Pango, right? Like, you're banning basically AM, Slark, and maybe Terrorblade. You don't care about anything else because they don't play Pango that much on Team Aster.
Maybe you ban Wind Ranger. Maybe that
Okay,
one.
Wind Ranger, I feel like if you don't ban it, they will pick,
10 seconds.
right? There is Wind Ranger and there is TB. These two heroes probably need to go.
Remaining.
Unfortunately, you only have one ban left for IG, so they have to pick their poison. And Team Aster will definitely pick the one that's remaining in the pool. But what do they ban for themselves, though, for Team Aster? I suppose you can ban Coddle if you're afraid of Medusa backup. Actually, Coddle feels decent for both Timbersaw and Medusa. I wouldn't mind seeing that at all for like, Invictus Gaming.
Yep, I agree. Keeper of the Light feels pretty good. If you want another battery, there's Pugna as well available, but Kotl probably the best one.
Dire team
I really think the Venomancer actually Team Aster. They just ban out these nasty position 5s that they don't want to play into. There's a what else? There's like Silencer or something like that. Can mess them up. There's an Oracle that's really good into Beast, really good with the Medusa. And they ban out the Morphling because it's Team Aster's bread and butter. At the same time, I've seen this matchup so many times, like Morphling into Medusa, and it worked, I believe, all together, out of all the games, it worked 0 times.
You never got to see the instance where the Morphling definitively dealt with the Snake Lady. Sadly, Waterboy just not in that position.
5 seconds
So,
remaining.
The idea behind
It is what it is.
The idea behind it is good. The problem is you can't get your items fast enough. She finishes the game 25 minutes in. She has Manta Butterfly. She's ready to end. Like it just doesn't feel like Morphling is the greatest one. But there's Wind Ranger. There's also Terrorblade. I feel like these two are pretty good. Nyx Assassin, but I feel like he's not really a hero that gets picked into her anymore.
Yeah. The Vendetta head change. Well, how we really know that the age of Nyx Assassin is not within this patch is that even Kaka hasn't been able to make that hero work. And if Kaka can't make Nyx work, that hero is just not worth playing. The Team Master will come back for the PQ Disruptor. So get him some degree of silence, some drag back. But I think the big thing is the silence, right? So if you dive Medusa, you can actually kill her without her triggering the Stone Gaze.
Dire
I think the silence actually, that's a very good point. Silence messes her up, especially if you have some AoE silence that Manta can't deal with. If you can force her to build something different than Manta, that's already a win. You probably can't force her to build anything different. She's just going to tell her allies to do it instead.
remaining.
One thing that I struggled with when playing Medusa as well, probably not going to see it, but Marcy with tags as well. gets on top of you easily. The silence from Unleash is sick. Void Spirit picked up, by the way. Just a casual mid laner, right? And now what do you need? You need your supports. I love when we get to this stage of the meta in which 3 cores are picked and then the last 2 supports, you know. You can pick some saves versus the Static Storm. You can pick some saves versus the Beastmaster. Like Oracle, I mentioned earlier, feels okay-ish, but into Shadow Demon, it's not that great. So maybe something different.
I still like the idea of getting Coddle. You can fight him during the... He can also give you some sustain during the Static Storm to buy time with Illuminate Blast.
I like it. Kotal.
What else is good? Crystal Maiden doesn't feel that great.
Well, she's okay, but they go with the battery that we mentioned earlier, the Pagna. It's also good, right? Like you get this life drain into Medusa. Good luck killing her. Now you need some... also, if you go for Wind Ranger, suddenly she doesn't feel that great, right? Because you have the Crab Fight to work with. Even into the Monkey King, the Crab Fight can be a problem.
Yeah. Really like the G-Crab here. Also, this Monkey, he's in this game. Wukong's is going to be nice. I suppose that they picked it in some measure for the lane as well, into Shangye. How strong is Disruptor Monkey King into Timber Sword? It sounds kind of powerful, actually.
Yeah, it should be pretty damn good. Depends on what support is helping the Timber out, but overall Monkey
Team Aster's turn to
should be winning that lane. We've seen it a couple of times already, right? Just one of those lanes in which no matter what Timbersaw does, you can leave the Monkey King alone versus him and rotate across the map. So whoever the supports are on IG, they might have to work overtime on that lane.
For IG, they have Phoenix banned out against them. So I imagine we're looking for the PYW hero. His Shadow Demon is gone, his Phoenix is gone, his Techies is gone.
5 seconds.
So we'll see what he decides to opt for at the very end here. And Aster, no Wind Ranger, no Ember. So Emo wants to make sure that he gets the advantage in the mid lane versus Sumail. It's tough to decide what the last pick should be here for both of these lineups. For IG,
10 seconds.
they need stun, it feels like, right? They don't have that much disable. And we've already seen what can happen throughout the series when they are lacking in the disable department. Doesn't look so pretty. So I do want to see, no matter what they pick, I do want it to have a stun, some degree of stun.
Earthshaker. Maybe another division.
Shaker.
Oh, that's much better, yeah. Earthshaker. Maybe in other divisions. Damn, you went deep with that. Earthshaker.
5 seconds.
In other division, it might be picked, not here. Dark Willow and Phoenix banned out. I can't believe that. Usually supports get picked up fast, and then it's vice versa, right? Like you're thinking about the cores. Right now, when you have to think about the supports, it's a little bit more difficult to figure it out. What's good with Medusa? A long time ago, Vengeful was amazing with the Medusa, right? And it would bring you a stun. But instead, Wyvern.
Real talk, this is actually really good.
Is it?
Into Monkey King, yeah, it's nuts. Monkey King hates this shit. You try to play around with Wukongs. You never get to play with Wukongs now. They just press R on you and they leave. And now what? And you're like, okay. It gives them some additional heal as well for the Medusa. So she has Mana Battery and Life Battery. I'm looking at this damage types from Team Aster. The damage comes from Beastmaster and Monkey King. And you know what those damage types are, Lizard? They're physical. So Cold Embrace, really, really good this game.
And you can use it against Beastmaster, right?
Your hero.
Like you can get Beastmaster to hit one of his allies with all that attack speed, with all of those beasts surrounding him. But they perhaps find the best answer to it. That's Mortimer's, right? Kisses. Usually Grandma was picked as a support into Winter's Wyvern. It feels like Winter Wyvern. It feels like a pretty good game overall for Grandma. Into the Pagna, into the Winter Wyvern as well. Gives you a lot of mixed damage. Is universal. Strong, decent lane versus Emo. Okay, I'm not the biggest fan. I think I'm leaning heavily towards Invictus Gaming. But I feel like Team Master have a very mobile lineup that can fight early on, like Sumail, Baboka, and Disruptor, Pichu. Like they can do a lot of things to shut down Dust early on.
This is a very interesting game here. Team Master. So Snapfire has been very hit or miss when played in core roles throughout the entirety of the DPC, not just here in China. We'll see what Sumail is able to accomplish with this one. I think it's also intriguing that they're playing this. They have a situation where every single one of their heroes, all of them, have some kind of disable. They're like, we are tired of heroes just running away from us. We're going to make sure we have these stuns. We're not going to have Lizard look at our draft and say, where the stuns at? We've got the disables we need. We have the team fight we need. The question is, do they have the execution? So we're going to find out. Otherwise, it's going to be IG that get to climb to the second place in China on the back of the Snake Lady. But, you know, it's fine. It's a bit cheesy to end your game, your last game of the DPC season. You go Timbersaw Medusa. That's cheesy, but you make up for it with the Winter Wyvern, so it's okay.
Where's the other 5 smokes? What's happening, Snare? Why is Aster not smoking? It's making me nervous.
Maybe they're scared of lung cancer.
Got him.
I don't know.
Got him.
So they don't smoke anywhere. I'm not sure because they did not smoke, they didn't get you to witness IG plopping down this observe ward. So this ward should be able to stay here for quite some time.
Seconds to battle.
This third and deciding game. Both of these teams know that this is only the beginning. The last thing you want is to celebrate winning this game, bomb out at the major, and you still have to play those qualifiers. And honestly, I want both of these teams to do well at the major. I want 3 teams of China at the major, at least.
The battle begins.
You mean at TI?
That's yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Baboka will snatch one of the runes, and that's going to be 3 for Aster. Now you know what that means. 1 kill, and the curse is there.
Oh, no.
So basically, chat, if Aster gets first blood, that's it. They won. 3 bounties and first blood, that's all it takes. You can sign the deal straight away. The game is done.
Only seen it happen a single time throughout the entire tour of GPC that was not the outcome. And funnily enough, that's a game that involved IG when they took down Extreme Gaming. So, later phase now, we're off to the races. You know what it is, Lizard? Where's the action? Where's the volatile lane?
Where is the kill gonna happen? Is that what you're asking? I feel like it should be bottom lane. And that feels like the lane where a lot of stuff can happen. Like both of these sides have what it takes to take each other down. It all comes down to execution. On top lane, maybe on top lane as well, but I feel like it's less likely.
I'm also curious to see how Sumail will perform in this mid lane on his Snapfire. Emo, we know how well Emo can do. He's playing his question mark spirit. So as he gains levels, want to see what kind of moves he makes on the map.
Yeah, his signature question mark hero, actually. That was the game. Bottom lane, they have Glimpse for PYW.
Do indeed, and they will throw it out onto him. At the same time, though, PickU also being aggressed into. PYW does find the first blood, though, before falling. That is a pretty big deal. Victus Gaming get the bonus blood, and they get experience for the Winter Wyvern.
Yeah, crazy. That was also still with level 1, right? Like, it's not like he used Winter Blast or anything. He just had Arctic Burn. Meanwhile, on the other side, you had 2 spells to use. But Timbersaw dealing way too much damage. And Timbersaw, let's see, can he chain over?
Monet did find the Boundless Strike. PickU coming closer, looking for the glimpse. It's only level 1 glimpse, though, so he doesn't have the range necessary to catch up to Timber. Timber should be able to juke him out. And there's Thunderstrike. He actually is dead, dude.
Yeah, he's dead now.
He's actually dead. Oh, glimpse, what a silly spell right now.
I feel like if he got glimpsed before when he was running down south, he just runs back up north, right? And probably survives, but... In any case, hard to play Timber in this lane. Very, very difficult.
Disruptor and Monkey King. Quite a lot of pressure to apply towards the spinning man. On top, speaking of pressure, we see Dust being backed up by QIQX, of course. He's just farming away. They would ideally want to ensure that XXX doesn't get any farm in this lane, but it's a tall order to ask for with the heroes that they have.
A gift from the tempest of battle. My path.
So this third game, still very farmy in the laning phase. Which team do you think has the responsibility of making the first couple of moves across the map? Who needs it for their draft?
You want to be pressuring the Medusa probably, right? Like you want to be pressuring the map, getting as much as possible out of it. But then again, when you look at the item build that Beast is going for, it looks like it will be an Aghanims. So you won't have him doing those moves as fast as with an Overlord helm. In general, I feel like IG are on that 25-minute timer again. They don't necessarily have to end the game at that point, but they'll be feeling really strong. If everything goes as planned, you make some stacks for Medusa.
Tower is under attack.
Medusa put my head on me like I'm Illuminati. Check out Sumiel in this mid lane, actually doing a really good job against Emo. Almost has a 10 CS over and above this Void Spirit. This must feel very good for him. But we have seen that Emo quite adept at recovering from awful lanes, so it's not the biggest deal in the world.
Yeah, had much worse games in which he came back from, right? Disruptor getting really damn low, killed off. Same trade once again happening on bot lane. On top, Blood Grenade used. But
the disruption
Pugna might
comes out as
fall,
well.
actually. Is there a... Yeah, this is a dead Pugna.
Woo! Wild Axes, and that's actually so pog for Boca. He had the 4 poisons out on him, but they trigger before the axes arrive, so Beastmaster gets the kill. That's so nice for the top lane.
That's too nice for my taste. If you're Shadow Demon, you're always going for the kill, man. Come on. Everyone knows what's up. PY dub.
In a little bit of danger here. He just flaps his wings, gets slims back into Sumail, who hits him with the Grandma Cookie. The Scatter Blast will be there as well. Only one more right click required, but PYW is still alive. They don't have clear vision on him just yet. PQ will have Glimpse again in 8 seconds, has Thunderstrike now, but PYW has actually juked him out. Doesn't have a TP to escape, but won't die either.
Yeah, he used that ward just so he knows where Aster is gonna chase him so that he can get away. Very nicely done.
PY with the dubs. He just never stops. And middle, Emo needs to watch himself. He has level 5, but Sumail has level 6, and he has allies nearby him, so he'll just throw in these Morty's kisses. For some reason, Emo does get to survive a little bit, try to cool play with the Simulate, but will not be allowed to get out with his life.
And also Snap building into the Atos will not make him any happier, right? It gives them another way of catching these heroes out. Atos just feels so good on really on any universal hero. But in this game, it's even better.
Bro, I'm actually trying to wonder right now, how many games do you think Sumail has played this tour that he hasn't bought out of Atos?
I feel like not too many, right?
Yeah.
It's like the item of the meta. He's mostly playing... He's either... okay, every game that he played Storm, he didn't buy it.
Okay, fair enough, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So he didn't buy it on Storm, that's 5 games. He probably didn't buy it on his Void Spirits. Wind Ranger, he bought it. He's buying it on Snap now. He bought it on Winter Wyvern. He bought it on Coddle. Oh my god, dude. Man just loves Rod of Atos.
The item is just way too strong at the moment. Especially for universal heroes, you get too many stats, too much damage out of it. Plus it sets things up, so just a lot of things going for that item. Medusa?
Top lane, they're trying to set up onto this Medusa, but it is Medusa, so despite being disrupted, despite being glimpsed back, I actually have 0 confidence that they find this kill. She is losing quite a bit of mana, but even before Winter Wyvern was here, she's still alive. But however, with all 5 heroes being here, Lizard, that is what it takes to kill Medusa, and they will succeed in doing so. They might not be done just yet, though. It's PY Dub, yet again flapping his way into the trees. This time around, though, Boundless Strike Kinetic Field will be there, and almost doubtless that it will also be brought down.
Radiant's bottom tower
Nicely done by Monet, realizing that he needs to be a bit more active this game. Isn't going for Battle Fury or anything like that. Straight into Echo Saber and TP stop.
Dire's structures are fortified.
That's a really good kill for them. Like making the Medusa suffer as soon as possible.
Tower is under attack.
Gonna get the kill. And you were mentioning that XXX is going for the Aghanim Scepter instead of the Helm build. And sometimes when these Beastmasters go for the Helm, or the non-Helm build rather, it slows down how quickly they take the tier 1. Not if the Monkey King sticks around specifically to make sure you still have this area of the map to play with.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and I feel like it's exactly what is happening right now. Also, sometimes when you're doing the Helm build, Timber can just stand in front and def against you. He can be a very big nuisance, but not if you go for Eggs. Eggs build, actually, you're dangerous. Sumail?
Sumail, a dangerous person in general. He just wants the bounty rune. Emo realizing that he's not going to be able to get there in time for it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So Emo has very little net worth right now, honestly. He does have the full treads arriving just now off the courier, but it's going to take a little bit of time before this Void Spirit starts to stretch his legs a bit more.
I think what you wanted to say, he has no net worth. Coming out of the mid lane, he's got boots and a bracer. That's not necessarily where you want to be at as a Void Spirit at the moment. So, what hero does have net worth on their side? Medusa? She's not going to be really fighting with you at this point. She needs to be farming. So, Aster coming out of the laning stage, swinging, I feel like they can really pressure the map right now.
IG, though, trying to put up their own pressure onto the map. As they smoke up, they come across the small stack in the triangle, being made up by this Beastmaster.
Scanning.
They slightly block it. Radiant Scan, though, will come out. I think he saw the body blocks through the smoke for XXX. He plays enough Beastmaster. He was like, that felt weird. Guys, let's scan. And they catch the heroes and everybody stays alive.
Emo was still smoked. He did have that double damage, so maybe on top lane, if someone goes on PYW, he could respond. Also, XXS just doing a wonderful job at stacking not only the triangle, but the Ancients on the left side. So he's got a lot of creeps to farm right now. I feel like even in Division 1, that's something that separates S-tier teams from those that are just a little bit weaker. The amount of stacking that happens just everywhere is ridiculously high.
Bottom tower is under attack.
The best of the best know how to be efficient on the map. I believe, who was it? I remember somebody who was mentioning that if you're not stacking Ancients especially, you're literally leaving free net worth on the cards and making winning the game harder than it should be.
Bottom tower
As long as those Ancients don't get stolen from you. It has negative impact, right?
Dire's bottom tower.
You lose the game even faster.
Yeah. Make sure that if you are stacking, you're actually farming them too.
Middle tower.
Recently, teams have started invading. Like, look at Radiant right here. They're taking this right side triangle stack. Not triangle, ancient stack. It's not a big one, but still.
So they have access to the graveyard. They're going to take these stacks. Going to be hard to get into the triangle. So they'll just be content with this. Unless they want to stick around for 2 more minutes. Or
Dust.
even better, Dust comes up the hill. Dust walks into a Stone Gaze. Or into a Static Storm. Doesn't even have Stone Gaze leveled up. Do they have the damage to kill him? You bet they do. No way out for him. He's dead. They even glimpse back. Attempt at the very least onto Emo. But he does dodge it with the Dissimulate.
What will they do though? If he dodges the glimpse, right? But you should know that happened if you're Aster. Do you want to fight here or just dodge it? That's the question. Because Beast is still farming the Ancients. He's not ready to fight. He doesn't have Axe.
Killed.
You don't have Static Storm.
Oh, Monet jumps in. He's thinking about actually getting involved in this fray. Emo going to be forced to jump back. PYW does have the level 6. Got glimpsed back into a kinetic field, but there's no follow-up onto him just yet. They do bring Sumail in through from the mid lane. And with the threat of the Snapfire, IG will call it quits and just retreat to the dire side of the map.
I'm thinking maybe if Sumail was there a little bit earlier with Atos, you could get a kill or two, but without him being around, there's just no kill potential.
Sumail and the gang still feeling okay about what this game is doing to them. Buying some active items for this Monkey King and scaling with the Snapfire. And speaking of the Snapfire, she unleashes a lot of Atos onto Emo through middle. Emo does manage to get the jump away. Dissimulate also gets dodged off the glimpse. So no glimpse for me. I just have to watch this Void Spirit go away. Feels bad. So what does Sumail build after he finishes off the bots here? What kind of game is this? Because we've seen a lot of these different builds from the Snapfires. Some of them go Aghanim Scepter. I've seen some Greaves on this hero from the mid lane. What feels good for you here?
I feel like some utility would be pretty damn good. We'll see what they need. They need a lot of it. They don't have any from the Beast, right? Like he's going straight into 80 gold away from it, actually. The Aghanims should be completed, and Emo might even get killed off here.
Disruption to set things up. They don't need the Primal Roar just yet as they have the Static Storm. They drop it down regardless. And PYW was assessing his options, but realizes that there's no way to save this guy. Instead, he also gets glimpsed back, so his own life is in jeopardy. 4 heroes around him again. PYW should be killed off. Okay, a little Winter's Curse onto the Beastmaster just for some sport, but nonetheless will end up dead.
Yeah, it's crazy how much work they're doing at the moment. Not super surprising considering how the lanes went. They won like seemingly all 3 lanes. So they're kind of rolling with that advantage right now. And it's going to become even easier now that Sumail has travels.
Bots up for Sumail. So for IG, they're still farming away. Medusa doesn't feel ready to fight just yet. She has the Manta style to be sure, but wants Battlefly at the very least. We still don't have an Echo Saber for Emo, dude. He is just struggling in Game 3.
Yeah, I think this hero is the main issue why there are no moves being done by IG. Game 1 and 2, he had pretty good performances. This Game 3, though, he's been struggling hard.
They should have put him in the safe lane. Should have built Battle Fury. That's the issue.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Like when you have this playmaker on mid and he's not having a good game, it's just so difficult for you to start making plays afterwards, especially if you have some offlane like Timber. He's just sitting there in front of the tower, farming up as well.
Yeah.
This is huge,
Right
by
now,
the
the
way.
Roshan is being taken. Yeah, the first one of the game, and there's not even are they nowhere near contesting it. Like, even if they had awareness of it, I'm not even sure it would be a good idea to go there right now.
No, it's just huge taking away the Aegis from Medusa, this first one. I feel like it's a huge power spike for Medusa if she can get that early on.
What do you think? Which one is a bigger power spike? Aegis 1 for Medusa or Aegis 1 for Huskar?
Radiant are scanning.
At this moment, I think it's for Medusa. But overall, in general, it usually was for Huskar. Huskar would win games off of that, right? But the same can be said for Medusa at the moment. She gets that Aegis, she's pushing your high ground. Can't stop it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, your preferred 25-minute timing of Medusa being on the high ground is almost certainly not going to land in this game, so should have to look at the timing beyond that. Asta will be very strong by the time they do feel comfortable to push on the high ground. That is the one thing. Until they get the Helm of the Overlord, Asta's actual push is really lackluster. So if they don't get that item, it does mean that IG aren't going to have this entire game completely rolled over too quickly to counter. The fight breaking out middle. Shang Yu, they really want this kill. Stone Gaze does get triggered. Aether Remnant pulled back the Monkey King. They're gonna try and keep this monkey alive with the disruption. However, there's more than enough damage to finish him off. And that's the first Aegis life taken away. Beastmaster XXX looking for a primal roll. Can't get it off. The Aether Remnant clutch again from Emo. QIQX gets that kill. Now there's no Beastmaster. They have to run.
The outplays coming from IG. My goodness, indeed. At the same time, it needs to be said, Aster maybe biting a little bit more than they can chew. Like, okay, you're getting these pick-offs, okay, you're initiating on different heroes, but not on Timber. Like that, they've been picking off Void Spirit top lane, they've been picking off Medusa as well, sure, but Timber is just way too difficult to kill that way.
And this Timber now is a pipe of insight. Massive pipe. This is a huge game for pipe, right? Because we spoke about the damage types from the draft. Most of the magic damage will be coming from Sumail and this Shadow Demon. So just this one pipe, uber effective in these engagements.
Yeah, you could see it demonstrated in that last fight as well, right? Like he used it there. And I love how XXS, he tried to get in there. He tried to use his ulti. He just wasn't able to even approach anyone.
Yep. Emo now. I love that's the fight that turns it into an actual game for this Void Spirit. But it really could be. Got quite a lot out of that engagement, experience especially.
Still the lowest network on the network core on the map.
Must be careful because you might end up dead here. Bottom, Autovators. They come in, but QIQX is here. Emo, being kept alive a little bit longer. Static Storm was dropped. Dude, QIQX is the ultimate bluffer in the world.
Right?
Despite there only being these two heroes, he acted like the whole team was behind him. What a player.
I love that. I love that. The fact that he goes in and uses Life Drain on the snap instead of on the Void Spirit, it's pretty damn good.
You also do get an answer about the Snapfire's progression. She got Maelstrom.
So just some Gleipnir, right? I suppose. It still feels pretty good. Some AoE disable together with Mortimer's Kisses.
You also have access to these drums of Slum. So IG needs to be wary when they do eventually start wanting to take fights. XXX is not the guy. This is not the dude. Jump anybody else. Ideally, fight when you're on the other side of the map. That's the best case scenario.
Emo?
And there's a drums of Slum Beastmaster. Emo. He will be in a lot of danger here. Fortunately for him, though, there's a Winter's Curse from PYW to bail him out of danger. And Sumail's actually falling so low. PYW almost solo killed the Snapfire. Will die for this, though.
Yeah, can't
But
TP out.
makes it happen.
Why did he live top? He lived top because they already used Static Storm on bottom, right? Like they already tried that pick off. And yeah, PYW definitely could have survived if he just ran, but decided not to. By the way, like we're talking about this hero buying Butterfly, this hero buying Drums of Slum and stuff. Did you know that PYW is going full core on a position for Winter Wyvern? Like a casual Witchblade, you know, the man wants to deal damage. I respect that. No Aether Lance, no Glimmer Cape, no Blink Daggers, no shenanigans like that. This man wants to hurt.
Have you noticed a common thread with some of the best Chinese teams is that they have 4 core players instead of 3?
And one other thing, though, when it comes to this Witchblade, even though it looks like only the damage, I feel it the slow will really come in handy versus Beast. Just hitting him with that slow so that he can't move across the fights easily and dish out all the damage from drumming.
I like this. This Beastmaster certainly does need to be controlled somewhat. On the other side of the map, though, we do have a fight as they were trying to reach onto Shanya. But he just leaves. There's a disruption now. Going out onto Emo. Emo is going to die this time. So when they tried the first attempt, it took them a little bit longer than expected because he was dancing around a bit. But eventually, as Astral Steps finish, Disseminate is done. He will get caught and killed.
Yeah, he's just not having a game. He can't find a place on the map to farm properly. At least what that means is that Medusa is farming. She's getting her farm, right? Like she's uncontested. But then again, can they use this farm of Medusa for something? Is it good enough that only she is farmed? I don't think so.
There are going to be ways to deal with her. Look at this. You know, you were wondering in the previous game about the Blink Dagger on Shanya with his Brewmaster. XXX buys Blink. This is not the most typical thing nowadays. Blink Beastmasters. As PYW dies bottom, it's 22 minutes in, Winter Wyvern, if you're alone on the map, you're just gonna die, buddy. You should expect it.
There was a cliff ward right there, so he got caught by it. It expired eventually, and they still had enough vision with Gleipnir to kill him off. But you know what? Those kind of deaths, you're on one side of the map, Emo is on the completely opposite. If you're dying, Emo isn't. And it looks like they want to play together, perhaps push down a tier 1 tower on top lane. Let's see.
They were underneath an observer ward, but now that they have de-warded it, we'll get a clearer picture of their adventure plans.
It's the
They're
twin
gonna
gate
pop a
move.
full smoke, take the twin gate, and Roshan's not back just yet, but they are preparing themselves for his eventual return, or maybe to find a pick-off before he comes up.
Yeah, they've got everything that they need, more or less. Dust, crit, butterfly, manta. He's set to fight.
Speaking of Medusa, when was the last time, Lizard, you saw a Medusa without a Grove Bow?
I can't remember. Literally, every single game that I'm watching Medusa, she has it.
What an item Grove Bow is. What actually Pog neutrals do we have? We know PYW has this Philly Stone, which is why he can itemize the way he is. So does QIQX. And they're taking the twin gate back through. Dude, this is actually, what a time to be alive. Monet misses the Boundless Strike. It doesn't stun up these heroes, but
Glimpse,
they do
though.
catch the glimpse onto Emo. But no, he has to assimilate. He's fine. He's chilled. He's cool.
Damn, very nicely done by Emo as well to survive all of that. Okay, they go back top because Rosh is gonna respawn eventually, right? In 1 minute and 43 seconds, and it will respawn on top lane as it will be
Is under attack.
nighttime. But no, they're moving back down bottom with Timber, or he's just trolling the gate.
By the way, speaking of the twin gate, I'm still amazed about the 0 counter. You blew my mind telling me this information.
I don't see it today.
I see it. I don't see it all the time. I see it sometimes. Some
Yeah.
games I see it, some games I don't. I see it, for example, I can see it on Dire side Twin Gate, but not on Radiant side Twin Gate.
Interesting. Right now, I don't see it at all. Hawks will be scouting Rosh, so blasted off immediately by QIQX. They needed the tier 1 tower at top dead, and it is now, so let's see if Aster can find a good fight here. BKB on Monet, Blink Crimson on Beast. They really have everything that they need.
Radiant are scanning.
This is a game fight that's probably going to break the game in either direction. The jump goes onto QLQX first. Cold Embrace will be there, but he certainly dies to these Morty's kisses. As he goes down, there is a disruption onto Dusa. She's forced to pop the Stone Gaze super early on. She's inside the Static Storm right now, and they'll use this time to just quickly kill off the Disruptor, but unfortunately for her, her own illusions are beating her down, and the Medusa is gone. Primal Roar onto Emo, followed up by the stun of Sumail, but the Winter's Curse from PYW, setting up to maybe kill Sumail. He does eventually die to Emo, and the Cold Embrace onto Timbersaw keeps him alive and allows him to replenish his HP. Winter Wyvern forced to buy back. Timber glimpses back into the fray, right into Monet's hands with the BKB on the Monkey King. He's able to rinse out the Timbersaw, also chasing QIQX, garnering a dieback on the Pugna, and ensuring a teamfight victory for a Team Master, and more importantly, opening up the pathway to Roshan and an Aegis of the Immortal.
Very nicely done, very nicely played by them. Straight into the pit. Monet, the man of the match in that last fight, holding on to the BKB until the bitter end, jumping on the Pugna most importantly, and forcing everyone to go on top of him. And as they go on top of him, like, you can set everything up on the Medusa. You could see that there was the disruption, the Beastmaster as well being nearby, the Static Storm. One big item that we haven't mentioned perhaps earlier was the Blink Dagger on Disruptor as well, allowing him to actually be in the right position at any given point of the fight to use that Static Storm.
You know, it's funny you mentioned the Blink Dagger on Disruptor. I ask you this question every now and then, differences between our region here in China and the rest of the scene. And one of the hallmarks of Chinese Dota, every Disruptor player rushes Blink. That's how you play this hero. Like, we used to have like some Aether Lens 4-star Glimmer Caves, but this tour, it's Blink Dagger first item.
Yeah. I mean, it is a really good item for Disruptor. It gives you some mobility so you don't get caught easily in fights, right? Like you can sit behind and still be fine if some Timber tries to solo you. You can also catch people easier with the glimpses. And most importantly, you can blink in Static Storm. So, just a really good pickup.
A very good pickup indeed. Right now, Team Aster, on the back of not just good pickups, but good execution, on the way to potentially breach their first high ground. But it's a dangerous play to go for.
Under attack.
They're still not fully ready for this just yet.
Radiant's
They're gonna just take a Tormentor on the top side, gotten themselves a Wisdom Rune. And who's gonna get the shot? Who doesn't have? It's either Disruptor or the Shadow Demon. And it's gonna go towards, well, one of them might die actually. Pick you, Baboka?
No, they're fine. They're fine. Chill. I feel like we have moved away from the time when supports were dying. When's the last time you saw someone die at the Tormentor in a pro game?
In a pro game? There was a random C game I was watching like last week. Yeah. But for the most part, it doesn't really happen all that often anymore.
Yeah, I feel like they know the threshold more or less now. If you have 3 heroes around there, you probably shouldn't be dying on a support.
Dude, I want you to just look at this top lane. Look at the vision that Piku has over this side of the map.
is under attack.
Like, there are wards everywhere. He just sees whatever IG wants to do. So they're aware that some kind of defense is coming. Already, look where XXX is. Prepared to break this if need be. And there's no way they kill him off fast enough that his team can't respond. He has
Dude.
Crimson Guard, Drums of Slom, Halberd. He's fine, dude.
And cheese, right?
Yeah.
So if you jump him, make sure that you stun lock him. If you don't stun lock him, he's not gonna die. What he can do is he can jump you instead.
Yeah. I actually just realized the neutral item he has, because he has Defiant Shell, that makes that if it triggers, that should trigger Drums of Slums that heals him even faster. Awesome, dude.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, really nice one. Defiant Shell. They smoke up. Now the counter smoke happening.
They
And
don't
as
have
you-
themselves access to a Beastmaster Hawk, but they still feel like they know it's coming.
Yeah, like you said, all these wards on top lane, it's where they want to be playing, right? Because they have so much vision. Timbersaw trying to get away, but Glimpse is there.
Glimpse into Static Storm, into Morty's Kisses, into Demonic Purge. Well, they don't even need the Purge. They actually save it into just a quick death.
I love how Monet was like, yeah, guys, I'm gonna be noble. I'll play for the team and I'll find an additional pick-off, right? Like I'll move, find someone else, and then he's like, no, I'm coming back to steal it with Boundless Strike. I need a kill.
That's how he rolls, man. The carry players have to be a little bit selfish. Actually, not even a little bit, a lot selfish, honestly. Bottom. Monet, who was just in the top lane, is now chasing down Emo. Harpoons him back, actually. Emo's in trouble. Emo might die his heads up from this. And indeed he is. One more right click should kill him. He should die maybe here to the damage from the Shadow Demon. Winter's Curse was a cool idea from PYW, but not going to be enough. He gets Glimpse back. He's in between all of these heroes. He goes in for the Cold Embrace, but it's not going to save him. PYW is dead. I'm sure you'll notice, Lizard, I'm not calling him PY Dub because they are just tanking elves right now. But as I say that, they cut down the Monkey King's tree and take away the first life. Emo buys back. Aether Remnant goes out. It's onto Monet. Monet needs to get out of here. He pops BKB, but he's stone gazed. Monet's probably gonna die. One more right click is all they need from Medusa. She was disarmed, but it's not enough. They get the Primal Roar out though onto her
Here
with the
comes the
Static
true
Storm in
carry.
tow. And here comes the real carry, but he's too late. Doesn't arrive in time for the fight. Will be some nice Eternal Chains to slow down the approach from IG. But a massive defense on the high ground, even though it does cost a buyback on Emo.
Yeah, I think like in some other games you can do that as a carry, right? Like you can go and play with them. Perhaps even if the tree is cut, you'll probably survive because your teammates are going to follow up and save you with some utility. But the problem is, like in this match, I guess he has Shadow Demon, but besides the disruption, there isn't really a lot. No Force Staffs, no Solar Crest, no Glimmers. And that's one of the bad things that you get with Disruptor, right? even though he's gonna get that Aghanim Static Storm, which is huge for the game, you're probably not gonna have any utility throughout the game. So you can't be doing monkey business stuff.
Monkey business from the Monkey King gets heavily punished. And IG, by some miracle, they still hold on to their base. Still a massive gold lead, but you know, it's those kind of moments. If anybody's just tuning into this game right now, you might still naively say, well, Astra is still so far ahead, it doesn't matter. But if you've been watching today's games, you'll be aware just how badly that kind of fight can turn the entire game. So Astra needs to be careful, and I think they need to secure the next Roche before they even think and contemplate about going high ground again.
Unless they get some really sick pickoffs, right? If they get some really sick pickoffs, then perhaps it's possible. I just love how Wyvern PYW is just all-inning on this right click as well. Witchblade straight into Aghanim's next. Not going for MKB or anything like that, which is also a common build on core Wyvern.
He's also being very smart. He's keeping the Enchanted Quiver in his inventory, so once he actually has Ags and goes to a fight, and you put that in for the bonus damage.
Yeah, as long as he takes out Philly Stone, right? That's the most important thing.
Oh no.
Glimpse.
The glimpse back onto Timbersaw. He tried to blink away from PickU, but will be dragged back in. Dude, this is... Alright, I'm calling it right now. If they win the game on Asta, PickU is MVP. There's no way, dude. This Disruptor has been something else.
Yep, I completely agree. I don't see anyone having as much impact as the Disruptor with all the glimpses. A couple of fights, Monet was really good, but I think he resigned his MVP position after that high ground push.
Oh,
dive.
yeah, without a doubt. Yeah. We should have a thing for, not necessarily lowest valuable player, but most Pepega play throughout the game. That was definitely, throughout the series, that was really Pepega from Monet.
MV Pepega. Most valuable Pepega.
Can't believe yet again, this day has been an intriguing one. It's a 12k gold lead for Team Aster, but without Aegis, this game still feels quite even, honestly.
Yeah, more or less, because if you look at our MVP at the moment, not the Pepega, the player, Disruptor, he is, 300 gold away from having that AoE Doom. That's gonna hurt, no matter what you are, Medusa or any other hero. However, Medusa, she's got something going for her. Almost level 20, and the Blink Dagger Hex. Like, you can blink in Stone Gaze Hex. That almost ensures that you will be killing one of these heroes off.
Looks like IG want to present us with a demonstration of this fact as they smoke up and head on towards where Team Aster is on the map. Roshan is up. He's at home right now, so they're gonna bother him in his house. Very rude.
I'll have to come back here.
IG coming in from the south side. And the Dire Scan will trigger flush. There's no Radiant Scan going in the opposite direction. So they have a bit more information on the side of Team Aster. Who will they jump on first? XXX occupying the high ground, hoping for some additional vision. He doesn't break Timbersaw's smoke until it's a little bit too late. Timber goes in. Primal Roar actually thrown out onto QIQX. So XXX maybe thinking a little bit too highly of his damage output onto this partner, will end up dead. But at the same time, he drew out the Stone Gaze from Dust. So Monet feeling very happy to go in with the Wukong's command. They clean up the Medusa. There is no Snake Lady. Monet gets a double kill by also killing Pugna in the meantime. They buy back on the Pugna, but there's no buyback on the Dusa. However, they still have other heroes on the side of IG, and all of them have their ultimates.
Yeah, but there's
what will they do for
no
this
way
fight?
they win this fight. They need to get the hell out. Most of their net worth is on the Medusa. Like, how do you even think of fighting this?
Well,
Maybe
they thought
with
about it.
PYW.
It didn't go well because they lost QIQX. PYW is here, gets off a nice Winter's Curse. This might kill Monet, in fact, and indeed it will. The Monkey King is down and out. Shanya, him and Emo, it's their responsibility now to try and recover the rest of this fight. They go on to Disruptor, they kill him off, and Baboka now is just 1v1 versus this Timbersaw. Does have Disruption, will try to utilize it, has Blink in a moment, so should be able to get out. Emo, no more Aether Remnant, so they can't cancel the TP. But the two of them, with the help of this Winter Wyvern, not only do they not retreat here, Lizard, they save the whole goddamn fight by staying around.
They save a gem, they get another gem. That is, they save the fight. They prevent Roche from falling. It's just an incredible... And this Void Spirit finally feels like he's back in the game, right? Like that he's accomplishing something. Feels good for Emo. I counted them completely out, but PYW, of course, he finds the perfect Winter's Curse too. He uses it on the Monkey King. The illusions kill him off, and now look at this. Now suddenly we're back. Nature is healing. Medusa is getting an Aegis. Or maybe
Wait,
Volca
wasn't it an
skips
11k lead just now?
Yeah.
No way,
Volca.
dude. They have vision. No way. Let's see what he's got. Boboka? Bobo? Too late.
Ah,
He was waiting for the Beastmaster Hawk to give him vision.
Yeah, he was waiting for the Hawk. If he had that... If he had the Hawk... Unfortunate for him.
You know, Lizard, not that many minutes ago, when there was a Monkey King jumping some trees down bottom, and it was like, well, this defense could turn the whole game.
Yeah.
Don't you wish you had a lane of racks taken already if you're Team Master right now?
Yeah, these kind of mistakes, they come back to bite you. Especially when you're playing into heroes such as Medusa, right? Like one mistake or two, you feel like you're in complete control, and then suddenly you aren't. What do you think of, like, Sumail? Is he going to be able to scale well enough? Like, he's got some Pike going into BKB next. I guess we will really see him shine once he gets the level 25 talent, right? And then it's different. Then his right click actually starts hurting real bad.
One of the issues that I have with the Snapfire as a hero in general, but mostly as a core, her peaks are crazy high. Like, she has this peak around like 15 minutes. Then she has another one at like 25. Then she's garbage for so long. Not garbage, but lackluster. Then she hits 25 and she's amazing again. It's a very strange hero to conceptualize.
I agree completely. Because back in the old patches, she was actually strong no matter when, because she had that shard build, like blink in, stun. You did just way too much with Scatterblast shard. But as it's no longer the case, I do feel that she has a lot of downtime.
Master are smoked up, coming to the top lane. Tier 2 tower was taken, and they still have an Aegis on Dust. I don't know about this if I'm Team Master.
There's no Void Spirit. Emo is on a completely opposite side of the map. If they saw him, which they didn't, I feel like they could have went in.
Oh, they do not. So, IG get the tier 2 for free. They can't claim the outpost or the tier 2 tower. But they do finish off that. Oh, the Tormentor rather. They got the tier 2. And now they have BKB on Dust. There is a huge item that has emerged in the meantime, though, for Team Master. The MVP, PickU, does have Aghanim Scepter. So the full AoE Doom with Blink. Aster are just waiting for this Aegis to go down. And then they can't wait to take another fight afterwards.
Meanwhile, the advantage is lost, by the way. 1k ahead now only on Aster. So the game completely even when it comes to net worth. Do you like that PYW actually gave up on the carry dreams? He didn't necessarily completely give up on them, but he went Shadowblade and Blink instead of that Aghanims.
Not this is like, right? This is some young kid wants to be a hotshot music producer or whatever. And the parents are like, all right, you can do it, but first go to school first. Come back with a degree. Okay. So he got his degree. He sorted now. Plan B is settled. Now we can come back for the really cool plays with the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, but they lied to him. By the time he gets eggs now, it's going to be all over. The game is going to end. He's going to contribute, definitely. But by the time he gets eggs, it won't matter anymore.
I mean, you say that, sir, but we've had multiple hour-long games today. I would not count out him still getting the Ags and making a difference. Sumail, he doesn't have an Ags of his own. He has a Lincoln Sphere, but it only protects him from one jump, and he's going to end up dead. Oh, God, that's huge. No Snapfire for another 90 seconds.
If you could manage to force out this buyback, that would be huge. And 50 seconds, That's all that's left on the Aegis. I feel like with the glyph, there's more than enough to delay it inside the faster. Make some illusions, yeah.
At the same time, though, Emo, he figures that, well, if we just kill off all these heroes, then they have a harder time defending. As they eliminate the Disruptor, no pick you. So that means no Axe Static Storm. That's a huge deal. He doesn't have buyback. He fully committed for the Axe. Winter's Curse thrown in onto Monet. What a force off! Getting him away from the Aether Remnant. That certainly not just keeps him alive, but potentially saves the entire damn game, Lizard.
It's huge, it's huge, it's huge because you don't have to buy back still. Like, okay, you will lose a side. Now the question is, how disciplined is IG? Do they go for another? They're going for another. They're not moving back.
Let's see. They've got tons of Shadow Poison stacks out onto Medusa. Half her mana is gone. Wukong's is out for Monet, but with the Stone Gaze triggered out by Dust, they will have to retreat away here. Monet doesn't want to have to leave the Wukongs, but he knows that once he does, they might be opened up for another push from IG. But with Sumail finally respawning, they will stop the push, be satisfied with the solitary lane of Rax, and then just wait for the next Aegis before they come back to do it all again.
What one pickoff can do to you, right? From defending the high ground and being in a good position into all of this, I still feel the Taster are definitely not out of it. The network difference, non-existent. Maybe a smoke up is necessary to finally use the Aghanims that we talked so much about. Like, he's got it on Disruptor, just wasn't really effective so far.
It's been sitting in inventory for quite some time, but IG playing very wisely around it. There's no tier 2 towers for them to claim. And there's no tormentors for a little bit of time, so there will be an opportunity, a bit of downtime for Aster to farm up a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like so far the biggest issue for Aster has been Emo. Even though he's been crushed early on, the way that he jumps in and out while eliminating heroes is insane. Maybe a Neon disc or two on these supports is necessary.
What's also frustrating for me is that when watching Sumail play, and it's not like the Snapfire has been having a terrible game, but the impact you're outlining that Emo can do in a fight, Sumail just simply cannot.
Yeah.
Can't reach those backlines. That's crucial because PYW is always able to set up for a good Cold Embrace, and a good Winter's Curse.
No, I see
Feels
it.
so hard.
I agree completely with you. It's just the nature of the hero. Maybe with some Static Storm, let's see. We're gonna see a fight
Maybe
here
thinking
because
about it.
IG are in a good position. They're on high ground here.
Medusa actually blinked in onto the Monkey King. Sumail got blinked on upon as well, but they're looking for MK. This is the priority target. Disruption will be there. Monet pops off the BKB. Winter's Curse ensures he can't get off the Wukongs, and that should also waste a lot of the BKB duration. So
He's
once
dead.
he comes out of it, he's just dead. Medusa, though, she is inside a Static Storm. She has been Primal Road, but the battery from Pragna right outside to keep her alive. Sumail also gonna get aggressed into by the Timbersaw as they kill him off. Monet shows up to the fight with the Wukong's command after the buyback. It's gonna be enough to kill off the supports, but both of them return to the fray. At the same time, Baboka on the edge of the fight. Emo takes him down, but Emo gets taken down by Sumail. Forced into buying back as well. So in one fight here, Lizard,
How
all
many
but 3
buybacks?
heroes in the game. Well, over 4. So 6 buybacks.
Six
in one fight.
buybacks, yeah, 6 buybacks. 3 on each side, I believe, right? Like 3 on Aster, 3 on IG. Just an incredible fight. I literally wasn't keeping tabs on anything else but the Medusa. I was staring at the battery from Pagna and making sure that she survives. She got close to being killed off a couple of times, but in the end, does manage to live. Unfortunately, the second Wukong's command after Monet came was a little bit too far out. It wasn't close to Medusa, so she could just walk out. I think that's something maybe that if it was placed a little bit deeper, they could have killed her.
What's wild to me is that because they had to commit so many buybacks on the side of IG, no way they take another high ground without an Aegis, no matter how strong they feel on the Dusa. It's only her and the Timbersaw that have buyback on Dire side. So it's a scary, scary game right now.
How many points is the difference between these two teams? In positions, in between the winner and the loser.
What do you mean, like on DPC points?
Yeah, DPC points.
Give me 1 sec. I'll just open the page. I believe it's... So if Team Aster wins this, they earn an additional 100 points, which will take them up to 708.
Yeah.
And then if IG wins, they go up to 460. So the difference in position is 18 for IG, and for Team Aster, it'll be 14th. Actually, Team Aster's position doesn't change at all. They're 14th no matter what in the DPC ranking.
Yeah, but still, 100 points, you know. It can be a huge difference if you do well at the major.
Yeah, absolutely.
Roche respawned.
You know, you're mentioning these 100 points. What's especially crazy is that had Aster simply beat LGD, not only would they not be playing here, they'd already be in the top 12. Slated to go to TI right now. The difference one game can make towards your fate. And now Shang Yu jumping in onto pick you. This is a huge kill to get early. Emo helping him out. And with some right clicks from Dust, they manage to get the kill. Sumail now in some danger. Forced to run away from the Stone Gaze. XXX bailed him out with the Primal Roll. Now what's going to happen for the rest of the fight? Emo taking out Baboka. It's a dieback on him. Shang Yu, though, being removed from play by Monet. Too much damage from the Monkey King. Now let's see if Dust can stand his ground. Doing his utmost against XXX as well as this Monkey King of Monet. Winter's Curse thrown in the midst of this fight right now. Going to be holding so many heroes in position, allowing them to beat down Monkey King. Static Storm at the same time. Down onto Emo. But QIQX there with the battery to ensure Void Spirit doesn't die. They kill off the Beastmaster. And Invictus Gaming pull off yet another miracle fight. They force a dieback out of Monkey King. So this is certainly a lane of racks up in the top lane.
Might be game even. You have buyback on the Beastmaster, but it's going to be a really hard defense. 3 versus 5. 20 seconds until Shadow Demon is back in. And they just jump
onto
the destruction.
pick you.
Yeah,
Wow.
You have
game.
to buy back. Yeah, it's most likely game, but you have to buy back here. QYQX, my god, like someone had to deal with him. I feel like he is the MVP of this game. Like, you just have to deal with the Pugna. He's healing everyone up. Buyback.
Medusa, she's on the high ground. There's the buyback, but there's no Monkey King, and Monkey King is the big damage dealer. Yes, you have these drums of Slum as double XS, but is it going to be enough? PYW back to being PY Dub. Played that last fight really, really well with the Winter's Curse. And this might be it, Lizard. What can they do? Is there any defense they can mount here?
Well, they have to. Perhaps some disruption on Medusa or Roar.
They roar her right now, but she's still chilling. All her HP in tow. BKB was popped as well by XXX, but as soon as it elapses, he has no options. Dusa, she jumps in, Blink Dagger, Stone Gaze. They want to make sure that this game is in beyond doubt at this point. They kill off Sumail. 2 minutes in the grave without buyback. GG well played is called by Team Aster. And Invictus Gaming get the upset of their lifetime. They beat Team Aster twice within 3 days. Get second place in the division, and more importantly, get those all-important DPC points as they begin their journey to the international.
Yeah, and they get a lot of confidence, I feel like, coming into the major, right? Coming into the next officials. Like, they get a ton of confidence because they have proven, not only to themselves, but to everyone else, that last win versus Aster wasn't a fluke. The drafts, the playstyle, everything, it worked out really, really damn well for IG. And IG, once again, at the end of the season, looking like a different team, looking extremely strong.
Yeah. Invictus Gaming truly, well and truly showing us what resilience can do for a squad. Because honestly, how many teams do you know, Lizard? How many teams have you seen? Hell, how many teams have you been a part of that would have lost the game well before Monet died, pushing that Rax down bottom? But they believed in themselves. They understood what they had to do. Had to exploit a mistake, yes. But it requires you to be good enough to exploit the enemy's mistakes in order to get these positive results for yourself.
Yeah, it was a really hard game for them because keep in mind and remember just how badly this Void Spirit was beaten on the mid lane. All his rotations didn't connect. Like, he was having a horrible, horrible time. Monet, that if he needs like 50 points to get to TI or something after the major, that tree dance, the monkey business, it's gonna come back and haunt him. Like that play right there, I feel like if you don't do it, if you just play out a little bit just a tiny little bit more careful, the game is completely different. But you lose
I
the
agree.
ages. Yeah, you lose the ages and your life. Who's the MVP?
Monet.
Monet. Monet is the MVP.
It has to be Monet. That mistake honestly changed everything. But now let's be serious. There's actually a lot of MVP candidates, right? Shang Yu played really well eventually throughout the game. Emo was a dancer for so long. But I think it has to be either PYW or QIQX. Who do you think?
I would say QIQX. I think he actually did win them the last couple of team fights. The most important ones, he single-handedly carried, being the battery. It wasn't really a lot that he was doing, but still, as a Pagna, it's not that simple to use your R and press on a hero. Not because it's difficult to do, but because you're constantly hunted by different heroes that want to take your life away. So they want to stop you. And he would always find the right position to use that life drain. Like, I've tried, I've been there. We've all been there. You're trying to life drain someone, you're trying to heal up your allies, boom, someone else is jumping you, you're dead. And he's playing versus a lot of collateral damage that can even take him down. So really nicely done by him, making sure that both the Medusa in the second to last fight and the Void Spirit in the last fight managed to survive.
I mean, he also had that super sick play, right? Where Void Spirit's pretty much all alone down bottom. He goes by himself, life drains Sumail. 4 heroes run away. They're spooked. They're like, oh, snap. They have all the backup in the world, but it was just QIQX. And it turns out with him in your team, that's all the backup that you actually need. And with his power, IG secure themselves a 2-1 victory over Team Aster. And more importantly, second place in the DPC right now. It's kind of wild. 2-1, they didn't even make, they were not great, right? They did not look hot at all. IG didn't even make it to the major, barely stayed in the division. 2-2, they come third. Questions could be asked about maybe Aster wasn't as strong. They beat Aster to get third in a tiebreaker. But this time around, Liz, there can be no conversation. IG was simply better than Aster. Beat them twice in as manner, like within the course of a few days. Yeah, you're better than them. And like you said, major confidence boost going ahead of the major. We'll be playing competition at least as strong, if not stronger, than Team Aster.
Yeah, maybe Aster has finally lost the charm of winning every single regional game and then losing internationally. Maybe it will be the other way around now. Maybe they lose a couple of series, regionally. They don't come out on top of the regional games, but then when it matters, at the majors, maybe that's when they pull out their A game and do much, much better.
Well, we'll see what Team Aster is able to accomplish at the major, as they will be entering in third place. Fourth place is Extreme Gaming from our region. Second place, as we've just witnessed, is Invictus Gaming. And that, of course, leaves PSG LGD at the very top of the leaderboard. Those are the 4 Chinese teams competing for the major. Team Aster, maybe not looking as hot as they did at the very beginning of the tour. Azure Ray, also a little bit shaky, but IG and LGD have been going from strength to strength. So seeing them participate at the major is going to be very, very exciting. Sadly, with that, that means we are now 100% officially done with 2023 DPC for Div 1 at the very least. There'll still be some Div 2 action, so make sure you are following the channel. And Liz, I'll give it to you. You say the goodbyes this time around. I'm always the one going on and on. So let me get it out of the way. Make sure you hydrate. Remember how much you should love yourself. You're awesome. We love you. Thanks for being with us these last few weeks. Now, Lizard, send us home, brother.
I already did it yesterday, so I'll just repeat it. Thanks to all of you for tuning in, watching us. It was a pleasure bringing Chinese DPC back again with my boy right here, the handsomest of them all, Snare, brought to you by PGL and all the production, no matter how bold they might be. Much love to all of you, and I sincerely hope that we see each other very soon again.
Yes. So everything Lizard said, plus. Till next time, y'all. Bye-bye. Snare and Lizard, the Church of Doom. We love you. Love yourself.